The end of the world had come. Everywhere was filled with zombies feasting on humans. On the streets, zombies outnumbered the living, and in this chaos, a pregnant woman in her final month was struggling to escape. But her speed couldn't keep up with the hordes of all kinds of zombies. Plus, her big belly made moving super inconvenient. In the end, she couldn't avoid getting bitten by a zombie. She ran with all her might, pressed against a wall. The pain from the bite on her arm clouded her mind, but right then, her belly started hurting badly. A mother's instinct told her she was about to give birth in this chaotic land. Tears streamed down as pain radiated from her arm and lower belly, but her fierce, motherly instinct pushed her to fight through the agony at all costs, just to bring her baby into the world safely. Even as her body began to change, the young mother used her long tongue, already zombified, to seal her mouth shut, trying not to scream. Because out there, the monsters were still rampaging. If they hurt her, both she and her baby would be doomed. By now, her body was almost fully transformed, but she kept begging God to spare the tiny life inside her. Then, against all odds, she successfully gave birth to a baby girl in the harshest conditions imaginable. 7 years later, the world was still drowning in chaos from the zombie pandemic. But inside a small apartment, a kid was playing hide and seek with her mom. The catch: both mom and kid were zombies. At first glance, people might even think the kid was being attacked by a zombie. But when the zombie caught her, the girl burst out laughing. "Haha, too funny, Mom. Please let me go." Her laughter echoed through the apartment. Now it was Mom's turn to hide. And this time, the girl was determined to find her. This was the woman who risked everything to give birth amid a horde of bloodthirsty zombies 7 years ago. And the girl in her arms was the precious daughter she had traded her life for. Somehow, this mother had managed to keep her sanity and humanity intact. For 7 years, she raised her daughter despite the world outside being hell. The girl had seen her scary zombie mom's face since she was little. So, she never saw her mom as a monster. But the kid rarely left the house, so whenever her mom tried to go out, she'd cry and scream to come along. "I want to go, please let me come with you. I want to go with you and find Dad Gon Don." The girl's whiny, messy voice and antics made the zombie mom super flustered. "Come on, kid. If you keep this up, the monsters around here will hear you." The girl looked up at her mom's serious face, realizing whining wouldn't help, so she swallowed her tears. Seeing her daughter's pitiful look, the mom panicked. But she couldn't let the girl go outside since she was a zombie who couldn't talk. They could only communicate through simple signs written on their palms. "I'm sorry. I'll bring Dad Gon Don back to you. I promise. So please come back soon, okay?" The girl sniffled nonstop, and her mom nodded. The young mom stepped outside to start her hunt. Being a zombie with humanity, her intelligence was way above those disgusting peers outside. She used her zombie skills systematically, so most monsters outside weren't a match for her. Today, the first thing she took down was a wide-mouthed zombie. Once it was completely paralyzed, she sat down and started devouring her meal. The taste was kind of gross, but since she was a zombie, she didn't have many options. At least she'd fill her stomach. Just after eating, she heard gunshots nearby. She looked up and saw 2 surviving men facing a hungry horde of zombies. The long-haired guy held a big flashlight, and the other had a gun. "See, these guys can't move if we shine the light on them. So don't waste our bullets. But there are too many zombies here. I don't care. You gotta hold out till dawn." Gunshots rang out again, making the zombie mom frown. This place had been a zombie stronghold for a long time. She didn't know how the living got in or what they were doing at this hour, but she was sure those flashlights and gunshots would only make the monsters more aggressive. Still, she felt it wasn't her problem. If she sneaked closer, she might get a bullet to the head. But just as she was about to leave, her gaze caught the backpack on the long-haired guy's back, and that pushed her to act. The weak flashlight in his hand couldn't hurt her. Quickly, she used her skills to smash the bulb. The big guy was soon taken down by her too. Seeing things going south, the long-haired guy grabbed his friend's gun and aimed it at her. But it was too dark to tell if he was aiming right. The zombie in front of him kept getting closer, looking different from the others. He couldn't hold it and started shaking all over, even crying tears of fear. But after 7 years surviving hell, the zombie mom still won. She snatched the backpack off the long-haired guy and started her journey. Not far off, there was another survivor. He looked exhausted, with no supplies or weapons, only clutching a big pebble for defense. He was trying to find a hiding spot. Suddenly, the zombie mom appeared, her sharp tentacle stabbing straight at the man but stopping just a centimeter from his throat. After a panicked breath, the man calmed down. Then, surprisingly, the zombie mom hugged him tight. "Oh my God, is that you, babe?" The man sighed in relief. "Finally found you. Gon Don, thanks for coming. Did you find my backpack too? I've been worried since thieves stole it." Turns out the reason the zombie mom attacked those 2 men was because she recognized the long-haired guy's backpack as her husband's. "Let's go home, Gon Don." As for the long-haired guy, she didn't kill him herself. After reclaiming the backpack, she quickly left, leaving him to his fate with the monsters. His companion was still unconscious, and he had lost both flashlight and gun. In the end, he couldn't escape the hungry zombie's jaws. Around Gon Don, who was found by Chun Bok's mother in this situation, he suddenly recalled the first time they met 3 years ago. That day, Gon was out hunting alone with a heavy backpack on his shoulders. He got lucky that day. When he found a flashlight that still worked, feeling his luck was pretty good, Gon Don took a risk and went deeper. He entered a ruined building because he saw a faint light inside. He followed the dark tunnel. Step by step, he moved toward the room with the light, hoping to find food or something useful. The result was that Gon Don saw a zombie with all its limbs chopped off. The scene was so disgusting he didn't want to look. He guessed it was attacked by another zombie. Gon Don felt he shouldn't go further because whatever turned his kind into that state surely wouldn't let go easily. But as he turned to leave, a faint sound made Gon Don freeze. It was the sound of a child. After a few seconds of hesitation, he decided to go back into the deep room, and the next scene made Gon Don freeze for a moment. Just like before, he had stabbed his spear straight into the neck of a hostile figure. But the problem was that the bloody monster threatening him with that spear was nursing a baby. This was beyond Gon Don's imagination because he had never seen a zombie show any humanity. That was the first time he met Chun Bok's mother, and over time, they became each other's my detini. That's also why Chun Bok called him Dad Gon Don even though they weren't related by blood. Thanks to Chun Bok's mother, Gon Don's food hunting trips became much easier. Of course, there were many times they ended up in disasters like now. The two were surrounded on all sides, and even their flashlight ran out of battery. Right at that moment, baby, can you handle this? Gon Don could only call for Chun Bok's mother's help, but the number of enemies this time was too large. Even if she had 3 heads and 6 arms, she couldn't take them all down. Gon Don had to pull out his gun to support his beloved. But just as Chun Bok's mother took her eyes off Gon Don for a moment, his foot was tightly wrapped by a zombie's tongue from below. Luckily, that zombie girl managed to grab him, but the situation got worse because they were both hanging on the rooftop. On one side, Chun Bok's mother was trying to hold Gon Don tight. On the other, the monster was pulling with all its might. Oh no, his foot got torn apart by those tentacles. What the hell are these things? Where did so many come from? Gon Don stepped back while looking down, and his voice stopped immediately because after a closer look at what was wrapping him, Gon knew it wasn't just a low-level zombie. Just by size alone, this was a boss, and importantly, it was very bloodthirsty. After seeing the living while his parents struggled outside, Chun Bok was inside the house calmly painting. The girl started to get anxious because her parents hadn't come back yet. In reality, her parents were facing a deadly situation. Chun Bok's mother had turned into a zombie but still had limited strength, and Gon Don was about to be torn in half. The boss monster below had an insanely strong pull. On the rooftop, more and more zombies were gathering. Chun Bok's mother was about to lose her grip, but if she did nothing, both would die here. Chun Bok was still waiting at home. Thinking of this, the zombie girl took a deep breath, preparing for the toughest gamble of her life. Then she let go of the rooftop edge. It took Gon Don a second to realize what she was doing. Then he screamed because of their free-fall speed. Below, the giant zombie was waiting with its mouth wide open for them to fall. During the fall, Chun Bok's mother used the tentacles still stuck to the rooftop to grab a zombie there and throw it straight into the giant zombie's mouth. As she planned, after biting the bait, it had to close its mouth to chew. Because of that, the tongue wrapped tightly around Gon Don's foot had to retract. He breathed a sigh of relief, but danger was still threatening them. Chun Bok's mother saw her plan half succeeded and started to feel confident. Now, they just needed to land and deal with the rest to protect Gon Don. Then suddenly, Gon Don hugged Chun Bok's mother tightly with all his strength. It wasn't just her intention, Gon Don also wanted to protect her with his body. At least he was carrying a huge backpack. They didn't land on their bodies, so he wanted Chun Bok's mother to land a bit softer. Luckily, they fell right on the giant zombie, which was still busy chewing the corpse Chun Bok's mother had just thrown. Because of that, they had a relatively smooth landing. Gon Don rolled several times on the ground holding Chun Bok's mother after falling from the zombie's face. Though his whole body ached, he didn't dare delay any longer, immediately carrying her on his shoulders and running. The terrifying giant zombie didn't intend to let them go. In fact, their landing on its face just made the monster angrier. Chun Bok's mother on Gon Don's shoulders kept screaming. Seeing that, he reassured her, "I'll put you down soon." After running quite a distance, Gon Don let Chun Bok's mother down so she could run herself. That zombie girl kept yelling. Actually, she was scolding her husband, but of course, her throat couldn't produce normal human sounds. "Are you crazy? I can take care of myself. No need for you to step in. Do you think you're that strong? Why would you do that? You're not a monster like me. You're the father of my child." If he got hurt, these angry words were just Chun Bok's mother's thoughts. In reality, when she spoke, It was just zombie-like screeches. Gon Don vaguely guessed his wife was cursing him but didn't care. "Baby, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Gon Don asked, panting from running. "If you had come earlier, this wouldn't have happened." He apologized for causing trouble. Chun Bok's mother was stunned and then stopped screaming. She just felt this man was so stupid, willing to get hurt to save her, now ignoring his own wounds because he worried about her. But she didn't want Gon Don to get hurt at all. While Chun Bok's mother was racking her brain for a way to escape the zombies behind, suddenly, a claw pierced her body. This scene almost made Gon Don scream. The boss zombie, relying on its huge size and not too slow movement, quickly caught up with Gon Don. He bled out of worry for his Midatini. Although Chun Bok's mother said she was fine, she kept sweating cold. As the big zombie's claw was pulled out, another zombie wrapped her tightly with its hair. If they kept clinging like leeches, neither of them could escape. Gon Don took off his backpack and started searching through it, checking if there was anything that could save Chun's mom or dad. Behind them, the horde of zombies was chasing harder and harder. Chun's mom kept hitting with her spear tentacles, but it was no use because the enemies were just too many. After a struggle, Gordon finally found what he was looking for: a grenade. He immediately pulled the safety pin and threw it behind. A huge explosion went off, and Gordon breathed a sigh of relief because it still worked. Then he threw a few more. The zombies chasing them got blown to bits by the grenades, but the boss monster was still alive and seemed even more pissed off by the blasts. Gordon only had one grenade left. Chun's mom suddenly reached out. "Huh, you want this? Got some plan or what?" Gordon looked at his wife suspiciously but still handed her the last grenade. With the grenade in hand, Chun's mom ran even faster, passing Gordon's position. The monster behind, losing patience, launched a new attack. Gordon had to duck low to dodge the tentacles it swung. Right then, Chun's mom stopped, turned around, and pulled the grenade pin. "Holy hell," Gordon yelled. "What are you doing? That blast radius won't do anything." He thought she was about to waste the last grenade, but she turned it into a ball and kicked it hard with her right foot. The force she put into it was enough to knock the grenade back toward the dumb giant monster. Seeing it fly, the monster thought it was prey and opened its mouth wide. The grenade flew right in and exploded at the perfect moment. Chun's mom landed lightly, faced the monster, and flipped it the middle finger. Even as a zombie, that rebellious attitude was impossible to fix. Gordon turned to see the giant monster blown to bits, grinning ear to ear, giving 2 thumbs up, then ran like crazy toward his beloved wife. "That's my wife, love you so much." After dealing with the problem, they headed back to their building. Before going inside, they made sure to freshen up so they wouldn't look like a mess in front of Chun. As soon as the door opened, Gordon loudly called out, "Mom and Dad are home. Daddy's beloved daughter." Even though not biologically related, Gordon truly loved this kid. Chun heard her dad's voice and jumped up, running to the door. "Gordon's back. Look, I finished my homework." As usual, the two pressed their cheeks together to greet each other. Chun kept bragging about how good she was at home and how hard she worked on her homework. Gordon smiled and pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket as a reward for his daughter. Chun's eyes lit up so much when she saw the chocolate, she almost flew. "Oh, Dad, you're the best in the whole world. I love you the most." Chun's mom looked at them affectionately and felt super happy. No matter how tough life got, she always felt energized seeing her little girl smile. That's why she swore that no matter what happened, she would protect this precious family. That night's dinner was better, and with both parents home, Chun was way happier. The kid kept smiling wide, showing off her missing tooth. Chun took a bite and wanted to feed her mom, but her mom looked hesitant. Gordon explained, "Mom says she's full, sweetie." "Huh? But Mom hasn't eaten anything yet. I saw her eat earlier." "But how does Mom eat? I've never seen her eat rice." Neither of them knew how to explain to their daughter that Chun's mom was a monster who filled her empty stomach with the raw flesh of other creatures. Seeing her daughter's innocent sparkling eyes, she spread out her hand and wrote on it, "Mom is full, don't worry and eat well." Chun pouted, pulled her hand back, and then put a spoonful of rice in her mouth. The kid kept wondering what Mom had eaten to be full and how she actually ate. To clear up the suspicion, the next few days, Chun kept bringing food to show her mom. On the first day, she brought a cookie. In this hellish world, ordinary snacks like cookies were precious. Chun wanted to share the whole cookie with her mom but couldn't resist the temptation, so she broke it in half and gave her the smaller piece. Still, her eyes were full of longing. "Mom doesn't like these things, you eat it," Chun's mom explained. As soon as Mom said that, the kid stuffed both halves into her mouth, forgetting she had brought them to see how Mom ate. The next day, Chun bothered her mom again by offering raw noodles. The day after that, it was sweets. Being constantly pestered by her kid made even the most patient mom snap. Chun's mom growled, true to a real zombie's nature. Then she grabbed her daughter's hand and kept writing on it. "Stop bothering me, don't you see I'm cleaning? I told you I don't want to eat. Why do you keep doing this? Enough already." Chun, Do you want to annoy me that much? Chun got scared by her mom's threat and immediately burst into tears, bawling while explaining, "It's not like that. I'm just worried about you. I've never seen you eat anything. I thought maybe you were hungry, so I wanted to share my food with you." "I'm sorry, Mom." Seeing her daughter's sparkling tears, Chun's mom started blaming herself for losing her temper. Her hand trembled as she tried to write more words in Chun's palm. She was about to be honest with her daughter, but suddenly Chun got a nosebleed. The fresh blood triggered the terrifying bloodthirsty instinct of the zombie. When Gordon saw his kid standing alone in the room, looking dazed with blood dripping from her nose, he said, "Chun, did Mom go out?" "Yes, she left in a hurry." "Wait, you're bleeding from your nose." While Gordon was treating her at home, Chun's mom was out in the bloody world, relentlessly slaughtering her own kind. Her attacks were brutal, way fiercer than her usual hunts. She wished she could tear her victims apart to satisfy the bloodlust inside. She was torn between two thoughts. One, she was her daughter's mom, and two, she looked so damn tasty. Despite her great love, the truth was Chun's mom had turned into a monster 7 years ago, and her instincts awakened when she smelled her daughter's fresh blood. She forced herself to stay alert, reminding herself, "I live to protect my daughter, I can't eat my own family." But on the other hand, she struggled to resist the sweet scent of blood and the fresh, tender flesh of her daughter. She wanted to eat her. Chun's mom was in agony, feeling like her head was about to explode. It wasn't until midnight that she finally calmed down and turned back. Back home, that loss of control earlier kept her tossing and turning, unable to sleep. This whole mess was her fault. From now on, she had to be way more careful, even around her own kid. "Sleep tight, Chun Bok. Mom will protect you for life." After a peaceful night, Gon Don woke up early and got ready for his next hunt, hoping to snag some useful stuff today. Before leaving, he reminded his daughter not to wake her mom like her. Zombies need their daytime sleep. The door shut behind him, and a fierce smile spread across Chun Bok's face. She'd been planning to sneak out for a while, and today was the perfect chance. Dad was out hunting, and Mom was still knocked out. Chun Bok grabbed a small backpack and a handheld scythe, pumped to head out. The ruined world outside the apartment didn't scare her at all. Instead, Chun Bok was hyped to explore everywhere. Whenever she spotted something weird, she'd stop and check it out carefully. She was copying her dad, hoping to find some good loot or tasty food. Her little hands eagerly dug around nonstop, and she actually scored her first win, 3 candy pieces still wrapped up. Holding those tiny sweets, she started imagining a happy family of 3, everyone sharing and her parents praising her. Just thinking about it made her grin from ear to ear. Wait, she should give one to H2. Hope she likes it. Chun Bok happily ran off, hoping to find even more loot, but little did she know. 2 shady figures were watching her. Strangers, armed and with cold eyes that definitely weren't friendly. 9 times out of 10, they meant bad news for this kid. What a lucky day. I never thought I'd see a kid here. She must be with her parents, right? Then we can demand a fat ransom. We gotta catch that brat no matter what. But what if her parents ditched her? Or if she's an orphan? Then we just take everything she's got. You're thinking too small, dumbass. The other woman laughed, her smile turning cold and cruel. Kids like Chun Bok are super rare in this hellish world, and she was already plotting to sell the kid to a cannibal tribe. Fresh kid meat, tender and sweet, would be irresistible to those crazy flesh eaters. With that thought, the two of them chased after Chun Bok. They didn't even bother to hide their footsteps, thinking a tiny kid like her couldn't fight back. Both had weapons ready. If they caught her, resistance was impossible. But something unexpected happened. Trouble for the 2 kidnappers came because a third person showed up. Counting Chun Bok, that made 4. This mysterious figure moved silently, holding a small stretcher. While their eyes were still locked on Chun Bok, the stranger suddenly attacked from behind, knocking the masked guy out cold. The other woman froze for 2 seconds, staring at her fallen partner, then at the attacker. "Who the hell are you? We've never seen you before. Do you even know us?" she asked, but got no answer, only the stranger slowly advancing. She felt a thick, murderous aura radiating off them. No doubt they meant business. It was obvious the stranger seriously intended to kill her. "Come on, you're the guardian of that kid? But look, we haven't even touched her yet." "Whatever, I've wasted enough time. Hold her down for me." The woman's voice suddenly rose sharply at the end. The mysterious figure guessed there was an ambush behind them. Instinctively turning around, the woman seized the moment and charged, aiming to take down the stranger in one hit. But she didn't expect her throat to be slit before she could even swing her spiked club. Just like that, she joined the masked guy in the afterlife. The fight made a lot of noise, but the only one who didn't notice was the kid. Chun Bok's hearing was normal, so she'd already sensed something was wrong and hid in a corner. Unfortunately, the footsteps of the adults grew louder and louder. Eventually, Chun Bok was found by the mysterious stranger. Found the kid. A second ago, Chun Bok was tense to the point of suffocation, but hearing that voice instantly relaxed her face. "H, you're here." The girl hadn't even finished asking when a hideous zombie appeared. She had to drop the chat with her little sister and focus on the immediate threat. After dealing with it, H shot Chun Bok a seriously stern look. I told you before going into dark places. Check carefully. And why are you out here? Your mom is. Chun Bok mumbled without answering. But H could tell at a glance the kid had sneaked out on her own, so she didn't hesitate to give her a hard slap. A huge lump on her head. H led Chun Bok back, making her read aloud the rules she'd written earlier. Chun Bok held her swollen bump, clearly pissed, and started reciting H's rules. Rule 1. Always check for monsters or enemies before entering dark places. Rule 2. Bring a flashlight or weapon. Rule 3. Never go where you hear strange noises. Rule 4. Don't follow strangers except for mom, dad, or sister H. Rule 5. Never go out alone. Obviously, Chun Bok remembered all this but deliberately broke every rule, making H both helpless and furious. When H scolded her, Chun Bok just silently showed her attitude with a scrunched-up face. But she knew H only wanted what was best. I've told you for almost a year now. You have to follow these rules until you're older. Otherwise, you could get into serious trouble if bad guys start following you. Don't ever do that again, okay? Chun Bok shivered as she answered, cutting off H's words and making her annoyed. What did you say? Chun Bok swallowed hard. H's anger was terrifying. Even though the little hand gripped hers tightly, trembling nonstop, Chun Bok tried to explain. I know this area well, so nothing will happen. And I'm bigger now, so going out is fine. I'm old enough to go out now, so. H couldn't stop Chun Bok anymore. She looked at the kid, barely taller than 3 garlic cloves, and listened to her strong argument. H didn't find it funny, only more frustrating. Her expression made Chun Bok's confident reasoning quickly fall apart. The kid thought she was about to get spanked again when suddenly H said, Fine, since you're older, do whatever you want. This reaction was totally unexpected for Chun Bok. She didn't even. Rule. The last rule is not to go outside alone. Obviously, the girl remembers all of them but deliberately breaks every rule, making Ha both helpless and pissed off. When Ha scolds her, Chun Bok can only stay silent, showing her attitude with a grimace. Still, the girl knows Ha only wants what's best for her. She's been telling her for almost a year now. You have to follow these rules until you grow up. Otherwise, you could get into serious trouble if some bad guys start tailing you. Never do that. Again. If not, then no. Chun Bok trembled as she answered, cutting Ha off and making her annoyed. What did you just say? Chun Bok swallowed hard. Ha's fury toward her was terrifying, even though the small hand gripped hers. Shaking nonstop, Chun Bok still tried to explain her actions. I know this area well, so nothing will happen. Besides, I'm bigger now, so going outside is fine. I'm old enough to go out now, so. You can't stop me anymore. Ha looked at the kid, barely taller than 3 garlic cloves. Her argument was super solid. Ha didn't find it funny, only more frustrating. Her expression made Chun Bok's strong reasoning quickly fall apart. Broken. The girl thought she was about to get spanked again, but suddenly Ha said it was fine. Since you're grown up, do whatever you want. This reaction was totally unexpected by Chun Bok. She couldn't believe her ears. Ha even added that since Chun Bok was getting older, she would take her to places where adults usually go. The moment Chun Bok heard the words adults, her eyes sparkled like stars. She thought she was going somewhere super fancy, but Ha threw her into a dark space, so dark that Chun Bok couldn't even see her own 10 fingers. Not only was it dark, but the place also reeked. Chun Bok immediately changed her attitude and said she wanted to go home. This place was way too creepy. But when she turned around, Chun Bok couldn't see Ha anywhere. Although she could still hear her voice, she didn't feel that Ha was right beside her. Chun Bok started to get scared. Sister Ha, please don't tease me anymore. I'm really scared. You said you wanted to come here and that you were grown up, so you wouldn't be scared anymore, right? I forgot to tell you, but monsters love dark places like this, and adults still come here because they can get valuable items. That's why this place is always full of bloody battles. The more Ha spoke, the more goosebumps Chun Bok got from fear. The darkness limited her vision but sharpened her hearing. Somehow, Chun Bok felt completely out of it and thought she heard something right in front of her. Instinctively, she stepped back but slipped and fell. Her palm touched something slimy and foul-smelling. Bringing it close, she realized it was blood. Ha said she had never seen an adult survive and get out of here. She added that Chun Bok's last line of defense had already been broken. The girl immediately burst into tears, apologizing to Ha and begging her to take her out. She said she didn't want to be an adult anymore. She just wanted to go home. Growls kept echoing in the darkness. Chun Bok was so scared her limbs froze. The only thing moving was her tears streaming down her cheeks. Ha's way of teaching was pretty harsh, but it helped Chun Bok vividly imagine the hell her parents went through every day to find food. It also made her realize how dangerous it was to sneak out alone. Chun Bok didn't know what else to do but cover her ears tightly to block out the growls. She cried until she lost her voice. She never thought Hai could be so cruel to her. At the moment she thought she'd really been left behind, Hai's voice rang out again. Scary, isn't it? It's dark, smelly, and you want to go home. Remember, this is where adults often go. Honestly, even they are scared to come here, but they have no other choice to survive. You have to remember what you saw today and never let this happen again. Hai appeared before her like a savior and reached out her hand. Chun Bok didn't hesitate, grabbing it like she was afraid of being left behind again. They held hands and left, leaving the terrifying growls of the zombies behind. Hai led Chun Bok all the way to the front yard of the building but didn't take her upstairs. Actually, Chun Bok's parents still didn't know about Hai. Even though Chun Bok wanted to tell them many times, Hai refused. It was just a secret between the two of them. Chun Bok wiped her runny nose and, seeing Hai about to leave, suddenly remembered something. Sister Hai, come here and sit down for a bit. Hai thought the girl had something to give her. She knelt on one knee to be eye level with Chun Bok. But unexpectedly, Chun Bok gathered all her strength and punched her on the forehead. She kept mumbling that it was payback for making her cry. Hai was stunned for a few seconds by the surprise attack, but it didn't hurt much. Then Chun Bok opened her hand, revealing a pink candy as a gift for her sister. I found this myself. Now I'm going upstairs. See you later, sister. Hai watched the tiny figure of Chun Bok disappear. She stared at the candy for a long time, then suddenly chuckled. That punch was stronger than she expected. Looks like this kid will grow up to be a strong woman in a few years. Chun Bok returned to the front door, stretching on her tiptoes to reach the doorknob, then suddenly noticed something strange. What's wrong with my finger? Chun Bok and Hai's fate began on a snowy winter day. Back then, she and her parents went out to find some useful things. Then she accidentally saw Hai sitting slumped against a wall, too tired to move. Snow covered her head and shoulders. Chun Bok, innocent as she was, had no sense of caution around strangers. Plus, Hai's shabby appearance was pitiful. This pushed her to ask a few questions. But Hai's attitude was harsh, just wanting to shoo Chun Bok away quickly. She didn't expect to meet a kid who didn't know what fear was. Even though Hai tried to chase her off, Chun Bok insisted on staying, even grabbing Hai's reddened hand and blowing on it to warm it up. Hai wasn't very patient. Her other hand was already raised, ready to throw Chun Bok away anytime. But at that moment, the girl pressed Hai's bleeding hand against her cheek. Her innocent smile was undeniable. Your hand's warmer now, right? Let me warm it for you. Hai's other hand finally stopped midair. And at that moment, a tear silently rolled down. Hai's memories end here. She never knew that after returning home, Chun Bok's fingertips suddenly turned black and purple. But this worried the girl's parents a lot. That very day, they went out and practically ransacked every pharmacy in the area, just to find something useful for their daughter. The sky was covered by dark clouds, blocking the sun. That's why the monsters could roam freely like it was still night. Gon and Chun Bok's mother were trapped in a rundown pharmacy, but that didn't make the zombie girl feel worried. Using his daughter's finger, Gon wanted to let his wife rest a bit, but just mentioning rest, he saw Chun Bok's mother's shoulders start to shake. How can I do that? How can I rest knowing what's happening to Chun Bok's finger? But what if something bad happens to her? What should I do now? A flood of questions overwhelmed Chun Bok's mother's mind. She felt like exploding, unsure if she could heal her daughter. She kept blaming herself. Chun Bok's mom, don't torture yourself like that. Surely we still have options. Just rest a little, okay. Gon tried to comfort her, but it was useless. She kept shaking her head, feeling that resting even a minute more would only make Chun Bok suffer more. Gon Don was heartbroken but knew they needed to stop. Wandering around was pointless since there were no medicines or medical supplies here, even though they had searched everywhere. All the hospitals and pharmacies said this would only waste both their time. Instead, Gon wanted to head to the village, hoping he heard there was a doctor there who was really skilled in situations like this. That was their last hope. But if they wanted to enter that village, they'd have to pay a hefty fee. They only accepted useful and valuable stuff, and right now, their family didn't have anything like that. While Gon Don was still stressing over how to solve this, Chun Bok's mom scribbled a few words on his hand. She said she'd go to the prison village. As soon as Gon Don caught wind of his wife's plan, he yelled, "Are you crazy? That place is a monster den. Even for you, it's dangerous." "I'll be fine. Those monsters are nothing to me." Chun Bok's mom kept writing on Gon Don's palm. No matter how dangerous the prison village is, it's worth the risk because the zombies have isolated the village. So the supplies inside are still untouched. This time, Chun Bok's mom wanted to go alone since she'd been there before and knew the way. On the other hand, Gon Don, who had never set foot in the prison village and wasn't as strong as his wife, might just become a burden if he went along. Gon Don knew this well, but he really didn't want Chun Bok's mom going there because once inside, she'd likely encounter the three-eyed monster guarding the prison. It was a terrifying beast. After some convincing, Chun Bok's mom finally managed to persuade Gon Don to stay home and watch over Chun Bok, but he had to promise she'd come back safe. Gon Don started rummaging through his backpack. He wanted to give Chun Bok's mom a flashlight and some other stuff to boost her chances of survival, but as soon as he opened the bag, the sight before them froze them in place because their daughter, Chun Bok, was sound asleep inside. The moment Chun Bok opened her eyes, she locked eyes with her scary mom. Before she could say a word, she got bonked on the head again. Now it was Gon Don's turn to lose it. He was sure he reminded her more than once that today she had to stay inside. When the dark clouds show up, even if it's daytime, monsters can still roam the streets. What if something bad happens to you? Don't you trust your parents? If not, why don't you just go out and fend for yourself? Barely had she been scolded by her mom before, now it was her dad's turn to lay into her. Chun Bok didn't know what else to do but kneel down, bow her head low, and raise her hands high over her head to admit guilt. Gon Don acted as the translator, continuously passing on Chun Bok's mom's words to her. He was pissed too, but disciplining a kid in a dangerous place like this wasn't exactly a brilliant idea. So after a lecture, Chun Bok's mom advised Gon Don to take their daughter home. She would start her journey alone to the prison village soon. Seeing her family split up freaked Chun Bok out. She was scared her mom was still mad, so she clung desperately to her shirt. "Mom, where are you going? I want to come with you." Chun Bok's mom turned her head and growled a few times, and Gon Don immediately ran over to pull his daughter back, but this kid was stickier than a leech. Maybe after getting schooled by her mom, she realized just how dangerous the place her mom was going to was, and most importantly, that her mom was going there for her. Chun Bok didn't want her mom to risk her life for her. She just wanted to go home, for the three of them to be together and eat a meal. Knowing her daughter's clingy nature, Chun Bok's mom didn't dare linger, afraid she'd drown in tears. When she tore herself away, Chun Bok screamed and cried behind her. If Gon Don hadn't held her back, she probably would have chased after her mom no matter what. "I know how strong you are, Mom, so don't worry. You'll come back to me and Dad soon." Gon Don reassured his daughter, "But Mom has to go there because of you. I don't want her to be in danger. Trust her. She'll be back soon. Now let's go home." Gon Don planned to take his daughter home, but right then, his stomach started hurting badly. With no choice, Gon Don told his daughter to stay put while he went to find a place to deal with it. But he didn't expect that the obedient girl would disappear right after he left. Chun Bok kept obsessing over that dark space she'd experienced earlier, and she didn't want her mom to suffer like that. Meanwhile, her mom wasn't feeling any better. The image of her daughter clutching her shirt, crying and begging her not to go, kept swirling in her mind, impossible to shake off. Chun Bok's mom blended into the crowd of monsters, but since she was one of them, it didn't drive them crazy. She could have just walked to the prison village like that, but suddenly all the zombies' attention focused in one direction. Instinctively, Chun Bok's mom turned around and saw a cardboard box with two small holes on the side right behind her. "Smells good. Is it food?" The monsters communicated in a language only they understood, and Chun Bok's mom vaguely sensed something was off. At that moment, growls started coming from inside the box. Clearly, a human was trying to mimic monster sounds but had no clue what to do. After confirming there was fresh meat inside, the zombies charged forward to attack. They wished they could tear the thing inside apart and share it, but when they ripped open the box, all they found were scraps of paper. Chun Bok, who was inside, had already been wrapped up by her mom's tentacles. Lifted up, and she fell into her mom's arms while her mom stood surrounded by monsters. The plan to head to the prison village was immediately shelved because now she had to escape with this brat from the monster horde. "Chun Bok, when will you ever learn? Why are you following me again? Where are you and Dad going? You're making me so damn uncomfortable." The number of zombies surrounding them was overwhelming, and Chun Bok's mom was fighting while trying to keep her daughter safe. It was almost too much. Still, she refused to let her daughter get hurt even a little, and it seemed like heaven was moved by this mother's heart. Proof was when she started losing ground. The dark clouds slowly shifted, and weak sunlight shone down, slowing the zombies' movements. Some couldn't even fight anymore. But the building ahead was full of monsters, so bringing Chun Bok back there wasn't safe anymore. So the mother and daughter decided to run straight into the central prison underground in the prison village. She took advantage of the zombies slowing down, grabbed her daughter, and ran, but on the way, she got clawed. The claw of another zombie scratched fresh blood that sprayed out like fireworks. Chun Bok immediately changed color and screamed, "Mom, Mom," suppressing the pain. Actually, since she had become a monster, that pain wasn't that big of a deal anymore. But that zombie had found her weak spot. Because she was holding her child, she couldn't fight back, so it kept clinging on and attacking Chun Bok's back nonstop. Now she was covered in wounds, and it only stopped when the undead behind her got hit in the head by a thrown axe and collapsed. Chun Bok quickly turned her head, unable to hide her surprise, but she didn't have time to wonder where the axe came from because this was a perfect chance for the two of them to run down to the basement for temporary safety. Gon Don was panting, watching the mother and child enter the shelter. The zombies kept yelling from inside. Some called him to come in, others invited him for a drink, and another one was curious about what job Mom Gon Don did. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself for being so stupid. Gon Don held his head. Slumping down, he really was an idiot. He shouldn't have left the girl alone to go to the bathroom. How could he lose her just because of that? Meanwhile, the cane stuck on the zombie's head was suddenly pulled out. She slowly approached while Gon Don kept regretting and blaming himself, thinking he wasn't worthy of living anymore. Suddenly, noticing a shadow below, Gon quickly turned around. He was confused to see H standing right behind him with a surprised look, and immediately shouted, asking who she was. But H just swung the cane at his face. She ignored the questions and kept hitting Gon Don. Cut to the mother and child. Chun Bok firmly told herself she was a mother and hurriedly asked the girl, "Why did you follow me? When will you understand? I told you, it's dangerous outside." She grabbed the girl's hands and sadly wrote word by word on her palm. "I told you to stay with Dad. You're not even feeling well. Do you know how worried I am about you? If you do this again, you'll get into big trouble." She tried to get her feelings across to Chun Bok. Suddenly, Chun Bok froze. Surprised when the girl took her hand and wrote on her palm like she wanted to say she was really scared. Chun Bok immediately felt confused and asked why the girl was confessing that. "I don't want to see you hurt. I'm really scared. Even though you never told me, I know you and Dad have always done everything for Chun Bok." At this point, the girl started remembering the days before when she saw her parents get injured with her own eyes. They tried to heal each other's wounds while encouraging themselves. The girl shakily wrote each word. "I know you have to endure pain. I don't want you to suffer anymore, Mom. Let me help you feel better when you're hurt." Chun Bok's tears had been falling without her noticing, so she said, "I'll stay by your side." Chun Bok looked at her daughter with surprise, then softened and could only sigh. Chun Bok hugged the girl tightly, thinking, "This dumb kid is so annoying." After a while, zombies kept coming. She went into the crowd, signaling to stay a little longer. "Got it? Mom promises she'll protect you." Her eyes flashed with determination. "Until we get out of here." Chun Bok walked through the zombies, trying to hide her child. It turned out Chun Bok was holding tightly to her mother's belly under her clothes. Chun Bok passed through the zombies, rubbing her belly. Luckily, things were easier than she thought. "We can get to the exit this way. Hang in there, Chun Bok." The girl whimpered in fear, so she gently reassured her, "Be careful. I don't want to bump into anyone from our group, so we have to move as cautiously as possible." Suddenly, a grotesque monster appeared behind Chun Bok. She immediately tensed up, sweating profusely. Chun Bok tried to calm herself down, telling herself not to panic, just stand still. "Don't provoke it, or Chun Bok will be in danger too if I move." Strange black tendrils slowly wrapped around her thighs, coiling around her big belly that held the girl inside. Chun Bok's eyes showed tension as she felt the monster's tongue close behind her. She reminded herself not to react to the creature. The monster's tongue slowly retracted. She thought, "Okay, it's loosening up. I have to get out of here as soon as possible." Suddenly, the creature laughed loudly like it had human thoughts. "Your efforts are useless." Hearing this, Chun Bok's heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned around but realized only a few mindless zombies were behind her. Chun Bok was extremely confused. When did it disappear? What was that thing? She looked around, wondering how it could vanish in an instant. What the hell just happened? No. I need to stay calm. It's gone now. So I have to focus on escaping. She reassured herself and located the exit. At that moment, a giant hand slammed into Chun Bok's face. She stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. The hand immediately attacked again, but Chun Bok dodged swiftly. She observed the situation, still confused about what just happened. Not stopping there, the giant hand grabbed multiple zombies at once and dragged them into the darkness. She realized it was the owner of this dungeon. The other hand appeared quickly and rushed forward. Sensing danger, Chun Bok fled with the zombies. "Damn these monsters, it's so hard to move. I have to get out of here fast." She anxiously held her daughter tightly inside her clothes. "No, Chun Bok." The giant hand of the dungeon's master reached out without hesitation and stomped forward. Unlike before, this time she was caught. Not stopping there, Chun Bok was thrown out and completely separated from her mother. The girl panicked immediately upon realizing this, looking toward where her mother was. The maternal bond always overcomes all adversity. Though struggling with the giant hand, Chun Bok still tried to send a message to her daughter. Chun Bok listened to her mother. Hearing these words in that situation, the girl couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Finally, Chun Bok screamed with all her might, telling the girl to run away quickly. Chun Bok's tears streamed down as she trembled, unwilling to leave her. But the girl had to obey and turned away. Then, with tears flowing, Chun Bok ran toward the light. Inside the darkness, the dungeon master's eerie eyes glowed. She squeezed the zombies in her palm, ignoring their pitiful screams. Chun Bok struggled to break free. She strained so hard that the veins on her hand bulged. She bared her sharp teeth. Her face was drenched in sweat, focusing all her strength into her hand. Chun Bok's face was full of fighting spirit, cursing that bastard. Why don't you let me go? She punched hard at the dungeon master's giant hand. The master's expressionless face just smirked slightly with one eye. The dungeon master immediately released the zombies she was holding. Chun Bok's trembling hands steadied quickly. I have to find Chun Bok right now. She calmly landed on the ground and then dashed off to find the girl. She prayed that Chun Bok would be safe somewhere else. Corpses lay scattered on the ground. A skinny foot slowly stepped through. She walked past two corpses, crawling on the street. The dungeon master ignored them and strode boldly past their pale faces. Her mind now only remembered her little daughter. One of the dungeon master's eyes glowed with a creepy light. She kept repeating one phrase, "Where are you?" Meanwhile, somewhere else, Chun Bok was trying to run as fast as she could. The sounds around were nothing but footsteps and heavy breathing from the kid behind. Suddenly, a giant zombie's foot stepped forward. Behind it, countless tentacles slithered forward. They were chasing Chun Bok, ignoring her loud crying. Maybe running so fast made Chun Bok stumble. She lost her balance and fell forward. The zombie bared its sharp teeth, making Chun Bok even more terrified. Suddenly, another zombie came up and crushed its face. Blood sprayed everywhere. Watching all this, Chun Bok was terrified beyond words, only able to scream hopelessly. The other zombies just stood there, too scared to make a sound. Then the next target of that zombie was Chun Bok herself. Her eyes wide with tension, she grabbed the kid's shirt, lifted her slightly, then suddenly dropped her to the ground. It touched Chun Bok's body with its blood-stained claws. She screamed inside, hoping her mother would come to save her soon. Chun Bok was so scared she couldn't control herself and wet her pants. This evil monster was right behind her. I'm so scared, Mom. The zombie lifted its face to the sky, looking down at her with contempt. It opened its mouth, ready to devour Chun Bok alive, but then it froze for a long moment, as if sensing danger approaching. The zombies who had been lurking around also felt the threat. They panicked and ran away, leaving the kid stunned. Chun Bok was confused, not understanding what the hell was happening. She took a deep breath to catch the scent around her. Chun Bok quickly pinched her nose. What was that smell? Gross. It was extremely foul. What was it? Suddenly, a hand flew out of nowhere and grabbed her. It dragged Chun Bok across the ground, causing her to drop two candies from her pocket. The surroundings were so quiet that only the dungeon master's kid's footsteps could be heard as he pulled her along, hoping to have a playmate. Chun Bok reached out to grab the candy she dropped, but the boy heartlessly took it away. She looked back dumbfounded, staring at the dungeon master's kid with a confused gaze. His long arm held the candy he had stolen. The boy pulled out the candy and examined it carefully. Chun Bok quickly said, "Give my parents' candy back to me. I found it myself." The boy said nothing, just sniffed her with wide eyes. Suddenly, he glanced at her and popped the candy into his mouth. Seeing this, Chun Bok immediately sprayed a hard glue. She sobbed, "That was a gift I saved for my parents." The dungeon master's kid ignored her crying and chewed happily. Seeing that, she flew forward and punched him hard in the face. Chun Bok pinched the dungeon master's kid's cheek to force him to spit out the candy. He wasn't backing down, pinching her back. They traded pinches and hits for a while, neither willing to give up. She was determined to get her candy back. The boy grabbed Chun Bok's head. She wasn't having it either and opened her mouth wide. He retaliated. Chun Bok punched him repeatedly. "Let me go." Take this thunder punch from Chun Bok. Even with a bloody nose, the dungeon master's kid fought back, slapping her hard on the head. At this point, he couldn't take it anymore and ran away. Chun Bok's face was swollen and her hair messy from the fight. Despite the pain that made her tear up, she was proud. "You'll never outsmart me. That candy belongs to my parents." Around them were zombies craving human flesh. They looked at Chun Bok strangely. One screamed wildly as if terrified of her. The zombies staggered hesitantly. Suddenly, one sneezed at Chun Bok, then they all turned and ran away in panic. She wiped her nose and looked up at the dumbfounded zombies fleeing ahead. Their faces looked like they'd just seen a demon on their bodies. Chun Bok's snot dripped after the sneeze. She noticed a disgusting smell. Behind her was the dungeon master's kid. Chun Bok realized the smell was his. The two struggled again because one wanted to leave and the other wanted to play. Then Chun Bok felt something strange. She realized that because of that smell, she wasn't scared at all. Gathering courage, she decided to find her mother. "Wait for me, Mom. Chun Bok is coming." Then a chilling voice came from behind, making her jump. "I see. Che Gun. This smell is definitely the master of the kid in the dungeon." The voice silenced Chun Bok, fear rising so high she couldn't move. Turning slowly, two freaks, John and Chun, stared at her like she was a tasty snack. Their appearance terrified Chun Bok so much she couldn't scream. The guy, Che Gun, said she was human. Gon was amused because Chun Bok looked delicious. Facing these two scary monsters, Chun Bok just sat still as they teased her. This kid probably had contact with children before. This cheek is so soft, but how did she get here? Chun suggested they just take her back. Gon was excited since they already had a snack. Chun Bok trembled and begged, "Please, I still have to find my mom. Can you let me go find her?" Gon looked shocked, seeming to sympathize, but said she had no choice. "Then let me be your mom, little girl." Chun Bok didn't thank her and immediately refused. Gon teased the kid relentlessly. "Come on, Chun Bok, do you dare disobey your mom?" That made her silent, sweat dripping down her face. Seeing this, Che-gun interrupted, saying they should take Chun Bok to their father. Gon wanted to keep her for herself, but Che-gun reminded them they came to help their father eat the dungeon master. Gon didn't give up. "Go ahead, but at least let me eat one of her arms." Che-gun refused, but drool dripped down onto the ground. Looking at Chun Bok, he changed his mind. "But we should eat first," then asked Dad. "Why?" Those hungry eyes burned into Chun Bok. She trembled. "No, stop." Now Chun Bok just wished for the heavens because they were about to tear her apart. Inside, she was terrified, only wanting to see her mom quickly. At that moment, Chun Bok shuddered, feeling like she was about to be ripped apart like fresh meat, but with determination to find her mother, she bravely decided to take a risk with them. Chun Bok slowly opened her mouth. Just as she was about to say something after finishing the plan, the girl suddenly turned sharply to one side and called out with surprise, "Is that Mom?" Both Chun and John were led by her and turned their heads to check it out. Then all they saw was Chun Bok's figure turning around and running away like crazy without anyone noticing when it happened. The two stood there silently observing, secretly evaluating the lost juicy prey. Was it really that useless? But it looked even cuter than that. Then they also started walking, not giving up on the cat. Those two bloodthirsty monsters seemed fueled up to play a game of chase with Chun Bok. Meanwhile, the girl kept trying to save herself. Her exhausted body still struggled to escape. The two were chasing when suddenly Chun noticed something and stopped dead in his tracks when he saw what was right in front of him. Zombies appeared out of nowhere, unintentionally blocking their pursuit. Chun Bok was so scared he dove headfirst into the zombie horde. The girl turned back, looking at the enemy with tear-filled eyes. All that could be seen was Chun's hand raised high along with Gon's sharp claws. He frantically slashed through the zombies blocking his way. John followed, chasing and killing every single one, slicing them apart one by one. Chun Bok had no time left. He had to find his mom quickly. The two murder maniacs were crazily hacking and slashing, treating it like a game with the prize being human meat for a snack. Chun Bok kept turning to run, thinking he had to escape them fast. Gazan aimed at the girl, swinging her tail with all her might. That disgusting thing lunged at Chun Bok's desperate fear. Then the girl stumbled and fell. That lucky fall saved Chun Bok's life. Her tail stabbed into a zombie nearby. John glared with murderous intent, a bit annoyed that he had just lost the prey. Chun Bok escaped death, running headlong for the chance to get away. After a while, the girl managed to reach another dark place, leaning against the wall to rest a bit. Chun Bok, all alone, thought about the terrifying scene just now and couldn't help but shudder. Tears welled up again, trembling and fear growing stronger in the girl's mind. But Chun Bok still tried to move forward, softly calling out for Mom Gon Don and the others. Then a voice rang out, "Don't worry." Chun Bok was startled by the sudden voice. The dangerous gun had been chasing the girl all this time. He stuck his head out with a savage voice. "We're going to be your family. The hide-and-seek game is over now. So come here quickly." His hand reached out toward Chun Bok. The girl, tears streaming, begged, "Please don't. I just want to go home." Turning pain into strength, red veins like blood appeared on her hand despite the hopelessness. But Chun Bok still fiercely swung her arms to fight back. At that moment, it seemed the girl's hand affected Chun. The reaching hand was deeply wounded, blood spurting from the impact. Chun found it strange. He had been cut by something. Then Chun sensed something was wrong. His bloodshot eyes widened, staring at the strange cut on his hand. Not long after, he screamed as the wound on his palm slowly spread. The flesh-ripping pain flooded his whole body. "My hand is burning. What the hell did you do, brat?" Chun Bok was confused too. The girl noticed her thumb had grown a sharp black nail out of nowhere. That power from it saved Chun Bok. Gon, mouth full of blood, quickly devoured her food. She wondered what she should do now. Gon clearly walked forward. Where the hell is this place? And where's that gun? Did he dare to run off to enjoy that girl? I'm the one who should taste her first. Her skin is so soft. I didn't know kids' skin was this tender. She recalled Chun Bok's terrified face and got excited. Suddenly, she raised two fingers. Gazan sniffed her palm and smiled wickedly. "I want to taste her so bad. Her scent still lingers on my hand." Her saliva dripped on her hand, looking filthy and perverted. Where did she run off to? Cute Chun Bok. Suddenly, an arm grabbed Gon. She glanced back and saw Chun Bok's mom standing right behind her. Gon stared blankly at her face. It seemed she didn't know who Chun Bok's mom was. Elsewhere, Gon shouted curses at Chun Bok. The girl was terrified by his threats, constantly saying she didn't mean it because of the pain, but Gon yelled loudly. He wildly swung at Chun Bok, who tried to dodge and look away, but unexpectedly, he chopped off her arm. This left the girl confused, not understanding what was happening. Chun's hand fell to the ground with a thud, accompanied by his curses. Gon panted heavily. I'm going to chew you up alive if I see you again. Otherwise, I'll be really pissed. He spat venomous words. I'll chew your hand to bits until there's not a single bone left, and those tentacles around your hand. Gon's teeth cracked with a scream. The terrifying scene made Chun Bok tremble violently. His mind only wanted to end the girl quickly. Gon's eyes were filled with extreme hatred, thinking this time the girl was done for. But luck seemed to smile on Chun Bok. He got punched hard, groaned, and fell backward, his head smashing into a nearby wall. The girl's eyes widened in shock at the scene. Chun Bok glanced behind her. There was no one there, only a huge backpack on the ground. She couldn't figure out what was happening. After a moment, tears fell as she cried, calling out her father's name. Gon Don's face was full of fierce energy as he growled forward. He was furious that Gon dared to touch his daughter. Chun Bok clung tightly to Gon Don, who anxiously asked, Are you okay? I'm sorry. You must be really scared, right? Gon Don quickly noticed something strange about the girl's hand. Chun Bok burst into tears. I'm so scared, Mom was taken. A huge hand had grabbed her mom away. He held the girl close to comfort her. It's okay now. You don't need to say anything more. Gon Don tried to hide his helplessness, trying to appear strong in front of Chun Bok. After a moment, he stomped angrily on the ground near Gon, grabbing his hand. Gon's bones cracked with terrifying sounds. He cursed again. Who do you think you are? You think I'm stupid? I'll eat all of you. Seeing him call the girl, Gon was confused, not understanding what was going on. Gon Don instructed, Stay behind me. Once this is over, we'll go find Mom. Chun Bok understood and asked about her mom. Are you sure it's okay? Once we find Mom, we'll go home together. They talked like that, ignoring Gon, which made him furious. He charged like a storm. Gon Don calmly threw a brick without hesitation. It hit Gon's head hard, blood splattering everywhere. He pointed his finger at Gon's face, threatening, Don't swear in front of my daughter like that. It's not good for her. Gon got even more pissed hearing Gon Don and kept saying he'd kill him again. Gon Don grabbed another brick, ready to throw. He gathered all his strength and threw it straight ahead. Chun didn't hesitate, decisively blocking the shattered brick pieces with her bare hands. Now Gon could feel danger closing in on him. Another brick flew straight at Chun. He could only raise his arm to block the hit. Chun had to keep taking that damn damage. How the hell could something like this even hurt Gon Don? Gon Don pulled out each brick he had stashed in his bag. He kept throwing them nonstop at the guy. Gon Don just kept hurling bricks everywhere. He pushed himself to attack with everything he had, hoping to hit the guy's weak spot. The strike landed on Chun's leg with a sharp crack that hurt like hell. Then a brick hit the hand that was blocking just now, stinging just as bad. Gon Don kept smashing bricks into the guy's body. He had to crush that monster to bits for daring to put Chun's precious one in danger. Now a new problem popped up. His earlier enthusiasm turned into tension. Gon Don looked disappointed at his empty bag. Suddenly, Chun's tentacle grabbed him tight. Chun panicked, yelling helplessly that he couldn't do anything. The tentacle squeezed so hard Gon Don couldn't breathe. Gon laughed excitedly. You're out of bricks, huh? You were useless from the start. I can just heal myself. He pushed forward confidently. Now it's my turn. I'll slowly enjoy tearing your body apart. Even in this life or death situation, he still taunted Gon. The guy sneered, ready to kill Gon Don on the spot. Suddenly, Gon felt a chill down his spine. Sensing danger, he dodged to the side. Hai came running with her crutch and chopped off Chun's tentacle. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Her axe was stained with Chun's blood. Hai Ra's face was fierce, clearly declaring, This time he's definitely dead. She looked terrifying. Hai Ra glared at Gon. Get ready. Then she charged straight at him. Her scarf fluttered behind her like a flame burning in the dark. The blurry image showed a human and a monster fighting at lightning speed. Despite Hai throwing deadly blows one after another, Chun still dodged them lightly. Only when he was cornered did he start fighting back. Chun's face twisted with rage. He punched hard forward. Hai showed no fear and kept charging. Her crutch came into play, chopping off Chun's other arm. Gon Don sat in a corner, still holding Chun tight. He watched the fight in awe. Awesome. She's backed that monster into a corner with just a crutch. Gon Don boldly guessed she must have slaughtered hundreds before coming here. A question popped into his head. How does she still have the strength to fight like this? Chun, restrained, was curious. Who is that woman? Meanwhile, Hai Ra looked at him slyly. Got him. At that moment, memories thought long forgotten flooded Chun's mind. He recalled a question Gon once asked him. What do you think is the difference between monsters and humans? Chun hesitated, then answered, strength. She laughed in agreement and added, are monsters just dumber? Another voice interrupted them. As their father, he gave a deeper insight on humanity. Humans are cunning. They adapt easily, but are too weak to survive. He also mentioned the other side. Monsters like us are strong, but act only on instinct. Comparing the two, both have their strengths and weaknesses. Gon eagerly asked, what about us? The scene shifted to the human military base. The man answered without hesitation. We're not as weak as humans. Then came the interface of common monsters. He mocked them, saying they weren't as dumb as ordinary monsters. He firmly declared, we have the advantages of both humans and monsters. And the monsters don't dare mess with us. That means we're perfect creatures for survival in the end world. He believed hunters like them were the chosen ones. Be grateful for that. Chun obediently replied, yes, father. Gon was a bit mischievous. All right then. The man ordered, go find the child while I take down the Dangan boss. Use maternal instincts and you should catch it easily. Both of them said in unison, understood. The father looked at them a moment and said, all right, you may go. Back to reality. Gon Don's eyes widened like he saw something. He shouted, watch out behind you, Chun Bok. Worried for Hai, Chun started a fierce counterattack. I'll tear you apart first. Hai stepped back, gripping her sharp axe, ready to defend. Her eyes stared him down, wanting to see how far Chun could fight. She kept staring at him. Hai Rei was suddenly hit from behind. Back to Gazon and Chun Bok's mother. She frowned at her, confused. What the hell is that thing? At this moment, Chun Bok's mother transformed into a monster and growled angrily, relentlessly fighting back. Her glowing eyes made Gon think she had the same eyes as their father. She grimaced in pain. Gon guessed, she's a monster like us, but what's going on? Right then, Chun Bok's mother punched Gon hard in the face, cutting off his thoughts. Gon had to admit she was insanely strong, but she wasn't about to just take it. Gon's eyes glowed an eerie red. She stomped the ground, taunting. All right, let's see what you can do. Tentacles started to sprout from Gon's body. They wriggled grotesquely. Sharp spikes covered them, looking terrifying. She launched 2 huge tentacles at Chun Bok's mother. Gon taunted, try to block this if you can. In a dark, gloomy scene, her fierce face with glowing yellow eyes and cold, threatening gaze demanded, spill it now. Chun Bok's mother's hands revealed sharp claws. Strange blue veins appeared on her skin. She struck hard at Gon, shouting, where's Chun Bok? Damn, that attack twisted my whole body. Teeth clenched, enduring. Damn it. She became aggressive, rushing at her. Gon's tentacles were chopped into pieces by Chun Bok's mother's bare hands. Her legs moved so fast she dodged the tentacles aimed at her. Damn, I taunted. Stop dodging all the time. Come die. Chun Bok's mother sped through the tentacles. Suddenly, she was right in front of Gon. He froze. Before he could react, Gon was suddenly attacked by a sharp object from nowhere. Chun Bok's mother stood back, watching him. It sent a chilling vibe. Luckily, Ron blocked the blow just in time. Unfortunately, her hand was pierced through by the sharp tip. Tension exploded. Damn cold sweat dripping. Almost died. Chun Bok yanked the sharp weapon out of Gon's hand. She screamed in pain and cursed like crazy. She just stared at her, groaning miserably with cold, sharp eyes. Her body trembled in pain. Gon helplessly realized she couldn't do anything to her now. Her eyes suddenly widened as she looked down at her injured hand. Gon's hand was seriously wounded with a deep stab wound, obviously painful, but she didn't care. Gazon was stunned. My hand can't move, it's not healing on its own. I've lost feeling in my hand. Only now did I calmly check all the wounds I just got hit with. Wait, I didn't notice before, but those injuries aren't healing either. Gazon looked back at her severed tentacles still dripping blood. Ah, I looked at Chun Bok with a powerful aura and guessed this was poison. The more Gazon thought, the more she trembled. I can't beat her. She's so strong. What can I even do? What now? Gazon gritted her teeth and came up with a last resort. If that's the case, I have no choice but to use it. As soon as she finished the thought, she launched her intact tentacle. Gazon decisively cut off the injured parts of her body. At the last moment, she bit down hard on her bleeding hand with her sharp iron teeth. Gon groaned in pain. Chun Bok had been watching her with a puzzled, intense expression all along. She saw the bitten-off hand fall to the ground. Gon gasped for air, losing too much blood. After finishing what she needed to do, her face turned vicious. I'm gonna kill you, she said, then lunged forward with a fierce desire to win. Her eyes flashed with ferocity, fangs bared. Chun Bok launched her weapon, ready to attack. She snapped irritably. I don't have time, I have to find Chun Bok. Suddenly, she realized the tentacle was swinging straight at her face. At that moment, Gazon's face darkened. her eyes blazing red with a cruel plan. Blood still gushed from Gon's severed arm. She used her tentacle as bait, then flicked her blood straight into Chun Bok's eyes. She clutched her eyes in pain, staggering without balance. Once the plan succeeded, Gon quickly escaped. She dashed away like the wind. Got it done. Gon thought as she ran, I need to find help from Chun fast. No way I can kill that monster. If Chun's here, that's a different story. Back at Chun, he was beaten to a bloody mess. Chun was cornered against the wall with no escape. Gazan ran while shouting loudly, Where are you, Chun? Suddenly, she felt something behind her. Footsteps were closing in on Rayon step by step. You think you can run away? Chun Bok went crazier now. She rushed at her. Chun Bok's pupils dilated wildly. She shouted orders, Give me back my daughter, you kidnapper. Chun was beaten so badly there wasn't a spot left unbruised. He grimaced, gasping. What's that girl? She's just a human, nothing more. Chun looked at the blood dripping from his own broken arm. He really didn't understand. Chun looked at Hai-Ra standing in front of him, knowing the outcome was already set. How could this be? This is happening to me again. Hai-Ra finally broke the silence. You look so confused. She looked at him like she could read minds. You're wondering how a weak human is stronger than you, a monster. Chun focused as Hai-Ra spoke. Don't think too much about it. It's simple. She raised the broken axe and concluded firmly, because you're weaker than me. The axe swiftly chopped down on Chun. Hai-Ra's eyes gleamed with delight. Chun Bok had been behind watching every move of Hai-Ra. She looked at the axe and searched her hazy memories. That axe had once helped Chun Bok defeat a monster. She now realized it was Hai-Ra who helped her notice the strange look in her eyes when facing the enemy. Gon Don hurriedly said, Hey, can I ask you something? Hearing that, she froze. Hai turned to look at the two curious people. Chun Bok and Gon Don exchanged confused looks. Hai, who exactly are you? Hai wondered about the words he said. She was puzzled about the character Chun mentioned. After realizing the problem, he snarled angrily, You bastard, what are you doing? Chun Bok heard the noise and immediately turned to look at the girl. Her eyes widened, mouth agape in surprise. The girl's eyes reddened with joy. Even Gon Don noticed that. He looked ahead and shouted, Chun Bok's mom. The girl excitedly called out, Mom. At that moment, a figure flew past them. The two stiffened, confused. Hai-Ra dashed like lightning toward Chun Bok's mom. Gon Don hurried to stop her. Wait, stop. I said stop. Hai-Ra ignored him. She looked at Chun Bok's mom and asked, Who is this woman? Is she an accomplice of that monster? Then Hai-Ra decisively attacked. The woman was not weak. She quickly counterattacked. At the same time, Gun's voice rang out. Hai-Ji was startled. He grabbed her hand and shouted, Don't even think about touching my wife, my wife. For God's sake, listen to me. Hai struggled helplessly. Gundon, why are you letting me go so easily? Despite her struggles, he held on tight. She shouted, I said stop. Chun Bok's mom nearby didn't stay silent either. She angrily questioned, Why did you come here? Don't you know how dangerous this place is? There are countless monsters here. Gon Don avoided the sharp gaze staring at him. He hurriedly explained, When my family was in danger, I had to come save them. While they talked, Hai-Ra kept struggling. Gon Don looked annoyed. Hey, stop it now. Hai-Ra snapped, Let me go. He finally decided to compromise. Fine, stop it. Chun Bok's mom was losing her calm. She looked around. Where is Chun Bok? My little Chun Bok. Gon Don looked at her puzzled. Chun Bok. She held her head, blaming herself. I should have protected her. What if something happened to her? What should I do now? Gon Don tried to calm her. Calm down. Before Chun Bok could finish, a child's voice rang out, Mom. Chun Bok's mom quickly looked toward the sound. The girl cried as she ran to the woman, calling out loudly. Mom. Chun Bok hurried to soothe her own anxiety. I tried my best to escape the trap. She also asked about her mom. Mom, are you hurt anywhere? She cried but felt incredibly happy inside. She opened her arms, sobbing. The girl ran to her immediately. They hugged tightly, overjoyed. Chun Bok kept calling her mom. Chun Bok's mom held her daughter crying and apologizing. I'm sorry for losing you, my little girl. The more she hugged Chun Bok, the more she comforted her. I'll never lose you again. She also cheered, Good job, Chun Bok. Gundon watched them tear up, moved. Chun Bok smiled at her, grateful to Hai-Ra. Thanks for helping my family. She looked at Chun Bok's finger that had transformed. In the heated atmosphere, H-Ra's face twisted with anger and a scowl. Her teeth clenched like she was holding back everything she could. But everything had already crossed Hai's limit. She didn't want to let it slide and immediately spoke her mind. It's ridiculous. Everyone turned to look at H with confusion. She criticized Chun Bok's mom's actions. She brought her kid to this dangerous place, and instead of keeping her child safe as a parent should, she put her in harm's way. Look at what happened today because of her carelessness. The more Ra saw Chun Bok's finger, the more fiercely she spoke. She didn't even realize the changes in her own kid. What kind of mother is she? She looked at Chun Bok's mom with pure dissatisfaction. Honestly, Ji kept throwing cold water on everything. How could a monster even understand these things? Gon Don had been silent all this time, but Ra was pushing him to his limit too. Sorry, I overestimated your help. But you've gone way too far. Gon Don admitted it was all his fault from the start, but she was blaming his wife. Before he could finish, a hand suddenly stopped him. No stranger, it was Chun Bok's mom. She stood blocking his way. Gon Don wore a confused expression. Honey, what's wrong? Chun Bok's mom's eyes showed deep regret. She really didn't want things to get this bad. Chun Bok looked at her mom worriedly. The girl quietly called out to her mom. Chun Bok's mom grabbed one of his hands, while her other hand silently spelled out words. Gon Don watched every move of his wife. What do you want to say? While Chun Bok's mom was busy writing, he skillfully translated, Thank you for saving my daughter's life. Everything that happened to her is my fault. After we gather some supplies here, we'll head to the village, hoping to get her treated. Chun Bok's mom didn't forget to express gratitude. I have nothing to repay you now, but I promise to return your kindness in the future. May I ask your name? Hi, coldly replied. Hi Lee, I'm Chun Bok's friend. Ra looked at them with a displeased face. Chun Bok's mom and Gon Don eyed her suspiciously. Gon Don silently judged. Isn't she a bit fake to be Chun Bok's friend? He asked Chun Bok, Is she really your friend? The girl happily confirmed, Yeah, she's my friend, Dad. Then she whined, You're such a pain. How could you hide this from us, Chun Bok? With a pitiful face, she explained, I'm sorry, but Ji told me not to tell Mom and Dad. Even though I'm scared of Dad, she still protects me. But she's not a bad person. She's really good to me. Gon Don still shouted, How can you say that? Isn't wandering around alone enough? Ra had enough of listening and stepped in to stop them. Ra admitted, It was my fault for asking her to keep it a secret. But that doesn't matter anymore because nothing's happened so far, right? Yet she showed caution. Anyway, there are fewer monsters here since it's far from the center. But this is definitely not a suitable environment for a child. Let's find some necessary supplies if you two have time to talk. With that, Ra turned and walked away. Chun Bok happily ran after her. Chun Bok's mom had been silent all along. Her hand holding the stretcher suddenly realized something. She remembered when she was attacked, was the one who helped her. Gon Don looked at his wife puzzled, then spoke. So can you please answer me one question? Hi, stop and turn to listen. Then the couple looked full of suspicion. Hi, who exactly are you? Hi was silent for a moment before answering. I already said, I'm her friend. Don't ask any more and just show me the way, we're running out of time. Gon Don and Chun Bok's mom didn't ask further and decided to set off. Somewhere, in a dark corner, a hand was groping around, searching for something. They reached a room filled with all the necessary supplies. A zombie holding a bottle of wine charged at them fiercely but was immediately decapitated before it could react. Ra stood before the pile of zombie corpses, scanning the room to confirm. Suddenly, Gon Don's surprised voice caught her attention. Chun Bok and her dad's eyes lit up, disbelief and drooling as they saw a box full of food. Gon Don almost cried with joy, quickly stuffing the supplies into his backpack. Now we can pay for Chun Bok's treatment. All we have to do is get to the village. Chun Bok only cared if she could eat the chocolate. Hearing her dad say yes, her face lit up like a flower. Ra stood aside, smiling gently at Chun Bok. Chun Bok's mom stood behind her, still suspicious. Being her daughter's friend couldn't be the only reason she was here. Judging by how she handled the monsters, she was definitely not ordinary. Watching her daughter happily share chocolate with Ra, she couldn't deny Chun Bok's survival was thanks to her. The more she thought about it, the more murderous her expression became. But something about her made her uneasy. She was seriously suspicious. Chun Bok and Hai didn't notice Chun Bok's mom staring at them. They kept laughing and joking happily. The zombies gradually scattered and left. Chun Bok's mom hid behind, relieved that they were all gone. The three left that room. Gon Don instructed his daughter, You have to stay quiet, Chun Bok. The girl, unguarded, hugged her dad's backpack and fell asleep. Suddenly, Chun Bok's mom froze like she realized something. Approaching, she immediately got into a battle-ready stance. Gon Don asked confused, What's wrong, honey? Sweat poured down Chun Bok's mom's face as she heard a sound. It came from the dark place ahead of them. The screeching grew clearer in the shadows. It got closer to their ears until a giant pair of hands lunged at them. In an instant, everyone was startled by it. Chun Bok's mom hurriedly urged them to run back the other way. The three tried to escape those huge hands that seemed capable of grabbing all of them at once. But after a few steps, they had to stop because many monsters blocked the path. Their hungry eyes locked onto them. But then they got scared and ran off when they saw the giant hands chasing the three, running for their lives, not knowing what to do next. The monsters split into two groups, chasing two paths. They didn't know which way to go. Suddenly, the giant hands swept past Gon Don, grabbing monsters and blocking the right path. Gon Don panicked as one path was trapped and the other blocked. Haiji seemed to silently understand the monsters' plan to block their way. Chun Bok's mom warned, "The dungeon boss is trying to trick us. We have to get out of here immediately." Behind them, three glowing red eyes appeared. The three could only run. Hoping it was the way out, they managed to escape the giant's grasp. They almost got caught, but even worse, when they ran in, it was a dead end. Chun Bok clicked her tongue and stepped forward to attack. Behind them appeared a huge savage monster, drooling uncontrollably as it tried to force out a few words. "Let me take a look." The dungeon master glanced over Gon Don and then Hyra, but said neither was the one. Then her gaze stopped on Chun Bok. The dungeon master noticed her yellow eyes. Long smiled and concluded, "Finally, I found you." The dark, gloomy room was silent. The dungeon master trembled inside. This body feels a bit more comfortable now. She opened her eyes wide and began to roar. She twisted and cracked every joint, feeling this body was better than hers. Thought the dungeon master's eyes were truly warm and full of nutrients. "I won't have to look for a new body anytime soon. So where are those guys?" She stood up and took steps forward to stand before Gon's tentacles. The dungeon master wondered what they were planning. Following footprints, she moved toward the gloomy dungeon. Seeing the scene around her, she couldn't help but get angry. The dungeon master cursed silently. "Damn it, I'll kill them all." Gazon, though, lying scattered on the ground, still trying to crawl forward. The dungeon master approached. She asked bluntly, "Who did this to you?" Hearing the voice, Gazon startled and turned around. Before he could react, she clamped his mouth shut with one hand. She immediately ordered, "I know you're surprised, but I don't care. Answer me now. Who did this to you?" Gon started tearing up in fear, just catching his breath. He stammered that it was the monster with eyes like a human. "Father, it turns out she." The dungeon master had been controlled by Father. Inside her body, he smiled slyly. "Finally, I found you." The monster with yellow eyes returned to the present. Chun Bok stood before her. Though cautious, her attitude was still fierce. Gon Don, seeing him talking to her, was surprised. "You know that monster?" Chun Bok immediately denied it. She wondered silently. It never spoke before. The only change was that tumor. Chun Bok looked into her eyes and guessed that was the reason for the change. "But why do I feel so familiar? Maybe because we share the same eye color? So who is this really?" Father's giant hand slammed the ground hard. He said, "Do you know what I had to go through to find you? But I never expected you to be this close. It's time for you to give back the body you stole from me." Gon Don asked fearfully, Chun Bok, "Did you steal something from that monster?" But she still denied it. "I don't know. I don't understand what that monster is talking about." Hearing her, Father understood. "You don't recognize me. Probably you can't recognize me in this form." His eyes turned dangerous. "I don't care if you remember me or not. I will kill you and take back that body." The yellow eyes on the dungeon master's chest glowed eerily. Hyra clenched her axe, ready to fight. She told Gon Don to protect Chun Bok. He anxiously said, "Are you planning to fight that thing?" Hyra didn't want to argue. "Don't bother me and just stay behind." She was about to move forward when Chun Bok's hand stopped her. Hyra didn't understand what Chun Bok was planning. Chun Bok decided, "If I can't kill it, at least I have to stop it. To do that, this is the only way." She gathered all her strength, preparing. "I'll have to endure extreme pain while using this, but there's no other choice." Chun Bok's hand started to swell with blue and red veins. A tentacle with sharp claws suddenly sprouted. She endured the pain to control the tentacle. Gon Don looked at his wife in shock. "Are you really going to use that to fight?" After his cautious reminder, Chun Bok charged forward, determined to cut the monster in half. But behind Gon Don and Hyra, a bunch of other monsters appeared. Hyra cursed under her breath and rushed to support. The tentacle struggled, covered in poison. Father sneered, "I knew you were holding it. Now I'll take back what's mine." He commanded the giant hands beneath him to charge. Chun Bok quickly dodged aside to avoid them. The veins on Father's hands began to burst non-stop. He groaned in pain, glared at Chun Bok. "Do you know what I had to go through to get this body? And yet you dare to smash my hands." The giant hands couldn't avoid the consequences either. The next attack from Chun Bok moved toward him. She thought silently, "I can't use both hands anymore because they're completely necrotic." Father kept groaning in pain. Chun Bok tried her best to end the fight quickly, but suddenly something wrapped tightly around her leg. Chun Bok, surprised, reflexively looked down. Gon Don stood outside, watching fearfully. The thing wrapping Chun Bok's leg was Father's tongue. He asked, "How do you like my performance skill?" But she didn't understand what was going on. Father laughed excitedly. I'm glad you came all this way to see me. How thoughtful. Chun Bok tried to shoot the tentacle forward, but suddenly something shook her, and she couldn't react. The dungeon master used his tongue to fling her up to the ceiling. Gon Don gasped, horrified, looking up. Both he and Chun Bok were scared and worried for her. Chun Bok was then slammed hard onto the ground. Chun Bok looked at her mother injured, tears welling up. She was thrown onto the hard floor, pain shooting through her body. The sound of bones breaking echoed in her ears. Chun Bok's eyes gradually revealed everything as she saw herself running. She wondered, where am I going and why? Then suddenly, she felt something behind her head. Chun Bok sprouted a bunch of sharp tentacles. The ground where she was thrown became a deep hole. She was then slammed down hard again. The sound of bones cracking inside her rang out clearly. Chun Bok cried even harder seeing her mother like that. Father evaluated, is that all you have when using my power? So disappointing. Chun Bok's tentacles lay on the bloody ground. Father sneered. Do you really think a tiny creature like you can fight me? How stupid. Blame yourself for being so cocky with that power. Chun Bok, who had been watching her mother collapse, couldn't sit still anymore. She jumped out of Gon Don's arms, surprising him. She cried and ran toward her mother, shouting, Don't hurt Mom anymore. Hai Ra, fighting monsters on the sidelines, saw Chun Bok in danger and told Gon Don, What are you doing? Catch her. Gon Don was running toward Chun Bok when a sharp hand appeared beside him. He quickly raised his sword to block but still worried about his daughter. He tried to shout to stop Chun Bok from running there, but she insisted on going to her mother. Tears and snot streamed down her face as she tried to protect her mom. Chun Bok was still dazed, feeling the tentacles behind her head. Terrified, this is too dangerous. I can feel it inside my bones. I have to get rid of this. Chun Bok wrapped her arms behind, trying to break free. Rang out clearly. Chun Bok looked at her mother and cried even louder. Father assessed, is that all you've got when using my power? Disappointing. Chun Bok's mother's tentacles lay on the bloody ground. Father sneered, do you really think a tiny creature like you can fight me? How stupid. Blame yourself for being so cocky with that power. Chun Bok, watching her mother collapse, couldn't stay still anymore. She jumped out of Gon Don's arms, surprising him. The girl cried and ran toward her mother, shouting, Don't hurt Mom anymore. Hai, fighting monsters on the sidelines, saw Chun Bok in danger and told Gon Don, What are you doing? Catch her. Gon Don was running toward Chun Bok. Then a sharp hand appeared nearby. He quickly raised his sword to block, but still worried about his daughter. He tried yelling to stop Chun Bok from running over, but she insisted on going to her mother. Tears and snot streamed down. She desperately tried to protect her mom. Chun Bok's mother was still dazed, feeling tentacles behind her head. Utterly confused, this is too dangerous. I can feel it in my bones. I have to get rid of this. She wrapped her arms behind, trying to break free. Struggling free from that mass of tentacles. She strained so hard that the veins popped out all over her face, but finally, she managed to throw them off her head. As soon as she freed herself, Chun Bok's mom collapsed down, exhausted. She gasped for breath, glancing behind her, still figuring out what to do next. Chun Bok's mom's eyes widened in shock as a hand slowly emerged from that pile of tentacles, inching closer to her. They grew huge and cautiously approached. Panic-stricken, sweat pouring down her face, she stared at that terrifying thing. Suddenly, those claws lunged rapidly toward her, but Chun Bok's mom was powerless. She could only sit frozen, watching it and hoping it wouldn't get any closer. Fearful, she covered her ears, bracing for whatever was coming, when Chun Bok's voice rang out, defending her. Stop, don't hurt my mom. At that moment, Chun Bok's mom, who had been motionless, suddenly snapped her eyes open wide, struggling to sit up and calm herself. That was Chun Bok's voice. The girl running up to shield her mom, shouting loud, If you hit my mom again, I'll beat you up. Despite being terrified, Chun Bok stood her ground, pointing right at her dad. Chun Bok's mom looked at her daughter with a broken heart, urging her to run away. Hai and Gon Don, fighting monsters nearby, also watched Chun Bok anxiously. Chun Bok's mom was in pain and helpless, unable to move because of the recent shock, but she had to protect Chun Bok. The space fell into complete silence with only Chun Bok facing her dad. He stared at her for a moment, then spoke, So you're Chun Bok, huh? I have a question for you. Hey kid, what exactly are you? He looked at little Chun Bok, guessing, Are you human? But those weird fingers make me doubt it. Or maybe a monster. His tone was somewhat amused. Interesting. How did you manage to take a part of my body? Chun Bok didn't answer. She just burst into tears. I don't know. Just don't hit my mom anymore. Idiot. Chun Bok's mom watched her innocent daughter, unable to get up and stop her. What are you thinking? Huh, Dad? His fierce gaze assessed. Is it because she's too young to talk properly? At least I've learned a few useful things. Both Chun Bok and her mom looked terrified at the huge thing before them. The father raised one giant hand. I'll find out more when I dissect you too. You all, get out of here. I ran wildly, fighting monsters and shouting Chun Bok's name. Chun Bok's mom pushed her daughter back. Run. It's dangerous here. She ordered Chun Bok to flee, but the girl kept crying, stubbornly refusing. I won't abandon mom. I'll protect her. Chun Bok's mom looked at her daughter with deep sorrow. She fell into self-blame, feeling pathetic. Even Chun Bok hadn't given up yet, but she convinced herself her daughter was stronger than her. Get up and move. Chun Bok's mom began controlling the tentacle. She hugged Chun Bok tightly, determined, I have to protect my family because I'm her mother. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared behind her. That huge hand slammed hard onto the ground. Hai Jiang stared dumbfounded at the massive thing before him. Gon Don was equally shocked by what was happening. Then the father laughed excitedly, praising, Now, that's what I call fighting back. Suddenly, he noticed something. He looked at his hand, which was gradually turning black and worn down. But that wasn't all. More surprises came as the dungeon master got attacked. He couldn't grasp what was going on. The speed was increasing, and his hand kept exploding, piece by piece, flesh and skin. He still couldn't react or fight back. It's her. His eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening. She awakened in this situation. Chun Bok's mom had become more terrifying than ever. After those physical attacks, the dungeon master's body was no longer intact. Gon Don watched in disbelief. Its flesh was melting away. He was utterly confused, wondering what the hell was going on. Chun Bok happily looked at her mom as the tentacle appeared. Chun Bok's mom fought while protecting her daughter. The father wasn't scared. Instead, he cheerfully said, This is getting interesting. Now give it your all. The pounding footsteps. And suddenly, the monsters scattered in panic. They all wanted to get out. They fled like they were escaping something behind them. A child appeared, slowly walking with a pleading voice. Play with me. Its steps were slow, carrying a hint of savagery. It called out, Mom. The father was now completely furious. How dare you destroy my precious new body? I underestimated you. Standing before Chun Bok's mom, he admitted, I tried to be merciful, but you crossed the line. His voice was eerily terrifying. Both his hands had recovered and quickly lunged at the three of them. Seeing the giant hand approaching, it targeted the corpses instead. The father controlled the dungeon master's body, opening its mouth wide, immediately swallowing all the corpses it had collected, chewing voraciously. Gon Don was baffled, not understanding what was happening. The dungeon master's body grew even bigger than before, now with an extra leg. Its hungry expression was more terrifying than ever. Its twisted body lost balance but stood up. Chun Bok gaped in amazement, unable to hold back her exclamation. It's huge. Gon Don was scared by the current situation, guessing, Are we doomed now? Can we even beat it? Killing it seems impossible. We can't even run away. What should we do now? Suddenly, something made Gon Don bend down, puzzled about why Chun Bok's mom was handing her daughter to him. But she just growled without saying a word. Gon Don understood her intention and stopped her. You can't fight it. Never. Don't even think about it. There has to be a way for us to escape together. He trembled, pleading helplessly. So please don't go. You might die. The image of the bloody tentacles on the ground flashed in his mind. Tears streaming down, Gon Don's face was suddenly hugged tightly. Chun Bok's mom smiled warmly to reassure him. Trust me, I'll be back soon. She tried to convince him and herself. It's okay, don't worry. Gon Don clenched his hands, blaming himself helplessly. I'm sorry for being weak. I'll protect Chun Bok with my life. So don't worry about her. You're an amazing mom. Both father and son united to encourage her. Go destroy that monster. After talking with her family, Chun Bok's mom lit a fire of spirit. She slowly stepped forward. Chun Bok's father and son stared in shock at the brutal scene. Hai Ji was horrified by what was happening before them, also pushed back by the aftershock. Chun Bok, though scared, kept calling for her mom. The father was a bit curious. I don't understand your actions. You want to risk danger to protect your family? I have a family too, but I've never seen anyone sacrifice themselves like you. Parents come first, and children obey my orders. He kept talking, to repay the ones who raised us, that's what a real family is. Chun Bok's mom attacked him with firm conviction. That's not family. You treat your children like slaves too, satisfying only your selfish desires. You don't deserve to be called a parent. With that, she unleashed two tentacles lunging forward. Ah! The father heard that voice and turned around in surprise, but he managed to shield himself just in time. Looking at the melting flesh, he couldn't help but sigh. What a pain. Then the father forcefully swung his fist toward Chun Bok's mother. She couldn't dodge the violent punch and had no choice but to endure it. But then Chun Bok's mother used her clawed hand to jab straight into his flesh. Ah, The sharp little tentacle quickly stabbed into the father's flesh. Then came a series of strikes to other spots. Chun Bok's mother followed his hand to get closer. But other parts of his body also started moving. They quickly closed in on Chun Bok's mother. Then, decisively, he grabbed her tightly. He sneered, "You little pest, you broke my arm, so I'll crush your bones and organs." Saying that, the father's grip tightened even more. Chun Bok's mother was squeezed so tightly she struggled to break free. "I'm gonna lose consciousness." Suddenly, the father felt dizzy and unsteady. He gradually released Chun Bok's mother and collapsed to his knees. The father looked down to assess what was happening. He realized his leg was injured. Chun Bok's mother hadn't reacted yet because she had just escaped the dungeon master's grasp when she heard H's call. That was why her leg got hurt. She warned, "I'll buy time. Hurry up and kill that monster." At that moment, she loudly urged Chun Bok's mother to act fast. Chun Bok's mother snapped back to reality and replied, "I'll do it without you having to say a word." Then she charged forward like an arrow to attack him. H also rushed in alongside her. The two worked together in perfect sync. Gon Don stood aside holding Chun Bok, amazed. They really know how to fight. Both father and son believed that Chun Bok's mother and H would win the battle. But then they were startled by a faint voice somewhere, "Come play with me." Through the thick smoke appeared a child repeatedly saying the same phrase. Chun Bok saw the child and immediately recognized him as the dungeon master's son. The lifeless eyes slowly approached Chun Bok's mother. She thought to herself she had to protect the kid, even if it meant risking her life. While fighting back, she also resolved to get her family out of there. H looked serious. "Should I follow Chun Bok's mother and leave here?" She swung a strong slash, blood splattering everywhere. If they left those two behind, at least she could protect Chun Bok. Chun Bok's mother struggled in pain inside. Then it seemed she found her own answer. Both silently vowed, "We'll kill that lump of flesh and get out of here together." Facing the father controlling the dungeon master's body, he stomped hard, shaking the ground violently. He clenched his hands so tight that the twisted muscles on this body made a sound like something snapping in half. Cho screamed wildly with fiery red eyes blazing. Suddenly, he shouted, "You foolish creatures! You will all die." B made a wrong decision. His yellow eyes seemed to decide everything. The dungeon master's innocent son walked alone through the smoky, pitch-black night. Gon Don, holding Chun Bok, noticed the boy and shouted mockingly, "The kid smells awful." Then he yelled, "That's the monster that scared you and surprised me." Then Chun Bok added, "That thing can stretch its arm long and hit you." Gon Don comforted his daughter, "Leave it to me to handle." He looked at the boy with tense, cold eyes, sweat beading on his face. At that moment, the boy looked back. Father and son realized Chun Bok was the one fighting them and got angry. She faced the boy with deep annoyance. Because she was in her father's arms, Chun Bok wasn't scared at all. She stuck out her tongue to tease the dungeon master's son. This move made the boy want to play along, but Gon Don stood up and kicked the dungeon master's son, making the boy freeze in place. The dungeon master's son looked confused, wanting to play, but Gon Don kicked him away. Gon Don was surprised looking at the boy. "When he's weaker than me, a weak monster like that, how can he even be here?" Monsters usually run away whenever they sense danger. He recalled how the monsters scattered and fled when the boy appeared, which was puzzling. Suddenly, a noise nearby caught the three's attention. The boy accidentally looked that way and discovered something, exclaiming, "Want to play together." The father controlling the dungeon master's body suddenly screamed loudly from nowhere. The boy was shocked, watching his mother's possessed body. The dungeon master's son whispered something to himself. That expression shocked Gon Don deeply. He stared at the boy, stunned. The dungeon master charged forward at terrifying speed, kicking up thick dust, blood splattering in the midst of a brutal attack. Hai Jiang sat leaning against the wall, his body covered in wounds after the attack. Chun Bok's mother, covered in blood, was breathing heavily with soft coughs. The father swung his hand, grabbing her up high with a proud smile. Seeing this, he arrogantly reminded, "This is reality. Whether you give up everything for your family or hide immense power in your body, none of it makes a difference. All you have left now is despair. How can you still be so stubborn?" Chun Bok's mother growled angrily, her eyes shining brighter as she stared into his powerful gaze. Comparing it to the eye on her chest, he found them eerily similar. He confirmed his suspicion. "Those eyes say you haven't given up yet." Just as he said that, he controlled the monster to open its mouth. The monster slowly brought her into its mouth, ready to devour her whole. The father announced, "Now, die." But her eyes seemed never to give up, radiating strength and fearlessness of death. Suddenly, Gon Don's loud shout surprised her and H. He demanded the father take his filthy hands off his wife. The dungeon master looked down, stunned. Gon Don held the dungeon master's son up high, threatening the boy with danger. Meanwhile, Chun Bok shouted, "Give me back my mother." Seeing this, the father guessed, that must be the leader's son. "What do you plan to do with him?" Chun Bok's mother hurriedly stopped them from getting closer and urged them to run. Gon Don was a bit scared, insisting on keeping the boy hostage and wanting the father to release his wife. Little did he know this body had long been possessed by the father. He calmly said, "Are you trying to stir sympathy from me? A pointless effort." That statement shocked Gon Don. He asserted, "You can't change anything." Before he finished, the father's hand suddenly twitched. That reaction shocked the father deeply. Not giving up, Gon Don tried to warn. "If you say that, you won't care even if I hurt him, right? Really?" He tried to awaken the dungeon master's maternal instincts. The boy's voice echoed in his ears. Suddenly, the father's hand trembled violently again. More than that, he realized he was gradually losing control of this body. The kid, tears streaming down his face, looked at his mother's body, desperate to reach her and reunite. Suddenly, the mind inside the dungeon master's body seemed to fight back successfully, awakening the reason of the mind masteress. The dungeon master suddenly recalled the things she had done with the kid. Back then, the mother and child were so peaceful and happy. Those images kept flooding back non-stop, the kid's face incredibly adorable when he called her mother. She trembled, crying loudly, calling out to her child. This made the one controlling the body stunned. He had to be cautious once again. "I'm gradually losing control because of such trivial emotions that can't be allowed." He tried to take back control of the body and regain dominance. He guessed that this body was really being agitated by that kid, or maybe it was the body's own instinct. He kept thinking, finally concluding, "Then I should take back my body." Lost in thought, Chun Bok's mother escaped without him noticing. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Chun Bok's mother in the air, wielding a mace, ready to attack. At this moment, he was also in a battle-ready state. Suddenly, an axe flew straight at his hand, slicing it and splattering blood everywhere. Hi-Ra down below swung a club at him, gasping for breath, trying to squeeze out a warning not to mess things up. Up above, not missing the chance, Chun Bok's mother attacked him. The controlling eye of the father could only blink, unable to react. Chun Bok's mother scratched a line, making blood spray everywhere. The dungeon master's core tried to break free from the father's control. My child, Gon Don, looked at her proudly because his wife had done it. Hi-Ra down below watched, exhaling tiredly. Chun Bok wasn't outdone and praised her. "Absolutely amazing." Chun Bok's mother struck the father, causing a tumor to fly out. She used her arm's strength and thought about what she needed to do next, kill the father. She swung her hand, preparing to grab him. Suddenly, his yellow eyes flashed with a sinister glow. She reached out to finish him off, but suddenly the father used a tentacle to stab straight into her hand. That made Chun Bok's mother jerk her hand back, spraying blood everywhere. What the hell is he doing? Her hand trembled violently as the tentacle pierced her palm. Seeing this, he smiled with satisfaction. That move made Chun Bok's mother furious, rushing forward with fierce glowing eyes, a mad smile, and a powerful attack that tore through the air. Something flashed past her face. Gazan attacked immediately, forcing Chun Bok's mother to dodge to the side. She glanced at Chun Bok's mother with extreme anger. Chun Bok was stunned seeing her appear. Gon's action made Chun Bok fall from a great height. She was thrown hard to the ground, trying to calm herself to fight through the terrible pain. She couldn't understand why she always appeared at moments like this. Gazan flew past, grabbing Chun Bok's parents below. Seeing this, Chun Bok and Gon Don were extremely anxious, reminding, "Quickly, get out of the way and come here." She was helpless, leaving her fate to chance. The giant monster reached out its hand toward Chun Bok's mother. Her face full of wounds was shocked. But before she could do anything, the monster suddenly fell in the dark, blurry space. Somewhere, Gon Don and Chun Bok's voices could be heard asking questions. The father and son searched for Chun Bok and Hi-Ra through the smoke. She grabbed her injured arm and turned to answer. Chun Bok saw Hai-Ji and ran to hug her leg. Hai-Ji immediately asked about Chun Bok. The girl acted like she was fine. Behind Gon Don asked where his wife was. Hai looked and replied, "Right in front of us." That made him confused. A gust of wind blew, revealing Chun Bok's mother standing in the misty smoke. She stood watching the dungeon master lying there, covered in blood. Chun Bok's mother was a bit disappointed she hadn't killed that flesh mass, but at least the battle was over. The dungeon master, full of wounds and blood, lay breathing. She thought if she took out the dungeon master leader now, it would be easier for them to get the items here. And this was the only chance. Chun Bok's mother, with blazing yellow eyes full of sharpness, raised her sharp claws and moved forward to finish the dungeon master. But she suddenly stopped immediately when the dungeon master's child grabbed her. The kid looked at Chun Bok's mother with tears, calling Mom. Seeing this, she stretched with all her might to reach her son. Hai and Gon Don didn't want to witness this helpless scene. Chun Bok was equally stunned. The kid looked at Chun Bok's mother innocently, crying loudly, calling Mom. She was a bit surprised by this scene. As someone who already had a child, she sighed deeply. Then Chun Bok's mother quickly slashed with her sharp claws. The claws stabbed straight into the dungeon master's body, making her scream loudly. But the sharp claws sucked the dungeon master's blood. The kid thought she was killing his mother, so he cried out in fear, yelling, "Mom!" The dungeon master angrily struck Chun Bok's mother, hoping she would stop. Seeing this, Chun Bok felt a bit heartbroken and called her father. Gon Don happily comforted the girl, saying her mother was trying to help the dungeon master. Chun Bok was a bit surprised, not understanding what her father meant. Finally, Chun Bok's mother pulled out her sharp claws after completing her intention. She turned angrily to the dungeon master's child, powerless, shouting, "Don't hit me anymore. It really hurts." The kid, scared, pulled back his hand, sobbing with tears. The dungeon master's son froze. His face suddenly stiffened in surprise. The dungeon master sat up and took her child. The kid was extremely surprised, his face blank. Finally, he understood everything. The kid cried even louder. The dungeon master's son spread his arms toward his mother, who also tried her best to reach the kid. They quickly hugged each other tightly. Now both were covered in tears from overwhelming happiness. Chun Bok's mother stood watching them like the rest of us. Although she was a terrifying monster, she was also a mother who loved her child just like any other. This was the right thing to do. And then everything ended. Just as the thought finished, Chun Bok called out to her mother from behind. The girl happily jumped onto her. "You startled me, kid." The girl, with rosy cheeks, hugged her mother tightly, showing affection. "Let's go home, Mom." Finally, all four turned their backs and left this place. Gon Don said while walking, "You two should get treated as soon as possible." But Haiji replied she just wanted peace. Chun Bok didn't forget to wave goodbye to the dungeon master's child. The kid looked a bit surprised at her but still waved back innocently. In the dark dungeon, Gon suddenly asked his father, "Will he be okay since he can't absorb the dungeon master leader anymore?" The old man replied, "I'm fine, and I've already drained enough nutrients from that body." She was sad and rich, so what should we do next? The father continued, "We will hunt down that monster and her daughter." Gazan asked in surprise, "But how?" "We don't even know where they are," he answered. "You don't need to worry about that because I have a way to find them. All I need is to recover the missing parts of my body, and I'll be complete since I no longer depend on absorbing energy from other bodies. Tell all the cannibal group members to bring that mother and child back to me at all costs." With a new form, he naturally gave the order. The deserted embankment scene of the city, the terrifying growls of zombies echoed fiercely. They tried to move as quietly as possible to avoid attracting the zombies' attention. Chun Bok's mom and Gon Don carefully tiptoed step by step. At that moment, blood was dripping continuously somewhere, creating noise that allowed the zombies to catch the scent. Two creepy, agile zombies quickly arrived at the source of the smell. They seemed ravenous as they stared at the bloodstains on the ground. It turned out all that blood was left by H at a building. Footsteps and heavy breathing could be heard. Finally, they returned home safely. Everyone was exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Chun Bok asked her parents if they were tired. Gon Don also inquired about the condition of the mother and daughter, and both were fine. Then Gon Don suddenly remembered. "Wait, where's H? She was supposed to be behind us." He turned around and looked back, only to see Hai's stretcher lying there. It turned out she had collapsed from exhaustion on the ground without anyone noticing. A voice rang out, "Pain, pain. Go away, no pain stays here. My hands will heal the wounds." H slowly opened her eyes, tiredly blinking, and then sighed deeply. As soon as she opened her eyes, Hai saw Chun Bok's worried face calling her name nonstop. Hai struggled to speak. "Do you? Come here." Chun Bok panicked even more, tears falling. "Who's Soe?" "I'm Chun Bok." "Hai, don't you remember who I am?" After saying that, the girl sobbed loudly and clung tightly to Hai, causing her pain. Chun Bok cried while saying, "Don't forget me. Don't get hurt anymore. I want you to get better." In too much pain, H told the girl to let her go. H sat up gently and stroked Chun Bok's head. "Where am I?" The girl quickly stopped crying and answered, "This is my home. My parents helped you because you fainted." Before Chun Bok could finish, a voice outside called, "Hi, you're awake." Chun Bok was extremely worried for her. "I'm glad you woke up." It turned out to be Chun Bok's parents outside the door. "Let's eat something. If you don't mind, I cooked some really delicious dishes." Hearing this, Chun Bok happily invited H to come eat together. On the table was a steaming hot pot of noodles. Gon Don held a bowl of noodles, eating with tears of happiness. "Oh, this is so good." Chun Bok also held a hot bowl, blowing on it as she ate. The girl loved ramen because she had never tasted anything this good before. Gon Don told Chun Bok to eat a lot since this wasn't something they had every day. Suddenly, H wondered, "But what am I wearing? Where are my clothes?" Chun Bok replied, "My parents washed your clothes. You're wearing my mom's clothes." H felt the shirt looked really childish, which made Chun Bok's mom a bit annoyed. Chun Bok agreed with her. Across from them, Gon was eating but also observing H carefully. He thought to himself he hadn't realized how muscular she was under the cloak. With so many wounds, she definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Gon recalled when H fought the zombies alone. Remembering that scene made him swallow nervously. Gon asked Chun Bok if she was full. The girl happily answered, "I'm full. Thanks for the meal." After finishing, Chun Bok ran to H and grabbed her hand. "Uncle, let's play after I finish eating." Her eyes sparkled. "We'll play hide and seek, tag." Before Chun Bok could finish, H cut in, "We can't play all those games." Suddenly, H stared at a spot as if she noticed something. Chun Bok continued, "Then maybe we'll play something else." No matter what the girl said, H only focused on looking at her fingers. Gon Don saw this and quickly told Chun Bok to go into the room and count to 100. After eating, they would play together. Chun Bok obediently ran into the room, closed the door, and counted to 100. Hai noticed Chun Bok's nails were shorter and asked, "Did Gon Don cut her nails?" He sighed without answering. "That way, we'll know what's wrong with her when we get to Hope Village. But those man-eaters might chase after the wife and daughter." On the way to the village, even if they reached it, they couldn't guarantee their safety. Gon Don scooped a bowl of noodles and asked H for a favor. He handed her the bowl but didn't forget to express his wish. "I want you to come with us to Hope Village." Of course, they would compensate Hai as best as possible. All Gon Don wanted was for Hai to protect him and Chun Bok until they returned from Hope Village. Gon Don still held the bowl, waiting for H to accept. He smiled and asked, "What do you think?" She put the bowl down. "You want me to protect you instead of your wife?" Then taking the bowl, Gon Don said, "All right, I'll do it." Suddenly, H poured the noodles back into the pot with a disdainful look. "Is that the answer you expected from me?" H said seriously, "You can see me as a teammate because of what happened in the dungeon. But don't flatter yourself too much. Don't you care if Gon Don gets killed? And why should Hai help you?" Hai agreed to go with Gon Don, but only to protect Chun Bok as usual. Meanwhile, Chun Bok kept counting numbers in the room. Hearing that, Gon Don had to accept. "Fine. Do as you want. I'll take care of myself." But Chun Bok's mom objected. "What are you saying? You can't do everything alone." Gon Don reassured her, "I have no problem taking care of myself. Don't worry." Chun Bok's mom glared at Hai angrily. "A woman? You." She stared at Hai. Why is she so obsessed with the girl? That's her daughter. At that moment, Chun Bok suddenly ran out of the room shouting, "Is everyone mean? No one's coming to find me." Seeing this, Gondu quickly asked if Chun Bok had counted to 100. The girl had finished counting a long time ago, but no one came. Then Gondu apologized and asked for forgiveness. Chun Bok smiled and moved closer to Hai. "Then I'll just play with Hai." She gently pinched the girl's cheek. "Let's play." Suddenly, a strong arm tried to pull Chun Bok toward itself, making her surprised and confused. Before she could react, her other hand was also grabbed tightly. At that moment, both Chun Bok's mom and Hai held her hands. They argued back and forth. Chun Bok's mom thought, if she wants to be a mother, find someone else. "The girl is my daughter." She really hated this woman. Both looked furious, staring at each other like bullets. Gon Don across the table ate while thinking, "I feel relieved having Hai with us. Now we need a vehicle to get there. Let's think about it." After eating, elsewhere, John Hai was running from a group chasing her. John Hai looked ahead, surprised as if she noticed something strange. One of the pursuers laughed loudly when she ran into a room. "You idiot." After entering, John Hai looked around with a confused face. She felt suspicious. "I just ran into a bathroom." The pursuers caught up and shouted at her. John Hai turned back with a scared face, while the guy threatened her. "Get over here if you don't want us smashing your head in." Then John Hai was so scared she dropped the whole stack of papers she was holding on the ground. Early the next morning, Ha-Ra went out with Gon Don to find a car, but after checking, none of the cars were working. Gon asked about the situation with Hai. "Same here. How's it over there? We tried about 20 cars, but none of them worked." He sighed in frustration. "We checked every single one in this area. What now? We have to meet other survivors if we move further out." Seeing that, Ha-Ra immediately set off. Gon Don was surprised. "Really? That's dangerous, and you're still not fully recovered." Ha-Ra suddenly stopped cold and asked, "And what if I don't care?" She turned to Gon Don with a serious look. "Are you just going to do nothing while Chun Bok is sick?" Hearing that, Gon Don was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Then Gon Don agreed to lead the way for Ha-Ra, telling her to go ahead because he was still a patient. Ha-Ra frowned and looked at Gon Don without saying a word. She stomped her feet hard and rushed toward him, then suddenly kicked Gon Don's leg hard, making him scream in pain. After a while, Gon Don struggled to walk, his foot trembling from Ha-Ra's strong kick. With tears in his eyes, he asked, "What did I ever do to you?" Ha-Ra coldly replied, "You want me to cut off your leg too?" Gon Don thought to himself that he was grateful for her help, but damn, she was brutal. "I might die before I get anything done. Whatever. Better focus on finding a car before she gets worse." Meanwhile, Chun Bok and his mom were happily waiting at home. As they passed by a building, suddenly a loud scream startled them. It was a girl's desperate cry for help. Gon Don wanted to stop, but Hara stopped him. She turned her head back at him with an annoyed look. Gon Don looked up to find where the scream came from. Hara's anger was so intense her face was veined. Gon Don tried to run up, but something yanked him back hard. Hara grabbed his collar tightly and growled, "Have you forgotten why we're here? Why are you thinking about helping others when you're too weak to help yourself?" Hara warned Gon Don to just focus on Chun Bok or listen to her. Got it. Gon Don stared into Hara's eyes, thinking for a long moment, then hesitated. "I have a really good idea. Please hear me out." Hearing this, Hara's face twisted with rage like she was about to explode. Meanwhile, inside the building, John Hai was tied up and the people holding her were arguing about checking the ropes. One guy said, "Too bad. Why not enjoy it a bit as a reward for our hard chase?" But another guy objected. "She's a hostage we're using to trade for food in Hope Village." They continued. "All we have to do now is kill the big guy with her and steal his car." They said, "But what if that village doesn't want her?" John Hai was trembling, scared for her guide. They looked at her with creepy smiles. "Then we can just toss her aside after having some fun." One of them looked at her with lustful eyes. "Honestly, I wish they'd just abandon you, then you'd be mine. We'll be fine once we get that car." Before he finished, a sound of a walker and a stretcher dropping clattered behind them. The guy angrily turned around, grinding his teeth. He was shocked to see two of his comrades being restrained by Gon Don. Before he could react, Gon Don kicked him hard in the face, breaking teeth and spraying blood. The two other guys quickly fled outside to avoid trouble. "Who's this big guy?" Just a few steps in, one got punched hard in the face and passed out on the ground. The two others looked a bit confused. Hara stared at them with murderous eyes. "Hand over everything you've got." As soon as she finished, they charged at Hara with weapons, shouting, "You want to die? Give us everything you have." But before they could hit her, Hara punched them in the face. John Hai was rescued and she sobbed. "Thank you." Gon Don talked for a bit and they introduced themselves. Gon Don asked, "By the way, John Hai, I overheard your conversation. You're from Hope Village, right?" John Hai nodded innocently. "Yes, that's right." Gon Don smiled proudly. "See, we picked the right person. We're lucky to have rescued a villager." "Relax, John Hai." Curious, she asked, "Are you looking for our village?" Gon Don honestly replied, "Yes, we have some business there. When we heard you two wanted to go to Hope Village." Her eyes sparkled. "Strong people, like you two, are always welcome in Hope Village." This was John Hai's first time going out to promote her village, but she didn't expect to meet trustworthy people like them. She was sure the village chief and guide would be happy to have them. She handed them the flyers she made herself. Gon Don reached out to take the flyer, but suddenly both Gon Don and Hara sensed something dangerous was coming. A tall man suddenly jumped in to attack but was stopped by Hara using the stretcher. The man said, "You guys are accomplices of those bastards, right?" And he claimed John Hai was his family. Hara and Gon Don released her. It turned out to be Suman. He threatened them. "If not, I'll tear you all to pieces. Give me the girl back." Just as the tension peaked, a voice rang out. The guide said, "Wait." John Hai quickly stepped forward to explain. "They saved me. I'm sorry. I should have been more careful following you." Suman stood silently for a moment, then smiled. "It's okay. I'm glad you're not hurt." Then he looked at Gon Don and apologized for what just happened. But Gon Don felt uneasy. He looked down and noticed something. John Hai's legs were trembling uncontrollably while Suman kept asking her, "Are you okay? I told you to be careful following me." John Hai's voice was shaky and stammering. "I'm really sorry. This is my first time. It won't happen again." Suman's hand pressed harder on her shoulder. His tone was like a warning. "So next time, stick close to me. Got it?" "I know you don't like saying the same thing twice." John Hai was in so much pain she couldn't speak. She quickly begged Suman to forgive her. After a while, she stopped crying and looked up, as if her shoulder no longer hurt. Suman's smile vanished. "What are you doing? Why are you holding my hand?" His hand was grabbed tightly from behind by Gon Don. Silent, Gon Don stared at Suman with furious eyes. Suman coldly said to Gon Don, "I'm not interested in holding hands with a man." Ha-Ra stood nearby, axe ready. John Hai also sensed the tension and quietly called out, "Because you're not hurt." Then she turned to look at Gon Don, apologizing for what just happened. But inside, Gon Don felt uneasy. He looked down and noticed something. John Hai's legs were trembling nonstop while Suman still asked her, "Are you okay? I told you to be careful and follow me." John Hai's voice trembled and stammered, "I'm really sorry. This is the first time. It won't happen again." Sue's hand pressed on her shoulder tighter and tighter. His tone was like a warning to John Hai. "So next time, stick close to me. Got it? I know you don't like saying the same thing twice." John Hai was in so much pain she couldn't speak. She quickly begged Suman to forgive her. Later, John Hai stopped crying and looked up, seeming to feel the pain in her shoulder was gone. Su-min's smile vanished too. What are you doing? Why are you holding my hand? His hand was suddenly grabbed tightly from behind by Gon Don. Silently, who looked at Su-min with furious eyes. Su-min coldly said to Gon Don, I'm not interested in holding a man's hand. Ha stood beside, holding an axe ready. John Hai also sensed the situation was bad and quietly called out. Su-min thought the two were about to fight, but suddenly Gon Don cracked a smile. He grinned brightly and shook Su-min's hand. You're the guide from Hope Village, right? Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about the village from John Hai Gond. Really impressed by John Hai's words. She had been hyping up the village non-stop, telling everyone how awesome the guide was. Hearing that, Su-min lowered her head and gave John Hai a suspicious look. John Hai reluctantly played along with that look, as if silently begging Su to trust her. Seeing this, his eyes suddenly flashed red, signaling he understood. Then Su-min smiled again at Gon Don. Sorry, I'm Su-min, the head guide of the village. Gon Don smiled but thought to himself that it worked. He should ask him something. He asked Su-min if his family could visit the village. Su-min was surprised that Gon Don came with others. He pointed toward Hra and said, I have a wife standing right behind me and a daughter. My daughter is sick. Can we get treatment for her in your village? After saying that, Gon Don felt a chill and broke out in a cold sweat from the scary look Hai was giving him from behind. After hearing that, Su-min burst out laughing. We do have a doctor in the village, but the problem is you'll have to pay an entrance fee. Gom said not to worry because he had prepared for that, and Su was happy to hear it. Then he turned and walked away. I have to inform the villagers first. Let's meet again tomorrow in front of this building. John H. and John Hai obediently followed. When they reached the door, she suddenly stopped. Then John H. bowed politely and said goodbye to Gon Don before leaving. Gon Don thought to himself, what a lucky day. Now Chun Bok can finally get treated. He turned around to tell H to leave, but suddenly she kicked him hard in the leg. Gon Don fell to the ground, clutching his leg and screaming in pain. You crazy girl, what's wrong with you? It turned out that because he introduced her as his wife, Hra got mad. But Gon Don explained that was the only way to avoid suspicion. They argued back and forth for a while. Meanwhile, John Hai walked back to the village with Su-min. He glanced down at his swollen hands and thought that guy really had a strong grip. You could say Su-min was one of the strongest, but Gon Don was even stronger. Su-min also felt Hai had very sharp reflexes. It was clear she was used to fighting just like him. He gave a savage smile. Both were exactly the kind of people the village needed. I can't afford to lose them. The village chief will be thrilled to hear this. John Hai whispered happily from behind, I'll explain everything about the village when they arrive. Can't wait for tomorrow. At that moment, a voice echoed from the house, lazy ass. Why are you dragging your feet getting home? Gon Don and H hurriedly packed their stuff. While packing, Gon Don didn't forget to remind Chun Bok's mom, have you bandaged her wounds yet? At the same time, Chun Bok's mom finished bandaging her daughter's wounds. She asked with concern if Chun Bok needed anything else. But the girl replied she was fine because Gon Don had brought everything. She continued, what if there are bad people there? I have to. Before she could finish, Chun Bok smiled and said, it's okay. Sister Hra will teach them a lesson, so don't worry, Mom. Hearing that, Chun Bok's mom trembled all over. Wait, but what about when you sleep? You need lullabies to fall asleep. Chun Bok looked a bit confused. Right, she couldn't sleep well at night. Hearing this, Chun Bok's mom's eyes sparkled. Exactly. So you'll have to go with me, right? Chun Bok obediently answered, yes, Mom can come with everyone. Overhearing the conversation, Gon Don quickly turned to scold Su. What are you saying? You know you can't go to the village. His words made Chun Bok's mom sad. Gon Don fell silent and thought for a moment. Then he gently explained, don't worry, we won't be there forever. I know you're worried because we've never done this before, but we'll come back soon. Just wait for us here. After saying that, Gon Don reached out and gently stroked Chun Bok's mom's cheek. She tried to move her lips, begging Gon Don to promise. Seeing that, Gon Don froze for a moment. Chun Bok's mom placed his hand on her cheek. Promise me you'll come back soon. Gon Don promised her and softly kissed her forehead. At that moment, Chun Bok's mom sadly wondered, why am I a monster? If I weren't a monster, I could go anywhere with my family. The next morning was the moment they had to start a new journey. Chun Bok's mom sadly looked at Gon Don and Chun Bok as they prepared to leave. She wished she wasn't a zombie so she wouldn't have to rely on Hai's help. Chun Bok's mom saw Hai smirk and got very angry. Chun Bok said goodbye to her mom and slowly closed the door. She promised she'd come back soon. Chun Bok's mom imagined their whole family happily together if she were normal. At that moment, the door truly closed. Now only Chun Bok's mom remained with a silent atmosphere. She sighed, I have to stay sharp. I still have things to do next. Chun Bok's mom looked at her hands and pondered. it felt like something was stabbing the center of her palm. She thought, if I'm right, they'll meet Suin soon and drive together toward Hope Village. Sumin suddenly spoke. I know this car is cramped, but everyone just follow me. Sorry for the inconvenience, but I have to follow the village's rules. Gon Don sympathized and asked if the doctor's skills were good. Sumin laughed. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Even if his actions are a bit weird, he's one of the important people in our village, so don't worry. Hearing that, Gon Don was scared but still boldly said, You just made me completely trust him. In his mind, he hoped the girl would be okay. Gon Don believed at least the doctor could diagnose and treat her. He hoped it wasn't anything too serious. Sumin was driving but secretly thrilled to meet them in person. I want them to join the village even more now. I don't care much about the daughter, but I'm pretty sure the village chief will love them. Meanwhile, Chun Bok's mom was alone at home, taking off her clothes to check her body. Veins darkened and bulged all over her body. She took a deep breath and felt it. After a while, Chun Bok's mom opened her eyes, revealing cold yellow eyes. Though just a little, she could feel it. She lightly moved her sharp fingers to touch the wound. Inside her palm, a tentacle was slowly creeping into her body. It seemed alive, pulsing like a signal sent to her ear. She sensed it, and the old man's eyes flashed a terrifying red light. He hoarsely ordered, Kids, get ready to go. In a space filled with red light, Gazon and 3 others who had been waiting long immediately responded. Could another storm be brewing for the family? Chun Bok, on the other side, the Gon Don group had also arrived at Hope Village settlement. Hope Village was located in a huge apartment complex, with iron frames being built one by one. The place was noisy, clanking like a welcome. The car slowly backed up to the iron gate, but strangely, no one was seen around. The car moved gradually into the yard. At this moment, Su Min enthusiastically spoke up. It seemed everyone was excited to see the family. They could just leave their luggage in the car, it wouldn't disappear. Hearing Gon Don's worry, he slightly looked up and nodded at Hai Ra. His eyes stared at her, signaling they had to be careful together. Hai Ra frowned in irritation and replied, What do you mean it's just him? Isn't it only Chun Bok? Completely clueless, she innocently sucked her thumb. Tight, Gon Don asked if the girl remembered what he told her. Seeing her blank, he kept reminding Chun Bok. Remembering, the girl looked at him with wide eyes. After a moment of thinking, her little head reasoning, Chun Bok suddenly recalled and shouted. Immediately, she turned and hugged Hai Ra's arm, shouting, Mom, I'm so scared. Hai Ra looked down in surprise at Chun Bok, who was eagerly smiling and shouting, Mom. She blushed deeply, embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. Seeing this, Gon Don whispered worriedly to her. Hi, push down that embarrassment, play it cool, baby. Mom will protect you forever. Gon Don was speechless, thinking this was tougher than expected. Right then, the heavy car backed up to the gate and completely shut off the engine. Su Min smiled happily, turned around and announced, We're here. You can get off the car. Then he opened the trunk at the back. Light from outside gradually spread inside the car. Hai and Gon Don looked on alert as a crowd appeared before them, chatter buzzing everywhere. The villagers warmly greeted the Chun Bok group. Gon Don was surprised and asked the guide, What's going on here? Su comforted him. Don't be scared. These people are here because they want to meet your family. Just see it as a cultural feature of Hope Village. They're all kind-hearted, so just relax. Gon Don thought to himself, how could he relax? Even Hai Ra felt extremely awkward. At that moment, a gentle voice greeted them, startling the Chun Bok group, turning to look. It was Jun Hung, the founder and caretaker of Hope Settlement. Seeing him, everyone here was warmly joyful. Jun Hung enthusiastically welcomed Gon Don's family. He smiled a fake polite smile, but it looked pretty creepy and sinister. The Gon Don group was led inside. Strong young men eagerly helped carry their luggage. The happy image of a family, the mother walking with a baby, smiles always on their faces. Gon Don couldn't help but marvel at how cozy and lively this place was. Jun Hung laughed heartily. This is normal here, but it's been a long time since I've seen this atmosphere. Just looking at them makes me happy too. Hearing this, Hai and Gon Don suddenly stopped. This made them think about Jun Hung. He went on, This is the result of our blood, sweat, and tears over 5 years. Back then, people couldn't smile like now. Conflicts and troubles happened all the time. Gon Don felt guilty, apologizing for making him recall those hard times. Turning his back to him, Jun Hung sighed. I wouldn't say I've forgotten. Suddenly, he stopped talking, turned around, and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Jun Hung gave a sly smile. Now we're a family that can't be separated. Hai's sharp eyes couldn't miss that expression. Her instincts sensed something. Then Jun Hung continued, I've been rambling too much. I should let your daughter rest. Seeing him focus on Chun Bok, Hai Ra quietly held the girl's hand tight, saying, It's okay. They continued to a room. Jun Hung pointed, This is where they rest. Gon Don was startled looking at the place. It was very shabby. The medical room sign was just a piece of paper taped up. He explained. It looks run down outside, but the village doctor is inside. His name is on the sign. Jun Hung told them to go see the doctor. After saying that, he left. Gon Don politely nodded, thanking him a lot. His face kept a polite smile from the start until now. After Jun Hung disappeared, Gon Don's expression turned serious, thinking there was definitely something wrong here. Hyra stood beside him, also asking if he felt the same. Gon Don frowned and agreed. No one guarded the main gate, no lights to scare off zombies. Especially, everyone seemed unprepared. It was too peaceful. Honestly, Hope Village was way too unsafe. Hyra opened the medical room door. Before them was the focus on treatment. Gon Don slowly said, I don't care what mystery this place holds. I just want Chun Bok to get better. The girl didn't understand, just blankly admired the deep stairs below. After a while, Gon Don reached the door. He cautiously opened it. The space was pitch dark, the lights couldn't be turned on. He didn't understand why they put the clinic down here. While the two adults searched, Chun Bok quietly walked to the side of the sickbed in the dark. She stumbled and bumped into something. A loud thud echoed. Chun Bok fell forward. Gon Don worriedly shouted, Chun Bok, are you okay? Chun Bok whimpered, tears quietly falling. It hurts so much. She tried to stand, then her eyes caught something strange, stopping her crying. Jinu lay wrapped in a white blanket, eyes wide open, whispering to the kid if he was okay. Chun Bok was startled, eyes wide. Fear stopped her from screaming. The fear made her heart race, adrenaline surged, making her bandaged finger twitch oddly. A sharp, jet-black claw poked out from the bandage. Chun Bok gathered all her courage and shouted, get lost. She raised the clawed finger forward, poking straight at Jin hiding in the blanket, making him startle and cry out. Upstairs, Su Min asked Jun Hung with hidden meaning what he thought about the Gon Don family. Right now, he was still uncertain. According to Jun Hung, they had to see how the Gon Don family reacted at tonight's food event. That was the perfect and only way to test people. Su was still worried about what if the Gon Don family refused even after the test. At that moment, mother and son John Hai came from afar, noticing Jun Hung standing above. John Hai happily waved at him. Jun nodded gently. Jun Hung wore a kind face, reaching out to wave back, but his words were chilling. If they refuse, we can just kill and skin them, that's enough. Also, treat the kid with the couple well, because our founder is eager to meet it, and you don't plan to beat it like the other kids, right? Su Min smiled and replied, of course not. Hearing that, he felt more at ease. Then the screams downstairs caught their attention. A young man was grabbed by the collar by a thug. At this moment, he told the other to calm down, but the thug got angrier. He threatened with a knife, demanding the young man tell him how to escape the monsters. The guy said he didn't know many times, but the thug still didn't believe him. Upstairs, they witnessed everything. Jun Hung sat silently, deep in thought. His eyes flashed with deadly intent. Seems like quite a few newcomers just arrived at the settlement. He was really looking forward to seeing how they'd act tonight. Back in the medical room, Chun Bok poked herself, making Hai and Gondol jump in surprise. On high alert, Chun Bok's tiny hand was grabbed. She tried to pull back in fear, but couldn't. Jinu lay under the blanket, grinding his teeth angrily, saying, what the hell are you doing? Who do you think you are? Suddenly, Chun Bok was yanked free from his grip, sighed, grabbed Jinu, and pulled him out from under the bed. She tightly held up her crutch, her face full of murderous intent. Dad asked, who the hell are you? Hai's other hand clenched the blanket, pulling it aside to reveal Jinu. Jun stammered in fear, I'm the doctor. But why did you all suddenly come here? Only then did Hai loosen her guard and scrutinize him for a long moment. Gondol, both embarrassed and awkward, apologized to Jinu and explained, I never thought anyone would sleep in a place like that. Hearing that, Jinu got furious and snapped first. So Gondol's idea, huh? This isn't your fault because I'm the one who slept there. Everyone's treating me like some kind of freak. Ever since the world went crazy, what else do you want to do with my pillow? It's got a hole in it now. Jinu kept blaming the three of them. Gondol hurriedly promised Jinu he'd make it up to him someday and advised him to calm down. Inside, Gondol secretly thought Jinu seemed a bit different. Jinu growled, glaring. Of course I want compensation, but those two need to apologize to me right now. Gondol quickly turned to remind the other two to apologize immediately. At that moment, Hai and Chun Bok hesitated together. Jinu angrily sat above, looking down, waiting for their apologies. Seeing his expression, Hai braced herself and apologized, while Chun Bok, still sulking about earlier, forced out an apology. Seeing their attitude, Jinu's anger flared up, and he kicked them out without a second thought. Gondol helplessly tried to mediate. Hey, Doc Jinu, please cut them some slack. They're not great at apologizing. That makes it even more ridiculous. Jinu couldn't accept it. Then Hai told him to look at this. Right now, nothing they said could change Jinu's mind, but when he saw what Hai showed him, Jinu suddenly stopped. It was a strangely contaminated finger that shouldn't be on a human kid's hand. After a moment, Jinu examined that weird finger carefully. He looked it over, muttering that he'd lived too long to witness stuff like this. Gon Don anxiously asked how Chun Bok was doing. Jinu slowly stood up, confidently stating, "One thing I'm sure of is everyone's waiting to hear." Then he casually said, "I don't know." Hearing this, Hai angrily grabbed Jinu's white shirt, ready to punch him. He immediately stammered an explanation. Because her symptoms are super rare. People usually get infected after a bite or if monster blood touches a wound, but she doesn't have any wounds on her body. Jinu had never seen a case like this. Luckily, nothing serious was happening to her body right now, but he couldn't guarantee it would stay that way in the future. While they stayed at the settlement, he'd monitor her progress. Hearing this, Gon Don fell silent, recalling the past with Chun Bok's mother. The image of her covered in blood, feeding Chun Bok her breast milk. The happy family of three. She hugged him tightly. Chun Bok, clinging to her mother, unable to let go. Those were precious memories to him. Gon Don closed his eyes tightly and sighed quietly. He carried a bit of guilt. Jinu, keep Chun Bok's condition a secret. He felt awkward because it wasn't allowed, but since he wanted to understand Chun Bok's condition, he'd keep it under wraps. Right then, Chun Bok's small hand gently placed on Gon Don's. She obediently asked, "Is it because of me? Is what I'm doing that dangerous?" Looking at her cute hand with that monster mark that shouldn't be there, Gon Don gently held it with his warm hand. "Let's go outside." They took Chun Bok out to build sandcastles. Encouraged by Gon Don, she enthusiastically built a sand mound. Hai and Jinu sat silently in the shade, watching Chun Bok quickly forget and play by herself. Then Gon Don forced a smile and said, "I really thought we could find a cure for her here, but now we're back to square one." He awkwardly scratched his head and continued, "We went through so much to get Chun Bok here, so I can't break this news to my wife." But when Chun Bok looked at him with worried eyes, recalling that image made Gon Don's heart ache deeply. He bit his lip helplessly and confessed, "I can't tell her everything will be okay. There's no other way, and I can't do anything for her right now." Gon Don didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Hai responded, "Just be there for her." Gon Don looked up, confused, and asked her again. Slowly standing, she repeated, "Just be there for her." The lazy bear, even when he was in the worst situation with no way out, still had to support his kid so she wouldn't fall apart. As she spoke, Hai moved closer to help Chun Bok with the sand. She slowly added, "That's what parents have to do for their kids." Gon Don was speechless. He quietly repeated her words, then exhaled deeply and slapped both his cheeks hard. After that slap, Gon Don snapped out of it, stood up, and decided to move on. Hai was startled and asked, "Do you have an idea?" Gon Don didn't yet, but if they wanted to find something, they had to dig for it. He decided, "So let's go now." Hearing this, Hai silently watched him for a long moment, then softly said, "That's good." Meanwhile, Chun Bok was super happy with her sand creation. After playing for a while, she sighed, "I'm hungry." Gon Don happily scooped Chun Bok up, "Then let's go find some food. First, we need to find a restaurant." They didn't know John Hai was standing hidden behind a distant wall, silently watching them. John Hai had been observing Gon Don's family for a while. To go back to what happened hours earlier, Jun Hung had asked her a simple favor, to keep an eye on the new family. Today, John Hai quickly agreed but didn't understand why Jun Hung wasn't worried at all. He explained it was because he wanted to make sure they didn't threaten the village. Right now, they were heading to the doctor's office. John Hai could find them there. Jun Hung gently patted her head. "I'm putting all my trust in you." That one sentence made John Hai as happy as a kid getting candy. Seeing this, Jun Hung smiled mysteriously and instructed, "If anything happens, report every detail to me." So John Hai obediently followed, quietly watching through the round window of the medical room. She witnessed the strange finger on Chun Bok's hand. John Hai silently thought, "That looks more like a monster finger than a wound. Maybe the director expected this and sent me here? Anyway, I'll go tell him." Suddenly, a hand appeared and gently tapped John's shoulder. Lost in thought, she was startled and panicked. The rebel flicked his hand back after gasping for breath, trying to calm down. John Hai realized that Junru's mom was also startled by his reaction. She anxiously asked what he was doing here. John Hai stammered, lying that he was just out for a walk. Is she really his mom? Junru didn't recognize her. Dad asked why John Hai was stalking that family. John Hai denied it. Jun Diu sensed something, furrowed her brow slightly. She asked bluntly, "Did the director order you to do this?" That question made John Hai jump, his expression shifting. He had already sold everyone out. Jun Diu's anger flared up, yelling, "Mom told you not to listen to that guy. The other day, you left the settlement without telling me, making me worry. Why do they keep ordering you around?" John Hai couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, "Stop it." These are all my decisions, including going out to promote our settlement and what I'm doing now. Mom, quit bad-mouthing the director. I'm one of the residents here too. One day, I'll be recognized as someone important. Jun Ryu stared stubbornly at her mom and said, I'll get the miracle from the director like she did. Jun Ryu couldn't believe her kid was talking back like that. She angrily hit John high. If you're gonna hit, then hit for real. Countless blows rained down. Jun Ryu held back her unspeakable feelings and shouted, how many times have I told you that's not a miracle? Do you really think I like doing this? John Hai was hit so hard he ran forward. Angry, he turned back and yelled, all I want is a goal. As a mom, just leave me alone. If Dad were here, he'd be proud of me. Jun Ryu was so furious her veins popped. This stubborn brat, how did I even give birth to you? Jun Ryu bent down, grabbing anything she could throw. Seeing a pile of stones on the ground, she didn't hold back, throwing them straight at that stubborn kid. Seeing John Hai rush away, trembling, she snapped, if I catch you, I'll beat you to a pulp. Just a moment of anger like that left her exhausted, panting. Jun Ryu stood silently, clutching a stone in her hand. A gust of wind blew, making her clothes flutter, revealing her other empty arm. Jun Ryu's eyes filled with love as she watched her daughter run off. Listen to your mom, you silly girl. Back at the Gon Don group, the room was pitch dark except for a faint glow from a small electric lamp. Gon Don was trembling, staring at the food in front of him. He never imagined he'd get to taste this again. It was a sausage soup, absolutely amazing. Gon Don smiled happily and asked Chun Bok, this village is really on another level. Should we just stay here forever? Chun Bok quickly nodded, not forgetting to say he'd bring his mom here to live too. Suddenly, Hai-Ra snorted coldly. Gon Don was startled and explained, just kidding, I'd never do that. Hai-Ra didn't care. Whether you like it or not, this place isn't suitable for Chun Bok. She turned to look at the girl happily enjoying her meal, worried inside. Even the doctor didn't know about Chun Bok's symptoms. This was seriously abnormal. Hai-Ra's cold face showed a hint of concern. In her mind appeared Chun Bok's mom's face. If anything happens to Chun Bok, she'll personally take down that monster. Suddenly, someone spoke up wanting to join the meal, cutting off Hai's thoughts. The three turned to see Jun Hung wearing a fake smile. After a while, Chun Bok's small belly was full and round. The old man asked kindly if everyone liked the meal. Gon Don cautiously replied, I really like it. Just didn't expect sausage soup here. Jun Hung proudly said their settlement had a farm. Next time, he'd take the whole family to see it. The two men continued chatting. Meanwhile, Hai Ji quietly observed Jun Hung. The old man asked Gon Don about the medical checkup. He smiled, pretending the doctor needed more time. Hearing that, Jun Hung laughed hollowly and wiped his mouth. But his eyes were sinister, staring ahead. That direction was where Chun Bok sat full and happy, rubbing her round belly. Looking closer, his gaze was fixed on the girl's tightly bandaged finger. Suddenly, Jun Hung invited Gon Don for a walk outside the settlement that night. Gon Don was shocked because it was nighttime. Seeing this, the old man smiled irresistibly and explained, actually, our group still goes out once a week to get food. They needed a large amount of food because there were so many residents here and the settlement was growing. Gon Don forced a smile to show he understood, but he didn't get why it had to be at night, since monsters come out then. Jun Hung smiled sideways, that's exactly why we go out late at night. The unexpected answer shocked Gon Don. Hai-Ra grew even more alert. The old man laughed awkwardly. Keep listening, as everyone knows, monsters roam around at night. At those times, we can enter buildings and grab some food and materials. It's pretty simple. Hai Ji found it ridiculous. Do you think you're funny? How can you get past all those monsters outside without getting killed? She stared coldly at him, wary. The dining atmosphere became super tense. Gon Don hurriedly intervened for Hai-Ra. Sorry, she's a bit sensitive. Jun Hung didn't mind, insisting this wasn't a joke. That confused Hai-Ra, but it also raised her guard higher. Gon Don was now very confused. Does he mean they can get past all those monsters safely? Achieve their goal? Jun Hung smiled slyly. You can see for yourself. He placed his hand on his chest earnestly. Tonight, I'll show you the miracle of the food day. His face was fake, eyes black as a bottomless abyss, totally creepy. As dusk fell, the sunlight faded. Flocks of crows flew back to their nests with their characteristic cawing. Chun Bok held an iron rod, coldly muttering, It's probably been 20 years since we last met, huh? That wasn't anyone else but Gon Don's enemy. That monster was the sand figure the girl had made earlier. She gripped the iron rod, aiming at it. Gathering her courage, Chun Bok charged straight at the monster. Just before hitting it, she decisively slammed the long, hard rod into its head like a friendly greeting from an old friend. While hitting, she shouted, This one's for Gon Don. But suddenly, Chun Bok was stunned. The sand monster she made shattered to pieces. Sand flew everywhere, hitting her eyes and stinging. She had to rub her eyes, complaining. How dare that monster do that? Suddenly, Hai Rei's curse rang out. You idiot. You're so smart, but you actually believe that old man. Gon Don, sitting nearby, glanced at her coldly and calmly interrupted. No need to mock me. Gon Don casually defended himself. Don't you see I'm still trying every way I can? Even if he's cunning, it's still a chance to find a cure for that girl, right? Hearing that, Hai fell silent and brooded, and Hai Ji didn't try to argue. Gondol kept planting hope again. If the guy was telling the truth, then this was worth risking it all. After hearing Gondol's convincing words, H's careless voice rang out. So, you're worried I won't point the finger anymore, Gondol? He shyly spoke up. At least wish me luck, will you? I'm gonna give it my all. As soon as he said that, he realized he'd lost his mind, because she definitely couldn't understand what it's like to be a parent. Gondol's face tightened like a stretched string as he thought to himself. Earlier, she mocked me. Now, I'm gonna get back at her. But H suddenly agreed with his sarcastic jab. That totally confused Gondol. He instinctively turned to look at her. H didn't face Gondol directly but just bowed her head slightly, then quietly continued. That's not something someone without kids should say. You go ahead. I'll be waiting for your victory news. Gondol didn't know how to respond, so he sank into deep silence. Finally, he told her not to worry too much and promised to do whatever was needed for Chun Bok. While everything was shrouded in the pitch-black night, the lone moon hiding behind thick clouds shone even brighter. Gondol's expression started to become confused again. What the hell am I supposed to do with this big mouth? Meanwhile, Jun Hung began moving under the dim moonlight. He started with a loud laugh. Look around, can you feel it? How fresh the air is tonight. Everything under the moonlight, even the breeze, was incredibly pleasant. But the village's image was nothing like what he said. Desolation covered every corner of the village. Around were only abandoned buildings, piles of rusty scrap metal stacked together, and an old, battered car with wheels about to burst. A moment later, Jun Hung cheerfully asked everyone how they felt. But most of them were trembling with fear. They gripped their weapons tightly, ready to defend themselves. Strange and terrifying sounds came continuously from the disgusting monsters beside them. Their expressions didn't affect Jun Hung's good mood at all. Looks like tonight's the perfect night for a stroll, huh? Behind him were Dong Yu, Suin, and the grotesque monsters screaming non-stop. Facing this, Gondol felt it was utterly absurd. Cold sweat poured down, making his face more tense. This was really weird. Before him was a line of bizarre monsters obediently making way for people in red cloaks. It sparked a strong wave of suspicion in him. The freaks surrounded the red cloaks but acted so tame. Maybe the key was in the cloaks they wore. They even touched the monsters. Suddenly, a childish voice pulled Gondol from his thoughts. Back to reality. He turned his head to find where the sound came from. The noise came from a young family. Hearing her child babble, the young mother awkwardly reassured, That's right, Mommy's here, baby. The kid thought she was talking to him and kept babbling, unaware of the danger nearby. Gondol was shocked to see this. What? They actually brought their kid here? That's insane. I can't believe these disgusting things aren't doing anything to them. Still, I'm sure that headmaster guy knows something about them. In some dark corner of the village, where a fierce fight was going on, two men were struggling over some mysterious object. Each claimed to have found it first. The younger man won it and taunted arrogantly. The other wouldn't back down either. So they argued back and forth. Elsewhere, another intense confrontation between two men was happening. Sharp words kept flying from their mouths. Someone claimed it seemed like everyone was having a good time. Returning to the red cloaks, a sudden voice broke the conversation. Sir, are you planning to start now? He smiled slightly. Of course. This is the perfect moment. He faced the hungry zombies and began his plan. Raising his hand, he announced, Now, I'll show you the MC's magic. The snap was like a drum signal. The moment the sound echoed, hundreds of monsters snapped out of their trance. They screamed and charged at the humans. The sudden change shocked Gondol hard. Cold sweat poured down his forehead again. The monsters didn't care about anything and rushed forward. In a flash, they aggressively bit and tore into their delicious meal. The monsters' excited roars and humans' cries for help mixed and echoed nonstop. In a corner no one noticed, Jun Hung excitedly commented, Though it's not the first time, I still love watching this. Look at them, poor creatures falling into the abyss of despair called humanity, begging for mercy while facing fear. Still, those simple acts were kinda cute. Jun Hung's face twisted into a sick grin as he said that. Hearing Jun Hung's cruel words, Dong Yu didn't argue but just glanced at him thoughtfully. Jun Hung's mocking voice rang out again. But I don't see any bright spot from the guy you chose, guide. Maybe your skills aren't as useful as before. Hearing that, Su Min coldly cut him off. Then he calmly said, Sir, please watch more closely. That confidence made Jun Hung a bit puzzled. But right after, he had to widen his eyes at the scene. Some monsters hadn't even attacked yet but were already beaten bloody. Another was hit so hard its deformed body twisted even more. Some even lost a few teeth. The one landing those deadly blows was none other than Gon Don. Using all his strength to fight back, he only needed a backpack to knock down a bunch of freakish creatures trying to attack him, making the monsters whimper silently. While fighting, he cursed, "Get lost, you bastards." Seeing the monsters suddenly change, he was confused. What's going on? Why did they suddenly attack? But they just stood and watched without lifting a finger. Could this have been their plan all along? I know it's dangerous, but this is way too much for me. Too many monsters. Can I even get out of here? Gondol's expression suddenly darkened. The sight of a disgusting monster gnawing his arm filled him with terror. Just as he was about to let his guard down, his instincts screamed that danger was coming again. Gon Don reflexively swung his blade to the left and, sure enough, struck a dangerous monster that was always lurking, making his nerves tense up. Just a moment ago, he almost got hit. Sweat kept pouring down his forehead. Gon Don silently cursed to himself. Right in front of him, the monster he had just defeated was limping to its feet. It must hurt like hell, damn it. The groaning sound from that strange creature made Gon Don's heart shake. Did it just speak? A second later, a series of furious screams grew louder behind him. He instinctively turned around, and in an instant, that strike took down 4 or 5 monsters at once. Taking advantage of the moment, while Gon Don was out of sight, another monster opened its mouth wide, ready to feast. His sixth sense kicked in. He just had to sharply swing his elbow backward to knock down the monster. Gon Don's fighting state had been pushed to its peak compared to before. From a place no one noticed, voices started to echo. "What's wrong with you?" The person beside him shivered slightly. "I'm fine. It's just that this is the first time I've seen someone fight so interestingly. Now I understand why you're so fascinated with him." The one guiding him only used his backpack to fend off the monsters. "I never expected that. It's so damn interesting." That was the smirk in Jun Hung's voice. The rope behind them snapped, but Gon Don was still focused on fighting for his life. He anxiously searched for answers to the unease inside him. Behind him, a monster targeted his backpack, which was also his only weapon. Jun Hung grimly commented, "The majority always holds the advantage on the battlefield." Gon clenched his teeth tightly to boost his focus in battle. Jun Hung watched from outside, clearly satisfied, clapping his hands. "All right. I think that's enough." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock and an unexpected sight. The monsters that had been aggressive earlier now roared out in pain. Their already twisted, inhuman faces became even more distorted and terrifying. It turned out Gon Don had quickly pulled out another weapon to slash back their encirclement. That ordinary item now sparked a more positive feeling in him. "I didn't expect this stretcher to be so useful, but it's still not enough to get me out of here. There are too many of them, and they're healing their wounds." Because I didn't aim for their weak spots, the monsters kept communicating with disgusting sounds. Gon Don had to fight while figuring out an escape plan. "I'll never get out unless I completely wipe them out. I have to focus even more." The monsters were super hyped. Their eyes locked on him like he was a tasty snack. He clung to a tiny hope. There has to be a way, there has to be an exit. But the black hole of despair was slowly swallowing him whole. No way out, no escape from here. "This is impossible." Haiji's scolding voice suddenly rang out. "You idiot, do you really believe that crazy old man when he says you're smart?" Gon Don coldly cut her off. "No need to be sarcastic. Only at the moment of life and death do people feel regret. I'm such a fool, I should have listened to her." His gaze slowly shifted away from the danger. Gon Don hesitated. "If I had Chun Bok's power, I could survive and get out of here. Or I wish I were as strong as H-Ra. Then I could protect Chun Bok from any harm. But the truth is, that won't happen. My wish won't come true." Dirty hands were trying to drag him down into an endless pit of suffering. Gon Don barely managed to shout no. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, shocking everyone outside the zone. The blast didn't just affect humans. The bloodthirsty monsters also froze in place. Something was growing stronger, forcing them to flee. A masculine voice sounded, "Anyway, it's still way too early to give up." Even though things are brutal inside, Jun Hung looked very pleased as if watching an exciting fight. The cumbersome outer coat was finally taken off. At least Gon Don had made a huge decision. "I will drag them all down to the grave." Some stubborn monsters still clung to his body, waiting for a chance. The arm holding the stretcher began to tremble as his strength drained. Gon Don gathered all his power and shouted, "Move! Get out of the way, you bastards!" The monsters weren't scared. They were even more thrilled, saying, "We got you now." Gon Don's strength alone, though great, was reaching its limit. Too many monsters, their fiery red eyes fixed on the weak human. His breath grew heavier, but his mind stayed crystal clear. He promised, "No matter what happens, I'll protect you and the baby. Let me be your husband, Chun Bok." Her cheeks flushed red, and her eyes shyly looked down. She gently responded to Gon Don's heartfelt words. That proposal reignited the hope to live inside him. The monsters finally sensed the change in the man before them. Their disgusting hands began trembling with fear. Everyone around was already sobbing loudly, drowning in despair. The moment was ripe. Mysterious Run Hung clapped and ordered, "That's enough." The crowd slowly shifted from fear to surprise. The monsters were retreating. What the hell is going on? An old voice spoke up. "This is a bit unexpected, isn't it? Relax. Now the monsters have left. This is a miracle in the village. I hope none of you got hurt because that miracle protected everyone." Two girls immediately checked themselves. Right. I wasn't bitten at all. They heard a call. Everyone's looking for a place to be safe, right? No flesh-eating monsters here. You'll have a future full of hope instead of fear. Jun Hung generously spread his arms. "Everything you wish for is in Hope Village. I guarantee that." "If you trust me," the crowd gradually changed their attitude. Crying and praises poured out non-stop. They started worshipping him like another god. Gon Don stood still. Instead of joining them, he had a different thought. That was his plan. He exploited people's fear to increase their faith. He even controlled the monsters. What the hell is happening in this village? He blamed himself. "I made a mistake. Everyone here is dangerous." A mysterious man in red slowly separated from the leaders. Junu had identified the target. That man seemed very useful. In the dead of night, inside a room, whispers broke the silence. Jinu slowly lifted his blindfold, glancing at two people deeply engaged in conversation who had disturbed his sleep. He couldn't see and called out, "Have you forgotten your downstairs neighbor? My brother hasn't slept a wink." Haiji propped herself up with one hand. Kia casually hugged Chun Bok like that. "Sleep somewhere else." The girl coldly went along with it. Hearing that, Jinu got really pissed. "Why the hell should I leave my usual sleeping spot? You two could just keep it down. I'm letting you sleep on the bed because I'm not using it." But I started regretting letting her stay here. He grumbled about H's presence in the room. Suddenly, Jinu didn't hear any noise upstairs anymore. The room also got darker, making him suspicious. Looking up, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Haiji glaring at him in the dark. Her jet-black pupils made Hai-Ra look even scarier, making Jinu's heart jump. He panicked and quickly ducked under the bed. His stammering voice carried a hint of fear. "Anyway, good night." Hai looked back at Chun Bok and smiled softly. "See, that's how you make a scary face." The girl looked at her with huge admiration. Chun Bok gleefully looked at her mom's scary face. "So scary. Let's go." When Hai-Ra said that, Chun Bok managed to do it too, making her even happier. "Really? I can do it too." Looking at Chun Bok's adorable face, she couldn't help but gently stroke her. "Of course, you can do it because you're my daughter," Hai-Ra said softly with a slight smile, her eyes full of authority as she looked at the girl. Hearing this from Haiji, Chun Bok let out a small sound. The girl looked confused. She wrapped her arms around Chun Bok and curiously looked at her expression. Chun Bok smiled brightly. "I was just thinking about my mom. I wonder what she's doing now." These innocent words made Haiji flinch slightly. Her eyes darkened, and her mood sank. The late-night silence slowly engulfed the apartment. The door handle was gently turned, and the door opened. Chun Bok's mom slowly stepped out of the room. "All right, I'm ready. Those man-eaters will definitely hunt me once I'm outside." She gently closed the door to avoid making noise. Chun Bok's mom thought the man-eaters would use the tentacles embedded deep inside her body to track her location. Speaking of which, she remembered the scene when facing the dungeon master. He had laughed fiercely and said, "When you return, the thing that stole the body from me." At that moment, Chun Bok's mom seemed to fall into endless silence. She lowered her head, her body and past weighing heavily on her. How could she have forgotten that? At this point, Chun Bok's mom recalled that terrifying past. Seeing with her own eyes a demon hand made from herself, she felt nothing but disgust. Her eyes filled with extreme horror. She couldn't believe that terrible truth. Right then, she had no choice but to accept that her current self might be the result of what happened that day. Thinking back, she had no memories of the time she was human. Was she even really herself? While Chun Bok's mom was lost in thought, an object approached. It swung its tentacles to attack her. The fierce blows quickly came from one side. Chun Bok's mom nimbly dodged. She ran to the nearby wall after a short distance. Chun Bok's mom quickly gathered strength to leap. She clawed sharply at the creature's face. Her speed was so fast the monster couldn't dodge. It screamed in pain. Chun Bok's mom jumped back and glanced at it. At this moment, she was a bit suspicious. Is this the furry monster I saw in the dungeon? Thinking of that day, Chun Bok's mom really couldn't understand how it knew she was here. Chun Bok's mom hadn't even noticed the monster's presence. Suddenly, it cut through her thoughts. Interesting. Hearing that, Chun Bok's mom was very curious. Her eyes brightened as she listened to the next words. "I've known you were here from the start, but I'm a bit disappointed." The monster spoke mockingly, a grin curling on its lips. All its tentacles twitched slightly. You're too cruel to remember me as just a furry monster." Its tone carried a hint of reproach. The monster kept that provocative smile and continued, "I just wanted to talk to you directly." Before it could finish the sentence clearly, its neck was scratched open. The monster didn't even realize because everything happened too fast. Chun Bok's mom grabbed its neck. She slammed its head down hard, smashing the floor. Blood splattered the walls. Chun Bok's mom trembled with anger. Though her hands shook, she still squeezed the monster's neck tightly and asked, "Did you just read my mind?" It admitted without fear, which made Chun Bok's mom even angrier. She bared her fangs, raising her other hand threateningly. "Shut up. Are you from those man-eaters? Do you bring the tentacle monster with you, or did you bring others? Answer me now." The more she questioned, the harder it was to hold back her rage. The smile on the monster's lips disappeared. The furry monster was silent for a moment, then said, "Is that all you have for me?" Facing this coldness, she hesitated for a few seconds. At that moment, it attacked her, so she dodged aside. The monster's actions made Chun Bok's mom even angrier. It didn't hesitate and struck her chin. Chun Bok's mom slid back a bit. It kept attacking relentlessly. Her tentacles all whipped toward it. The monster's body was quickly pierced by Chun Bok's mom. Seeing that, she smiled with satisfaction. "Got you. Now you can't move." But the monster's words just then wiped the smile off her face. "You really think that works? You know nothing about me, but I know you very well." Hearing this, Chun Bok's mom stopped her attack rhythm. Then it started listing what it knew. "You have a husband and a cute daughter. I also know your family moved to the settlement with that axe-wielding woman. And of course, the man-eaters are hunting you." Hearing this, she couldn't ignore it anymore. "What are you trying to say? If you're not from the man-eaters, then who the hell are you?" Hearing her question, it pondered for a moment. Then its arm grew bigger, sharp teeth sprouting on its face. Chun Bok's mom saw this transformation and immediately braced herself. It lunged at her with terrifying speed and power. "I'll tell you who I really am." The monster charged with its sharp claws. Its mouth opened wide. This damn monster wanted a face-to-face with Chun Bok's mom. Its eyes lit up, and it laughed loudly. Seeing that face, she froze. Chun Bok's mom's body seemed unable to move. While she was stunned, it got close to her. At the critical moment, Chun Bok's mom had a sudden thought. Sometimes she felt like someone was watching her. She remembered the warm times in that little home. Back then, she always looked around to see if anyone was there. But in the end, she still couldn't find anyone. Chun Bok's mom thought maybe she was just overreacting because she was exhausted, but that was way too naive. Every day since then, she kept darting her eyes around, searching for the shadow, silently watching her and her little family. Every single second, Chun Bok's mom wanted to know who the hell was stalking her. No matter where she was, she tried to look around. But even now, in this messed up situation, she finally understood the cold, piercing gaze that had been fixed on her all along. Where the hell did it come from? Suddenly, that monster attacked, making Chun Bok's mom jump in shock. She was slammed far away. The impact caused a huge shockwave. She was both in pain and furious. After getting beaten like that, she couldn't help but curse out loud. Without waiting a second, it kept attacking, and that terrifying stare she felt was coming straight from the monster right in front of her. Chun Bok's mom was beaten to hell. She kept crashing into stone walls, her body taking serious damage. The monster quickly moved back to her spot the next second. Its eyes were wide open. A massive collision shattered the ground. The monster sprang up, confused, like it didn't get what was going on. When it looked down again, it saw its arm severed. Right after, Chun Bok's mom kicked hard into its chest. The monster howled in pain from the kick, then crashed violently again. The impact stirred up a strong wind. Chun Bok's mom stumbled back a bit, looking at the scene, then muttered, "Since it fell from here, it's probably dead." She spoke too soon. Before she could finish, Chun Bok's mom hurriedly covered her mouth. Panic flooded her mind. From below, the ground started shaking violently, cracking open. The monster from before slowly crawled out, its body even bigger now. Facing this, Chun Bok's mom was exhausted and pissed off. She helplessly cursed the monster's tentacles. Smoke and heat rose thickly, with sizzling sounds nonstop. "I tried to paralyze, poison, and even cut off your arm, but none of it worked. What the hell are you made of?" she said, staring at its intact arm. Unlike the monster, Chun Bok's mom was drained now. She furrowed her brows. There had to be a way. Chun Bok's mom racked her brain, trying to find a way to finish this monster, but it gave her no chance to see the light. It kept taunting her. "Stop fooling yourself. You've tried everything you've got, haven't you? You have nothing left." It sneered with contempt. The more the monster talked, the more Chun Bok's mom faltered. "Haven't I told you? I know everything about you. I can even feel your emotions right now. Want me to say it out loud?" It slowly dragged itself closer to her. The monster now stood face to face with Chun Bok's mom. When she looked up at it, it was pretty surprised. The monster couldn't believe Chun Bok's mom was actually scared of it. Its face was full of satisfaction. She suddenly stepped back, twisting her foot to turn away. Taking advantage of its momentary distraction, Chun Bok's mom bolted forward. Right now, running was the only option deep in her bones. She could feel how dangerous that monster was. But just a few steps in, her stomach was pierced by a powerful attack, causing serious injury. Chun Bok's mom coughed up blood, her eyes wide open. The monster squeezed her tight. She only felt bone-deep pain and screamed to express it. Meanwhile, the monster was insanely excited. It snarled fiercely. "You coward! You won't be able to deny my existence anymore. Face the truth. I am you," it said as it pulled its arm back hard. Chun Bok's mom was yanked backward violently. The monster thought she had enraged it. It mercilessly stabbed into Chun Bok's helpless body. She felt pain physically and was mentally shaken. "No way. I can't be killed by some unknown freak." The monster boldly pulled its arm out of her body. The sound of cracking bones echoed nonstop. Blood splattered everywhere. The tentacle on Chun Bok's mom was also ripped off, dripping with blood. She didn't want to fall because her family was still waiting. Chun Bok's mom still wanted to protect them. She believed it was her mission. The monster, ruthless, tore her body apart right then and there. She helplessly thought of Gon Don and Chun Bok. Her arm trembled uncontrollably from the pain. Tentacles kept being ripped out violently. Chun Bok's mom was in so much agony she couldn't scream out loud. Seeing her pitiful state, the monster couldn't help but speak. "Why do you care so much about those fake things? Look at me, just look at me." The monster seemed on the verge of madness. Drool dripped from its mouth. Its breathing grew heavier. Its eyes were bloodshot red. It grinned terrifyingly. "Don't deny my existence ever again." The cracking sounds kept ringing nonstop. Chun Bok's mom couldn't believe this was how her life would end. At this moment, she thought of her little family. She remembered her small home and felt bitter because she couldn't fulfill her past promises. Chun Bok's mom wanted to apologize to Gon Don, her beloved husband. She especially wanted to say sorry to her little daughter, Chun Bok. Thinking of that innocent smile, she couldn't hold back the pain. A piercing scream echoed in the blood-soaked air. The scene showed a woman kneeling in a pool of red blood, holding something tightly, sharp teeth, and thick black hair. The scream mixed with sobs of sorrow, heart-wrenching. Chun Bok's mom jolted awake, eyes wide open. Tears still clung to her lashes. She gasped, drenched in sweat. Only now did she realize it was all a nightmare. She slowly sat up, groaning in exhaustion. It was a terrible nightmare that made her head throb. But Chun Bok's mom couldn't remember anything from the dream. Just then, a soft voice whispered in her ear, "What's wrong with you?" Hear that? Chun Bok's mom slowly turned her head and glanced lightly at the voice. Behind her were three monsters staring at her. Gon smiled weakly, looking exhausted. "Need any help?" Right then, Jong-gu crawled in from outside. His muscular body struggled to squeeze through the tiny door. That annoyed Dong-gu. Gazan tensed every muscle, veins popping, ready to throw a punch. Not wasting her effort, that strike dealt massive damage to Chun Bok's mom's face. Even though the opponent took the pain, her knuckles started bleeding. Gazan immediately unleashed her fury. Chun Bok's mom said, "Your stupid teeth just made me hurt." Even though Ri-jin tried to stop her, she seemed like she wanted to land a few more hits. Dong-gu stood beside muttering, "Looks like it hurts." Ji-jin chuckled dryly. "This is gonna happen a lot. When will you finally get used to it?" On the other hand, Jae-chun looked utterly heartbroken. "Too bad, she really was my ideal type." Gon sneered sarcastically at him. "So you like ugly girls? She's seriously ugly and even has a kid. Is she really your type?" Dae-chun casually gave a thumbs up in response. "She's perfect." Hearing that, Gon helplessly called him crazy. Chun Bok's mom was currently in a weak spot. She could only grit her teeth and endure the insults. After a moment of rest, her foot suddenly whipped out a backward kick. Though her attack posture was weird, it had enough force to take down the opponent. The sudden strike to a weak spot made Jae-chun scream in pain. Realizing Chun Bok's mom was about to break free, Gon immediately used his hair to hold her back. "How dare you?" Chun Bok's mom didn't hold back either, kicking her so hard she slammed into the wall. While the whole gang was still stunned, she had already dashed off somewhere. Gon could only curse. She angrily turned to blame others. "What are you waiting for, Jane? Why let her go?" Still, Ri-jin stayed calm. "It's fine, no need to rush." Jane flashed a sly smile. "No matter where she runs, she'll never escape our grasp." In another corner of the city, a sinister laugh echoed among the monsters. "Is that all you got? Keep running. Run to a few more places for me to see." Gon got hyped like a hunter. "We'll find you. You'll never escape us with that tentacle-filled body." Chun Bok's mom immediately felt uneasy knowing the monsters held her weak spot. Ji-dion was smug about it. "That tiny, quick thing will never escape." Her twin hair buns slithered like venomous snakes toward Chun Bok's mom's back. That's when Gon's piercing yell rang out. "Don't waste my time. Stop running and come with us. This hide-and-seek game's gotta end now, right?" The eerie sound pressed into Chun Bok's mom's mind. Let's go. Feeling a liquid spraying behind her, she cautiously turned around. What's that? Gon's red eyes widened in shock. What's the target? Taking advantage of her opponent's confusion, Chun Bok's mom lunged and scratched her back. Then her yellow eyes glowed faintly. Her instincts saved her life. The moment Dai Chun tried to cut her in half, she dodged just in time. This critical situation pushed her combat state to a higher level. Chun Bok's mom immediately lowered her center of gravity and scratched deeply at Dai Chun. Suddenly, a strange snake-like thing locked her in place. Using her sharp eyes, she spotted the danger. Sure enough, when Zhang lunged to punch, Chun Bok's mom vanished completely. Just as she lost balance and fell, she flipped up and sat right back up in a flash. 2 enemies down, only 1 left. A mocking voice rang out. It's just you and me now, weird girl Jean. Let's have some fun. You think you can trap me with that fake smile? When did you change out of your LC outfit? After saying that, she turned to comfort her comrades. Relax, your wounds need healing. Chun Bok's mom stared in shock as she saw her wounds being rapidly healed by the tentacles. Another voice interrupted. Where's your family? Gon sneered. I tried my best to find them, but they're nowhere nearby. Where could they go without you? I know. Your little family's in the village. The wicked grin in Gon's eyes deepened. Chun Bok's mom couldn't stay calm. She extended her sharp claws and charged like a wild beast. But someone was faster. A punch straight to her gut stopped all her attacks. You don't stand a chance. Sharp spikes pierced her body, leaving many wounds. The force threw Chun Bok's mom away from the group. Though wounded, she struggled up and warned them. Don't you dare harm my family. 2 sharp, scorpion-like spikes shot out from her at once. Dai Chun stretched out his arms to restrain her. Enough. Stop it. His arms wrapped around Chun Bok's mom's spikes like giant blankets. The panic in her eyes was clear. Soon after, Jae Chun's hands squeezed her entire body tight. Damn it, I'm completely trapped. Gun mocked gleefully. I told you, you'll never escape. The monsters from her eggs started closing in on Chun Bok's mom. Gun was smug. You didn't expect this, huh? You should be grateful. All this was prepared just for you. We've all been waiting for you here. Remember this? There's no way out from us. At first, we planned to play nice, but now it's too late. I'll tear you apart before I leave. Chun Bok's mom was furious, struggling nonstop but couldn't break free. Gazon raised his hand framing a shot and smiled slyly. I love this expression. Finally, I got a perfect picture. Now let's finish this. I can save your life after Dad deals with you. I'll treat you special, keep you as my pet. While Gon was still lost in his arrogance, Dai Chun was terrified, noticing another figure approaching. How come that person's breath got heavier as they neared Gon? She finally sensed the danger closing in. However, Gazan was thrown up and spun like a toy. Her body kept crashing down, badly injured, coughing up blood. Her comrades could only watch helplessly. Even though she wasn't the target, Chun Bok's mom felt scared just watching. Looking down, she noticed something strange. The monsters around started trembling and crying out in fear. Ahead, a rare long white hair floated calmly, completely contrasting the bloody chaos. Chun Bok's mom immediately guessed the owner, Dengen, the dungeon master. Everyone was terrified, while the mischievous boy next to her laughed loudly. Let's play. In a blink, Gon and his minions were knocked out cold. Resin felt a mix of panic and fear. I don't get it. We already checked for dangers around here, yet she's drenched in cold sweat. This can't be a coincidence. The sinister hand reached closer. Dine's trembling voice, why is the dungeon master here? The monsters lost control of their bodies and started trembling. What the hell is going on? Chun Bok's mom was also on high alert. Why are these sudden events connected to the dungeon master? This is not good at all. I can't face another strong enemy like this. What should I do? Over here, Jae-jin's gaze gradually became hazy. Jae-chun's voice woke Jae-jin up. So how should we handle this? She's locking us down. Everyone is trembling just because of her presence. Tell us what to do right now. Jane was pressured by her subordinates until she finally said a few reassuring words. Don't panic anymore. We're not here to confront the dungeon master. Our target is the one holding a part of Dad's body. All we need to do is grab her and retreat. That's what the family has to do. Grab her now. The monsters seemed empowered and charged forward. It's all because Dad wanted to be recognized by his father. Step aside, or I'll catch her first. Chun Bok's mom was completely surrounded by hundreds of monsters. While watching the chaos, a childish voice called out to the dungeon master. Mom! The boy's sparkling eyes looked at her and said eagerly, let's play. A gentle glint appeared on the dungeon master's brutal face, but when she shifted her gaze again, the coldness returned. Her tongue lightly licked the corner of her mouth, preparing for a full dinner. Suddenly, 2 giant arms tore through the ground and emerged. In an instant, they lunged in opposite directions like bloodthirsty beasts. Chun Bok's mom was caught between 2 dangerous forces. In front were ferocious monsters, and behind were the giant arms. She gasped as her nerves tightened to the max. I can do this. A dazzling light revealed two beloved figures in this deadly place. Chun Bok softly called, Mom. Her hand tried to grasp her beloved family. I will never let them catch me here. The intense feelings for her family seemed to fuel an invisible power inside her. Jae-jin's monster minions were closing in on Chun Bok's mom. She screamed fiercely with a commanding roar, the signature power of a mutant monster. Moments later, Chun Bok's mom raised her hand to actively confront them. Come here, you bastards. But something happened. The aggressive monsters in front were pushed back by the giant arms. They looked weak, thrown into the air and torn apart into pieces. Jane and Jae-chun could only stand outside, stunned and watching. I can't beat it. This is terrifying. Jane hesitated and asked, Did you notice anything over there? Dae-chun trembled and replied, Those arms aren't randomly attacking each of our families, right? She refuted in a fearful tone. This is no coincidence. Chun Bok's mom immediately used her golden eyes to probe the situation. Surprise and shock suddenly flooded her gaze. The dungeon master had maintained a very friendly expression toward Chun Bok's mom all this time. The others across from them were not so comfortable. Jae-chun and Zong-gu screamed in pain as they struggled against the dungeon master's intense aura. The monster's foot slammed hard on the ground, creating a loud crack. Dong-gu tried to give orders. Go grab her. Zong-gu also nodded weakly toward Rain, who urgently commanded to capture her right now. The enemy immediately dashed off. I'll do it right now. The mutant monsters turned their heads and kept begging for help. Seeing the dungeon master's giant arms, they ran even faster. The chaotic crowd blocked Dong-gu. Dae-chun, I can't see anything. The guy angrily replied, In this mess, where the hell is she? I think she must be over there. But halfway through his sentence, he was cut off. It turned out Chun Bok's mom launched a surprise attack and chopped off the monster's head. That horrific scene shrank into a gloomy film in Dong-gu's eyes as if pushed to his limit, and he wildly raised his monstrous claws. What the hell? His powerful punch created a huge hole in the road. But looking closely, all that strength didn't hit Chun Bok's mom. Where are you? Show yourself now. At that moment, a sudden scream erupted. That terrifying thing appeared again. Dae-chun immediately fell into a passive state. I can't see anything. If I attack blindly to find her, I'll hurt the family. The monster arm was starting to enjoy a thrilling new hunt. Jong-gu began to get confused. Where the hell is she? Ji-jin quickly located her behind you, Jong-gu. But before the words reached his ears, Chun Bok's mom clawed deeply into his lower back. The pain drove him into despair. My back hurts so much, it feels like my body is melting. But the scratch on my back was spurting bright red blood. Dong-gu somehow regained brief clarity. Found you, little rat. Chun Bok's mom immediately stabbed at him with her sharp tentacle. After a while, the sound of punches tearing through the air finally stopped. Slowly, with great difficulty, he sat up. I have no strength left. What happened when consciousness fully returned? She looked up in surprise. Chun Bok's mom glared at her. The dungeon master's mother was calmly eating the monster. A trembling sound came from Gon's throat. What's going on? Where's my family? Everywhere around looked like a mass grave, full of monster corpses. Dae-chun was left with only a headless body. Dong-gu's corpse lay nearby in the same state. Gazon tried to deny the harsh reality, but another hand grabbed her head. Chun Bok's mom emphasized each word. Spill everything you know. She stubbornly struggled. You won't get anything from me. The dungeon master casually fed the boy while threatening. So you like death? Huh. I stammered. Wait, let's make a deal. No, I'll talk. The Village of Hope is our second refuge, and we saw your family there. Hearing this, Chun Bok's mom was completely shocked. Damn it. The sound of iron gates opening at this moment sent chills down the spine. A guiding voice echoed everywhere. It's all over now. We're finally home. Today is a great day. There's nothing to fear when we're with Village Chief Gon Don's heavy footsteps throbbed. This is hard to grasp. The monsters are controlled by the chief. They can even talk. If I tell HG everything, then what should I do next? I don't even know how Chun Bok's condition is. Suddenly, a whisper came from beside. Hey, I'll meet you at the hospital. Gon Don was startled, staring at the person who just spoke to him. Junu still looked at him with a super complicated expression. A shadow was stepping closer to the door. The doorknob was slowly shaking because someone was touching it. Junu cheerfully greeted, Hey everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Gondol politely nodded in response, while Hai-Ra was extremely cautious. She almost spoke in a commanding tone. You're here, sit down. The lively chatter kept going nonstop. So he's Gon Don and she's Hai-Li, his wife, right? I'm Jun Julie. I've heard my daughter mention you, Gon Don. Though he tried to respond, his eyes kept staring at her arm. This person didn't even have a right arm. After greeting Gon Don, Junu smiled brightly and kept making small talk. Hey hey. Hi, Ray responded with a hateful glare. Junu just muttered. She's really friendly. Huh. Suddenly, she switched the topic back to Gond. A probing question was thrown out. So today you witnessed the miracle of the meat-eating day, right? That kind of thing doesn't happen every day, does it? The sound from her throat lowered as she asked. Believe it or not, Junu's face completely darkened. Believing in that miracle, Gon Don seemed shaken by her question. He hesitated and said, I don't know why you're asking me that, but I don't believe in any magic that could put me in danger someday. Faced with that bluntness, Junu just chuckled softly and giggled. Gondol was super tense, trying to read some info from her face. In that tense moment, he unconsciously clenched his own arm tightly. After a while, Junu spoke up. Oh, I'm really glad to know you don't believe in that patched-up magic. I'm pretty sensitive when it comes to reading people's hearts. I was a bit worried you'd be rattled by that huge cursed stone. You don't know how relieved I was to finally meet someone who understands the truth. Gondol hesitated for a long moment, then nervously suggested, Tell me everything you know. What's the real truth behind what the village chief is doing? Junu sarcastically explained, Isn't it obvious? He always wears that smile, gathers everyone together, but doesn't hand them over to the meat-eating monster or turn them into one. He's a ruthless old bastard. The one who created a tribe of cannibals. Gondol couldn't hold back his shock and shouted, What the hell? Haiji, standing nearby, immediately widened both eyes. He asked in panic, Wait, you mean this place is run by a tribe of cannibals? Junu calmly nodded. Exactly. It looks like a normal village, but it's actually more like a monster factory. You can really smell that bloody stench here. Suddenly, Hyra stepped forward and questioned Run-Ru. How can you reveal that secret to someone you just met? Are all the things you said really true? Junu straightforwardly replied, I'll tell you everything I know if you want. Hai cut in coldly. No need, that's enough. We'll leave tomorrow. Gon Don panicked upon hearing that. Wait, what about treating Chun Bok? She immediately answered, Why stay here any longer? I've already gotten into trouble before even starting treatment. Don't worry too much. When we leave, we can take that doctor with us. He'll be a very valuable hostage. We can get some extra supplies for recovery, and more. Jun Diu fell silent, waiting to hear the rest of the nasty plan. Suddenly, HG burst out. We should kill this woman right now. Jun Ru swallowed nervously from fear. Gon Don immediately spoke up to stop him. Calm down. Hi Ra. How can you say that as a mother? Jinu suddenly poked her head out from under the bed. She should watch her words, especially with the baby sleeping. I choose this place because it has a full power system and medical equipment. Do you really think treatment can be done at home? Even a doctor like me finds it tough. Junu took the chance to add, Did you hear everything clearly? You shouldn't take drastic actions. If something happens, it'll put your daughter in even more danger. If that happens, she won't get timely treatment, and her condition will get worse. By the time it all ends, she'll completely mutate into a little monster. Hai immediately fell into panic and fear thinking about that. Right after Junu finished speaking, Hai lunged forward and grabbed her by the neck. Jinu shouted in shock, Let go of her. How can you treat Junu like that? Even Gondu got tense. Hey, stop it right now. Hai was still focused entirely on Junu. How did you find out? Only the doctor knew about that. Then she turned to question Jingu. Did you hide this from us and secretly tell her? He immediately reassured. Hai Ra, don't worry. We can trust Run Ryu. She cut in angrily. Shut up. She's going to cause a lot of trouble later. We should finish this woman off right now at this critical moment. Junu tried to say a few words. Do you know the village chief already knows about this? He's very dangerous. He's watching your daughter. Even if you plan to escape, the monsters won't let you leave. We'll give you everything, care and food included. Just help us kill him. Hai Ra's nerves seemed completely paralyzed by the sobbing sound. Junu almost poured all her sincerity into continuing. So I beg you, please help me save my daughter. The outsiders also fell into a heavy silence. Immediately, Junu's eyes darkened, sweat continuously pouring down her face. Hai Ra squinted, seemingly searching for a weakness in the opponent. After a while, she shifted out of her defensive state. The arm that had been squeezing Runru's neck slowly loosened. HG finally agreed. All right, deal done. But you better remember every word you said. Runu, still coughing, immediately assured, I'll keep my word, don't worry. The arm that had been aggressive now gently extended in front of Junu. Hai Ra calmly looked down at her, seemingly wanting to help her up. Junu breathed a sigh of relief and reached out her hand. Their two hands lightly clasped, sealing the deal between them. Chun Bok lay on the bed, twitching slightly before opening her eyes and waking up. Junu slowly brought a burning cigarette to her mouth but quickly pulled it away because of the smoke smell. That embarrassment made her laugh. My neck still hurts a lot. Jinu beside her added, That was really intense just now, but you're lucky. You were almost caught in a much bigger mess. Junru seemed much more at ease. We reached an agreement, so I'll let that slide, okay? Hearing that, he immediately lowered his voice to warn. Please be more careful in negotiations if you want to keep your other arm. You know I'm saying this because I care about you. Don't you have any regrets at all? We're ready, but we're up against a whole tribe of cannibals. I'm taking a huge risk. The only sure thing is that we won't regret it if we fail. And how am I supposed to heal the kid when I don't even know what caused those symptoms? Because of you, I have to struggle even more now. Jundu laughed loudly and then turned to hit Jinu. How can you say stuff like that? I hold all your secrets, you know. That's your talent. I know you can do it. Jinu was hit so hard he dropped to the ground, trembling violently. Jundu didn't care about him and started speaking. You asked if I regret it, right? No. Because I have to do this for my daughter's future. I'm sure a father would do the same. This is the only way I can be forgiven. In a ruined corner of the city about 3 years ago, Junu began to speak. My family and I took the risk to search for food. We avoided monsters to reach a village my husband mentioned. It's called Hope Village. Suddenly, the childish voice of John Hai rang out. Dad, I'm so thirsty. It's so hot here. The gentleman encouraged. Hang in there, my dear. I'll be there soon. Look, Mom is doing her best right beside you. But then Junu suddenly whispered, I love you. I couldn't hear what he was saying clearly. I don't want to keep going like this anymore. Embarrassingly, I wanted to end my life even though my daughter was fighting to survive. But in that moment, the only thing that shocked and lifted my spirit was my husband's optimism, mug. But at least my family survived. The iron gate creaked heavily as it opened. Junu stepped inside with deep suspicion. I followed my husband here, but I didn't even know if Hope Village was a good place to live. But now I was too exhausted to think further. An old voice suddenly spoke up. I understand how hard it was to get here. Those who overcame hardships and misfortune to arrive here deserve a reward. Welcome to Hope Village. Junu still clearly remembered the strange feeling. It felt like a dream. Everything was nothing like the hell outside. The village was so happy and cozy, like the days before the apocalypse. Tears mixed with many emotions finally couldn't be held back. Junu truly felt a burden lift from her heart. I let go of my worries and felt instantly relieved. She gently called her partner, Oh my love, Minsu. Smiling at Junu, he said, We made it. Now it's time to live a happy life again. Tears had already soaked Junu's whole face. She reached up to wipe them away. Right on, she replied softly. Yes, our family is happy again. After settling in Hope Village, John Hai, who was once weak, grew strong and healthy enough to play with friends. And my husband became the deputy village chief for helping the village develop. Thanks to my family and the villagers, I was able to recover. I also took charge of caring for new residents. Suddenly, Minsu rushed up and hugged Junu tightly from behind. What are you doing, my love? Then they started joking around despite others standing nearby. Junu just clenched his jaw to hold back his irritation. However, an important factor changed my mind. In the chaos, a voice immediately calmed the crowd. Everyone, don't be afraid. If we dispel doubt and truly unite as a family, I guarantee eternal peace and protection for our whole family. The miracle he showed felt like the only home that could keep my family safe. That's what I thought then. John Hai curiously asked Junu, Mom, did you see Chung today? Junu calmly replied, I heard their family left the village last night. The village chief told me that, son. John Hai was a bit upset. Why didn't he say goodbye to me? Though calm on the outside, Junu was just as confused. Thinking back, it's been 8 months since I arrived and more people have left than I expected. Why would they leave such an ideal place to live? Suddenly, Minsu burst in, panting, and said, My love, can we talk for a moment? Suspicion instantly made the atmosphere tense. What do you mean? Minsu repeated nervously. Listen, this place is extremely dangerous. We need to leave. I've seen monsters and the bodies of those who left the village in the basement. We have to pack up and get out immediately. Otherwise, we'll be next. Hurry up. But Minsu clearly heard a no. Junu emphasized, Didn't you hear what I said? I said no. If we really leave now, then what? Do you have another plan? What about John Hai and me? I don't want our lives to get harder again. If I have to face another hell, I'd rather live here. I'll handle everything. You don't have to do anything. Minsu stared in shock at her cold attitude. My love. Stubbornness pushed Junu to run away. This is the peace I finally found. I can't go back to the hell outside. Surely this village holds no secrets. The village chief can help solve this problem. Junhung calmly replied, Thank you, Junu. I know this isn't easy for you. Above all, I respect you for confessing the truth to me. Wait until I meet you and the deputy chief again. Jundiu felt a burden lift. Thank you, village chief. I will never forget your compassion today. But everything quickly changed. If I had never told the village chief, things wouldn't have gone this way, right? Someone's mind started to blur. When did everything go off track? I thought my family could be happy here. Was it when I went down to that basement without suspicion? Or should I have run as soon as I saw the monsters? Was it because I didn't trust the village chief? Why? Jun-hung smiled sinisterly and snapped his fingers. A monster behind stuck out its long tongue and slashed off one of Junu's arms. Then Minsu was pierced through the stomach by the monster's hand. Pure terror fully showed on Junu's face. The starving monsters began to gnaw. Grabbing her arm, Junu tried to hold back the trembling in her body and called out her husband's name, Minsu. But he was no longer able to respond to her. Worried, she touched him. Minsu, you're bleeding. Please stay with me. Why is this happening to us? I just wanted our family to be happy. Why did everything turn out like this? In her panic, a deep voice spoke up. Jun-diu, do you know the instinct of the cuckoo bird? Her body immediately stopped trembling and then froze. Junu probably thought she misheard. What did you say? Here's the story about that bird. The cuckoo lays its eggs in another bird's nest. After the mother bird lays her eggs and leaves, the owner of the nest will incubate those eggs. But do you know what the hatchling does after it hatches? It pushes the other eggs out of the nest to take over. The foster mother bird has no idea and keeps raising the cuckoo chick. Even when the cuckoo chick grows up, it has no trouble finding food because its foster parents always provide for it. It lives like that until it leaves the nest. That's exactly why I hate this bird. Do you get my point? I raised you with all my trust because I thought we were a family. But you're ungrateful like a cuckoo. Rats that betray our trust no longer belong to this village. Junu fell into utter panic. She helplessly begged, I'm sorry, this won't happen again. It's all my fault for not convincing my husband. I'll do anything you ask, even if it means becoming a servant or a slave. I'll do anything, village chief. So please save my husband. Please, I beg you. Junu screamed with all her might, please. Village chief. Su Min immediately stepped forward and kicked her in the head. Shut up, you bitch. How dare you demand trust from us when you've already betrayed us once? Ungrateful trash. We were once a family and gave you a happy life. After a round of beating and cursing, he finally heard the command, enough. Sun Min's mentor smiled wickedly and turned his back, replying, yes, sir. Jun-hung stepped closer to the trembling Junu. Your accusation helped us resolve this issue, so I've decided to give you one last chance. A kitchen knife was thrown down next to Junu. Jun-hung cheerfully ordered, kill that cuckoo. Then I will trust you again like a family member. Tears of pain and despair streamed down her cheeks. Junu sobbed out, village chief, but that person is. Before she could finish, he cut her off. So this is your answer? Then I have no other choice. We will take good care of Joe Hai. That's what you want, right? The monsters began tempting her. Kill him, there's no saving him now. After you kill him, give me some to eat. Junu shakily picked up the knife from the ground and whispered to Minsu. He lay helpless on the ground, breathing heavily, waiting for the outcome. His pupils trembled and contracted. She seemed to have made her decision. Minsu suddenly called her name. Honey, it'll be okay. Just do it. I'm fine. But finally, his voice grew faint from the pain. Junu cried miserably while raising the sharp knife. Minsu, I'm sorry. After hearing the flesh being stabbed, Jun-hung praised with satisfaction. Well done, Jun-diu. I know how hard this was for you, but you made your choice. His hand lightly rested on her shoulder as if nothing had happened. Jun-hung gently hugged Jun-diu, welcoming her back home in the final moments. Jun-diu cautiously asked the village chief, may I make one more request? The next morning, a clear voice announced, everyone, today we lost a member of our family. The villagers couldn't hold back their tears. The announcement continued, this couple bravely fought against the monsters that invaded our village. Last night, Junu lost an arm. Our deputy village chief died during that time. However, thanks to their noble sacrifice, we had a peaceful night and stand here today. On the other hand, as the village chief, I was useless in handling last night's events. My carelessness endangered everyone's safety and the promises I made. Ultimately, it led to this tragedy. I bow my head and sincerely apologize to everyone. The people around shook their heads. We are the ones responsible for this, not you. Anger still lingered in Junu's mind. Those people couldn't believe that the old man responsible for my husband's death had won others' trust and forgiveness. And the man who treated my husband like trash. They expressed their condolences with flowers. Oh, filthy bastards. But the most disgusting thing was the image of suffering and weapons flashing in Junu's mind. Her throat felt sickening, making her bite her lip. But in the end, she helplessly vomited right there. Deep inside, Junu always remembered one thing. The worst filth was herself. You staged this whole act. The cold food sat untouched for a long time. Junu had sunk deep into the abyss of her greed. She had killed her husband. She couldn't even end her own life because of guilt. Jalhai had depended on the village chief since her father's death. She should just die. She couldn't forgive herself. Junu's hand unconsciously gripped the blanket. But I still have responsibilities to fulfill. If this continues, they will exploit my daughter, and she will live a life worse than mine and Minsu's. For this situation, I have to pull myself together. Even though the food was in front of her, Junu had no mood to eat. She made a firm decision, no matter how long it takes. She grabbed a handful of rice with her bare hands. Junu muttered inside, "This is the only way I can make Joe Hai live happily and earn Minsu's forgiveness. I will kill them all, keep Yang Hai safe, and bring peace to Minsu. Minsu will make it no matter what." Her mutated finger grew long nails and bulging veins. According to the results from the 28th experiment, I discovered that Chun Bok is very different from other monsters. In the second experiment, I gave test subject A a sample of blood from that mutated finger, and it only took 35 seconds for the subject to start mutating. In the reverse experiment, I gave subject B some blood from other body parts, and nothing happened. I also ran a bunch of tests using every method I could think of but still couldn't pinpoint the cause of the mutation. However, I did discover something: a thin membrane seems to be blocking the virus from spreading throughout the entire body. I need to investigate this more thoroughly. But at least the kid has genes that can suppress the spread or maybe even immunity. Suddenly, Chun Bok's hoarse singing made Jinu yell out, "Oh man, you almost gave me a heart attack. What the hell was that sound? Blow your nose already. Where's the tissue?" Jinu suddenly froze when he heard a question. "Doctor, am I going to turn into a monster?" "Yes, you will. You heard me last night." He was worried and didn't know what to say. This is such a pain. I'm terrible at comforting kids. The kid asked that because she's worried, right? Don't be scared. It's going to be tough, but there's definitely a way to fix this. Don't pay attention to what we said last night. Is that good enough to say? I'm going to be in big trouble if she starts crying here. Unexpectedly, Jinu heard a calm voice. "I'm not scared. I'm going to become a strong monster like my mom when I mutate, right? If I really turn into a monster, I have to be a giant monster." Jinu casually replied with some empty words. "Oh, really?" Chun Bok innocently continued. "If I become a strong monster, I'll protect my parents. They won't have to get hurt or run away in a hurry anymore. I'll do everything for my parents. I'll get stronger like mom and bring smoked raw meat home." Thinking about the dream of becoming a giant monster made Chun Bok's eyes sparkle. Your innocence makes grown-ups like Jinu stunned because, to him, a small monster who's always so gentle is actually terrifying. Mutant Chun Bok held up a bag of chips. "This food is so good, so good. I'm a good kid, right?" Jinu rubbed her head to calm his mind. "Wait a sec, I'm imagining this a bit too much." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door. "What are you doing?" "We're ready. Hurry up." Jinu replied in surprise. "Already done with the run-through. That was fast." Chun Bok suspiciously asked, "Where is everyone going? Where are my mom and dad?" Jinu stepped forward and patted her head. "They'll be back soon. Oh, by the way, do you want to play a game with me?" She smiled like an angel. "Let's play hostage." At the same time, outside the hospital, John Hai was startled and turned around when he heard a call. "Yes, ma'am." The woman approached to ask, "Do you know where the village chief is? I need to ask him something." John Hai thought for a moment, then answered, "The village chief? I think he's currently talking with the new residents down in the basement." The voice echoed through the underground hall. "Thank you for becoming part of the family. The village will receive a lot of help." "If there are two people," Gon Don and H humbly replied, "we are honored. We're grateful to be allowed to stay as new residents. Besides that, I didn't think a space like this existed down there." Jun Hung explained, "We come here to take shelter when danger strikes. But I think Jinu came to the hospital to meet you on meet day, right?" Gondu honestly replied, "That's right." He took the chance to ask what she said. Don excitedly recounted. "She told us a lot. She told us about the good things in the village and emphasized that the people here are kind. She also praised you for running the village so honestly. It was really an interesting conversation because I learned a lot from the village." However, Gondol and Hai suddenly frowned when they heard a strange sound. Jun Hung tried to cover his mouth to hold back laughter. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. Haira, looking at him with a confused gaze. "Why are you laughing?" Sumin turned around with a meaningful expression. "Are you making up a joke?" "That's not true. Now that you're part of the family, you can't lie like that. You lose trust right from the start." His hand cracked his knuckles softly. "Haven't used these in a while." Sumin gave a creepy smile. "I can't stop thinking about killing you guys. Can I really do it?" Jun Hung gently stopped him. "Oh, how shameful. Honestly, I don't see any hope for you two. You're the talent our village desperately needs, but we realize you're nothing like us." HG coldly asked, "So now we're no longer members here? We can leave, right?" The other side hinted, "No. No one needs to go anywhere. There's another way for you to become part of our family. Don't worry." A liquid stretched beside Hai. "If you truly become our family." The wet licking sound came from hundreds of mouths on a giant worm monster. Like round beads on its tongue, they started crawling everywhere, searching for tasty prey. The worm monster had two blood-red eyes and its head was wide open, drooling. Hiza and Gon still hadn't realized the danger was close because they were focused on another voice. I'll send your daughter back after he finishes his work in the village. Everywhere was filled with piercing screams. Residents panicked and shouted, "What's going on? Why are you treating us like this? What are you planning?" The cold reassurance came back. Calm down, everyone. However, the red-robed people obeyed her order and charged forward with weapons. Jun frowned, warning the crowd. "If you want to live, you have to listen to me and leave this village." John Hai looked at her suspiciously. "Mom." Jun Hung and Su Min, old and young, silently walked through the dark basement. Something flashed through Jun Hung's mind, making him laugh. He slowly said, "I knew this would happen. I discovered she put a lot of effort into this, from following those two into the hospital to the plan threatening my family out there." But he remained calm. "I won't expose that cuckoo, because this feels more like an opportunity. I can find all the traitorous cuckoos and eliminate them at once. Some useful people will become my new family, and the rest will be fed to the monsters." He gritted his teeth and cursed, "That damn cuckoo." The more Jun Hung thought, the more excited he felt. I'm eager to see her expression at the very last moment. In another part of the basement, the worm monster screamed, "Come here." Gon Do and H were trying not to get cut by its tongue. "How many tongues does this thing have? We're not badly hurt thanks to the weapon Run-Ru gave us. But its tongue is huge. This weapon isn't enough to kill it. We should probably retreat." Gon Do thought and shouted, "H, fall back." Hai's red contact lens accidentally fell out. She quickly grabbed the axe and slipped past the monster. Hundreds of tongues, like snakes, kept crawling forward. Ca coldly chopped them into pieces. As soon as she cut one tongue, she had to deal with another. Getting used to it, Za cut more and more. The axe in her hand shifted position. While the monster wasn't paying attention, something else suddenly appeared behind it. But when it looked closer, it was just a cloak. It sneered and turned away. "Is that all?" Unexpectedly, another black object flew over and covered its head. A massive force slammed onto the monster's back. Right after, the monster angrily broke free from the cloak's control. But Hasa was about to bring the axe down on it. A clean slash drew a line of blood. Another head slowly crawled out from the monster's mouth. Oh man, what an ugly face. A female body twisted and slithered out right there. Suddenly, a hammer smashed the monster's head. Sa was the one who delivered that attack. Thanks for that. Just after finishing off the monster, she heard a heavy sound. A group wearing red cloaks stormed into the Gond cave, armed. Don angrily scolded, "Why did reinforcements show up so late? We almost lost our lives, tearing it apart." The others ignored that and asked, "You took it down alone? Awesome. I knew you had something special." Gondol replied coldly, "Sorry, it wasn't me." But the group kept praising him. Amid the awkward moment, HG suddenly warned, "Don't get careless or overconfident, because we haven't done much yet. The main event is just getting started." A painful scream echoed as fresh blood fell. Jinu was stabbed in the belly by a weapon. The villagers backed away in panic. Jingu said, "Oh God, are they really attacking him? It's so cruel to let a kid witness this." Jinu kept signaling Chun Bok secretly. Jinu quietly instructed, "Pretend you're not okay. You have to act scared, remember that." So Chun Bok started moving his face muscles. "I can do this." The villagers hesitated at the warnings. "See, this isn't a joke. Drop your weapons and come with us. If you don't, more will get hurt." An angry man shouted, "You evil bastard. How could you betray the village chief like this?" The crowd gradually cursed. "Jun-Ru, you've gone too far. She's no longer one of us. Go to hell, ungrateful bastard." She could only comfort herself. All this was predictable, no surprise. Junu emphasized to them, "Do you need more time?" The crowd immediately fell silent, gripped by invisible fear. Then they reluctantly dropped their weapons as she demanded. Junu felt quietly relieved. Finally done. Now I can reduce casualties by moving the villagers to a safe place. Their weapons might come in handy too. We were smart to send those two to the village chief. Otherwise, he would have escaped without a scratch, and the people would start rioting. But that old cunning bastard might figure it all out. We need to be more cautious. First, we should. A childish scream suddenly cut off Junru's thoughts. She anxiously searched for the source. Jinu looked around fearfully too. Suddenly, someone pointed a gun to the sky and pulled the trigger. "Stop right there, John Hai," a loud warning. "Let my villagers go now." John Hai's action was off plan, leaving everyone stunned. The villagers stared at her in shock. John Hai angrily blamed the village chief. "I told you. He said Mom would go after the villagers, so he gave me this. Mom's not the mother I once knew." Jun Diu stepped forward gently. "Calm down. She might shoot herself even if warned." Junu still tried to reason with her child. "John Hai, calm down. John Hai couldn't hold back and questioned, "Why is Mom against the villagers? She even hurt the doctor. Don't try to justify that Mom did it all for me. I won't believe you anymore." Junu slowly reached out to John Hai. "Actually, Mom." Suddenly, she heard John Hai hint, "That day, Mom should have died, not Dad. It should have been Mom." Minsu's cold body lying on the ground flashed in her mind. John Hai looked at her mother with hatred. Mom should have died. Something shattered Junru's heart. It hurt so much. John Hai pointed the gun at Chun Bok. "Don't come near me, or I'll shoot." People started splitting up to catch John Hai and escort the villagers out. The rest followed John Hai. They frantically warned her, Don't go to that cave." She recklessly ran, heading to the only family left, the village chief. "I have to follow his orders and bring the kid to him." Monster sounds echoed everywhere. "This tunnel leads to our home. I use it to come and go because I have to avoid the villagers. Isn't it spacious and awesome?" Gon trembled, sweating. How did this happen? Everyone's dead. I thought she got stronger over time. What kind of monster is she?" Gon slowly turned to look behind. "But I can see she's exhausted. Maybe I can escape now." Chun Bok's mother suspiciously looked at her. "What's wrong?" Gon immediately pretended innocence. "Oh, nothing. I just meant you look a bit tired." Chun Bok's mother deeply missed her family. Chun Bok, Gon said, "Wait for me. I'm coming to save everyone." As they walked, the ceiling above shook violently. A spooky voice echoed. "What a damn admirable bastard, but you've crossed the line. I only meant to deal with you without trouble." A clawed foot jumped out, smashing the ground. Rain suddenly appeared before them. "I'll tear you to pieces and offer you to my father. Remember my words." Chun Bok's mother was shocked. How is she still alive? Gazon worriedly said, "You're alive. I thought you were gone." Raijin coldly ordered her, "Gon, step aside if you don't want to be crushed." Gon was stunned, unable to react. Jean immediately commanded the monster behind, "Kill it." It lunged like a mad beast. While Gon panicked and fled, Chun Bok's mother took a fighting stance. "I have to protect them. If I die, the beast's instinct screams, my family will be in danger. I will protect them." Giant claws were about to grab her. This was my only hope inside Chun Bok's mother's body. Strange cells started growing new tentacles elsewhere. Chun Bok struggled to break free. "Put me down. I hate the dark. Let me go." John Hai flat out refused the girl. "You have to take me to see the village chief." Suddenly, a voice called her name. John Hai Jun gasped for breath. "Come closer. Don't run away like that. It's dangerous. Please listen to Mom's explanation." John Hai was furious. "Now, weapon, get lost, you traitor. Don't call my name anymore. Why are you still acting like a mother? What's the point? That's disgusting. Stop it right now. Get out of the way. Your family only includes the village chief and the villagers." Chun Bok sighed. After thinking a bit, she shouted, "Don't. You're so evil." Jun Diu and the others were surprised because Chun Bok used a childish tone to scold her as a bad person. "You can't say that to your mother, your own mother." John Hai immediately cut her off. "You don't know anything at all." But she was quickly questioned, confused, only feeling guilty because she spoke like that to her own mother. The hand holding the gun started trembling. At that moment, Junu also spoke, "Mom. Sorry, dear. I love you. I know I wasn't there when you needed me the most. I did it thinking it would be better for you." Junu recalled being busy with the villagers. John Hai just stood behind, looking at her sadly. She looked so lonely with no one by her side. Then Junu tried to explain to her that she was wrong, because even though she always said she wanted what's best for her, she still became a terrible mother. And don't worry about the doctor. It was just a fake blood performance. Mom sees that she will never hurt our family. Trust me. Things aren't what you think. John Hai's voice trembled from her throat. "Get away." Junu gently continued, "John Hai, it will be okay. If you say bad things, I won't hold grudges for the terrible things you said. But please." The mother's hand gently held John Hai's hand. Junu's face was soaked with tears. "At least this last time. Trust your terrible mother, please." John Hai was moved by those sincere words. "Mom, I'm sorry for being rebellious." On the ceiling, something slimy was dripping down. While John Hai was crying, a monster was staring at her with glowing red eyes. Junu immediately froze in shock. John Hai and Chun Bok turned around in fear to look at what just appeared. The monster looked at them with a weird expression. "Found you." Then, it wrapped its tentacles tightly around Chun Bok and John Hai. Junu, worried for her daughter's safety, rushed up. "No." But the monster quickly disappeared. Before anyone could react, she quickly turned back to give instructions. Immediately broadcast as a backup, rage had taken over her mind. "That bastard ordered my daughter's kidnapping. I will slowly torture him to death in pain. He will pay for this and make amends for my husband's life." On the way being taken by the monster, Chun Bok and John Hai saw terrifying things. What the hell is all this? People in red cloaks were fighting a horde of monsters. Chun Bok looked at the horrific scene in fear. Suddenly, on her face appeared a panicked expression. Chun Bok spotted two familiar figures. Gon Don looked surprised, following the sound. Chun Bok, why are you here? And what's that monster? He also reflexively looked up. Unexpectedly, the monster's teeth looked like shark teeth, ready to tear her apart. Unexpectedly, the monster was suddenly cut in half. It turned out Here had just used a blade to kill it. Then she brutally shouted a warning, "Get lost now." Groans echoed in the vehicle chamber. "I'm done for. I can't move. I want to get out of here." The monster ignored and kept crawling on the ceiling. "It's useless. Just stay still." "Come on, we're almost there." The slime dripping dirty from its body started falling. The slimy monster grabbed both of them and jumped straight down. "I'm here." John Hai tiredly asked, "Where is this place?" A familiar voice woke her up. "Welcome, John Hai. I'm glad you avoided the traitors. Bringing a kid here must have been tough for you, huh? But you did it. Now you don't have to worry anymore." The owner of the voice, Sa, after speaking, slowly approached their position. John Hai smiled brightly and declared, "From now on, my family will protect me." The old man's face turned colder. Then first, hand over the girl to me. His old hand couldn't wait to grab Chun Bok. His eyes narrowed slightly. "John Hai, what are you doing?" She trembled and stepped forward to hold Chun Bok's hand tightly. Fear made John Hai sweat cold all over. The confusion made her recall old memories. "Sometimes I found it strange when the villagers left without saying goodbye. And when I heard some other residents were expelled for bad behavior. That village chief is what he told us. The feeling when caught by the monster." She still clearly remembered. There was a chilling truth John Hai accidentally discovered. The monsters she saw on the way here. The young man who once smiled calling her name John Hai. Now he had become a monster who lost his humanity. The sisters who used to be close friends with her back in the village. Their bodies had mutated into bloodthirsty beasts. John Hai asked painfully, "Were they the ones who left the village?" "No, they weren't." "That's right." "No." The village chief said everyone in the village is family and equal. All the monsters here. An angry foot stomped, cutting her off. "You stupid bastard." Sumin growled, questioning John Hai. "How dare you doubt him? Have you forgotten his kindness raising you? I never taught you to be ungrateful like this." John Hai trembled, rebutting, "I haven't forgotten that. But why has our family turned into monsters?" The only answer she got was a kick, straight to Chun Bok's stomach. Panicked, seeing John Hai being beaten. The force was so strong she gagged, struggling to breathe in her small body. She fell hard to the ground from the kick. Suin comforted her. "This is my warning. If you dare talk back again." Jun Hung finally spoke up to calm things down. "Calm down. This might be hard for you to accept because you're still too young." Hai lowered, "But in this world, not everyone can be happy. The world is divided into the strong and the weak. They all have to follow the law of the jungle to survive. That means to survive, anything is acceptable. While the weak can only wait for death, the strong easily take everything from them. So what can the weak do to survive? They should be protected by the strong like us. Humans are protected by the strong. I mean by monsters, because they sacrifice their families. You'll understand me once you grow up." John Hai's awareness and faith shattered in an instant. Meanwhile, Chun Bok bravely stood up. "So cruel. You're just an old man." "A monster?" The only answer she got was a hard kick straight to Chun Bok's stomach. Terrified, John Hai watched her get beaten. The attack was so strong she gagged, struggling to breathe in her tiny body. She fell hard to the ground from the kick. Suin tried to calm her. "This is my warning. If you dare talk back again." Jun Hung finally spoke up to calm things. "Calm down. This might be hard for you to accept because you're still too young." Ha lowered her voice, "But in this world, not everyone can be happy. The world is divided into the strong and the weak. They all have to follow the law of the jungle to survive. That means to live, anything is acceptable. While the weak can only wait for death, the strong easily take everything from them. So what can the weak do to survive? They should be protected by the strong like us. Humans are protected by the strong. I mean by monsters, because they sacrifice their families. You'll understand me once you grow up." John Hai's beliefs and faith shattered in an instant. Meanwhile, Chun Bok bravely stood up. "That's messed up. You're just an old man." "Mean. Mom said anyone who makes others cry is a bad person. Don't treat her badly anymore. If you keep doing that, I'll tell my parents everything." The crowd suddenly fell silent. No one spoke after a few seconds. The slimy monster couldn't stand it and snickered. The other monsters gradually burst out laughing. "Oh, so cute. Telling your parents? We're scared as hell. Is your mom pretty? Can I meet her? That little belly's full of hot air. It should puff up." Chun Bok shouted at the top of her lungs. "Mom, Dad." Jun Hung looked at the girl happily like a little animal. "Let her scream. This is the last time she'll struggle. Doesn't she look adorable and admirable? Yeah. So confident to seek help even in such a desperate situation. Oh, this is so damn cute. Cute enough that I want to crush her into pieces. Chun Bok was stunned because those were the cruelest words the girl had ever heard. Ever. Jun Hung stepped closer to Chun Bok. Come here, my dear. In danger, the girl could only wait for the outcome. A tear appeared at the corner of the brave kid's eye. Desperate, Chun Bok called for help again. Mom. An invisible cold breeze crept up behind him. Sumin also sensed something strange. Jun Hung's face darkened with caution. Sumin's eyes darted. His head swiveled to detect any anomaly. Something just slammed hard into Jun Hung's face. Looking closer, it was Jae-jin's bleeding head. Reflexively, a weapon was drawn from the bag. A loud bang echoed because Su had pulled the trigger. He suddenly looked up at the ceiling. What he aimed at was a stretcher soaked in fresh blood. The monsters roared angrily. Who dares attack our village chief? Another monster shouted out. Someone also threw a weapon from behind at the same time. A sharp foot stomped on the ground. Another person understood and appeared next to Chun Bok's mom with a commanding stance. The companion was holding a weapon. It was Hai. The growl of the monsters echoed. You pathetic scum. Hai Ra gritted her teeth and said, What did you do to my daughter? Both shouted in unison. We'll wipe you all out. Chun Bok was thrilled to have waited. They were her two moms. In the dark tunnel, a mournful voice echoed. No way. How could I defeat that monster, while she ended my reign so easily? The sound of blood dripping onto the floor deepened the sorrow. He stepped out of the bloody mess, terrified. Dad, please forgive me. I couldn't do anything about this. Nothing can stop that monster. Chun Bok's mom's eyes shone bright yellow. The monsters quickly recognized the yellow eyes. Is this the monster our father's been searching for? How could she appear here? Our brothers should have guarded the gate. She really killed them. What? Chun Bok's mom stroked her hair, thinking. She remembered that woman left with a mysterious smile. Still, it was a relief. Chun Bok was safe. But where was Gond? If anything happened to him, she'd never forgive that woman. Hai took a deep breath to calm down. She probed Chun Bok's mom with thoughtful eyes. Her appearance was changing rapidly. Now she had 3 tentacles and some weird things were protruding from them. When would this transformation stop? She might be a danger to Chun Bok. Meanwhile, Jun Hung suddenly spoke. His yellow eyes said, She's the monster father and the origin monster have been searching for. The one. With one worried eye stepped up to him. Village chief, are you okay? He barely moved, blood dripping from his mouth. Am I okay? Look at me. Do I look fine? Listen up. Right now, we only need to deal with 2. I don't care about numbers. Just capture the yellow-eyed monster alive. The rest, help Sumin kill the other woman. A hand gently grabbed Chun Bok. Hey kid, we should get out of here together. Now's the time. I should run away. I know I've done bad stuff to you, but this is our only chance. If your mom sacrifices herself, we might survive and escape. With 2. I don't care about the number anyway. Just capture the yellow-eyed monster alive. The rest come help guide Sumin to kill the other woman. A hand gently grabbed Chun Bok. Hey kid, we should get out of here. Those whispered words were overheard. She won't. There's no way she can win this fight. Chun Bok was alone facing 3 vicious monsters. John urged her to run. Listen, we gotta get the others out. That whisper was overheard. She won't. There's no way she can win this fight. Chun Bok was facing 3 fierce monsters alone. John Hai urged her to run. Listen, we should take the others away. But Chun Bok surprised her. It's okay, it'll be fine, because my 2 moms are really strong. Chun Bok's mom's 3 tentacles crackled with electricity on their sharp spikes. The air whooshed as the tails moved. The 3 tentacles whipped back and forth like sharp lashes protecting her. The monsters screamed in pain from the hit. What the hell was that? The sound of lashes hitting flesh and screams blended together. Oh, that wound burns like it's on fire. The monster's whole body trembled from the torture. Another monster's body was lightly sliced by Chun Bok's mom's tentacles. Just a brush of those sharp lashes cut through the enemy. Jun Hung finally, the tail moved. 3 tentacles whipped back and forth like sharp whips protecting her. The monster screamed in pain from the hit. What is that? The sound of whips slapping flesh and screams mixed together. Oh, that wound burns like it's on fire. The monster's whole body trembled from the torture. Another monster's body was lightly sliced by Chun Bok's mother's tentacles. Just a slight touch from that sharp whip cut the enemy clean off. Jun Hung was now felt the danger. How the hell did that woman make them explode? Chun Bok was overjoyed as the advantage shifted to their side. Meanwhile, MCH's 6th sense made John turn around. Something exploded near her. Then the weapon blasts kept echoing in the tunnel. The monster with 2 gun-like arms was wildly shooting. A flash of movement darted past the suing group. The slimy monster near her. Then the sound of weapons firing echoed continuously in the basement. The monster with 2 arms turned into gun barrels, wildly shooting. A figure flashed like lightning in front of Suin, the slimy monster. Charged and stabbed the monster's head. His foot pressed on the ground and tilted slightly to stop his body from sliding. Hai dodged, slid in front of the next enemy, then coldly punched straight ahead. The speed was so fast that they couldn't react in time. Sumin's defensive weapon was also knocked away. Ha shouted excitedly, "Now your hands are empty, huh? Come here if you're tough, you bastard." Sumin finally got a taste of defeat. Hai decisively landed a punch on the villain. After a round of fighting, the monster's body and blood were everywhere. Chun Bok happily ran to her mother. "Mom. Mom, Chun Bok." She caught the girl and hugged her. "Good job, my dear." The girl happily replied. "I knew you'd come find me. I didn't cry once while you were gone. I didn't skip any meals either. I was really brave." The child's obedience made the mother feel deeply heartbroken. Mother Chun Bok choked up. "Mom is pouring out how much she misses you. She's sorry, Chun Bok, sorry for making you wait so long." In a flash, a thought crosses John Hai's mind. The village chief was right. Why is Mom going against the people in the village? How could Mom hurt the doctor? Don't try to justify it by saying it's all for me. I don't believe you anymore. You should be the one dead. Tears start falling. John Hai breaks down crying hard. "Mom, I'm so sorry." The original bunker has now turned into a mass grave for the monsters. Jun Hung is totally confused. Even the whole family, this has to be just a nightmare, right? H has sneaked up behind the old man somehow. "You miserable old geezer, it's all over now. No one's left to protect you anymore. Our family will be here soon too. You can't escape. I hope you enjoy this terrible nightmare." Fear and despair are written all over the old man's face. He screams with all his might, "Oh, prime monster. We're in trouble here. Please wake up. We're all about to be wiped out." H doesn't hesitate, raising his hand to throw the stretcher at the old man's face. Suddenly, a distorted voice sounds. "What's going on here? Didn't I warn you not to disturb my sleep? I'm exhausted." Hi, Raph freezes, lowering the stretcher. Seeing the disgusting scene, the prime monster crawls out of Jun Hung's body and asks, "What happened here?" Hi Ra is disgusted, silently cursing this stupid old jerk. He kept that monster inside him, calling it the prime monster. The axe swings without hesitation. Hai raises both hands to deliver a brutal strike, but his fighting spirit suddenly plummets. The prime monster just raises an arm and blocks the stretcher. "Keep it polite, will you?" Then its arm turns into a sharp drill. Hai is in a super tense situation when a sharp spike suddenly shoots toward her. She quickly jumps back to dodge. Jun Hung suddenly grimaces and starts vomiting. The drill still has saliva on its foot. The prime monster guesses the yellow-eyed monster and this kid are definitely what Dad's been searching for. "Good to see you too, Prey standing right before me. What a lucky day." Jun Hung nervously explains, "Prime monster, I sincerely apologize for calling you out like this. I can't handle this alone anymore. That monster and the woman with the axe are way stronger than me. That's why I'm begging for your help. But I have a proposal too." The prime monster looks directly at the old man. "How could you be so stupid? You should have found me before our family got wiped out. Truly stupid." Suddenly, a mass behind it swells up. John Hai shouts, trembling. It's getting bigger. The strange cracking sound of bones makes Hai Ref freeze. The prime monster mutates more spikes on its back. Sensing danger, John Hai quickly gets pushed away. Hai Ra panics and signals, "Duck down." Mom Chun Bok cautiously hugs the girl tight. The prime monster's quill-like spikes start shooting out like a porcupine. The ceiling light shatters into pieces. The spikes destroy everything they touch. Hai quickly notices it's targeting the ceiling light to ruin their vision. Suddenly, only a dim red light remains. Near Mom Chun Bok, the last light flickers with a crackling sound like it's about to die. Mom Chun Bok assesses Chun Bok's condition and starts trying to sense everything in the dark. A sharp tail shoots out to scout. Suddenly, something makes Mom Chun Bok jump. The spike is about to hit John Hai. Hai Ray coldly blocks it. "Are you trying to kill the girl? Take this away." Mom Chun Bok directly asks, "You're still alive. You must have immortality powers. But who is this kid?" Meanwhile, clicking sounds from the shadows interrupt their conversation. Both quickly stand to protect the kids. She feels totally confused. What should I do? I could escape alone easily, but now I can't because I have to carry my precious Chun Bok. H suddenly speaks up. "Listen, we need to head straight to the emergency exit now. We can make it if we run fast. Then we'll hand the kids over to Gon Don and have him get them out." Mom Chun Bok calms down, so Gon Do is still safe. Thank God. Fresh blood drips more and more onto the floor. Hyra freezes as the enemy orders. "Hurry! Go! Get out of here now. Take the kids and go." Mom Chun Bok grits her teeth through the pain and repeats, "Go." For a moment, H still doesn't know how to respond. Chun Bok is worried, calling out, Mom. Mom Chun Bok tries to hold back the two sharp objects stabbing her. Go now. At this point, H has to make a ruthless decision. She clears the way for the kids to run. Mom Chun Bok's trembling back shakes violently. Veins bulge terrifyingly on her feet. The prime monster emerges from the shadows. Wise decision. You want to sacrifice yourself to save them. How noble. Her blood loss makes her breathing heavy. The prime monster sneers, but is that really the right choice? Chun Bok is carried away by John Hai. The girl cries out in pain, Mom. The spikes stuck on the ceiling suddenly vibrate. Hyra seems to notice something changing. A spot on the ground is suddenly empty. Hyra belatedly realizes, you're not dead yet. Something extremely fast just zipped close to her face. Hai keeps getting hit, blood streaks appearing on her body. The kids watch in fear as Hyra's weapon falls. Seeing Chun Bok struggling more, John Hai just tightens his grip. I'm sorry, but I can't. While Hyra can't defend herself, a hand quickly wraps around her, holding a lock that traps her in a controlling grip. He pulls the lock hard toward himself. Mocking laughter sounds as he restrains her. You look like someone from a painting I know. It's a Filipino artwork. I learned about it when I was a cop. I was surprised by your fast, unique moves, but now things are different. How will you move this time? Her mind focuses on one thing now. Hurry. Get out of here. Faster. John Hai suddenly stops running. Jun Hung, like a ferocious beast, charges out. This time, I've caught you kids. John Hai suddenly stops crying in shock. Junu manages to knock him down with a stick. The hateful Da shouts, Get that filthy hand off my girl. You bastard. Jo Hai's mental breaking point shattered when she saw her closest family. Mom, the horrifying memories from back then suddenly flooded back. Minsu, barely alive, still tried to comfort her. Baby, it's gonna be okay. Just keep going. I'm fine. In the end, her closest loved one took their last breath right before her eyes. After finishing, the iron bar was thrown down. A gentle hand reached out to Jo Hai-jun, soothing her softly. No need to be scared anymore. Everything will be all right. Are you hurt anywhere? Jo Hai, eyes red and swollen, replied, No, Mom. I'm sorry. I won't say things like that again. Thank you for coming. Little Chun Bok was squeezed tightly between the two of them. Gon Don slowly approached, trembling. Are the kids there? The answer he got was yes, but Hyra isn't here. The kids started panicking. Get out of here. We're in big trouble. The monster is huge. Suddenly, a loud crashing noise came from the tunnel ahead. The strange sound made the atmosphere even scarier. Blood splattered everywhere inside the tunnel. Chun Bok's mother's whole body was pierced by sharp spikes. Gon Don looked worried seeing his beloved like that. Chun Bok saw her mother and started calling out, Mom. Junu's teammates raised their weapons cautiously. What's going on? That monster is still alive. He immediately ordered to shoot, but someone stopped him. No. They were scared by the command they just heard. Gon Don angrily warned, Don't point your weapons at my wife. I'll kill you if you dare shoot. Honey, I'm coming to you right now. Trembling and hesitant. Wife? But your wife? Gon Don pulled the spikes out of her body. Are you okay? Why are you here? What happened to you? Meanwhile, the origin monster had also chased after them. Gon Don felt something touch him and looked up. The others also flinched for a moment. Jo Hai and Chun Bok shouted at the same time, That evil monster. Gon Don instinctively picked her up and ran. Junru ordered his teammates to attack it. Bullets flew like rain toward the origin monster. However, its skin was like iron armor that couldn't be pierced. The gun squad started losing confidence. It can withstand bullets? This is unbelievable. He frowned in despair. A second later, a sturdy tentacle pierced through his stomach. The young man painfully tried to pull it out. Someone please save me. What's happening to my body? In the blink of an eye, his skin began to shrink. Help! Everyone backed away in fear, seeing his body being drained dry. The origin monster's eyes glowed red with excitement. I'm so lucky. Just in time. I'm starving. Which dish should I enjoy first? All the tentacles shot out at once, piercing their bodies precisely. I don't want to die. The despair before death was spreading fast. Save me. All the unlucky ones were absorbed by the tentacles for nutrients. Junu managed to pull the kids into a hidden corner to escape danger. The monster burped contentedly after being full. The origin monster was extremely smug. That feast was really grand. It suddenly stopped and glanced around. Disappointment filled its voice. Oh, no one's left. I'll give you all a chance. I'll forgive what happened today and give you a new life if you keep today's secret and hand over the mother and child yellow-eyed monsters to me. If you do that, I'll grant you a miracle. A woman hesitated, wanting to grab Chun Bok. The girl fearfully turned her back. Meanwhile, someone shouted, Over here. Gondol was startled. But you came to find the girl? The woman took Chun Bok's hand and stepped forward. I brought this kid as you asked. Hearing that, she worried about Chun Bok's safety. Jun Diu couldn't believe she was betrayed by her own team. What was she thinking? The woman continued, I did as you asked, and I'll catch the remaining monsters soon too. So keep your word and let the people inside live normally like before. The origin monster coldly brushed off her words. Why should I do that? It cruelly chopped off the woman's head with its tentacle. At that moment, it muttered some philosophy. Everyone has their own value, like screws have their own place in holes. You all have a place to belong, and communities are formed by those who know their value in a group. But you destroyed it all because of your greed. Through the village chief, I gave you a good life. I gave you safe shelter and enough food. So I have the power. How you live depends on us. Becoming our food is also part of your value. Trusting everything to that village chief was a mistake. From now on, I'm the real leader. Everyone, Jun Diu was shaking with fear. Who would have thought that old man was hiding a monster inside him? What should we do? Gon Don was also urgently thinking of a plan. There must be a way to destroy that creature. Meanwhile, the cells in Chun Bok's mother's body began to reactivate. Almost done, just a few more minutes. If we wait a bit longer, we can kill it. Back to the battle on the other side. Haiji was panting, waiting for the opponent's move. You're tougher than I thought. This isn't because of the origin monster. I'll let you go without pain. You should feel lucky. I could have killed you already, but I hesitated because I respect your strength and skills. What do you think? If you become my woman, I promise you a happy life. Think it over carefully. Imagine a peaceful future, totally different from the outside world you've known. A life where no one can hurt you. Here, monsters hide within our family, but chosen ones like me get special treatment. I'm sure you'll be recognized too. Does any of this move you? Unexpectedly, the opponent sneered with contempt. Hi-Raz smirked and asked, don't you find this ironic? You said it's a happy life, but you're just a slave to monsters. You'll slowly lose yourself in that life. So how can it be happiness? And you want me to live like you? Thanks. But I don't need that. Besides, you look ugly. Su-min, full of murderous intent, lunged at her. He prepared to strike down. I guess I'll need some time to chase you. Suddenly, something slid past him somewhere else. A sharp spike, like a poison arrow, shot straight at the tentacle. It grabbed Chun Bok and tightly wrapped her up. The origin monster didn't expect to be outplayed. The tentacle's pull was strong, and Chun Bok seemed to fly up to her mother. Chun Bok tensed up, controlling his tentacles to lift the little girl who was hoarding. She threw Chun Bok right into his arms. Nice catch. Half the problem's already solved. Awesome, now Chun Bok's safe. I just need a little more time. Chun Bok's mother's poisonous spikes shot out all at once. The origin monster was completely immune to damage. It was useless. Don't you get it yet? My body can't feel pain. You're just wasting your time. Give up quickly. Surrender and let me offer you to my father. Nothing will change even if you try to escape. Eternal pain is what's waiting for you. That's your fate. All the pets hiding here are the same. You all live in fear of being eaten. Without us, could you survive even a single day? Without our protection? No, you're as useless as newborn babies. That's why you became our children. I built a village for all of you like a guardian. Don't turn your back on the truth like that. The stab wound on Chun Bok's mother bled on the other side of the tunnel. Hi-Ra caught the incoming spear with her coat. Sue asked if she agreed. Kids need their parents' protection to survive. They gave us a chance to live our lives. So that's what you call kindness. If we sacrifice our lives to repay that, your eyes, nose, and mouth would all be bleeding. Su Min threw a punch to Hai's stomach. He calmly said it doesn't really matter if we're slaves or pets, because we're family, and that won't change. A bullet just hit the origin monster's back, then a hail of bullets aimed straight at its back. Junu got angrier and fired even faster. Shut up already. Does any of that really mean anything to you? Gon Don angrily questioned. Who in this world eats their own kids? Think about that, you idiot. It froze for a few seconds in the middle of the gunfire. Jun Diu exposed it. Do you enjoy waiting to be eaten? What we need is a future, without monsters, a safe village for my daughter. John Hai was deeply moved, realizing her feelings for him. The origin monster still wanted to argue, you still don't get it. Meanwhile, a shadow silently approached its position. Chun Bok's mother powerfully kneeled into its drill arm. Then she flipped over and shot out sharp spikes. She shouted with disgust, enough, you idiot. Parents aren't kings or rulers. What you're talking about isn't family. At the same time, a weak voice also rebutted Su Min. Family, my ass. I've heard enough of your nonsense. What a waste of time. She slapped Su Min with the very spear. Don't try to change my mind. Su Min painfully staggered back. I let my guard down. My eyes hurt. Hai Ji took the chance to go on the offensive. Su Min's face darkened. Please don't. He got slapped hard across the face. The invulnerable skin cracked with a sharp sound. The origin monster screamed in panic. That's a crack? This has never happened before. Its three eyes glowed brightly. No way. It started digging through its memories. Chun Bok's mother's relentless attacks made it realize that was exactly what she'd been trying to do from the start. The mouth on its shoulder roared angrily. "You pathetic creature. Why don't you get it? We gave you a life full of happiness." Meanwhile, on Hai Sum Min's side, she tried to block Hai's attack. "This is your last chance. Why are you so stubborn? We're here to follow orders. That's our purpose." The origin monster shouted, "You've all made a mistake. You're going to lose everything." Its arms swelled with muscle. Hai's weapon-holding arm tightened. Chun Bok's mother charged fiercely. "What mistake?" Hai emphasized each word. "It's the opposite." Chun Bok's mother raised her fully transformed arm and lunged at the enemy. Hai whipped her red scarf hard. Both of them glared fiercely, telling the enemy to go to hell and live as a family down there. Her arm pierced through the origin monster's cable layer. Hai slammed the spear into Sumin's head with all her strength. Sumin's whole body bled profusely and collapsed. His body fell lifelessly to the ground. Hai gasped and said, "The joy of being dominated, that's just ridiculous." And right then, the monster fighting Chun Bok's mother also suffered. Its mouth opened wide, screaming a pitiful sound. The origin monster looked confused at the spreading crack. "What the hell is happening? What did you do to my body?" Chun Bok's mother's eyes glowed brightly. "It's over. My plan succeeded. The poison will spread." Then suddenly a demonic voice echoed. "You think it's that easy?" Rows of sharp spikes shot out at terrifying speed. Chun Bok's mother barely dodged back in time to avoid being pierced. Strange sounds echoed everywhere. "My death isn't the end. From now on, enjoy your brief freedom. Your death will come too. Besides, I won't die alone." Chun Bok's mother noticed its body swelling rapidly. The origin monster hinted, "If we're family, shouldn't we stick together?" Another voice warned her, "Honey, I heard the screams. Wait, I'm coming to help. It's too dark here." She quickly teleported elsewhere. Chun Bok's mother ran while warning, "Don't come here." The crack spread over the origin monster's entire body. Too late, its whole body exploded. A barrage of sharp spikes was released. Chun Bok's mother used her mutated arm as a shield. The monster's blood and head splattered everywhere. Weak gasps came from a corner of the tunnel. "I have to get out of here." Death was everywhere, making everyone panic. Shaking, Hai crawled on the ground. "Not much time left. I have to get out and kill those cuckoo birds. I sacrificed myself for the village, and this is what I get. I fed them, gave them shelter. And this is how they repay me. Once I get out of here, I'm sure." Meanwhile, Chun Bok went and slammed hard on that old man's ass. Jun Hung was startled, looking for who just attacked. "What's going on?" Gon Don bared his teeth and questioned, "Where do you think you're going?" He had no way out anymore. The old man's pitiful voice echoed in the tunnel. "Wait, please listen to me. I have no other choice." Gon Don threw him in front of everyone. "All right, I'm listening." Jun Hung tried to justify. "It's all for the village's benefit. Without me, the village. I couldn't survive. I'm human, so of course I feel guilty for those who sacrifice themselves. But their lives became meaningful because of that sacrifice. I did my best. So tell me, what did I do wrong, Junu?" Cutting him off immediately, I stopped acting like the victim. "You exploited this family to make yourself a king. Look around, those are the sins you caused, June." Trembling under those accusations, Junu angrily raised his weapon. "This village no longer belongs to you. Go straight to hell, you old cuckoo." "Just kidding," he fearfully called her name like a plea, Runu. Wait, but he already got the punishment he deserved for all his crimes. Then someone thought to be buried long ago suddenly appeared, Minu. "It's all over now, bro. John Hai and the village are safe. Sorry for making you wait so long. You can finally rest in peace. Go now and remember to wait for me in the afterlife. I'll come to see you. Goodbye." After everything ended, the village quickly changed in just a few days. The village chief's body and the monsters were dealt with, and a memorial was held for the victims. We decided to seal off all entrances to that underground chamber and guard it strictly. However, a problem arose. We couldn't find the guide's body. If Suin is still alive, no one knows what he might do. The angry men cursed, "You're messing with us? In a place like this monster factory, there's no future. We'll just end up as their food. If we stay here, once the secret's out." Most villagers packed their stuff and left. Jinu silently cursed them as fools. At times like this, we need to stick together, but there's still a little hope left. The moment the syringe was pulled out, the other person let out a slight cry. Jinu panicked because he was very gentle, but Hai still blamed him for the pain. A temporary vaccine was created to prevent infection between wounds, but since it's only temporary, it still has side effects. Overall, though, it's okay. The village owes her and her mother for that miracle. Hai was shocked that Chun Bok's mother was a monster, but their DNA helped a lot in this research. Chun Bok and her mother peacefully slept in Gondol's arms. Hai looked at them with envy. Meanwhile, another voice called out, "Mom." The person cried desperately, trying to wake the other up. Mom, Hai stepped to the bedside. Junu was recovering from surgery. All she needed now was to wake up. She'd be so happy to see the village's current state. Hai was sure she'd sob seeing her daughter and the real village. Hopefully, she wakes up soon. The last lines of the journal were about to be finished but got postponed. Xenu leaned back complaining. It's making me worried. Everything's going well, but Chun Bok's and the monster mother? Why? How could that be? How can I find the answer? The city, once bustling and modern, was now a wreck invaded by disgusting monsters. The stench of blood filled the city. The echoing roars of beasts in the silent air made the scene even scarier. In one spot, a monster bird licked the leftover blood. This monster had a bizarre form. It was a chaotic mix of bird and reptile. In front of it was a man pressed against a wall. Su Min was covered in wounds but still fought to defend himself against this monster. Things looked really bad. Su Min felt weak, almost fainting, but bad luck had him cornered by the giant monster bird. All he had was this crude weapon. Honestly, Su Min was about to give up. His hands started trembling, but Su Min refused to give in. He couldn't die here. While struggling in fear, the monster began to roar. Suddenly, something sharp flew in and stabbed the monster's head, making it jerk in pain. Regaining focus, Su Min saw what flew in. A dark voice echoed from hell, "There you are." He froze, recognizing the familiar voice as his father's arrival. The old man quickly finished off the monster with one finger. Then the grim father turned to Su Min and said, "Tell me everything in detail." After hearing it all, he grasped the situation. Turns out the village fell right after the leaders died. Su Min felt extremely guilty and quickly confessed, "Sorry, father. The precious village you left us was lost due to overwhelming forces, so I couldn't." The sentence ended in silence. Then rain started pouring. The raindrops seeped into his wounds, making him writhe in pain. Still, Su Min tried to hold back the pain and apologized. He forced himself to continue, "I know. My mission failed. I can't serve you anymore. But you came and gave us life at our darkest moment." Remembering old memories made Su Min's emotions explode. "I can't let it end like this. If you allow me, I'll kill them all for you. That would be a great favor. This is the last wish of this foolish son. Please, father." Despite Su Min's desperate plea, his father still showed no reaction. He was so desperate he fell to his knees. "Please, father, give me the strength like the others." In this situation, Su Min could only crawl, cry, and beg. But the response to his desperate plea was his father's cold, indifferent expression. Finally, the old man decided. He turned and walked toward X. Hearing his voice getting closer, Su Min looked up. The pain of realizing he hadn't tried his best was 1,000 times worse than failure. That's a line I read in a book. His father came before Su Min and said with understanding, "Everyone makes mistakes, and the outcome can change if you learn from your past errors." As he spoke, he slowly reached out to Su Min. "That's just part of growing up." Then he gently placed his hand on Su Min's head. Hearing this, Su Min was deeply moved and sobbed, "Thank you so much, father." Suddenly, his father's eyes flashed. "However, you crossed the line. Now I see you're all useless, so you can only blame yourself." Blood started dripping from Su Min's head. But Su Min didn't notice and kept dreamily thanking his father until a bunch of wriggling tentacles burst out from his eyes, nose, and mouth. He was still smiling. This was the happy death the underworld rumors talked about after. Su Min's body collapsed hard onto the ground. Dad tossed out a line, "This is the price you pay for the uselessness bred from a quiet life." After dealing with that worthless punk, he casually walked away and sighed. "I really shouldn't have trusted those filthy animals." Blood kept spreading over the leaves, but Dad didn't even notice, lost in thought. Too many families have failed already, and thinking about the village, he felt like he lost way too much just to start all over again like this. Then there's that monster woman. She's Dad's biggest worry. When he thought about Chun Bok's mom, he couldn't help but be surprised. She had outsmarted his expectations. It's time to act, no more wasting time. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "So what should we do now?" Reflexively, Dad turned toward the voice coming from behind the wall. The voice continued, "If you plant more families, they'll all just die anyway. But if we don't hurry, things will only get harder." A monster's hand slowly appeared. "What can we do now?" When Dad saw who it was, he answered, "No need to worry like you say. They'll just die uselessly. But there's another way." As he spoke, the wind flipped his hood back, revealing Dad's sly face. "This time, I'll go myself." After hearing this plan, the monster behind the wall panicked and clenched his fists. "But that's way too risky. You're not fully recovered yet." Still, Dad was determined. "This is the only viable way. I've been preparing for this from the start, and now's the perfect moment. I know the village inside and out, and I've got your help too." At this moment, the mysterious monster slowly revealed himself as he stumbled out. Dad said, "I need you to help me wake up. Seems like this guy's a shy monster, barely showing his face before retreating with a goofy laugh. I probably can't help much, but I'll do my best. Hearing that, Dad felt pretty satisfied. Definitely. He angrily clenched his lost right hand. If it weren't for her, my body would still be intact, and none of this trouble would exist. Chun Bok's mom tore Dad's body apart, remembering that made him furious. Back then, in front of Dad was a monster carrying a baby. Maybe it was because of the child inside Chun Bok's mom that such terrifying power erupted and defeated him. Dad would sacrifice everything to get his body back, and the key to that is Chun Bok. The girl wasn't affected by the light at all. Dad knew for sure Chun Bok held the crucial point. His mind kept spinning around Chun Bok. If I take over that child's body, at least half my plan will succeed. So Dad stopped caring about anything else, no matter if his feet were stained with blood or not. He didn't notice, only focused on deciding that the child was top priority. 2 months later, a new day began. The usual lively chatter echoed everywhere. That fresh morning, some people were still sleepy, others bright and greeting everyone on the busy street. People casually chatted all around, occasionally shouting. The noisy sounds signaled the start of a new workday. A similar lively scene played out in a certain home. Chun Bok, smiling bright like a sunflower, was saying goodbye to her parents. When the little one demanded a kiss, the dad seemed completely charmed by her cuteness. Look at that. She looks so adorable in that dress. Chun Bok quickly ran to her mom, planted a quick kiss that made her mom feel nothing could be happier. See you later. The dad gave a bolder kiss, like he wanted to swallow Chun Bok's cheeks whole. Thanks to Dad's affection, the girl now had a third cheek. Chun Bok reluctantly said goodbye before leaving. I'll be a good student. The door closed, and that sound was the last echo in the house, ending the morning's hustle. Outside, Chun Bok didn't rush but stopped. She stood still, thinking for a long, long time before her eyebrows furrowed. It seemed like she had made up her mind about something. I don't care about that at all. She left that line behind before heading to school. Unlike before, now Chun Bok was gritting her teeth, frowning. Gong Min frowned and ran his fingers through his hair, mumbling brokenly. 2 times 9 suddenly made the girl shout happily, 18. Hearing the correct answer, Jun Diu cheered excitedly. So smart, I'm really proud of you. Hearing that, Chun Bok got pumped and kept repeating 18, then nervously said, let's move on to the next lesson. Hearing the little one praised so much, John H. wasn't too happy. Impressive, but it's really basic stuff. Before she finished, she noticed Junu's blank stare. That made John a bit uneasy. She was startled and reacted. Someone like John, who was better at calculations, wasn't praised like Chun Bok. She got mad and snapped. What do you mean? While Chun Bok focused on studying, the two kept arguing about who was better. Finally, Run-Ru couldn't take it anymore. Why are you yelling? Mom's got a headache. The other side fired back. Mom poked at you first. John H. jumped up mad. Don't nag me in front of Chun Bok anymore. Despite her yelling, Jun Diu seemed indifferent. That's it for today's lesson. Finally, Run-Ru told the kids to pack up, grab their books, and rest. John H. and Chun Bok went out first. She asked, Mom, aren't you coming with us? Jun-Ru replied, Mom's coming later, but don't play outside too late. While walking, Chun Bok was suddenly called back by Jun Diu. The girl stopped and answered, Yes, ma'am. Jun Diu smiled. Just keep playing, don't worry. If anything happens, tell me. Okay. Hearing that, Chun Bok seemed a bit slow to catch on. No reaction. But after understanding, she brightly replied, Yes, ma'am. I'll have lots of fun. Seeing it took a while, John H. leaned in and called, Eat quickly so we can play catch. Hearing that, Chun Bok dashed out. John H., wait for me. The two sisters were super close. Wonder what's for lunch today? I want ramen. Me too. Chun Bok added, and when I was playing, suddenly John H. cut in. I know, don't worry. I know a place with no one around. We can go there. Hearing that, the girl got super excited, her eyes sparkling. The two sisters played happily. The ball flew high, the sounds of bouncing and chasing filled the air. By now, Chun Bok was so tired she could barely breathe, but she kept going. She staggered, reaching out to catch the ball, but it didn't land in her hands and instead smacked her head, almost making her fall. The battle went on. John laughed mockingly, saying, To play catch, you gotta keep your eyes open. But the girl replied, I can't open my eyes. John chuckled. You gotta catch the ball for it to be catch, right? Here, I'll throw it back to you. She continued tossing the ball, focusing on it. This time, Chun Bok tried hard to open her eyes wide, determined to catch the ball. But once again, it seemed like the ball preferred bouncing off her head rather than landing in her hands. Chun Bok's arms and legs flailed wildly, and she accidentally kicked the ball. This game was torture for Chun Bok. She used all her strength to scream and throw the ball far away, but somehow, with some superpower, Chun Bok made the ball fly right back behind her. The girl's struggling look made John laugh so hard. It was like training a puppy. The ball flew back toward her again. John reminded her to catch it. Suddenly, the ball went off course and hit someone's leg, followed by a loud cough that caught the girl's attention. When Chun Bok looked up, the person started ranting. "Isn't that the daughter of that monster? Go somewhere else." The friend beside him asked suspiciously, "Is it really her?" The two mocked the newcomer, saying, "She's the monster's daughter, but she's cute." "So what? That bandage hides a nasty finger." "Really? Let me see." Their words made the girl freeze on the spot. The thought of showing her finger disgusted her. "Ew. Why look? What would the villagers think?" The harsh words made Chun Bok uneasy as she clutched the ball tighter. Facing a girl frozen in place, the woman bluntly said, "Ew, that's gross." The other laughed along. The girl started crying, not wanting to listen anymore, so Chun Bok quickly ran away amid their mocking laughter. John chased after her, seeing her sobbing, and got angry. "What did you say to her?" They joked. "Don't blame me. I said nothing, just telling the truth." Suddenly, a voice boomed, "Hey, you two." They turned around, stammering when they saw HG storming out. One whispered, "Who is she?" The other replied, "The boss. Watch your mouth." Meanwhile, the newcomer was mesmerized by H's cool vibe. The bold girl who insulted earlier now feared if the boss heard her words. Suddenly, H said, "Kneel." This sudden order shocked the two, who asked, "What?" She snapped fiercely, "Are you deaf? Kneel the hell down right now." Time flew by. Twilight had already dyed the sky red. Chun Bok sat hugging the ball in a corner, feeling lonely, when she suddenly heard someone say, "Found you. Dad's been looking everywhere." Chun Bok looked up and saw Gon Don. Dad asked, "What's wrong?" "My dear daughter." Hearing this, the girl grew sad and sniffled. Chun Bok, with tears in her eyes, replied, "I want to go home. I hate staying here." Gon Don knelt down warmly. "I understand, but not now. The evil monster knows our home. It's dangerous." The innocent girl answered, "The monster is scary, but the one who hurt Mom is scarier." Chun Bok's words made Gon Don recall the girl he met this morning. "There are good people here too." But when Chun Bok remembered the two women she met earlier, she said, "But some people talk bad about Mom. Mom is good and loves her family. Sometimes clumsy, but she still tries to sew teddy bears for me. Sometimes she even bleeds sewing them. Mom is so warm and a wonderful mother." Chun Bok cried, expressing her pain. "It hurts me when people badmouth Mom." The child's heartfelt words made Gon Don feel touched too. Then the father gently comforted her. "I know, my love. I know." Gon Don patiently explained there was a way to fix this. "You know, those people fear Mom because they don't know her like we do." Chun Bok sniffled and asked, "They fear Mom?" Dad replied, "Exactly, because they don't know anything about her. So show them who Mom really is." Gon Don gently patted Chun Bok's head, smiling, "And of course, make them see how amazing Mom is. Let's make everyone in the village love Mom." Gom's suggestion surprised the girl. Chun Bok mumbled, repeating, "Everyone in the whole village?" From a hidden spot, a voice echoed with both admiration and criticism. "She's brave to go get food at night. So what? She's a cannibal. Should we trust that monster?" Hearing that, someone immediately warned, "How can you say that? She saved us." Hearing this, the man awkwardly backtracked. "Just a figure of speech, I exaggerated." Whispering continued, mostly expressing fear of Chun Bok's mom. This left the girl unsure what to do. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "Mom is good." Everyone was surprised. The voice continued, "Mom is good to everyone and always kind to me, and she's sweet too." It turned out to be Chun Bok's voice. She was being carried on her dad's back as she spoke. Gon Don added, "She's also a sweet wife who loves her husband. And one more thing, Mom never bites anyone." Everyone laughed, making Chun Bok's mom extremely embarrassed. She didn't know where to hide her face. Mom thought, "What's up with Dad? Are they teasing me?" After the chaos, Chun Bok happily waved goodbye to Mom. "See you later, Mom." She silently vowed not to give up. Seeing her so happy, Mom could only smile helplessly. Then Chun Bok added, "I'll make everyone trust Mom." Their cute interaction made everyone happy. Among the crowd, a suspicious man smiled, while two women being punished said, "We won't do it again." HG coldly replied, 10 more minutes." They immediately objected. "You said that 10 minutes ago." She added another 10 minutes. Then only the angry cries of the two women echoed. In the silent night, only the wind howled. A voice suddenly asked, "Are you sure, Dad?" A whispered reply, "Definitely. I've come this far." Then a teasing retort, "Watch your old age, don't push too hard." Amid the monster's wheezing, Chun Bok laughed. "Age means nothing in this world." Then the monster roared, "You promised not to kill me if I confess, but you bastards lied." Its screams seemed useless. After Chun Bok's calm command, a gun immediately pointed at the monster's head, silencing it. No matter how much the monster begged, he ignored it and left one last message. "Now go to the Village of Hope." Chun Bok frowned, saying, The yellow-eyed monster in that village will sooner or later die by our hands. It silenced the monster. No matter how much it begged, he ignored it and left one last message. Now go to the village of hope. Chun Bok frowned, saying the yellow-eyed monster in that village will sooner or later die by our hands. I just ignored the monster's desperate pleas. The bullet finished it off. At home, Chun Bok was proudly showing off her new teddy bear. H asked affectionately, "Where did you get this?" The little girl happily replied, "Mom and Dad made it for me. Mom and Dad said it's a gift because I'm a good kid. So that's how it is." Now H finally understood. Feeling a bit jealous, she said, "Honestly, the bear isn't that pretty. Let me make you a nicer one, okay?" But Chun Bok sulked and said, "No way, I like this bear." Then the girl held up the bear and asked, "You haven't named it yet? Do you know a good name?" Even though Chun Bok insisted she'd accept any name, H really wasn't good at naming things. Seeing how stubborn the girl was, she started seriously thinking of a name. "How about So?" she suggested. Chun Bok froze when she heard that name. She slowly hugged the bear tighter and whispered, "So." H explained, "Isn't that a beautiful name? It means cute and successful." Hearing that, Chun Bok began to like the name. She remembered how she always softly called H So when taking care of her. So the girl smiled brightly at H. Chun Bok really loved that name. Her excitement made H happy too. "Really?" Then H gently reminded her, "Remember to take good care of So." She smiled affectionately because that name meant a lot to her. When she said this, H's voice was so soft that Chun Bok barely heard it. Suddenly, someone called H. Reflexively, the girl turned toward the sound and saw John He walking over, saying, "H, come here quickly." She didn't know what was going on, so John He, panting, explained, "There are new people in the village." H didn't seem happy about the news. She grumbled, "Our village already has enough people." But Chun Bok was optimistic. "I hope they're good people." Even though John He was out of breath, he tried to say, "H, help my mom, please." Outside, a few people had gathered to watch the argument. "So, you like our village, huh?" "Yeah, that's what I mean." The shouting echoed everywhere. "I've never seen a village like this. I'm impressed by you too. Even though your body isn't whole, your strength is crazy." Chun Bok seemed really excited by this noisy conversation. The man shouted, "Good. Keep it up." Even if later the flowers burst in your lungs, Run-Ru wasn't backing down and shouted back, "Thanks a lot, man." After a while, H and Chun Bok stepped outside, surprised by the volume. She exclaimed, "My ears are about to burst." Hearing the strange voice, all three looked over. While Du Dun and Chun Bok were still fine, Jun Di was panting. "Looks like she's about to die." Then she kindly introduced, "He's Chun Bok." It didn't sound great, so she had to speak loudly. Seeing him straining to listen, they realized he understood. She should speak louder, not argue. "And this is Du Dung's daughter. She's cold, just says hi and that's it." Junu then used all her strength to shout, "This is our village's ultimate weapon. H, and this cute girl is Chun Bok." Hearing something off, H asked, "Ultimate what?" But she got a cheeky reply, "Come on, you know it's true." Suddenly, Chun Bok asked about another name. "What's a hardworking, smoked raw meat?" While everyone was debating what to call her, H only noticed how Du Dung was glaring at her. H started feeling itchy inside. "Ugh, why is she looking at me like that?" Du Dung didn't hold back and stared back. H got so annoyed she had to use her fiercest glare. This time Du Dung got scared and backed off. Her shivering made Run-Ru and Chun Bok really happy. They wished they could laugh loudly in her face but had to hold it in until they were shaking. Suddenly, Chun Bok pulled out a notebook and shouted loudly to ask Chun Bok's name. The loud noise caught the girl off guard. "Are you Chun Bok?" The man laughed heartily and asked, "Boxing?" The girl happily repeated, "I'm Chun Bok." Still excited, she scribbled, "Buffalo Chow." Now the girl was really confused. "I'm Chun Bok?" The man burst out laughing, acting like he finally got it. "Oh, it's Chow Dok. That's a unique name from Bin Duong." This was too much for the girl. Pointing at Chun Bok, she yelled, "You're Chun Bok? You're so dumb." Suddenly, Chun Bok grabbed the girl's finger, which was already super sensitive about this. Seeing the man's rude move, H's face darkened. In a flash, tables and chairs were knocked over everywhere. Junu and Du Dung quickly reacted and jumped up. Du Dung worriedly asked, "How dare they?" Just as H's veiny hand was twitching, ready to throw a punch, Chun Bok generously stepped in to calm things down. "You're overprotecting her." "But I'm sorry, her finger really did change color, like the rumors said. It's pretty interesting." Seeing Chun Bok focus on her finger, Chun Bok hid behind her. H pointed to a notebook about killing the yellow-eyed monster and said, "Can I ask you something? Just curious. Is there a yellow-eyed monster in this village?" After saying that, Chun Bok's face showed clear excitement. That only made H's aura stronger. "Go find out yourself." Finally, someone ended the argument. Run-Ru shouted, "You two, stop it." She pointed out there were kids here and told them to calm down, but H didn't back off and leaned close to Chun Bok. She whispered just loud enough for the two of them. What will you do if you find that monster? That question wiped the smile off Chun Bok's face. Hearing this, the man's face showed disgust. Chun Bok slowly answered, if I find it. Before she could finish, Gon Don appeared and cut in. Junru, have you seen Chun Bok? No, I haven't seen her anywhere. His sudden arrival made everyone stop what they were doing. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say, as everyone stared at him. Chun Bok suddenly exclaimed, hey, it's Gon Don, right? Why are you here? Now he realized, oh, it's the teacher and Du Dung. What surprised everyone was Du Dung blushing when she saw Gon Don again. This reaction caught Jun Diu's attention. To explain this, let's rewind a bit. Seeing his useless subordinates, one-eyed guy urged, charge, you idiots. But they had to accept the fact that this monster was too strong to push back. Their weapons were too primitive. Everyone didn't know what to do except cheer for Gon Don. Awesome. He's pushing back the monster with insane strength. Everyone admired Gon Don. Amid the cheers, the so-called mighty bear Gon Don urged everyone to move quickly and gather loot. Hearing his call, the whole village charged forward with high spirits. That bastard Gon Don is amazing. I thought he was an idiot when I first met him. But now he's the leader. And look, they even call him the bear. Chun Bok's face turned dangerous as he recalled the battle. But then he burst out laughing when he realized a fierce guy like him ended up marrying a monster. Even though he apologized, this made Chun Bok and the kid's mom really uncomfortable. Chun Bok snapped back at his mom. She's not a monster. It wasn't until Du Dung got so embarrassed by his dad that he punched him once, making Chun Bok stop his loud, obnoxious laugh. The fact that he casually asked what her warning meant left her silent and thoughtful. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, don't you regret it? That question stunned the whole Chun Bok family. Du Dung continued, telling them he had become the target of a cannibal tribe. That meant they were hunting him, and he had to protect his family. These words made Chun Bok's mom extremely annoyed. Her attitude was crystal clear, yet Du Dung stubbornly pressed on, fearless, asking again, you don't regret what you did? Her unexpected question made Gon Don hesitate for a moment, nervous. His hesitant answer only made Du Dung more tense. Before answering, Gon Don smiled with satisfaction. He slowly recalled the dangerous and tough years trying to get close to Chun Bok's mom. He remembered her suffering, even with severe injuries, still fiercely protecting the kid. Those moments between them vividly replayed in Gon Don's mind. That made him firmly answer, I never regret it. Flashback to 6 years ago when Gon Don was still with the Chun Bok clan. Du Dung asked where he had been all this time. I rarely see you, Du Dung said. Gon Don replied, nothing much, I was just patrolling. But Du Dung didn't get it. They had already checked that place. Gon Don explained he was just double-checking. After that, Gon Don found an excuse to leave. I'll be back soon. You go back to the others. Despite Du Dung calling him back to ask why, he ran off. Gon Don's sudden departure left her very confused. I wonder what's going on with him. Chun Bok interrupted, laughing loudly. Dad thinks he's definitely up to something. Maybe Gon Don's secretly dating someone. Chun Bok's guess made Du Dung freeze. She thought there was no way that could be true. On the other side, the little girl's excited Bibo kept ringing out. Even though the kid was happily greeting his arrival, Chun Bok's mom growled fiercely, extremely wary. Gon Don calmly approached. Relax. I just brought some stuff you'll need. How's the bag I gave you the other day? Hearing this, Chun Bok's mom got so angry she yelled, so Gon Don had to compromise. All right, don't be mad. He went on. He brought milk for the kid, clothes, and even legs, but he just picked random sizes for the clothes. Seeing he was just delivering stuff, Chun Bok's mom calmed down, and it seemed the kid really liked the new things. After handing over the items, Gon Don left immediately. I'm off. Take good care of the kid. Chun Bok's mom growled back as a farewell. He slowly walked away from where she stood, his figure disappearing behind the corner. Chun Bok's mom kept watching until she couldn't see him anymore. But actually, Gon Don was just pretending to leave. He was hiding behind a wall, watching the two of them. When he was out of sight, Chun Bok's mom finally relaxed and happily picked up the supplies. Her eyes sparkled seeing the kid with new stuff. Seeing her cute reaction, Gon Don finally breathed a happy sigh. I knew she'd like it, that's for sure. Just thinking about giving them those things made Gon Don's heart race uncontrollably. The scene of the happy mother and child with new stuff warmed him up. Gon Don still found it magical that a monster could care for a kid. He didn't know what to bring next time. The next time Gon Don came, Chun Bok's mom still kept that wary attitude. By the third time, she resisted less and cautiously stepped forward when he called her to check the supplies. By the fourth time, Chun Bok's mom had fully accepted Gon Don. He even managed to make both mom and kid laugh out loud. They had gone through so many hardships together, sharing happy moments. For Chun Bok, they took care of each other down to every hair and tooth. It didn't take long from when she was wary of Gon Don to when she started caring about his wounds. She even massaged him after a tiring day outside like a normal young couple. Slowly, Chun Bok grew up surrounded by their full love. The kid had a joyful childhood like any other. They looked like a warm, happy family. At this point, Gon Don also realized something. Chun Bok's mom had gradually developed feelings for him. This sudden discovery made him realize they'd gotten this close already. Thinking of that, Gon Don suddenly thought her eyes were pretty. This secret thought made him blush. Chun Bok started to get shy. Not knowing what to do next, he just laughed awkwardly, trying to break the tension. Should I go now? And let me name the kid next time we meet. Hearing that, Chun Bok's mom made some sounds to show she agreed. Their conversation went on, unaware someone had been eavesdropping on everything. This person looked dangerous and clearly wasn't on the good side. On the way, Gon Don walked while daydreaming about a beautiful name. He hesitated, not sure what to name the kid since she still didn't have one. He kept thinking about it, wondering what to pick. Suddenly, his train of thought was cut off when he noticed Chun Bok's mom. She was sitting unusually still. Seeing she hadn't noticed him arrive, Gon Don spoke first. Hey, what's up? Is the kid asleep? She didn't answer but suddenly called his name. This made Gon Don extremely confused. Looking down, he saw Chun Bok's mom's face soaked with tears. She stammered his name in a trembling voice, and the image of the kid flushed and panting terrified him. Gon Don didn't understand what was happening, so he just stood frozen, shocked, asking, "What's wrong?" Heavy breathing echoed through the silent city. Realizing the situation, Gon Don rushed to find help. "I have to hurry. It won't be long before we get home." While running, he scolded himself. "Stupid, that place isn't safe at all to raise a kid. If I had brought medicine earlier, it wouldn't be like this. Damn it, move faster." While running, something suddenly flew past Gon Don. Luckily, he was quick enough to dodge the sneak attack. Though he saved his life, Gon Don still got a deep wound. Just when I was already pissed and in a rush, I had to deal with some annoying roadblock. A painful roar echoed, followed by a big splash of blood as Gon Don collapsed. A bunch of guys swarmed around him. "Oh, sorry, my bad. But is this really the so-called mighty bear I know? I thought you'd dodge it, but looks like the one-eyed dude got slapped in the face. Too bad. If you'd gone down with one hit, that'd be better." When Gon Don realized who attacked him, he got furious. Turns out it's that one-eyed bastard. Blood kept gushing from the wound. The one-eyed guy taunted, "Look at your face. Chill out, man. I just want to propose something to you. Nothing big, don't sweat it. Just hand over all your guns and supplies from your place. Then I'll let you live." Hearing that, Gon Don instantly snapped. He growled, "Let you live? You mean you? Tell your lackeys to scram, or I'll kill you." Suddenly, the one-eyed dude spoke dangerously. "Looks like you're misunderstanding. You're not the hostage." That line confused Gon Don big time. Seeing his puzzled face, the one-eyed guy grinned wickedly. He flashed a terrifying ear-to-ear smile. Out of nowhere, Vang reported, "Mission accomplished, boss. We caught that monster woman." Turns out the one-eyed guy sent his men to capture Chun Bok's mom and her kid as hostages for this sneaky plan. The advantage was clearly on his side, so the one-eyed guy smirked proudly. The screams of Chun Bok's mom crackling through the radio only made him more confident in his scheme. That pumped him up. "Nice, Ken Dao's here." Hearing the sounds from the radio, Gon Don's anger exploded. But he couldn't do anything except make a choice. The chaotic sounds of slaughter kept blasting from the other side. "You gonna bring the weapons here or what? If you can keep this up forever, we can drag this out all day. Hey, move aside so I can smash this guy's head. Why you gotta be so stubborn? You wanna die?" Despite the constant noise, the lackey kept staring at the kid with amusement. "Oh, sneaky me says. Surprise. I'm curious who the mighty bear likes, but turns out it's a freaking monster." Chun Bok's mom flinched, hearing that. She glared angrily at the lackey. Other henchmen mocking her mom was gross, but the kid was kinda cute, huh? Another lackey even suggested stealing the kid. The other guy agreed. "Yeah, selling it could fetch a good price, no joke." The sneaky lackey said, "You're good at raising kids, but I'm sure I'd do it better than a monster mom like you." Hearing those insults, Chun Bok's mom got so mad she almost cried, but all she could do was growl. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, grabbing everyone's attention. They turned around, but before they could react, two lackeys got hit with copper bullets to the head. Gunshots echoed far and wide. Even the one-eyed guy could hear them. His men noticed too. The shots came from behind, where the hostages were kept. This news was enough to snap Gon Don out of his pain. He muttered about the kid and the mom. The one-eyed guy immediately yelled, "Sneaky bastard, when did you call for backup? You just stalling." "Huh?" Gon Don didn't answer but shot him a look full of determination and defiance. That made the one-eyed guy even crazier. He swung his umbrella hard. "Fine, time for you to die. Suddenly, a voice came through the radio, making him stop. Is that you? Bet you're getting your ass kicked like a fool, huh? Hello, I know you hear me, so answer. Gon Don seemed to recognize the voice. He was surprised it showed up here. Chun Exich and Diu Dong had arrived as reinforcements. She told the one-eyed guy, listen, let me talk to Gon Don. The one-eyed guy asked, are you related to him? Not knowing his men were all down, and the monster mom had gotten her kid back and was listening closely. Do you really need to ask? Just let me talk to Gon Don, or do you want me to bring the whole clan over there? I said let me talk to him now. Her cold tone forced the one-eyed guy to comply, even if he didn't want to. He tossed the radio to the battered Gon Don. He whispered, Du Dong. But before he could finish, she said, I'm really disappointed. That caught Gon Don off guard. Diu Dong continued. So that's why you've been out all this time? Are you kidding me? What kind of captain are you? Going out to cuddle with a monster? How does my dad even know? So just end it here. Give that monster the meds and cut ties. If you keep messing around with it, don't even think about coming home. Those words made Gon Don clench his fists unconsciously. Diu Dong coldly gave her final verdict. Choose. Either us or that monster. At that moment, Chun Bok's mom was also intently watching his answer. The whispers started. So he really is messing with a monster. Disgusting. Even if he's desperate for a girl, he can't do that with a monster. Who knew the mighty bear was such a weirdo? The murmurs died down. Now Gon Don focused only on that question. He took a deep breath. Finally, he made his decision. The radio crackled. Sorry, Diu Dong. It's all my fault. I'm really sorry, everyone. His confession eased her worries and she smiled with relief. While she was happy, Gon Don suddenly said to everyone, I'm sorry, but after all this, maybe I'm not cut out to be captain. That sudden admission shocked Diu Dong. Her desperate calls went unanswered. Diu Dong was so angry she almost crushed the radio. She couldn't believe he'd do that. Gon Don had been with Diu Dong since they were kids. They shared meals during tough times. They never left each other's side, always sticking close. So why would Gon make this choice? Diu Dong couldn't accept it. Chun Exich sighed helplessly beside her. We all knew this was going to happen sooner or later. Gon Don really liked Chun Bok's mom and just followed the rules. If someone wanted to leave, he didn't hold them back. But Diu Dong couldn't accept this harsh truth. She stared at Chun Bok's mom. He left because of this? At this point, Diu Dong couldn't hold back her tears. I'm right here. I love him more, and she's just a monster. He's so stupid. Meanwhile, one by one, the henchmen were being taken down. No matter how many people charged, they were quickly defeated. Gon Don, his body covered in blood, stepped forward. His stubbornness made one eye tremble and retreat. Damn it. Are you a monster? How can you still stand after taking so many hits? Though scared, he still talked back. If you hadn't started trouble with us first, none of this would have happened. No. Before the trembling eye could say another word, Gon Don gathered all his strength and knocked him away. Now, he thought of nothing but rushing to the mother and child's side. His figure was truly lonely. Gon Don moved forward alone. As the tide receded, monsters spilled onto the streets to hunt. By then, Gon Don was safely at Chun Bok's mother's house, and he answered, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt that much. But Chun Bok's mother still tried to sound worried. Seeing that, Gon Don changed the subject. He had already thought of the girl's name on the way here. Looking at the girl's blank face, he gently said, That's Chun Bok. This name is a nickname her mother gave me so I could live strong. Hearing this, Chun Bok's mother stammered as she tried to say the name, and the little girl seemed to respond to it. Chun Bok's mother felt amazed and excited that her tiny child now had a new name. Though not good at speaking, she still tried to say she really liked the name, and Gon Don was happy about that. It's a cute name, right? Suddenly, he started stammering, his face growing redder as he began to express himself. He was so nervous he dropped the cloth without realizing it. Gon Don slowly said, Lately, I've been thinking about this. At first, I was just curious, but now it's more than curiosity. Hearing that, her face started to flush. Chun Bok's mother eagerly awaited what would come next. In the quiet, cool air, Gon Don gently confessed, I want to be with you and Chun Bok. Even though I have nothing right now, I promise I'll always be there for you too, no matter what happens. Those sincere words touched Chun Bok's mother's heart. Gon Don continued, So, do you want to marry me? Even lost in happiness, she didn't expect this. Chun Bok's mother was silent, thinking for a long time, but finally, with determination, she agreed. That answer made Gon Don's happiness surge under the bright moonlight. He hugged her and said, I'll love you until our hair turns gray, Jiang Long. Thank you so much. Back to the present, Diu Dong started to feel regret but reassured herself. Calm down. This is how I should respond. I've survived hell itself before. Do you think I'm scared of you? Du thought so, but Diu Dong was still too cowardly to speak up. Faced with Chun Bok's mother pressing her against the wall, Though trembling like a leaf, Du Dung stubbornly thought, "You won't defeat me that easily." Suddenly, Chun Bok's mother moved closer and started sniffing as if she sensed something. Something strange. "I think I've seen her somewhere before. But where? I know this scent. Why?" Thousands of questions spun in Chun Bok's mother's mind. Du Dung just sat silently, enduring it. She was already in a burning hot spot, and Chun Bok even tried to scare her. "Your mother only trusts suspicious people. Are you hiding something?" Du Dung really wanted to push them away, but didn't dare. Now even Chun Bok had started searching Du Dung. She wanted to cry, but no one could save Du Dung. "Where did those two go without telling me? They said they'd be back soon. Please come back quickly." While Du Dung was suffering like this, Gon Don and Chun Bok were chatting happily, forgetting the time. They joked about old times. The man laughed heartily, teasing him, and Gon Don fired back with playful banter. The air was filled with laughter. Finally, they got serious. Chun Bok confessed, "I miss the old days, when we could do anything together." "Gon Don, do whatever it takes to protect your family." "Got it." Hearing this, he turned sharply to look at the man. Gon Don clenched his fists, gathering courage to ask, "Chun Bok, why did you go looking for the yellow-eyed monster?" Gon Don's question cooled the mood between them. The man didn't answer immediately, but pondered deeply. Chun Bok's reaction made Gon Don hesitate, feeling awkward. He changed the subject. "Is everyone okay? How's your son, Chun Sai, and Dujin, the one you care about just as much? How are they all?" The beautiful past memories slowly surfaced. They had fought so many battles together. "What about the others now? Please tell me." Chun Bok clenched the cigarette in his hand. The man said, "You fool. You already know the answer, so why ask? They're all dead. The yellow-eyed monster killed them." Each word seemed to release the emotions Chun Bok was holding back. He tried to keep a calm face despite the pain inside that felt like dying over and over. But no matter how much he tried, the anger inside Chun Bok exploded. Remembering that stormy night, he shouted, "I've been through so many hells in this damn world. But why don't the monsters just go there and die already? That day, my father and his monsters invaded the city. They were so strong we couldn't push them back, and humanity suffered a brutal defeat at their hands." The stench of blood filled the air. Everywhere were disgusting monsters gnawing on human flesh. Chun Bok even heard the bones and flesh of his family being torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. He wanted to save them, but the only thing Chun Bok could do was save his daughter. He had never felt so useless. On that fateful night, Du Dung and Chun Bok decided that no matter the cost, we had to kill that monster. At this point, he had to clench his fists to hold back the rage stirring inside him. Suddenly, a sound cut through Chun Bok's thoughts. Gon Don spoke quietly. "You said that monster killed everyone?" He hissed each word angrily. "It hunted my family and killed my friends. I'll find it and kill it." Suddenly, in this tense atmosphere, Chun Bok laughed and said, "Don't worry. You don't need to go looking for it." That statement confused Gon Don. Chun Bok then seriously turned to the man and continued, "Because it's definitely already infiltrated this village." That conclusion was hard for him to believe. Chun Bok began to explain. "You said that thing wants to possess your wife and daughter, right?" Gon confirmed that was true, and the leader here wants to do the same, right? Once again, he confirmed yes. Chun Bok continued, "It lost its family and home, so it won't just sit still and watch. Who do you think it's going to target first?" Gon Don freaked out as the answer flashed through his mind. Seeing he didn't dare to speak, the old man answered for him. "That's right. Its target is the weakest person here." But Gon couldn't believe it and argued back, "No way. We haven't seen anything suspicious in the past 2 months." Chun-Bi just chuckled lightly. "You're still as dumb as ever. Just because it hasn't made a move doesn't mean it's not plotting something." By now, he had calmed down. Chun-Bi lit a cigarette and slowly said, "Gon Don, this piece is actually poison." His words came out softly, like the hazy smoke curling in the air. "This short-lived happiness will soon turn to ashes. By the time you realize that, it'll already be too late. So never let your guard down, be careful with everything, and always stay ready." This warning made Gon Don uneasy. "It's time to face the truth. Everything will burn out like this cigarette." Chun-Bi said the final thing. "The village you think is safe is actually the most dangerous place." Suddenly, a scream echoed from afar, cutting off their conversation. They didn't know what was going on, but Gon Don noticed the sound came from the other side of the building. Hearing this, Chun-Bi immediately felt a bad vibe, so they quickly ran toward the noise. Heavy breathing kept echoing. The two were almost at the source of the sound. Being from the village, Gon Don knew the way and guided Chun-Bi. Finally, they reached the spot where the scream came from, but the scene before them froze them in place. Gon Don curiously asked, "What happened here?" Jinsu was struggling to support a woman and didn't notice anyone had arrived. Only when he heard Gon Don's voice did Jinsu look up with a confused face, repeating the question, "What are you doing?" It seemed like a tough question to answer. Jinsu just stared at him without saying a word. After hearing the reason, Gon asked suspiciously, "So this woman just fainted?" Jinsu tried to sound as natural as possible. "Yeah, it happened so fast, so I'm taking her to the clinic now. I'll bring her to the doctor to check if there's anything wrong, so don't worry about it." No matter what excuses he made, Chun-Bi and Gon Don stood in front of Jinsu, blocking him from leaving. With a serious face, he asked again, "Is that all?" But look at his feet, there's a blood stain there, so Chun-Bi was still worried and couldn't back off. Looking at the woman slumped there, he was sure something bad had happened. Seeing these two dragging things out, Jinsu firmly said again, "Relax. I swear I'll take her to the doctor." But the silent battle between them was still going on. He looked suspicious, but neither Chun-Bi nor Gon Don could do anything. Damn it, I know he's lying. Now he decided not to back down and started to act. Gon Don placed his hand on the woman's shoulder and eagerly offered, "Let me help you out. We should support each other." When he touched her, he suddenly realized something. This woman was ice cold. I know she's dead, but no, she was screaming not long ago. So this corpse can't be this cold. Thoughts kept flooding in as Gon Don couldn't feel any warmth. Suddenly, Jinsu's call snapped him out of his thoughts. He didn't want to pretend anymore and muttered a threat. "I said I'm taking care of her, didn't you hear? Or do you not respect my opinion? Forcing me to accept your help is just bullying. Mind your own business, buddy." These blunt words made Gon Don pause for a moment. Then he laughed it off to ease the tense, gunpowder-smelling atmosphere. "Sorry, Jinsu. Maybe I'm being too nosy. I acted too fast because you're usually so quiet, so I got worried." For some reason, Jinsu looked really tired now. Despite his resistance, Chun-Bi and Gon Don kept explaining, "See, I'm just worried about the woman. Please understand me." Hearing his apology, Jinsu gradually calmed down. "No, I should be the one apologizing for getting angry." Seizing the chance, he started to compromise. Gon Don spoke up, "Let me make this clear. Please let me check if she's okay. All right?" It seemed Jinsu thought he had given up earlier, so hearing this offer again shocked him. Now Jinsu didn't want to argue anymore. He angrily said, "Let's end this here. I don't care anymore. I really hate your style." While saying this, Jinsu reached into his jacket pocket for something. The words, "I can't take it anymore," along with his action, made Gon Don alert and ready to fight. He continued, "Why do you two keep blocking me? Is that so?" Chun-Bi was also ready for a fight now. Jinsu's emotions exploded more. "End it, I can't take it anymore." Just as Gon Don was about to charge, a voice cut in. "What's going on here?" Suddenly, two more people arrived. "We heard noise here. Is everything okay?" Both sides stopped their actions. With more people around, they immediately noticed the woman. "Oh no. Did she faint? Is she alive? Is she conscious?" Seeing the situation getting more complicated, Jinsu cursed silently. "Damn it, more people keep coming." Not over yet. While everyone was still talking, the woman's hand twitched. Her fingers started moving. Strange cracking sounds caught Chun-Bi's attention. Looking down, he was extremely surprised. But Gon Don hadn't noticed anything unusual yet and said, "So, you're still stubborn? Doing that only makes you look more suspicious." The situation was out of Jinsu's control. He panicked. Jinsu didn't know what to do next. Seeing him refuse to answer, Gon Don decided, "You made me do this. I have to check." As he moved closer, Jinsu was terrified. "I can't let them know she's dead. What do I do now?" Suddenly, Chun-Bi shouted, "Gon Don, don't touch her." He was confused hearing this, but then Gon Don's hand was pushed away. A female voice said, "Hey, don't touch me." All these actions threw him off balance. "That's really rude." The voice came again from the woman. What she just did made Gon Don unable to believe it. What just happened? I thought she was dead. This unexpected move saved Jinsu from disaster. He grabbed the chance happily. Jinsu said, "Can we go now? I think you've done enough. She needs to see a doctor immediately." Although Gon Don hadn't given up, Chun-Bi stepped in to stop him. "Sorry about that. We totally misunderstood. We won't bother you anymore." It was getting dark, so he quickly dragged him away. "Gon Don, let's head home." On the way, he raised his doubts. "You feel something weird too, right? Something's going down." Gondol asked Chun-Bi, "Should I quietly investigate this?" He didn't answer but flipped the question. "Don't you notice anything?" Right after Gondol replied, "Notice what?" That line really made Chun-Bi curse. "You're such a sleepyhead." Gon Don still didn't get it, so he explained, "That woman, or rather that thing, you never approach it alone. Got it?" Chun-Bi said with a serious face. "You're too tall to see it, but I can." That statement shook Gon Don up. Chun-Bi remembered when he discovered her finger making weird noises. Back then, he never expected this. Her finger was twisting in a terrifying way. Then she slowly woke up. Supported by Jin Shu, that woman slowly lifted her disgusting face. Her eyes rolled crazily like they pop out, and her face uncontrollably twisted into a mad grin. That woman wasn't human. After escaping danger, Jinwoo sat alone in the dark, muttering curses. Damn it, I messed up everything. I should have observed more carefully. His mind was so panicked that Jinwoo unconsciously clawed his own face. They must suspect me now. Even as chunks of flesh kept falling off, he kept mumbling like a lunatic. It's all my fault. Reaching his breaking point, Jinwoo scratched his face and screamed, I've caused trouble for my father. As madness swallowed him, a dark voice suddenly rang out. Calm down. Your regret won't change the outcome. That familiar voice finally woke the man who tore half his mask apart. His father, standing on the other side, continued, Don't be so hard on yourself. I already have enough info because of you. I'm proud of you, my son. Rak, barely believing his ears, muttered back, You're proud of me. Once his mind settled, his father officially said, It's time we act. Hearing that, Rak obeyed. Now recovered, his father asked, You're on duty tonight, right? At home, while Chun Bok was sound asleep, a whisper came, Is the girl asleep yet? To check, a hand reached out, but halfway there, another arm slapped it away. Chun Bok's mom firmly said, Don't touch her. But Hyra snapped back, Who says I can't? Then Chun Bok's mom retorted, I'm her mom, that's who. Hearing that, Hyra angrily pointed at her. Don't piss me off. I can sue the girl too. But Hyra got a friendly middle finger and a warning. Forget it. Don't touch Chun Bok while she's sleeping. Finally, someone shut down the chaos. Gon Don interrupted the bickering. This is serious. Why are you two fighting? Chun Bi added, You're killing my focus. Here. When Hai and Chun Bok's mom fell silent, he asked, So this is everyone, right? Gon Don answered, Yeah. Hai's like family to me, so no worries about her. Immediately, Hai and Chun Bok's mom looked at each other and said in unison, Family my ass. She gave up and turned to Yu Dong. So everything you said is true? Chun Bi quickly responded, Yeah. That acquaintance Jinwoo looks super suspicious, and that dead woman too. Her behavior's really weird. He shared his theory. I think that acquaintance is the mastermind behind all this. When did he come to this village? Gon Don recalled it was about a month ago. Hearing this, Chun Bi got worried, so he's had plenty of time to prepare everything. He said, I don't even know what he could have done in that month. Chun Bi knew even less since he'd only been here a day. Their discussion made Chun Bok's mom anxious, clutching the corner of the blanket over her precious child. She silently vowed she'd never let Chun Bok go through that hell again. She knew the monsters were definitely hiding in this village, waiting to catch her and her kid. These thoughts made her quiet, unable to speak. Remembering her father's figure, many thoughts flooded her mind. Chun Bok is definitely an easy target for them. I have to kill that monster to end this forever. If I'm right, that monster is definitely here. Someone's voice answered for her. The quiet night's discussion rose. We've been way too peaceful for 2 months now. Do you know why? Hai arrogantly replied. Because of them. I mean, they're watching us. They know brute force won't work anymore, so they've gotten more cautious. She concluded. Because nothing's happened for so long, the monster boss will show up this time. Yu Dong shared her thoughts. If Hai's right, we should watch that Jinwoo guy because he might be connected to the father. Hearing this, Chun Bi added, and keep an eye on the woman who came with him too. Gon Don reassured Chun Bok's mom and said, but we still have to stay alert. Even with clues, we can't let our guard down. So let's investigate that woman and Jinsu tomorrow. In this tense atmosphere, suddenly Chun Bi burst out laughing. Slapping his thigh, he shouted excitedly, All right, I like this plan. But his loudness made Hai Ra threaten him. If you wake the girl, I'll kill you. Suddenly, Gon Don noticed something. No matter how calm Chun Bi sounded, his hands were shaking unconsciously as he said, If this plan works, I'm really lucky to have a good feeling about this. No matter how far the father's tentacles reach or what bad stuff happens, at least we'll catch his tail. Everyone was mentally ready. Hai Ra's face was full of murderous intent, ready to crush that monster immediately, and Gon Don wouldn't back down no matter how tough it got. Chun Bok's mom couldn't let anything happen to her daughter. She would protect Chun Bok, her precious last hope. In the end, what's meant to happen will happen. Heavy footsteps pounded the floor. The door burst open. Jinwoo appeared at the door, gasping for breath. Everyone asked, What's going on? Why are you here? Jinwoo had to catch his breath for a moment before shouting, It's happening. In the dead silent night, crackling flames mixed with screams broke out. Fire. The blaze raged, swallowing the top floor, making everyone panic. Hurry, bring water. In this dangerous situation, each person was given a leg and an arm to put out the fire, while Jinwoo quickly coordinated. It seemed like everyone had been evacuated onto the gondola. Can't believe the fire was this fierce. It kept spreading. She realized it was the food storage area. Hearing that, he immediately asked Jinwoo who was on night watch tonight. He replied cluelessly, Jinwoo, What's wrong? Gon Don was shocked when he heard that name. Chun Bok's mom knew it was him. But why burn the food building instead of somewhere else? Wasn't their target supposed to be me and Chun Bok? People kept screaming, "No way, my precious food." Those complaints only made her more confused. Mixed with shouts to put out the fire were cries. How are we supposed to survive now? On the other side, someone broke down and collapsed. Wow, all our hard work gone. Around Chun Bok's mom were nothing but wails and sobs. She felt like she was lost in a land of misery. Only now did she realize the real reason behind their plan was this scene. People here screamed, some angry, some broken, some helpless. They were all desperate in this chaotic scene. Suddenly, Chun Bok's mom noticed something: the creepy smile of that woman. While everyone was being swallowed by grief, she was still calmly smiling. That gave her a bad feeling. Chun Bok's mom quickly turned to shield the baby. No matter what everyone did, that woman stood still with that weird smile. Chun Bok's mom sensed something was seriously off about her. Suddenly, the woman turned and casually walked away. Just then, a noise came from the other side, and Chun Bok's mom immediately reacted. This caught Gon Don's attention when she handed Chun Bok to him. Gon Don asked, "What's going on? Is there a problem?" But she didn't answer, only saying, "Hold the kid for me a bit, okay?" Right after that, Chun Bok's mom dashed off, ignoring Gon Don's questions about where she was going. Meanwhile, someone suddenly called Gon Don to help, so he didn't notice Chun Bok's mom leaving abruptly. The chaotic firefighting scene made no one pay attention to Chun Bok's monster finger swelling up weirdly. Chun Bok's mom chased halfway but lost sight of the woman. Suddenly, she sensed something above. On the upper floor, a strange shadow flickered. It was the woman who had gone up there, seemingly trying to lure Chun Bok's mom to follow. So she jumped powerfully, swiftly vaulting over the bars in the construction area. Using the momentum, she reached the window frame and successfully sneaked inside the building. But when she got there, the woman had vanished. Chun Bok's mom searched all around, moving from one area to another but found nothing. Suddenly, a voice echoed, stopping her in her tracks. Impressive, the voice echoed through the building. I thought your sharpness would have dulled from living too peacefully. But I didn't expect you to spot me so fast. Chun Bok's mom immediately became highly alert as the voice sounded. The woman's figure peeked from behind a wall. The life you have now, stolen from my home. Are you happy, or do you feel safe? Because I've been silent all this time. Along with the voice, footsteps grew closer to Chun Bok's mom. But she still saw no one. The voice teased her, making her nervous as she looked around. Seeing that, the woman said, "No need to look for me. I just want to talk." The footsteps got clearer, and the conversation continued. "If you don't want to talk about that, how about we change the subject? Your family, maybe, or your adorable daughter." She laughed wickedly, mentioning the kid, which made Chun Bok's mom growl angrily. Seeing that, the woman enjoyed provoking her more. The kid's even cuter than her mother now. "I'm sure she'll be prettier than you." Tentacles slowly emerged from above, wriggling as she kept talking. "I have to admit, the kid looks delicious." She swung down more writhing tentacles, aiming to ambush Chun Bok's mom. Seeing that she hadn't noticed, her eyes gleamed with triumph. But what she didn't expect was a bloody welcome. Chun Bok's mom aimed carefully and attacked. While the woman was stunned by the sudden strike, she grabbed the slimy tentacles tightly. Then Chun Bok's mom yanked hard, pulling her down like ripping fruit off a tree. Chun Bok's mom's strength slammed her hard onto the floor. The woman wasn't giving up. She shot filthy tentacles from her grave to attack, but Chun Bok's mom dodged them all swiftly. Suddenly, a massive spiked tentacle appeared beside her. Then many more sprouted from the ground. They were like traps, waiting to snap shut. Chun Bok's mom, quick and agile, managed to escape fast. After dodging successfully, the woman immediately focused upward. Taking advantage of being in the air, Chun Bok's mom quickly delivered a direct hit. The wound seemed serious. The woman couldn't attack anymore and groaned as she retreated. "Is that the best you got? Looks like you've run out of tricks." No matter what she said, Chun Bok's mom wasn't shaken. She was determined to end this once and for all. Suddenly, both stopped, and the woman made no move. Then she started giggling uncontrollably. The tentacles retracted gradually, replaced by her eerie laughter continuing, and her voice echoed again. "How's the kid's belly?" That question confused Chun Bok's mom deeply. The woman staggered, saying, "Seems like the kid is in pain." Hearing that, she reacted, "The belly? What do you mean? Are you trying to?" Before she could finish, her heart skipped a beat. Chun Bok's mom understood what she meant. Looking at the woman's sly grin, she stammered, "How do you know that?" She recalled before, Chun Bok had terrible stomach pain, and she was very worried, but no one else was in the room. So how did the woman know? She grinned ear to ear. "You're not the only one with fond memories of the kid." As she spoke, she imagined the kid loving this BH game, and she also knew the kid loved sausages. "And did you know the kid is secretly trained 3 times a week?" "Oh, And remember when Chun Bok went to school? She was very good, cheerful, and persistent. She was even happy getting an 80 on a test 3 days ago. Even if just a little, I finally understand your family's bond. The more she talked, the more Chun Bok's mom panicked, sweating bullets. The woman clearly enjoyed seeing her reaction. Her fear kept spilling out more memories. If Chun Bok were still alive after I got my body back, I'd really want to try raising her. Finally, Chun Bok's mom couldn't take it anymore. Her anger exploded instantly, and she lunged to attack. She didn't dodge at all. Strangely, she stood right by the railing and said, "You want to kill me, don't you?" Unexpectedly, she jumped off the floor just as Chun Bok's mom charged at her. While falling through the air, she gave a weird smile. "Then come find me, if you can." That was the last taunt she left for Chun Bok's mom. The loud thud echoed. Despite everyone's panic at seeing someone fall from the building, her dead body lay there with a terrifying smile still on her face. Suddenly, everyone's attention shifted upward. Someone was up there. Wasn't that Chun Bok's mom? Now she understood. This was his plan. Chun Bok's mom had given up. She didn't need to look for him because Dad would possess the villagers and lead them to discover this scene. They, the people with Dad's yellow eyes, would think she was full of hatred and turn her into a murderous monster in the villagers' eyes. Unfortunately, the whole village fell for that trick. After the fire was put out, everyone started screaming for punishment, demanding she be brought out. When Meng Chi yelled, "Bring Chun Bok's mom out right now," the angry villagers behind her joined in. Amid the chaos, Gon Don had to step up and explain to everyone that she wasn't responsible for what happened yesterday. Jun Diu also helped him convince the villagers. Besides, there was no reason for her to do such a thing. Even after all that, Meng Chi stubbornly insisted that she set the fire so she could eat people while everyone was distracted, right? But she was caught red-handed. He continued reasoning, "I knew this would happen. A monster helping humans? Yeah, right. She didn't even say a word to her husband, so why are you siding with her?" Hearing Meng Chi's harsh words, Run Ru warned him, "Watch your mouth." But Meng Chi kept insisting she was just telling the truth. Not only did she not stop, she went on insulting Chun Bok's mom. Was she some starving bastard? Couldn't stop talking about eating people, letting her mouth run wild. Suddenly, he felt his throat tighten from Meng Chi's rude words. Gon Don couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward, grabbing the man's collar with a fierce look. "What the hell did you just say?" he growled. "You have no proof, so don't accuse my wife of things she didn't do." His booming voice and aggressive attitude scared the man, forcing Meng Chi to call for backup. The argument grew louder as they debated whether Chun Bok's mom was the culprit, and the noise reached Hai, who was standing outside. She coldly ordered her subordinates to explain that the quarrel showed no sign of ending. Hai couldn't stand the noise anymore. It was a total mess. At home, things were peaceful. Chun Bok was playing with her toys. The two of them sat happily playing together. The little girl said, "The puppy's crying because it's hungry. Mom, please feed this poor puppy." So Chun Bok's mom pretended to give food to the dog. The girl cooperated by mimicking the puppy eating. Then Chun Bok excitedly held up the toy and said, "Tada, now it's a superhero dog. It can go for walks every day." Chun Bok's mom happily played along. The girl seemed really into these toys. Chun Bok's mom looked at her affectionately. She was extremely happy whenever she saw that bright smile on her kid's face. Though she showed nothing on the outside, Chun Bok's mom was worried inside. She didn't know what to do about the villagers infected by Dad's influence. When they looked up at her, she realized they had all been touched by Dad's hand. The villagers might have been infected over time through water, food, or physical contact. It was hard to handle since everyone here was Dad's eyes and ears. This left Chun Bok's mom powerless. Remembering that Dad and his son were also in the crowd, she suspected even Gon Don was infected, and even that woman Hai. She looked suspicious. Images of each villager flashed through Chun Bok's mom's mind. Among all of them, there wasn't a single person she could confide in. While playing with her kid, Chun Bok's mom decided she had to clear up the misunderstanding with everyone, but she feared that telling them now would only make things worse. She didn't know what to do, and then she even started doubting herself might be infected. A new fear emerged. What if she turned back and attacked Chun Bok? What if she never saw that smile again? Another terrifying thought appeared. Maybe Chun Bok was infected too. If that were true, she'd be like that Lego figure, surrounded by enemies from all sides with no way out to protect that smile. She couldn't help but worry about when everything would clear up. She had no clue. Seriously, no clue at all. What could she do now? Hundreds of worries swirled around Chun Bok's mom, and it seemed the girl noticed. Although she was smiling, the girl sensed something was off. So while happily playing, Chun Bok suddenly froze and said, "Mom, close your eyes quickly, Mom." Even though Chun Bok's mom didn't understand what she meant, she obeyed under her daughter's urging. Once aloud, Chun Bok's mom slowly opened her eyes. In front of her, Chun Bok pretended to be a bear and said, Hello, I'm Soa, the fairy of sadness. The girl waved the teddy bear. Nice to meet you. Chun Bok's mom still didn't get what the kid was doing. Chun Bok continued. You look worried about something. Let me help you. That's when she understood why the girl acted that way. She wondered if her expression was too obvious, so Chun Bok's mom quickly denied having any problems. But the girl kept probing. Are you sure? Through the bear, the girl spoke her words. Are you sure you're not lying to Chun Bok? Hearing that, she suddenly froze. Chun Bok's mom couldn't say another word in defense. The teddy bear the girl was using spoke again. Chun Bok's mom said lying is necessary because the outside world is dangerous, but lying to your loved ones is wrong. No matter what happens, family is always there to help you. Hearing these heartfelt words from Chun Bok, she felt a pang of guilt. Then Chun Bok, understanding everything, continued speaking through the bear. If you can't talk about it, you don't have to force yourself. The kid is still hiding behind the teddy bear, whispering, if something's bothering you, I'll always help you. Hearing that, Chun Bok finally looked up with sparkling eyes because we're family, right? The kid reached out her hand, waiting for her mom to open up and talk to her. Seeing the effort the kid made to share with her, Mom Chun Bok started to waver. She hesitated but reached out to hold that tiny hand. At this moment, she began to regret it. The kid was right. She shouldn't have doubted her. She's such a terrible mom. Even though she had figured things out, Mom Chun Bok still hadn't told the kid the truth. She thought to herself, Mom is sorry, Chun Bok, and thanks for soothing me. Now she smiled, holding the kid's hand and expressing how happy she was that the little fairy cared about her. Mom promised to tell her everything next time she was worried. Seeing her finally respond, Chun Bok was super happy. The kid eagerly said, Promise, Mom. Thanks to her, Mom's mood improved a lot. She affectionately ruffled the kid's hair. She thought, there's got to be a way. I have to find it. Looking at the kid's toys, she analyzed bit by bit. Judging by how the villagers reacted, they still kept their will, but she didn't get it. If she were that monster, she'd control everyone her way, but that old guy didn't. Why is that? Why didn't he just take the easy way? Why? Gradually, she connected the dots from the way that woman deliberately let everyone misunderstand her, to her jumping off on her own, that weird smile, and those eyes already infected by that father's seed. Suddenly, something clicked in Mom Chun Bok's head. She finally found a clue. The reason he did that is because the father's power is limited. His control isn't perfect yet, so there must be some way to affect everyone, right? Suddenly, the door slammed wide open, and a voice rang out. Sorry, but I need to know what's going on. Why didn't you tell me? Gon Don stormed in at the doorway, looking super rushed. Gon Don couldn't wait to get inside and started pleading. I know what's happening. Just tell me. I can help you. I know you're really sad, but that won't solve anything. You have to tell me, please. As Gon Don kept talking, Mom Chun Bok stepped closer and touched his worried face. A little sound came from the kid, surprised by the scene. Though Chun Bok didn't forget to cover the teddy bear's eyes, she forgot to cover her own. That sudden kiss shocked Gon Don. He froze, not knowing how to react. At this moment, she decided she could tell him. While their lips were still pressed, Gon Don suddenly noticed something. Mom Chun Bok was trying to talk to him by writing on her hand. She knew this method wasn't foolproof, but if the infection in everyone could only hear or see, this might work. So she decided to lock Gon Don's lips to use this loophole. Mom Chun Bok was determined to find and kill it no matter what. The fire at the food storage building was put out, but the damage was huge. Even though it was full of dust inside, Chun Bok and Du Dung kept searching for the culprit's trace. Unfortunately, it had turned to ashes, nothing left. Du Dung grimaced, saying the fire had burned everything. While Chun Bok was busy writing something, he didn't forget to agree with his daughter's point, but it seemed she noticed something strange. Under the ashes, there was a faint blood stain. Chun Bok frowned and stepped closer. Is this the only evidence we found? She replied coldly. Yes, Dad, give me the flashlight. Hearing that, he reached into his coat pocket to find it. The light quickly shone on the long blood stain they found. Chun Bok carefully took notes, still nothing. Maybe this isn't what we're looking for. After a long observation, it seemed they made a new discovery. A faint smoke, barely visible, was slowly rising, with the sound of burning and gray smoke coming from the bloodstain. Du Dung excitedly shone the flashlight on it. I knew it. It smells like burnt rubber. Definitely monster blood. It still reacts to light even after being burned. Chun Bok proudly ruffled her hair. That's my girl. You've got trusting eyes. She pouted and said, Come on. I'm not a kid anymore. This is basic skill you spoiled me with. He explained, You'll always be my little girl. Then he gently ruffled her hair again. You did great, Du Dung. All right, now we're sure. Du Dung tiredly continued. The monsters are behind this. Now all we need is the doctor's results. That's not done yet. At that moment, someone appeared at the scene. Mr. Chun Bok, Miss Du Dung, I've got the results. Let's head to the hospital. He hesitated as he announced. It was a really complicated matter. The door was cracked open enough to hear what was going on inside. Did you find anything there? Chun Bok honestly replied. We found very clear evidence. It's definitely caused by them. Jinu looked a bit tired. We've been through hell already. Why? It's ridiculous. What about the crime scene investigation? Run quietly reminded them. Please focus on what I'm saying. Then Jinu spoke up. I found something very surprising. Everyone curiously looked at what he held. It seemed like a parasite, right? Jinu started explaining. I found it inside this body. It's in the brain. I worked all night but made no progress, but I know the cause of her death is that Mom Chun Bok was framed. This clearly wasn't suicide. This parasite killed her. Dudong stroked her chin thoughtfully. Jinu had been in this village for a month, enough time to infect all of us. It seems we're all being parasitized by that creature. Jinu painfully realized a truth. That means the monster controls us in the palm of its hand through disease. Chun Bok suddenly remembered something. Doctor, what about the treatment you're working on? Jinu hesitated. I tried, but there's no reaction. Maybe it's ineffective. However, I found it worked once during research. It's a stronger drug. I improved it into a more complete version. Chun Bok and his daughter immediately suggested using it right away. Jinu sadly declined. That's extremely risky. It's made from cells in Chun Bok's finger. Its side effects are much stronger and could mutate the body into a monster. If it works, we can fight the parasite. But I don't know anything about the consequences of the side effects. The drug that caused that conversation to be overheard. So that's how it is. Why do they have a cure that seems so unstable, but I can give them a chance to use it? The conversation gradually got tenser. I think this is the only choice. The other side keeps pushing. We need to do something before everyone dies. Dudong agreed. B is right. We're standing on the edge of life and death. Junu replied in a low voice. I should let everyone know about this. A white object crawled quickly while they were discussing. Jingu started to get distracted. He suddenly let out an ah sound. The two girls instinctively looked in his direction. Chunbi quickly moved to restrain Jingu's arm. Hey Doc, what are you doing with that surgical knife? One of Jingu's eyes started changing color. He panicked and shouted, Why is my body not listening anymore? Chunbi stared blankly at his expression. One eye turning yellow? No way. A series of strange symptoms kept appearing. He screamed in panic. Jingu seemed to anticipate what was next. This can't be happening. He tried to close his mouth to bite off his tongue. Chunbi immediately punched him hard. Forgive me. The girls were left wide-eyed in shock. That punch was decisive. The force was so strong it twisted Jingu's face, but at least he stopped doing crazy stuff. Worried he'd fall, Chunbi grabbed his collar. He immediately gave orders. This is more dangerous than I thought. Dudong handed over some stuff to tie him up. The scalpel dropped to the floor. They continued their conversation. Dudong said, Here are some bandages and tape. Jingu was tightly bound and strapped under the hospital bed to keep him there. Is that okay? The other side firmly confirmed. He'll sleep just fine. The conversation gradually returned to the main topic. It seems that thing heard everything I said. Dudong added, using infected ears and eyes to eavesdrop on us. Damn it. Junu looked deeply saddened. Sorry, I couldn't help. But luckily, neither of you are infected yet and have more freedom. We'll try to clear up all misunderstandings. You two should go find the cure. Suddenly, Chunbi cut her off. Wait a sec, weapons should be the top priority. The situation is super tense right now. We should go get them immediately. He stepped forward to open the door. Now everything is clear. That monster is here. His hand pulling the door suddenly froze and trembled. Chunbi smiled mysteriously. I can't wait to meet you, you bastard. Strange sounds echoed outside the door. The noise made Chunbi uneasy. Suspicion sparked countless questions in his mind. What was that sound? What's happening outside? Outside, the crowd was arguing fiercely. Move aside. People angrily accused. It's all because of that filthy monster. Why protect her? The girl on the other side retorted. You have no proof, so stop blaming anyone. Monchi didn't back down. No way. We need to drive that monster away to survive. The girl shouted back. No, we need Chunbi's mother for food. Chunbi appeared just in time with Du and Runu. Look at that crowd over there. We need to catch that monster fast. Dudong stared in shock at the chaotic scene. This is exactly like before. The past scene quickly flashed back. Chunbi shouted in argument. Never. Are you trying to kill us all? Chunisich explained. No, I'm trying to save us all. Can't you see that? Look at reality. We defeated the Hammer Gang, but that battle caused huge losses. That's why we need to expand manpower for safety. If you allow it, we can. But Chunbi cut him off directly. Enough. No matter what you say, I won't allow it. I know Gondol would never decide that. Chun Sich gritted his teeth in anger. I've had enough. I've suffered enough for all this. I'm so sick of convincing you, so I'll leave with those who support me. I may not be Gondol, but I have my own way to handle things for the family. I'll negotiate with the cannibal tribe to protect us. Chun Bok angrily, Chun Shich, you're an idiot. You'll get everyone killed. Don't you have any smarter ideas? The two sides started fighting like two stubborn old men. Their past still haunted Dudung. This place will become chaotic like before. I need to stop them now. But my body suddenly had someone speak for me. Everyone, stop it. We're family, not enemies. We need to unite in tough times like this. Mong Chi challenged her. How can we unite if you won't listen? Junu gently tried to calm the other side. After that, she tried to soothe the other side. It's okay. Calm down. Mong Chi shouted a warning. I'm telling you, we need to deal with that monster. Jun Diu panicked as anger flared again. The girl on the other side also shouted, you have no proof, give it up. Another young man shifted attention to Runu. She's talking to them. She's helping the monster eat us, right? She fumbled to explain to him. What are you saying? Can't you see? John Hai also joined the argument. Who are you doubting? If you want something, aim at me. The man opposite started repeating the word die. Jun Diu rubbed her temples, eyes closed. Please, stop it. On the other side, a young man kept saying, shut up. This intense scene sparked interest in the father. Look at these poor fools. Is this their ideal family? A useless species that only believes what's right in front of them. All they need is someone else to protect them. Let's find a better spot to watch their disgusting curiosity. Jep obediently listened then. He mechanically responded to the request. Yes, father. Meanwhile, Junu jumped as someone suddenly called her name amid the argument. Mong Chi stepped forward, pointing at her. Do you remember your promise to keep us safe? You better keep that promise instead of fighting it. This happened because you couldn't manage the crowd properly. Immediately agreeing with Mong Chi. He's right. I heard this village was safe, but that's not true. Heavy footsteps walked through the crowd's insults. How do you plan to take responsibility for this? It's all your fault. Jun Diu tried to reassure herself. I can't show weakness. As a leader, I have to lead and protect them. Unexpectedly, someone grabbed Jun Diu Mong Chi's shirt tightly and shouted right into her ear. All this mess was because she had failed at that management job. Stop talking and do something, John Hai. Worried, he rushed over to her, ignoring everything else. Mom. Mong Chi rudely shoved John Hai away. This is grown-up business. Get out of the way. Slowly, violence started to bubble up with the anger. Move aside. She was weak and collapsed to the ground from the strength difference with him. Mong Chi revealed her aggressive nature. Don't bother me anymore. Like mother, like daughter, both useless. None of this would have happened if you guys had just listened. Everyone disagreed with his behavior. Why would you hurt a kid? You planning to solve this with violence? The girl on his side denied it. We didn't use force. He didn't mean to push her down. Everyone was caught up in their own thoughts about Junu. Calm down, I'm the leader here. I need to stay calm. Mong Chi bluntly demanded they kick that monster and her daughter out. His eyebrows rose suddenly as things started to shift. Junu gritted her teeth and raised her hand. I have to stop them. I've had enough. Just as her arm lifted, something quickly blocked it. Mong Chi stared in the direction of the sound. Enough. Junu, confused, turned around instinctively and saw HG appear. She slowly relaxed her mind. Everyone was buzzing about HG's arrival. What's she doing here? The crowd quickly quieted to listen to her. Everyone, I know you're worried. But go back to your posts and finish your work. We'll discuss this later. For now, focus on strengthening the village. Everyone, disperse immediately. Mong Chi was still stubborn. Wait, I'm not done. We need to clear this up. You know how hard it was for us to get through everything from that monster family. Think about it. We have the vaccine now, we don't need those people anymore. So we don't have to. His nose suddenly bled from a hard hit. Hai coldly punched him down instead of answering. She threatened in a cold voice, if anyone has objections, speak up freely. I'll be the first to start that conversation. Everyone obediently bowed to her absolute power. We understand. We'll do as you say. Junu was deeply grateful to her. Thank you so much. Things would have gotten worse without you. I feel ashamed. I promised this place was safe. I couldn't even stop them. I'm a failed leader. She briefly instructed her, work as a team. But Junu was confident that what she did wasn't the right way. This will happen again soon. Hai quickly comforted her. Then you'll handle it like a wise leader, not with violence like I did. Solve it your way. I believe in your leadership skills. While Junu was regaining her spirit, Hai gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Jia was maneuvering a body into a hidden corner of the village. His suspicious behavior made her doubt. Hai fixed her gaze on Jia's fake body. After a while, that old man's intuition told MCH to quickly recall what happened this morning when she passed through the crowd to handle the situation. H heard him mechanically say it would be soon. Doubt about that mysterious phrase grew stronger. Soon what? Seeing her suddenly leave, Junu worriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Hai simply replied, "I need to check a few things." Suddenly, Gon Don appeared behind her. Hai said, "Wait, I have some things I need help with. Can you help me fix some stuff at the hospital? There are others there too, but I need as many people as possible." His strange attitude confused her. Gondol then winked at her. "Come on, please, help me this time." He tried to make eye contact, signaling her to agree. "I have very important information to share." Faced with that weird look, she just pondered, frowning to probe a bit more. Her eyes glanced back at the lingering suspicion from before. She no longer saw the solid figure in the hidden corner. Finally, she chose Gon Don. "All right, but stop looking at me like that." Turning her back to leave, HG also asked Junu for help. "We better check him out as soon as possible and find out what he means." In a large room, Chun Bok and her mother were hugging and sleeping. The quiet space made their sleep peaceful. Suddenly, Chun Bok bit her lip and trembled. She sat up, mumbling, "I need to go to the bathroom." Then she staggered toward the bathroom door. Just as she was about to open it, her small hand froze. "Mom told me to stay obedient in the room. What should I do?" But the urge in her body stopped her thinking. Chun Bok panicked and ran. "I have to go now. I'm about to pee." Inside the bathroom came a child's relieved sigh, so relieved, the problem solved. She had just handled a huge problem in her life. What should I do next? I slept too much at noon, so I'm still pretty awake, but Mom's sleeping. Got it. I'll go hang out with John Hai. As soon as she opened the door, Chun Bok found someone waiting. Depp had been guarding outside since she went in. He gave a creepy smile. "It's really you." Chun Bok politely greeted him. Jap also asked a few questions. "Hey kiddo, everything okay? You look as healthy as always. But do you have free time now? If so, can you help me with something?" His hand was about to touch her face. Suddenly, the sky darkened and thunder rumbled everywhere. Chun Bok got scared and ran away, ignoring his calls. "Chun Bok, wait. I want to talk to you." "Wait for me." She stubbornly ran away. "Come on, wait for me." Dek stopped pretending and shouted, "I said stop right now." Chun Bok was getting tired and couldn't run faster. She shut her eyes tight and yelled, "Stop. I said stop, so you can't catch me." Dek awkwardly scratched his head. "Oh man, I almost had you." Chun Bok growled like a little beast. "If you want to win, you have to try your hardest. Don't you want to take this seriously? If you want to be the king of games, then watch and learn from me." The child's innocence probably made him laugh. But when she turned away, he no longer looked friendly. King of games? Huh? What a pain. But it's the best way to get close to kids. I should wear her out as much as possible. I've waited a long time for this chance, I'm sure. I'll definitely make it happen no matter what. Chun Bok was totally enjoying chasing Bat around here. "Bat, you little rascal." Then they switched to playing catch. "I want to fly even higher." After a while, Chun Bok switched again and asked Trash to carry him on his back. Trash's endurance was slowly draining. How can a kid have so much energy? What did they feed her? I just gotta tough it out. Time seemed to drag on forever. Finally, the sun began to set. Down below, Chun Bok belatedly realized he must have forgotten about his mom and got carried away playing for way too long. "Oh no, Mom's gonna be super mad. I'm in big trouble." While the kid was panicking, Jack gently said, "Chun Bok, I have something for you. Here. This is a little gift from me to you." Chun Bok cheered up instantly because it was a bag full of candy trash. Then Jack warned him, "Thanks for playing with me today, but can you keep this gift a secret? Because this gift is only for you. I don't have enough to give to others. This is a token of our friendship, just for you. Promise me, okay?" Jack's sincerity made the kid blush. "A gift for you. Oh, all right then. I get it. So you promise to keep this secret? Then this will be our little secret." Trash smiled in satisfaction. "Good job." The candy bag was finally passed smoothly to Chun Bok. Evening came, and the kid quickly went back to his room to meet his parents. Gondo, the strict dad, asked, "You played with an old man today, right?" The kid trembled and admitted, "Yes, sir. I won't go out without permission anymore. I'm sorry." Seeing him signal, Chun Bok's mom spoke up. "So you only played with that old man, right?" Faced with that question, the kid awkwardly lowered his head. The promise with Jack was deeply etched in Chun Bok's memory. Because of that, the kid decided to lie. "Yes, that's right. We only played." When everyone was fast asleep, Chun Bok was still thinking about today. The precious gift Jack gave me. Tomorrow, I'll give him a gift too. What should I give him? I hope tomorrow comes really fast. A strange object stealthily slipped out of the candy bag. Dad slowly opened his eyes to observe everything around. Then, when Chun Bok carelessly opened his mouth, it crawled inside. On his pale skin, strange blue veins appeared all over Chun Bok's body. Stiff as a board, the kid's eyes glowed bright yellow. The weather stayed gloomy until the next morning. Gondo's sleepy sounds were super loud. Chun Bok's mom was woken up by it. So noisy, he's always like this. The noise must have been waking Chun Bok up for hours, right? When her hand touched empty air, she startled and opened her eyes. Chun Bok's mom's panicked scream made Gondo jump up. "What's going on?" she frantically asked him. "She's not here." Where did Chun Bok go? The kid's disappearance scared the mom. Chun Bok saw her suddenly leave. Gondo could only call after her. "Wait, let me help you look." Then he suddenly had an idea. Where's the kid? Maybe she's in the bathroom? But in the end, he found nothing there. Chun Bok's mom searched every corner of the village. Where did the kid go? She should always be by my side. Chun Bok, where are you? While resting, Gondo spotted a small figure over there. The kid stood still like a statue, staring into the distance. Gondo angrily scolded, "You careless brat. You scared your mom and dad half to death. You can't just go to Langfang alone like that." Even though being scolded, Chun Bok showed no reaction. He lost patience and stepped forward. "Are you even listening? You're in big trouble now." His footsteps grew faster. "Hey, Chun Bok." Gondo's anger suddenly froze. Chun Bok's mom grabbed his arm. "That's not our kids standing in front of us." Their conversation was overheard without missing a word. Maybe because they were caught, there was no need to hide the secret anymore. They saw a pair of blazing yellow eyes that didn't match Chun Bok's usual appearance. At the same time, in a fake world, created by Dad to imprison Chun Bok's consciousness, hearing someone call her name, Chun Bok groggily woke up. "What's going on?" Gon Don cheerfully replied, "You're awake. Do you want to play a game with Mom and Dad? Let's play together." The kid hesitated, but Mom can't play. Going outside during the day will hurt her. Seeing her worry like that, Chun Bok's mom ran outside to prove it. Her feet stepped into the sunlight area. Gondo excitedly pointed. "See, isn't it great?" Chun Bok happily cheered, seeing her real mom outside. "Hey, how did you do that?" He gently explained, "Mom trained really hard for you." Surprise lit up the young face. "Oh, that's awesome. Then we can play until we're totally exhausted." "Mom, I'm so happy." She laughed and played along with the kid. Chun Bok was happy with her mom. An angry voice cut through their joy. "Hey, Chun Bok's mom, we need to talk." So disappointing. The kid quickly sensed hostility from the crowd. They were treating Mom badly. "I won't let anyone bully my mom." But the crowd had a different idea. "We want to play too. The more, the merrier. Let's play hide and seek first." The unexpected turn shocked the kid. Hi-Ra calmed the crowd. "Quiet. Let Chun Bok decide what game we play." The villagers cheered her idea. "Yeah, let Chun Bok decide. She'll know the best game." Unlike the noisy crowd, the kid's mind was super alert. Weird. I'm happy everyone's having fun, but something feels really off, really strange. Chun Bok's mom suddenly grabbed her hand. She put on a serious voice. "To the king of games, what shall we play?" The kid was stunned for a moment. Then finally, Chun Bok cleared her throat and declared, "As the king of all games, I declare we play tag." Everyone agreed and chose Hi-Ra to be it. She turned and threatened with a shiver, "I'll chase you first." Laughter echoed across the sky. "Bet you can't catch me." The kid totally enjoyed these rare moments playing with everyone. It was so fun and no one was mad. Even the rude ones were friendlier. No one used force or fought. Everyone loved their mom. Chun Bok was the happiest kid in the world. But suddenly, the sound in her ears started to fade. Chun Bok. The kid reflexively looked for the voice's owner. But no matter how hard she searched, there was only empty space behind her. "Is someone calling me?" Then she quickly forgot about it and turned back to Gondo's call. "Let's keep playing." Chun Bok silently reassured herself and ran off, not noticing the strange changes in the sky. "I'm coming right now." In the end, no one realized Dad was very close to them. Outside in reality, thunder roared and screams made the atmosphere suffocating. "Bring the guns here right now." The crowd pointed their spears at Gon Don. He knew he couldn't save the situation anymore, so he lowered his voice and begged, "Please give us a little more time. It's still too early to decide everything. We have medicine. It'll work soon." The other guy immediately shot back. "The medicine only works if the girl is still human. Face the truth, your daughter is gone." Everyone fell silent. Amid the whispers, "Look at the girl. She's no longer your daughter. That thing is just enjoying the show." Finally, this day has come. I've waited too long. Now my role ends beside Mother Chun Bok. Powerless, she knelt on the ground, stunned as tentacles sprouted from Chun Bok's body. The father tapped his finger lightly. "This body is better than I thought. So, shall we get started then?" At that moment, in the fake world the father created, a voice called out, "Where is everyone?" "Are you here?" "Found you," Jun Diu said proudly. "Uncle Gon Don, come out quickly," he complained. "You're really good at hide and seek. Today is not for you." Seeing them disappear, Mother Chun Bok quietly called, "Let's go." Chun Bok obediently agreed. A A strange feeling spread through her fingertips. Why does my hand hurt? Has it always been like this? But now was no time to be sick. I still have to play with everyone, but it hurts so much. Back in the real world, the sky finally poured rain over the village. Mother Chun Bok looked up softly at the call. Mom, the two of them started their own mischievous games. She remembered how last time the girl insisted on following her. Chun Bok obediently learned to eat by herself. Mother Chun Bok recalled the tearful face calling for her, even the times Chun Bok ran happily toward her. She also clearly remembered the warm hugs, the stubborn moments, the happy and sad memories between them, all erased by the figure before her. That wasn't her daughter, but the cruel father. The chaotic emotions overwhelmed Mother Chun Bok's mind. The father used a superior tone to remind, "She's talking here. Focus. I hate repeating myself. Listen carefully." The strange gestures and movements from Chun Bok's body truly terrified her. The old man continued in a low voice, "I have a proposal, not hard to do. I only need one thing. The only thing I want is your sacrifice. If you agree, I will return your daughter and withdraw the parasitic parts I implanted in the villagers. Then I will leave this village. What do you think of that request?" "I think I'm being generous." The father urged Mother Chun Bok to decide immediately. "What's the answer?" At that moment, Gon Don shouted, "Stop with the nonsense. You'll never take my daughter or my wife, so don't say such damn lies. You won't get anything. If you dare touch my daughter or my wife, I'll tear you to pieces, you damn parasite." He sneered with contempt. This guy is definitely looking for death. You'll regret these words soon. The rebellious challenge annoyed the old man. The father decided to give Gon Don a special gift. Then the small hand snapped once. The parasite veins in the villagers' bodies instantly woke up. Long veins appeared on the skin surface of those infected. Johan Hai's whole body went limp. Gon Don didn't expect things to get this serious. The villagers acted like stubborn crickets, rushing to latch onto him. Their cries for help startled him. "Help me. My body is moving on its own. Help." Gradually, his spirit was affected by the distant moans. A man shouted, "Get lost, bastard." The villagers were restraining the two uninfected people, Chunbi and Dudon. Elsewhere, Jinu and Haya also caught their attention. Junu painfully had his own daughter choking him. Johan Hai panicked and begged, "Please, someone stop me." "Mom," the father coldly said to Gon Don, "this is the consequence of reckless words. I have no interest in you, you lowly bug. Did you think I didn't know about the cure? Those pathetic tricks don't work on me." Gon Don felt uneasy as the old man exposed all his plans. Meanwhile, Mother Chun Bok stood up. Each step she took was lifeless and stiff. He worried and tried to stop her. "What are you doing? Stop. Don't go over there. That's definitely a trap. Listen to me." Mother Chun Bok painfully took all the blame. "It's all my fault. I should have paid more attention to the girl. My laziness caused all this. It's my fault." The prey offering itself at the door pleased the old man greatly. Without hesitation, his tentacles shot out. They precisely stabbed places that would hurt but not kill her. Seeing his loved one near death, Gon Don lost his mind. "No." The father ignored him and praised, "A wise choice. Then I'll keep my promise. Every time I see your family, I can't stop thinking. Your family has a big hole because you're family. You're willing to give more, even sacrifice your life. How noble." "I admit that, but those things are like shackles, obsessions, and curses. That's why parents should be the main focus in a family. Thinking of loyal children ready to die for you, and a small society you rule in the village." Hopefully, the father proudly gives philosophies that control all members so they won't stray. Then rewards them with something called love. That's a true family, and giving your kids everything you have won't make you a successful parent. You're not fit to be anyone's parent. He was about to teach more but couldn't. Mother Chun Bok took advantage of his distraction to inject medicine into Chun Bok's body. Blood veins gradually appeared after the medicine entered his body. He looked confused at the whole body reacting to the medicine. "This is unpredictable. When did you prepare that?" After all the cure was injected, she coldly pulled the needle out. The night before, Gon Don signaled her, "I got this from the hospital. Everyone was injected and had no side effects. Use it if anything happens to Chun Bok. I'll keep some with me too. Do you understand everything I said? Now go wash up and sleep. When Chun Bok returns, we'll play with her tomorrow." Mother Chun Bok gently replied, "All right, Gon. I'll keep a little for myself too. You understand everything I said, right? Now go take a shower and get some sleep. When Chun Bok comes back, we'll play with her tomorrow." Chun Bok's mom replied gently, "All right, got it." Back in the present, she finally had enough courage. "You say I'm not fit to be a parent? You're right. I'm not a good parent. I feel so guilty for not being a normal mother to her. I feel terrible. It sucks because there's so little I can do for her. But parents are the heart of a real family. As for me, I don't care how you parent. To me, a parent, even in times like this, Even if I'm a freak. A freak. Praying for your daughter's happiness, that's what being a parent really means. It's not a curse, it's a blessing. Sparkling tears gently fell after those feelings. In the fake world, Chun Bok had recovered. Back to her old self. The girl choked out, "Mom." Dad was silent because the medicine was starting to take effect. The tentacle that had pierced the mother was forcefully pulled out by Chun Bok. He used the momentum to push his body backward, gaining speed. Dad stepped on some construction materials to jump out. After a moment of teleporting, he finally landed on an empty sandy patch. He glared fiercely at the person opposite him. Unlike before, her steps now were full of power, heavy, stronger, like a warning. Even though her limbs ached, Mom Chun Bok gritted her teeth and kept moving forward. Tra observed the opponent and made a judgment. He's trying to keep distance, which means the medicine is working. Chun Bok, stay strong. Mom will save you no matter what. Someone spoke from behind. I think one dose isn't enough. I pretended to be weak so things would go smoothly, but looks like I messed up. When his foot slammed hard on the ground, dust flew everywhere. Gon Don strode forward, weapon in hand. This time, I'll give you a few more doses. Dad was forced into high defense mode. When he reached her side, he gently asked, "Are you okay?" Luckily, Mom Chun Bok had calmed down. "We're fine. The wounds will heal quickly. Nothing to worry about." "What about the others?" Gon Do just shrugged. "You don't need to worry. We have a teammate stronger than any monster, a force so powerful." A sudden hit to the back of the neck helped Juno escape danger earlier. Turns out Juno had controlled John to stop her from causing chaos. That was close. "We need to use the special medicine. It's in my bag." Then he turned and said, "Hyra saved us all. Now we should run back to the hospital and get more medicine." She didn't pay attention to his words because her mind was glued to Hyra. Hyra frowned, looking very calm, "Right? We're fine because we were injected with the medicine. The others couldn't control themselves." "So who are you really?" Trash didn't answer but tore a chunk of flesh from his forehead, ripping off the mask to reveal his true identity. "What do you think I am?" Dad suspiciously examined the veins on his body. "Is it all because of the special medicine?" The headache made it hard to focus. "My body feels heavy, but there's nothing I can do. My resistance to the medicine will increase soon." Gon Don and Mom Chun Bok almost simultaneously charged forward. They shared a single goal, Dad. He struggled to summon his tentacles. The real problem now is that the consciousness of this body is slowly waking up. Chun Bok panicked, clutching her head. "Oh, I remember now. Something crawled into my mouth while I was sleeping, then my body felt weird, and I don't remember anything else. When I opened my eyes, again, I was here, a place with only kind people I like. My hands aren't purple anymore. Where are my real parents? I want to leave, but how?" Seeing the girl lost in thought, someone called Chun Bok. "What should we play now?" Hi and Run Roo giggled. "I pick a game. Let's play tag again." Gon Don had a different idea. "How about we go inside and play dodgeball?" Seeing everyone still busy discussing, the girl had to shout, "Sorry, but I want to go home right now and I don't know how. How do I get back?" "Tell me now." Gon Don hinted. "You want to go home, huh? How can I help you?" Then his face darkened. "If you leave here, you'll become unhappy." Chun Bok couldn't understand the hidden meaning in that warning. Suddenly, he smiled again. "Because many people outside hate you, but you have to pretend to smile at them. Remember that, okay?" The girl firmly denied. "No, Dad, you're wrong." Haiji stepped forward to try to convince her. "If you go back, your parents will have to take care of you. Very hard, you know that, right?" Though she kept denying, Chun Bok's confidence was shaken. Mom Chun Bok directly exposed the truth. "You're scared because you're a problem. You know you're a burden to Mom." Chun Bok had no more arguments left. The cat-like sound started circling her head. "Let me make it clear, you're the last girl who interfered. I don't care, I don't understand fancy words, but I know one thing clearly." The girl took a deep breath to prepare for her final rebuttal. At that moment, emotion surged. "My family loves me, that's not fake, so I will go back. I will return to everyone." Mom Chun Bok was speechless. Finally, the girl got the compromise. "Fine, I'll go back." But the scraping sound of tentacles was chilling. Dad firmly told her, "You'll regret this soon." The monster's hand touched her face and began to fulfill the promise. The noise outside startled Chun Bok awake. She joyfully called the person she loved most, Mom. But the smile and excitement quickly faded. Mom. A mix of emotions made Chun Bok feel like the whole world was drowning in despair. The mother she loved most, covered in wounds, kept crying. Dad suddenly appeared and said to Chun Bok, "I told you, you'll regret it." People call this harsh truth. Chun Bok blankly thought. "Because of me, Mom got hurt. I made Mom get hurt." The girl looked at her trembling hands. Herself. "I don't want to see this. I don't want this." Tears slowly rolled down Chun Bok's cheeks. Not only that, the blood vessels in her eyes turned bright red. Wanting to see this made Chun Bok return to the fake world. Chun Bok looked up at the dark cloudy sky. She sighed. Finally, it's quiet. My mind is clear now. More precisely, it's Dad's will inside her body. Looking at Gon Don, I should thank you too. Chun's consciousness has completely lost Dad now, then glanced at Mom. Chun Bok thought about it. The strange tentacles slowly slid down Dad's pant legs. Another tentacle constantly swayed on his hand, writhing on the sinister face of the guy who was a bit hungry. Bok looked up at the sky filled with dark clouds. She sighed. Finally, it's quiet. My mind is clear now. More precisely, it's my father's will inside me. Looking over at Gon Don, I should thank you too. Chun Bok's consciousness has completely lost her father now and glanced at her mother. Chun Bok tried to think, those strange tentacles slowly sliding down her father's pant leg. Another tentacle was constantly swaying on his hand, wriggling over that sinister face. The guy looked a bit hungry. The father licked his lips greedily. Meanwhile, inside, the bloody battle raged on. A fierce piece of Jack's facial skin fell into a pool of blood. Besides that, blood streaks echoed as iron doors slammed open, rushing to attack him at lightning speed. Suddenly, she immediately froze, glanced back, and swiftly slashed a cut on H's shoulder. He slowly turned his gaze toward Chun Mei. The man hurriedly swung the pole weapon in his hand at him. Yet, Zack effortlessly dodged the attack. He turned to look at Chun Bek and burst out laughing. The man clenched his teeth in tension. This kid was quick to keep attacking, but Chun Bek managed to spin his pole weapon to block. He couldn't help but worry, thinking, this thing's way too fast. One single mistake and I'm dead. Is summoning a demon the solution? I don't feel safe at all. Chun Bek quickly leaned to one side and called Dudong. She heard the signal immediately, blowing her whistle. Although Dulin's bullets fired rapidly, they could probably still be dodged easily. He quickly hid behind a nearby wall. She saw this and couldn't help but feel annoyed, clicking her tongue. He peeked from behind the wall, muttering, everything's so annoying. This guy, that guy, all of you are so damn annoying. Seeing Dudong confused by his words, Zack pointed to those lying on the ground and asked, do you see them? That's the old lady who loves chatting with everyone. She's a chatterbox, and I'm always forced to listen. She never stops nagging about everything. The one over there is Meng Chi Gao, a loudmouth who always complains whenever someone asks for help. That bastard lies about everything, and there's a lot more. I have to endure them for 2 months. I even get hot-tempered from the stress. Jack Ka gripped the knife tightly. You shouldn't bother the neighbors. None of them have any common courtesy. Jinu, healing from afar, quickly spoke up. What the hell did that crazy guy just say? Junu saw him lose focus and hurriedly told Jinu to speed up. Depp sarcastically said, at least there's something funny here. Hai and Chun Bek wondered about his words. As soon as Zack mentioned Chun Bok, she immediately glared at him. You definitely don't know what I did to hand that girl over to Dad. Luckily, I used candy. Kids definitely love candy. Chun Bek couldn't help but get angry hearing Jack's chuckles. He continued, I told the girl not to tell anyone because it's a secret between us. RC pressed 2 fingers against his neck, mocking. Then the girl said, thank you so much, sir. I promise I won't tell anyone. Don't worry, we're friends. Zack gave a creepy smile. Do you think I said the same thing as the girl? Chun Bek was furious and wanted to attack him but was stopped by H. So it was you. I'm curious if there are others you called Dad. He stepped forward as Hai asked. How many more are there? Zack chuckled. Who knows? You figure it out yourself, she added. Got it. I'll find out myself like you said. He frowned, confused by H's words. She sneered. You still don't get what I mean? That I'll find them all. H's arm shot out, and I'll kill all you bastards myself. Jack immediately jerked back, feeling something stabbing him. Looking down, he realized the knife she still held had stabbed into Zack's neck before he could react. Hai rushed toward Zack. Chun Bek and Dudong were amazed at her lightning speed. He quickly pulled the knife out of his neck, cursing silently. What nonsense. In his rage, Zack immediately stabbed the knife toward H, shouting, I'm faster. The knives hadn't touched her before H counterattacked relentlessly. Jack was still dazed, not understanding what just happened. He thought, it's like her fists are made of stone. My body's going numb. H grabbed Jack's head tightly. Anything else you want to say? She looked at him with furious eyes. I'll listen to everything. He thought as H's hand lunged. It's okay. This won't change anything. It's already started. Meanwhile, the exhausted man lying on the ground suddenly felt sharp pain, his eyes snapping wide open. The man began convulsing. A strange tentacle slowly crawled out from his mouth. The bizarre sight startled H. What the hell is that? The village scene was weird, tentacles quickly emerging from villagers' mouths. Jingu felt lucky. If we delayed any longer, we'd be the same. Junu warned Jinu. Those tentacles are moving outside. They're like giant worms crawling toward the yard. A scream for help rang out. Stop it now. Tentacles surged like a giant wave behind Chun Bok. Gon Don panicked, begging, "Please stay." The demonic hand caressed Chun Bok's face. "It won't take long. The nutrients I need to feed on. Everything here." The father gave a crooked smile. "The time has come, time for me to claim my reward." A flash of metal gleamed, the sound of something being cut echoed. Then, the tentacles were suddenly severed, shocking the father. Even Chun Bok's mother didn't expect someone to act so decisively. While she was still stunned, a hand appeared and grabbed her. Hai single-handedly broke through the tentacle siege. Chun Bok's mother's eyes showed panic and despair. She lost balance and fell to the ground nearby. H drew her spear, ready to fight. The father spoke, "You look like you have some skills." She ignored his words and started slashing. H only needed a few strikes to cut the tentacles. "There are so many and they're so fast. But I can handle it, I have to." Hai kept delivering razor-sharp slashes. Unexpectedly, the old man sneered with contempt. Hai quickly froze and her fighting spirit dropped. The monster's sound echoed, and her weapon dropped. "Enough. He's already buried his tentacle deep inside you. You could have survived if you'd stepped aside." Gondol anxiously ran over to rescue her. Hai and Chun Bok's mother screamed warnings at him. The father used tentacles to torture Hai's body as punishment, but you recklessly risked it like always. "Unlike you, bastards. You're not even related to this girl. I know you've been by her side for a long time, but your feelings have turned into irrational obsession. Seems like I see right through you. The only reason you want to live is to protect this girl's safety, right?" Hai's consciousness blurred. She didn't know if she was suffering from wounds or being exposed. Prodding others' pain excited him. "I knew it. I understand in this brutal world, hope is the only thing driving you to live, even if your hope clings to a fake family game." The light in Hai's eyes gradually faded. Finally, she had to admit to the old man that he was right. She had nothing. She was once just a creature worn down by destructions, not caring about life or death because she had no one to hold on to. Remembering the tiny hand. "Hi," Ra's voice softened. But then, the always lonely Chun Bok suddenly felt warmth. Just one gentle touch, and Chun Bok's sweet voice called her name. She knew something inside her had changed from that moment. The innocent smile was etched deep in Hai Ra's mind, giving her hope even though they weren't blood-related. Even though they weren't family, to Hai Ra, that kid was hope, so she would protect her. The emotion made her choke up. She would never forget that her best memory was when Chun Bok giggled and called her mom. Suddenly, Hai Ra recklessly grabbed her father's tentacle, deciding to fight him no matter the cost. The old man calmly pulled out a sharp thorn. "This isn't what I wanted to use, but I'll use you to test it out." Haiji's weak spot was close, facing danger. A sharp sound echoed, then a gush of blood sprayed into the air. The old man's golden pupil twitched in confusion. "This isn't what I wanted to use, but I'll use you to test it out." Haiji's weak spot was close, facing danger. A sharp sound echoed, then a gush. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "What the hell is this? How? This shouldn't be happening. Why does this feel like an antidote? Since when did it come to this? When did you inject that damn thing? So that's why you pretended to sacrifice yourself, right? Even though you were badly injured." Haiji felt it was worth it. "I may be dumb, but I always prepare ahead. Give me some credit. It's all because you kept babbling those stupid thank you words." Her sarcasm triggered his emotions. "How dare you? I was about to have the perfect ending." The fresh blood surge made the old man more cautious. "This body is slowly rejecting me. I have to endure the pain. I'm losing control. I have to escape, but not like this." However, he didn't have time to launch any counterattack and had to flee. He dragged his writhing tentacles and quickly escaped. A drop of water fell to the ground. After the first raindrop, others followed one by one. The long-awaited rain finally arrived. After he left, Hai-Ra hugged Chun Bok tightly and murmured, "When you wake up, you're going to be in big trouble for making me worry. Honestly, I'm just glad you're safe. I know you've been through a lot. Welcome back." Chun Bok's panicked scream echoed in the gloomy weather. Chun Bok's mother Gon Don caught her and asked, "Chun Bok, are you okay, Mom?" Chun Bok reassured, "I'm fine." Hearing that, he turned back and scolded Hai-Ra. "How could you do that? You almost killed yourself." She coldly replied, "What choice did I have? I did it because it was the only way." "Stop yelling, my head hurts." Chun Bok's mother's yellow pupils flickered. She held the tiny hand. The kid's fingers had returned to normal. "We don't have to be afraid anymore. Chun Bok is no longer the monster's target. I should be happy about that." But she sighed and slowly sank into memories. Back then, she was weak enough for her father to control her. Hai was the one who helped her escape danger. Chun Bok's mother truly admired Hai's fighting skills. The more she thought about what happened, the more she blamed herself. So useless. "I let the monster take my daughter and failed to save her. Yet, I still call myself Chun Bok's mother. How shameful." Her father growled fiercely. "How shameful. The perfect ending was within my grasp. My overconfidence ruined everything. I'll make you all pay for standing in my way right now. The old man's tentacles coiled into a mass and slammed hard on the ground. He transformed into a muscle-bound monster made of tentacles. I will take back everything. Chun Bok wasn't scared and retorted, no way. Then his body became a bullet target. Still, he used his disgusting mouth to make a defiant sound. So what now? Chun Bok asked him. What do you think? This is your karma catching up. I've waited for this day for a long time, you bastard. Remember us. The sharp-tailed tentacles raised into the air. I'm not interested in you. Veins popped on his forehead. I know. That's a good answer to drive me crazy. Another bullet storm fired as a reward for that answer. The tentacles slithered down like thousands of snakes. I don't have time for childish games. He launched a tentacle like throwing a spear. Die. Suddenly, the clinking sound of smoke bombs rang out. Du Dung angrily questioned, how can you think this is just a kid's game? He didn't care and continued insulting the lowly bugs. As soon as he finished, the smoke inside the bomb exploded. Gon Don took the chance to tell Chun Bok's mother, sweetheart, I'll take them to Jingu. Meanwhile, you can. He suddenly stopped and looked down. No matter how he called her, she stayed still. When Gon Don tried shouting again, Chun Bok's mother snapped back to reality. Seeing her staring blankly, he sternly reminded, now's not the time to zone out. I need you to hold that monster down while I take them to the doctor. She mechanically agreed, then suddenly, another voice called her. Hai tried to suppress the pain and continued, hurry here. I need to give you something. Don't just stare. Come here. Chun Bok's mother was suspicious. What's her plan? I almost lost my mind letting her go for treatment, so can I handle the rest? Just as she approached, Hai abruptly shut her up. That unexpected move left Gon Don speechless. He hesitantly asked, are you okay? Chun Bok's mother angrily yelled, you're dead meat. I will. Unexpectedly, a hand quickly grabbed her hair. Hai Ji used all his strength to wake her up and calm her down. Hurry, you idiot, don't blame yourself. It's just that you're not the only one saving the kid anymore. This isn't the time to think about that nonsense. Listen, you don't have to do everything alone. Only if you fail to protect the kid will you regret it. Cut that thought out and focus. Hai was completely exhausted. She coughed painfully. Chun Bok's mother worriedly advised her to stop talking. Her wounds were deep. Then she comforted herself. I know I shouldn't think like that. She risked her life to save Chun Bok. I was jealous of that and started blaming myself. All I want is to protect Chun Bok as her mother. She hesitated, repeating the other's words, don't try to do everything alone, okay? Then she looked at her gently. You've done well, so just keep focusing on what you need to do. Even in the face of death, her hands still struggled to reach out. See that? What Hai Ra wanted was just a pouch. I need your help with something. Suddenly, the sound of the wind was cut off softly. The old man's pupil shrank in shock as something moved. Super fast, just as it zipped through Chun Bi's dad's monster body, blood suddenly sprayed out with no clear reason. Even Chun Bi and his dad couldn't clearly see what just happened. The monster that passed by left his dad badly wounded. That was Chun Bok's mom. Gliding over the sandy ground at crazy speed, she was also fighting a battle inside her own mind. What should I do? I shouldn't be jealous or blame myself so much. I've been aware of everything from the start. I just don't want to admit it. I have to act. As a mom, I have to do my duty. Turning into the bunker, heavy breathing made the atmosphere even tenser. How is she? Jinwoo hesitated, answering, not good at all. I don't even know how she can move with those injuries. Gondol worriedly asked if she would recover after surgery. Meanwhile, Jinwoo urged them, take her to the hospital right now. Leave everything here to me. Save, Hai. As they tried to take H away, the sound of steel outside stopped them. His heart was burning with rage. Come on, I gotta rush to the hospital. Move faster. Jinwoo immediately pointed the way, this way. Tentacles full of veins and blood crowded forward. Chun Bok's mom quickly used her blade to slash through the attack, but another wave was about to hit. Meanwhile, bullets were fired to support her. Du Dung kept shooting. Die already, old man. He shot a sharp tentacle like a spear at the annoying spider monster. The monster's bloodshot eyes flashed with rage. Turns out Chun Bi had slipped under his feet. A huge explosion rang out as the bullet hit the monster's head directly. He was super proud of his sharpshooting skills. Nice shot. However, Chun Bok's mom quickly sensed something was off. Du Dung immediately warned, Dad, get out of there now. The tentacles that smelled Chun Bi instantly crawled toward him. A squelching sound echoed as his whole body suffered a severe wound. The writhing tentacles tossed Chun Bi like a toy. His face tightened to endure the pain. A small object engraved with a symbol that he treasured fell out. Buried memories suddenly awakened again. This is a gift for you, Dad. He happily looked at the small item in his hand. What is this? Chun Ik-sik shyly replied. Because today is your birthday, I made it for you. I tried to make a father's badge when I was little. You once said badges are like military awards, so I wanted to make one for you. What do you think? Chun-Bi frowned, criticizing. It looks ugly, dude. Do you dare call this a gift? At least pick a better time to give it. Huh? We're running from monsters right now. It looks ugly, but I'll accept it. But I'm not gonna wear it. Chun-Sik tried to snatch the gift back. Fine, I'll throw it away. Give it back. After a long argument, he went to the bathroom. Chun-Bi pinned the badge on his coat, feeling cool thanks to this little gift. Chun-Bi felt super happy repeating Chun-Kek's words, the symbol for a dad isn't bad. Just then, someone watching noticed the dad hurry outside. Another quarrel broke out as the bathroom door opened. Finally, Chun-Bi gave in. Okay, Dad, I'm coming. I'd be embarrassed to wear it in front of Chun-Sik and everyone. I'll probably only wear it when I'm alone. The father-son bond made him forget the danger for a moment. It seemed Chun-Bi heard his own voice yelling, Never. Don't you question yourself. Are you trying to kill us all? Chun-Sik bluntly replied, I'm not trying to kill us. I'm trying to save us. Dad, face reality. He coldly answered, No matter what you say next, I won't allow it. I know Gon Don would never choose that. He gritted his teeth in pain. Enough. I'll negotiate with the cannibal tribe to protect everyone. Du-Dung cried, begging Chun-Sik, please wake up. He had become a mangled corpse, eyes still open. Chun-Bi gently supported him. You idiot. Look at you. You're a mess. I told you not to do that. Protect everyone, my ass. You're useless. Do you know that? You're a disgrace. Du-Dung couldn't stand his insults anymore. Dad, stop it. I'm telling you to stop. Now. Desperate, Du-Dung looked up at his family. Chun-Bi went crazy. He started mumbling, You idiot. I'm sorry. Chun-Sik, I'm truly sorry for not being there. Sorry I couldn't protect you. Grief quickly filled the space. Thinking of the past, he suddenly cried without realizing it. The old badge lay on the ground. In that moment, something seemed to sneak into his mind. Chun-Bi gritted his teeth. I get it now. Chun-Sik's fiery hands slammed the ground. Chun-Bi spoke with grit. I swear I will punish you, cannibal scum. I will destroy you all. He put on the badge. I swear to punish you and your whole damn family, you miserable monsters. He unleashed all his rage. I will kill every last one of you. Just then, sharp tentacles stabbed toward him. Du-Dung called from outside, Dad. Though covered in blood, the dad laughed heartily. Gon Don suddenly appeared and kicked his leg hard. The tentacle attacking Chun-Bi was deflected toward his dad. Painfully, he sat down to check his leg. A mocking voice rang out. You're softer than I thought. Gon Don spun around, ready to punch again. One more hit. For some reason, the dad panicked and said no. Gon Don punched hard and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The fresh blood sprayed, creating a stunning scene. Dad kept coughing until his eyeball popped out. Gon Don gritted his teeth, pushing harder. Each strike was for Chun-Sik's old friends. Guys, are you still watching? Do you see Gon Don taking it down? I bet you're smiling at that, huh? It won't be long now. Keep watching us. Revenge for everyone is almost here. Just a little more. Chun-Sik and Gon Don stepped back, keeping their distance. A burst of bullets fired to support him, but those sharp tentacles still wounded him badly. The monster was desperate, but I'm sure it's getting weak. I can do this. Just a little more effort. Then he ripped off a bunch of the monster's tentacles bare-handed. I'll punish you, Dad. A sharp spike flew straight at him. Chun Bok's mom didn't hesitate, slashing it clean with her blade. She grabbed the chance to strike again. Tentacles fell off. This might be the only chance. I'll finish it once and for all. I'll make you regret everything you've done. Gon Don yelled, backing her up, because you dared mess with my family. The outer shell of Dad collapsed, revealing his entire bloodied body inside. Mom Chun Bok immediately grabbed and lifted him up. Meanwhile, Gon Don was distracting the old man. Du-Dung and Chun-Bi were also super tense. Kill it already. Gon Don, Dad's been cornered by Mom Chun Bok's side. How dare you guys? But it's all useless, you pathetic humans. Realizing the situation was bad, Chun-Bi warned, step back. It's about to do something weird. The yellow pupil on its head suddenly vanished. The tentacles started losing connection with each other. In front of them were tentacles like a bunch of demonic ropes. Elsewhere, the remaining tentacles were being shot at continuously by Du-Dung. But she seemed to realize she wasn't a match for them. Seeing Du-Dung about to get tangled in the mess of tentacles, Chun-Bi risked it all and grabbed her daughter. Hearing that Gon Don also became a victim, caught tightly, but he was fine. Don't worry about me. More and more tentacles were wrapping around him. They seemed like they wanted to turn him into a mummy. Chun-Bi and Dad couldn't move anymore. Once his goal was reached, Dad manifested. Enough, don't get in my way. Otherwise, I'll make you lose your life. Mom Chun Bok growled, responding to his arrogance. What did you say? You're feeling cocky thinking you're holding hostages. You won't leave here alive. I just need to kill you. Remember, I'm faster than you. Enjoy your death. Suddenly, inside the building, screams kept echoing, weird sounds that made everyone uneasy. Were those sounds from the monsters? Gon Don hesitated, searching for the source inside, but couldn't find it. An angry voice roared. Now do you get it? The whole village is my hostage. The rest have become part of me, obeying my commands. If you want to save your daughter inside the building, the remaining conscious people are in danger. Chun Bok was sleeping soundly, unaware of the danger. The villagers, controlled by parasites, were growling and advancing toward them. Junru tried to encourage herself. Stay strong. I have to protect the kids. As she prepared to fight them, Chun Bok suddenly stood up. Seeing the girl about to confront the controlled people, Runru shouted, Danger! Get back here now. The girl rubbed her eyes drowsily after a long sleep. When she realized the scene before her, she was shocked. Outside, Dad also looked anxiously at the commotion inside. He said in panic, What's going on? I've lost connection with the hostages. What the hell is happening? An unidentified slime dropped to the ground. It turned out Chun Bok and Junu were helping people vomit out the filth inside. Hurry and throw it all up. He didn't expect his plan to be countered like this. While he was stunned, Mom Chun Bok used a crutch to slash at him. Gon Don noticed one tentacle slowly loosening. Chun Bi and Du Dung were also about to break free from the tentacle's grip. The sharp spike at the tip of the tentacle glowed bright red. Dad roared in frustration. That's not yours, never was. It's part of my body. All this mess is your fault. Mom Chun Bok calmly replied. Is that all you've got? Your last move is blaming others. Because of you, my family and many others suffered. And now you're blaming others? You don't deserve to live. She glared at the defeated man lying on the ground. She hated hearing his heavy breaths. No longer arrogant, his eyes only showed despair. Blood vessels began to appear. In rage, Dad growled roughly. What's wrong? How dare you look at me with that contemptuous gaze? She pulled his head off with force. Fresh blood splattered, highlighting Mom Chun Bok's cold expression. Take what you deserve. Never come near my family again. The heavy rain finally stopped pouring. Tiny feet limped forward. Chun Bok stepped out of the bloody place. Sunlight slowly touched her face. Her eyes showed confusion as she looked at the outside scene. The village had returned to its peaceful state. It's over. Du Dung's reflection appeared in a puddle on the ground. Everything had passed, but left many thoughts behind. Damn it. I wanted to kill it, but couldn't finish it myself. Still, it was awesome. Do you think Chun Shi and the others are resting in peace? Chun Bi gently touched the badge and replied, Definitely, it's all over now. Gon Don hugged the two loves of his life tightly. However, Chun Bok's gaze was very dull. She glanced at the corpses lying on the ground. A cold sweat ran down her leg. Finally, Chun Bok chose to close her eyes and bury everything inside. But in an unknown corner, a tentacle was sneaking away. A few days after that horrific event, a stuffed bear was left alone in a corner by someone. Gon Don laughed loudly. Anyone want to play with Dad now? Mom Chun Bok and Du Dung enthusiastically joined him. His cheeks flushed. The girls at Turtle Park are open all day. What about you, Chun Bok? The girl wrapped herself tightly in a blanket, not wanting to go outside. The cheerful mood suddenly dropped. They were all confused. Mom Chun Bok grew even more worried. The girl suddenly curled up. For days, Chun Bi angrily shouted, You idiot. I'll handle this. I have more parenting experience than you guys. If I talk to her, everything will be fine. Still, Du Dung and Gon Don disagreed with their brother's request. Thinking about the previous scoldings made him exhausted. That's why Gon Don was more determined. I won't let him lecture Chun Bok. She'll lose her mind if she hears that stuff. Du Dung also understood this feeling like Gon Don. Oh, Dad's morals will cause more harm. If Dad really advises Chun Bok, he'll ramble for hours. The sound of a door sliding interrupted their thoughts. A voice said, Oh my God. Chun Bok still hasn't improved. Jun Diu suggested. Can we have a few minutes alone? I have some things to say to her. The room quickly emptied except for the two of them. However, after waiting a while, Runru still said nothing, making Chun Bok a bit embarrassed. Seeing her fidget awkwardly, she burst out laughing. Chun Bok's small lips pressed tight with worry. Why isn't she saying anything? She's making me nervous. A gentle hand stroked her head. Don't worry, Chun Bok. Thank you for saving me. Chun Bok looked up at her with surprised eyes. Junu immediately explained to her, Thanks to you, the village suffered less damage. So, she's really grateful to you. She's not sure how you did it, but you saved those infected people. John H's leg needs time to heal, but you're doing great. She hopes you'll play with John H later. A childish voice softly refused her. I can't. How could I play around? I caused something terrible. People died horribly because of me, and others left because of me. I even hurt my own family. It's all my fault. Thinking about that, she couldn't say anything more. The illusion in the fake world once said, Are you scared? Because you're the root of all the trouble. Your mom only sees you as a burden, nothing more. Feeling a sting in her heart, Chun Bok couldn't argue back. The illusion smugly continued. Let me make it clear, you're Chun Bok, a stubborn monster. You're the monster who hurt others. You hate yourself so much. Jun Diu replied with great compassion. But I still care about you. You know, real monsters are selfish and only think about themselves. You're not a monster. You're the sweetest and most caring kid I know. Thank you so much for saving me and John H. and the villagers too. You're not a monster, you're a hero who saved the village. Tears fell on her clothes. Junu comforted Chun Bok. You don't need to torture yourself anymore. The girl tried to say more, but finally Chun Bok seemed to understand everything. The heavy shell of burden was lifted. Then, Chun Bok rushed to hug Junu tightly. She patiently soothed the girl's heart. It's okay. It's okay. Just cry to ease your heart. You did really well. After a long while, Chun Bok gradually calmed down. Both of them had red eyes from crying so much together. Suddenly, Chun Bok asked her, Junu, I've thought a lot. I want to be strong when I grow up, to be someone who doesn't cry and is strong enough to protect my family. Do you think I can do it? Junu firmly affirmed. Of course. You can totally become that person. I believe you'll do it. Four people eavesdropping in the shadows were deeply moved by the admirable will of a kid. While they were still arguing, a slender pair of feet approached. All four suddenly turned around when they heard a voice. Is everyone here? If you have time, come with me for a bit. We need to talk. Chun Bok happily held Junu's hand and strolled. Thank you so much for helping me feel better. Seeing her gently reply, that's what family does. Seeing the girl doubtful, Junu explained, we live together, so I'm her family. Family isn't just about blood relations. Even if we're not related by blood, we can still become family with anyone we want. Don't you think so? The girl didn't expect her to say that. After thinking for a moment, Chun Bok whispered, I think so too. In the sick room, Gon Don was a bit surprised and asked, can you repeat what you just said? Jinu patiently replied, all right, I'll say it again. Please leave this village. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. Give us a reason why you want us to leave. What did we do wrong? He coldly answered, you didn't do anything wrong. Gon Don anxiously probed, then what did we do to upset you? Is there a problem? Jingu felt very awkward, giving an explanation. Gon suddenly remembered, maybe it's because I ate the cake in the drawer? Come on, you can't kick us out over that. As soon as he said that, he noticed everyone's expressions were off. Jinu was really annoyed about the cake, but that wasn't the reason. Chun Bi was losing patience. I don't have time for jokes, just say it straight. It's best to give a proper explanation for asking us to leave. Faced with countless questions, Jingu felt very uncomfortable. Finally, he spoke. I know this is sudden, but you all must leave this village within 3 days. Think about it. The cannibal tribe once ruled this village. We took their territory and rebuilt the village, and we still run it. Jinu thought a lot about the infrastructure that had been built. Chunbi still didn't get what he meant. The lollipop was put back in his mouth. That's the problem. We're lucky we killed their leader, but there's still another problem behind it. This info came from the monster H captured. If something happens to their father, all the monsters will flood here. The dead leader was very cunning. Maybe he had a backup plan, and their target is Jinu. He looked up and continued, everyone here. Gondol still wanted to say something, but Jingu cut him off. They want revenge and to take the tentacles from Chun Bok's mother. I also heard they've been watching Chun Bi and Du Dong. So keeping everyone here is extremely dangerous for us, he countered. But it's very dangerous. We'll face a lot of trouble if we leave. Jingu decided to be tougher. This guy Kim keeping everyone here is the biggest threat to the village. I'm grateful you saved us, but this is different. I can't let more innocent people get into trouble. Gondol hesitated. What about Chun Bok and H. Ra? We don't even know their health status, he reassured. He'll pick a fixed spot and meet there. I can check on them. I'll help everyone like that, so don't make things worse. Leave this village for the sake of others. Please. Gon Don was sweating profusely from the tension. Du Dong pressed his lips tight to hold back his feelings. After a while, someone spoke, startling Jinu, we'll go. The doctor is right. We'll cause trouble if we stay. Seeing Jinu about to thank him, Du Dong firmly brushed it off. No. It's because of you all, we risked our lives to protect the village. But you put your own safety first. I respect the desire to live, but isn't this flip-flopping too fast? Treating us like family when needed, then wanting to ditch us. I never thought I'd be used like a disposable tool. Anyway, I feel bad for you. Someone like Junu should be the one saying this to us, right? Using him as a shield, Junu is as ruthless as those cannibals. The lollipop was crushed by Jinu in anger. Even though Gom Don reminded him, Dudong remained firm. Can I say these things, huh? The candy was thrown on the ground. Please don't drag Runu and the innocent villagers into this. These are all my own decisions. Dudong really got pissed off. What the hell is he joking about? He's bowing down in front of them. I know I'm selfish. It wouldn't matter if people criticized me or demanded rights from me. They could even beat me up if they wanted. But this is the only way I can protect Junu and my family. I don't want them to suffer anymore. Thinking about Junu's smile, Jinu gritted his teeth and swallowed his pride. Please help us. Everyone fell silent at his heartfelt plea. A voice urged Jingu to look up. Mother Chun Bok drew a sign on his palm. We're also responsible for the damage to the village. As you said, decide on the meeting place from now on. Besides, we have some requests, so please listen to us and help us check Chun Bok and Heiza. One last thing you should keep in mind. You'll turn into a rotten piece of meat if you dare run away. First request, we will take the remaining snack packs. Suddenly, Jinu called her. Hey, Mother Chun Bok, I have a gift for you before you leave. Want to see it? Strange sounds echoed from the lab. The test subject in the iron cage seemed to be the source of the noise. The mutant rat was being tenderly cared for with syringes and red reagents placed on the table. Voices chatted in the room. As you know, Chun Bok is the only one immune to the virus. I created a few things similar to the antiviral vaccine found in her immune system. Then I thought of some possibilities. What if I combine Chun Bok's immunity with her intellect? The result of that idea is the little boy in this cage. At first, I transfused Chun Bok's blood into him. He mutated extremely strongly, but when I transfused the combined blood type, the mutation decreased. She curiously shone a flashlight into the cage. Unbelievable, is this really possible? Jingu continued. I kept them together for 2 weeks. They even became friends. Moreover, the test subject was completely unharmed by light, totally opposite to the monsters. This is your chance. However, there's a high chance you'll return to being a normal human, but that depends entirely on you. Will you choose to continue like this or take a gamble with me? The tough decision made her hesitate for a long time. After a moment of deep thought, Daingu was surprised to notice her movement. Mother Chun Bok rolled up her sleeve. All right, I'll try it. The special medicine was about to be injected into Mother Chun Bok. 7 o'clock in the morning, 3 days later, the chatter in the yard was loud. Villagers were busy packing up. They carefully checked to avoid missing any important supplies. Someone pointed to the car and asked, "Can we really take the car?" Junu generously replied, "Of course, we have others, don't worry." Mother Chun Bok was extremely worried. It had been 3 days since the injection with no effect. Did it fail? Chun Bok smiled outside, saying goodbye. Thank you all for everything. Junu cheerfully responded, You too. Hope you get home safely. Suddenly, an angry voice interrupted. How can you be so cheerful? I still can't accept this. Getting scolded by her mom, she burst out. Chun Bok is my only friend and we're like sisters. It's all because you and the adults made this decision. I can't accept it. Can't we stay here? Will we never see each other again? Can I let her go? Please don't go. I promise to take good care of you, play with you all day. Everything is just a memory now. She didn't want to leave, but Chun Bok knew she had to. She was really sad hearing she had to leave the village, but she knew it was for everyone else. Chun Bok didn't want anyone to get hurt. Chun Bok held Jo Hai's hand. You know, Junu told me, we're family no matter how far apart we are. Jinu felt guilty witnessing the farewell. Don't cry anymore. Jo Hai hugged her so tight she almost couldn't breathe. Come on, let me hug you a little longer. Meanwhile, Mother Chun Bok only thought, when will we leave? Junu suddenly asked, Chun Bok, is there anything you want before you go? Don't hesitate, just tell me. Chun Bok thought for a long time then whispered in her ear. Mother Chun Bok lay down, utterly discouraged. Jinu refused. Chun Bok, we're busy, no time for that. No way, ask for something else. Little Chun and Du Dong immediately approached him affectionately. They hinted the doctor would never disappoint us, right? You'll meet the conditions before we leave, right? The two father and son spoke harshly. The answer was Jingu finally agreed. They happily high-fived to celebrate. Hai also spoke up. Did you hear that? Do whatever you want. The mischievous kid laughed loudly. Yes, ma'am. A while later, laughter echoed in the village yard. Chun Bok was living her dream. Let's play tag. The rare joy in these chaotic times was being savored by her. Chun Bok's innocent smile was the most beautiful memory in everyone's hearts. She would become stronger. She thought of the empty room, the dining room, the familiar sickbed, the village surroundings, and those moments of emotional outburst. Chun Bok's family lost their home, food, and shelter because of her weakness. She knew she had to become stronger to protect her family. Her whole body was considered a weapon. Dad had strong muscles too. Chun Bok looked up at the figures she admired as her mother patted her head. She became more determined. I will quickly become strong, have power like mom, and protect everyone. A seed of determination was planted in Chun Bok's heart. Their car finally rolled. Chun Bok had fallen asleep from the long ride. Meanwhile, everyone was chatting. Do you think Chun Bok will be safe? Of course. So do you think we can build a new village? Jundiyu was very optimistic. We'll build a village just for us, nothing to worry about. Jinu looked away with a complicated gaze. He kept staring at the village he'd been attached to for years. A voice woke him up. Jinu, what are you still looking at? Let's go already. His cheeks suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Jinu gently replied, all right, I'm coming. Thinking of that soulless face back then, that expression didn't suit her. A village for us, it'll be tough, but we'll make it. All right. Protecting this family and Junu, the three of them began their long journey. Memories of the village slowly faded amid the chatter. Sparrows perched on the power lines chirped. Suddenly, the birds flew away in panic. Turns out below, the monsters were cheering. Let's go, let's go. Shadows of monsters filled every floor. The bare feet were lifeless, staggering under their watch. The weak body of the father had lost more than half of his tentacles. He muttered angrily in horror. I can't survive in this form. I plan to escape, but how humiliating this is. My time is running out. I need to absorb more nutrients. Only then can I restore my body and tear them apart. Along with the swarm of bugs. Once everything stabilizes again, I will kill him and become the original version. The whispering stopped as all of the father's tentacles snapped simultaneously. He panicked, watching his body slowly being destroyed. His arms and tentacles had turned into rotten flesh fragments. A chaotic feeling suddenly took over his mind. What is this? There's nothing here. I can't smell or feel anything. This is happening too fast. I can't figure out who it is. In his final moments, he heard a strange distorted sound. The eerie music gradually approached him. The arm was spinning an object to the rhythm of the demonic melody. Then, half of a fierce face kept humming the tune. The yellow pupil suddenly contracted violently in fear. The big guy was holding a dagger in front of the father. A deadly aura radiated from him. Found you. Darkness quickly fell over the bizarre place. The door slid open as someone entered. It was the big guy again. He was carrying the father's remaining body parts, treating him like an object, but the father could only tremble without resistance. Taking the chance, the father looked around. A normal room, this is his headquarters. Why did he bring me here? No. Suddenly, another voice echoed. It's been a while, hasn't it? A coffee cup was gently placed down. The father solemnly greeted. I've missed you. A sly smile appeared after those words. Curiously, the father said, let me hear how the outside world is. The fake father trembled, not daring to answer. Seeing this, he pondered and said, then I'll change the question. Have you found her yet? The big guy grew impatient. Stop wasting time, answer quickly. The father calmly sipped tea. It's okay, he's been working hard. Give him a little more time. Don't rush. Hearing this, the fake father trembled even more. He tried to reassure himself. Don't panic, I can get out of this. There are many escape routes here. I just need to wait for the right moment. I even have weapons to protect myself. The current distance is perfect, but it's not time yet. I'll chat to make him lower his guard. Suddenly, the real father said, I don't think that's a wise choice. The fake father, feeling uneasy, tried to take a risk but realized something was wrong. His body couldn't move. The man calmly set down the teacup. Is that all you can do? Disappointing. 2 years ago, I created you for my own body. I sent you to find her all that time. You didn't report anything and caused trouble while impersonating me. Now you've gotten a bit stronger, yet you dare to think you can stand equal to me? I find that adorable. Adorable. The fake father now lay trapped in the teacup. Weakly, he begged. Please wait. Give me one more chance. The real father licked his lips. I think I've given you plenty of chances already. He screamed in panic. I'll give you all the information I have. I swear I'll be honest. Please, just one chance. His mouth opened, revealing his greed inside. The fake father went insane. No, I don't want to die. This can't be my end. Don't kill me. Finally, that desperate sound was swallowed by the real father. The images the fake father had gathered gradually appeared, including Chun Bok's mother and Gon Don, plus other village members. Hopefully, the events involving that candy from back then also showed up. At last, he saw Chun Bok. Let's see, I finally found her. He had gathered more info than I thought. Oh, this kid? The father enjoyed the memories running through his mind. How interesting, the big guy asked. Should I train the other members, master? He shook his head. No rush, let's take it slow. Also, be ready to move when the family returns. The big guy obediently replied, yes, father. He changed into a formal suit. The father smiled excitedly. This will be fun. A kid with immunity. I really want to see it for myself. Chun Bok froze completely. She was sweating cold sweat. Chun Bok's mother slept soundly, unaware the bed was soaked. Chun Bok was embarrassed. That wasn't her fault. Her underwear was taken off and tossed messily on her. Chun Bok lay on top of Gon Don, trying to calm herself. It's just the rain. A dream of a fresh morning the next day. Chun Bok was full of energy, shouting loudly inside the house, clenching her fists calmly. She quickly threw punches at different spots. The kid got angry seeing that. Chun Bok shouted, "Hey, give that back," but got hit on the head in return. "Hi," Ra advised her. "I told you, stay calm and observe carefully." Chun Bok wanted to respond, but Hai Ra continued, "Don't argue. If you want something, you need to trick or understand your opponent. That's the purpose of this training." The kid was excited to keep training, but Hai Ra refused, wanting to go outside for fresh air. Chun Bok hurried to stop her. "No, just one more time. I think I've got it now." She asked Chun Bok to help the kid, but Chun Bok got bored as Hai Ra opened the door. Du Dung quickly spoke, "It's almost dinner. When will you be back?" She added, "I'll be back right after I finish a cigarette." She mumbled, and then Hai Ray's door closed. Chun Bok sat down, holding up the candy. "Now, you'll play with me, okay? Let's start." Chun Bok focused on the candy, mumbling, "Calm down and observe carefully." He joked happily, "Come on, chubby girl." Chun Bok immediately got mad when called chubby. She rushed forward. "I won't forgive you." He laughed loudly as the kid's hand almost touched the candy. "That's the spirit. Try to take it." But instead of grabbing the candy, Chun Bok punched Chunbi in the face. He clutched his face in pain while the kid raised the candy, laughing. "I did it." Chun Bok won. "I defeated the dumb fake and got it." Chunbi shouted, "You little devil." The kid replied, "You can't catch the champion." Chun Bok Du Dung cut both off. "Silence, all of you." The hallway fell silent. Hai Ra sat down, sighed, and looked at the cigarette in her hand. She recalled Jinu's words, "Honestly, it's pretty serious. Your ribs are broken, and the surrounding organs are damaged. I performed surgery, but the real problem is your liver, the damage. The injury is too severe. I can't treat it all. There will be serious consequences. The fact that you're still alive is nothing short of a miracle." When Hai asks what those consequences are, he explains, "Severe fatigue, nausea, blood in your stool, and possibly jaundice. It depends on your condition. You shouldn't move around too much. If you push yourself like that again, you might actually die." Hearing this, Hai clenches her teeth in frustration. She places her hand on Chu's forehead and tells Jingu not to tell anyone about this. Thinking that, Hai crushes the cigarette in her hand, throws it to the ground, and hugs her mom tightly. Damn that cursed tentacle. Hai breathes heavily, silently thinking she feels nauseous every time she moves. She can't even protect herself in this state. Before things get worse, I have to make Chun stronger. That's the only thing I can do for her. Suddenly, footsteps echo, catching Hai's attention. She looks up and sees Chun's mom shyly approaching. She sits beside Hai and hands her a notebook. Hai wonders what it's for. Seeing Chun's mom remain silent, she reluctantly takes the notebook. Hai opens it and asks, "What are you trying to tell me?" "I already have a lot on my mind." Her face turns serious as she looks inside the notebook. The words, "I didn't write this for you," are crossed out and replaced with "Thank you," with an arrow pointing down to Hai's wound from the previous battle. Chun's mom speaks up, "Honestly, I didn't like how you suddenly showed up insisting on protecting my daughter, but I hated how you once suspiciously watched me and my husband like fools." Her face flushes as if about to explode. "I won't ask why you did this because I know you care about Chun. I sincerely thank you for protecting my daughter and helping me escape that monster before. I'm willing to cooperate with you." She throws the notebook back at Chun's mom and adds, "That's nonsense. If you have time to write this, then take care of your kid. She still has a lot to learn." Hearing this, Hai gets pissed. Hai crosses her arms. "We have the same goal, so of course we'll work together." Chun's mom lowers her head. "Damn annoying woman. What was I thinking writing that old letter?" Angry, she suddenly freezes. Chun's mom looks up, puzzled. She said work together. Hai continues. "As you know, Chun needs to learn how to protect herself. We can't shield her forever. She understands that. That's why she's desperate. She wants to protect herself, not just be protected. That's why she needs to learn before other dangers come." Hearing her inner thoughts leaves Chun's mom stunned. Hai quickly reaches out, "Not just from me, but from both of us." Chun's mom stares at her silently, then looks away and extends her hand. Their hands clasp together. Hai advises, "Now's not the time to be picky." Chun's mom adds, "We have to help each other when things get tough." She glances sideways. "We might not be friends," the kid's mom continues, "but at least we can trust each other." Then Hai lowers her head and sighs. She remembers the sunshine smile of that girl back then. "I swear I won't let her end up like that girl." After a while, Chun's mom walks down the dark hallway, breathing heavily. She painfully leans against a nearby door. Blood slowly drips from her mouth. She says, "It hurts so much." On the buildings bathed in the blazing sunset, Chun's mom opens the door and reaches her hand outside. She slowly feels the evening sun, but her fingers immediately crack and dry out. She looks at her fingers and mutters, "Damn it, they don't move at all. I thought there'd be some change, but it's still the same." Except for the pain in her gums, Chun's mom shouts loudly on the empty rooftop, "I hate this. Maybe it's impossible." She stays on the rooftop until night gradually falls. Gon Don, not seeing Chun's mom, goes up to the rooftop to look for her. He looks around and calls out, "Honey, are you here? Everyone told me you were up here." Gon Don suddenly freezes and looks down. Worried to see Chun's mom holding her face, he asks, "Hey, what's wrong?" Gon Don kneels and strokes her back. "What happened?" "Write it on my hand." Hearing Chun's mom sniffling, Gon Don quickly asks why she's crying. Seeing no answer, he says, "Come on, tell me." After hearing everything, Gon Don understands how Chun's mom feels. He pats her head. "So you're upset because it's still not working?" Chun's mom sobs, "I've been waiting for it, but after everything, no miracle has happened. I know it's unlikely, but I really want to be human again." Seeing her cry hard, he comforts her. All right, don't hold it in anymore." Crying, Chun's mom shouts, "Damn it, I want to be human again." Gon Don looks at her with a gentle smile. He gazes at the night sky and asks, "Do you remember? When Chun was little, we used to joke around a lot. We even spent time asking those what-if questions, like what if our genders were swapped?" She replies, "Even if you were a woman, I'd still rely on you as much as you." She continues, "Yeah, you said you loved me. That was just your style. We also talked about what it'd be like if Chun was a giant kid." The kid's mom laughs, "I spent 40 minutes thinking about buying giant diapers and baby food." Gon Don adds, "You're so cute when you're serious." Hearing that, she blushes. "Don't lie." He continues, "And we also talked about this. What you want to do when you become human again." Gon Don looks at Chun's mom curiously. "Do you still remember?" She quickly nods. "I always remember it clearly because it's very important to me." The scene of her smiling brightly under the sunlight hasn't appeared yet. Chun's mom says, "If I can become human again, I want to take walks with our family during the day and spend happy times together in the park. Finally, what I want most is to be able to turn on the lights in our house." Gon Don lifts Chun's mom's hand and adds, "Exactly, and now the dream is almost coming true. Even though there's no effect yet, let's believe in a miracle. If you really become human again, do what you said." She looks at Gon Don with eyes full of hope. Chun's mom sincerely thanks him. Suddenly, footsteps below catch their attention. Chun opens the door and exclaims, "Mom, Dad, you promised to read me a story." "Damn it, I already made the bed and everything." Gon Don replies, "Sorry, kid. I'll read to you after I bring the book up here." "Come on in." He picks Chun up. "Did you think of any book?" The kid quickly answers, "I want the book inside Dad's bag." In her bathroom, Gon Don immediately straightens up. Chun's mom looks at them with a bright smile, just like the kid said. "I'm really looking forward to it," he quickly added. "Why don't we read another book?" She replied. "Better than having no hope at all. We've been through so much, and finally found peace." Gon Don said he would read 3 stories to Chun Bok, which made the girl super happy. Chun Bok's mom thought to herself, "Even if I can never be human again, I still have my family by my side. I have to be stronger and more patient." Gon Don turned to her and called Chun Bok's mom inside. She replied, "Yes, I'm very happy." Chun Bok looked at her mom with a dazed gaze. Chun Bok's mom wondered, "While my blood is dripping onto the ground, why do I feel so heavy and sleepy?" The smile on Gon Don's face instantly vanished, replaced by a stunned look. He stared at her bloody face and exclaimed, "Hey, my love." Chun Bok's mom collapsed to the ground before the eyes of the father and son. Screams echoed nonstop, but she couldn't hear a thing. She wondered, "Is anyone by my side? What's wrong with me?" Around Chun Bok's mom, it was eerily silent, with no light for her to see. She asked herself, "How ridiculous. Am I asking for too much? All I want is to be normal. Is that too much luxury for me?" She shouted, "Why do I want to live a normal life? I want a home that can shine. I want to walk in the daytime. I just want to be a normal mom for my family. Someone please." Early the next morning, Chun Bok suddenly woke up. She immediately sat up and shouted for her mom. Chun Bok realized her mom was no longer lying on the blood-soaked mattress. Chun Bok looked at her mom's sharp teeth and tufts of hair, exclaiming, "Mom's gone." Gon Don shouted, "Damn it." Quickly, Du Dung hurriedly said, "Hey Gon Du, I'll go upstairs with Dad." He replied, "Okay. Then I'll search here with Chun Bok." Gon Do immediately dashed off, shouting, "Damn it, where did she go?" Du Dung reported, "Chun Bok's mom isn't there." Meanwhile, Ra was opening every door looking for Chun Bok's mom. Gon Don looked up with unease. The father and son hesitated, wondering, "Is she up there?" Finally, they both decided to go to the rooftop. They looked down at the ground stretching to the edge of the building. Her silhouette stood in the dawn light. Chun Bok's mom was silent, turning her back, happy to the point of tears. Gon Don and Chun Bok heard this in the morning and immediately stared blankly at her. Without thinking, they quickly ran toward her. Chun Bok's little family hugged each other tightly and warmly. Scene shifts to some time after winter at the abandoned building standing in the cold. At that moment, Chun Bok was running, panting hard. She looked toward a slide in a small playground. Chun Bok hurriedly hid underneath, saying, I think I should hide here for a while. I'm sure I'll get caught even if I try to run farther. She thought, I have to find a way out of this playground. There aren't many places to hide around here. Maybe I can use this spot to strike back. Suddenly, a wave of pressure made Chun Bok freeze. She immediately turned toward the source, but no one was there. Chun Bok then said, making herself embarrassed, It's just the wind. Focus. Just like Sister Hai Jia said, I have to try hard. It's the key to survival. Suddenly, Chun Bok's mom appeared in front of her. Chun Bok, startled, shouted, Holy hell. Seeing that, she chuckled. Chun Bok's mom asked, Did you just say something? Did you just curse at your mom? Chun Bok replied, That's because you surprised me. I almost had a heart attack. Chun Bok's mom teased her, making Chun Bok want another round. She winked, Are you sure? I can slow down if you want. Chun Bok answered, No, thanks, I can handle it. You know, I haven't lost because you haven't caught me yet. Chun Bok's mom licked her lips and said, Because we're still playing hide and seek. You're right. Anyway, Chun Bok, you know what happens next, right? The girl tried to hide her tension and shouted, Come here. Under the clear blue sky, half a year had passed thanks to the healing they received in the blessed village. Chun Bok's mom gradually regained her original self, and her change brought many changes to them. Chun Bok's mom landed firmly on the ground. She stood in the cool breeze, sighing. And in the morning, Chun Bok's mom went for walks and exercised when the weather was good. At first, she was very cautious and only exercised for about 10 minutes, but now she liked to exercise for 40 minutes. She used to always stay indoors because of the light, but now she could go outside whenever she wanted. The girl recalled the constant noise on the rooftop. Chun Bok looked up at her mom and admired. So cool. Mom, can Dad do that too? Gon Don gave a thumbs up. Dad can't do that. But instead, Dad can flick out a thick book with his finger. The girl helplessly replied, Stop daydreaming. Dad can't possibly do that. And for 3 days, Chun Bok's family often went on picnics or outings together, and they helped her practice a lot. Now they could eat together and turn on the lights when going to sleep. Right now, Chun Bok's mom must be extremely happy with her life, but there were 2 things that annoyed Chun Bok. Chun Bok remembered the day she and her mom read a pronunciation guide together. The first thing sometimes confused her because of her mom's pronunciation, but thanks to hard work, her pronunciation improved a lot. The second was back to reality, where she had to constantly dodge her mom. She quickly rushed toward her, but Chun Bok's mom suddenly jumped up, catching her off guard. Chun Bok dodged while gritting her teeth and glancing at her. Suddenly, Chun Bok's mom appeared right in front of her, shocking her. She quickly grabbed Chun Bok. The girl thought, Actually, this is the biggest problem. At that moment, Chun Bok's mom exclaimed, Got you. She lifted her up. You know what happens next, right? She licked her lips wickedly. Are you ready? Hearing that, Chun Bok shouted, I'm ready. A moment later, looking at her kissing her cheek, Chun Bok thought, Honestly, it's too hard to get used to. Suddenly, Chun Bok's mom said, Your cheeks are so soft. Chun Bok wondered when she would finally win. Next time, I'll do better. Chun Bok's mom looked at her and gave a bright smile. Chun Bok always looked at her mom every day, but when her mom smiled, she always saw her as beautiful. The girl told herself she could endure it. Chun Bok's mom had gone through so much for her, so she thought she could endure a little more. She helplessly decided to bear it for her mom. Chun Bok suddenly shouted, Enough already. Chun Bok's mom couldn't bear it and said, Come on, just a few more seconds. The girl struggled. A minute has already passed. She joked, Let's play again. Chun Bok ran and replied, Stop that, Mom. Her mom said, Now, I'm catching you. Hey, Chun Bok shouted loudly, Get out of the way. Amidst the playful noises between mother and child, Hai Ra slowly approached the blood pooling at her feet, looking at her own bloody hands. Hai Ra wiped the remaining blood off her lips, stopped, and coughed while staring at them. Scene change. Chun Bok yelled, Don't do that anymore, Mom. The kid laughed loudly. Chun Bok shook her hand, giving up. Stop it already, she said. Sweetheart, Mom already told you. Life isn't a game. Chun Bok puckered her lips toward the kid. But Mom, I'll be gentle with you and end it with just a kiss. The kid stepped back, telling her, Get away. Chun Bok shouted, Is there anyone to save her? At that moment, a strong gust of wind rushed in. Mom Chun Bok immediately turned around and grabbed the walker. Is this how you greet someone? Where did your manners go? Hai Ra stepped forward. Shut up. I told you to train the kid, not to rest or play. Train seriously. Chun Bok swallowed hard. The kid's mom spoke up. What did you just say? This is proper training. Hai Ra immediately called the kid. startling Chun Bok. She gripped the walker tightly. What do you think? Hi. Does this training help? Tell us honestly what you're thinking. Mom Chun Bok saw her child still confused and shouted, Stop it, don't scare the kid. She snapped back, shut up for a moment. After a while, Hyra spoke up. I don't agree with your method. We should teach the kid at a level she can grasp. Mom Chun Bok continued. Pushing the kid to her limits won't work. She added, Is that what you call training? It looks more like spoiling. Chun Bok sighed. You're not wrong. The kid's cuteness distracted me for a moment, but I don't see a problem with today's training. She's improved more than ever. Hyra added, The problem lies in the approach. Treating this like a game to make the kid take it seriously would yield better results. Mom Chun Bok wondered, Aren't you tired of always being so strict? Think about the kid's mental health. Being rough isn't always the right way. She stared at me. I admire your positive thinking, but as a mother, I say it's naive. Just because you can freely go outside doesn't mean the world is safe. Mom Chun Bok sneered. Don't look at me like that. You're not well. Don't mind me. I shouldn't argue with a patient. I'll think about what you said. Are you happy now? Suddenly, the ground beneath Hyra cracked. Want to rethink yourself? She glared, gritting her teeth. Follow me to the rooftop. I'll show you how well I'm doing. Mom Chun Bok was furious. Fine, let's see who can fight better. At that moment, the kid's hands endured the combined strength of both, causing her pain. She thought, my hands must be broken. Chun Bok burst into tears, shouting for them to stop. Hyra suddenly released the walker, making it fall. She clutched her stomach. The kid worriedly asked, Hyra, what's wrong? Are you okay? She gasped. I'm fine. My muscles are shocked for a moment. Chun Bok hurriedly advised, Don't push yourself too hard. Want to rest a bit? Hyra replied, Don't worry. I feel better now. Though she said that, the kid's small hands still didn't let go. Chun Bok recalled the battle from half a month ago. Hyra was very weak then. She told Chun Bok after leaving the village that her wounds were severe, too bad to treat properly. In the end, she was told to maintain stability and minimize physical activity as much as possible. The kid remembered how Hyra often took care of the house and helped her study. She was like a real sister and a great teacher. However, Hyra had changed a bit. While Chun Bok was doing exercises, Hyra spoke. Are you sure? The kid was confused, unsure if her answer was right. She continued, I've explained this to you 3 times already. When will you finally study? Chun Bok quickly apologized to Hyra. The kid worked again, feeling scared. Since leaving the village, Hyra always scolded her, even for the smallest mistakes. So Chun Bok tried hard not to mess up, but what scared her most was remembering the training at sunset. Hyra shouted, It's pointless. You tried 8 times today, but none lasted more than 5 minutes. If it wasn't for training, you'd be dead. I told you to observe. Before taking someone down, you must fight to win by any means necessary. Do you know why you lose? Tears slowly fell down Chun Bok's cheeks. Hyra continued. Because you don't attack my weak points, even though you know where they are. That kindness will kill you. She yelled, It's pointless. If you want to play nice, why don't you let your parents do everything and stop learning useless stuff? Am I wrong? The kid weakly apologized. Hyra fell silent. Chun Bok wiped her tears. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. I just don't want you to feel pain. I'm sorry. I'll do my best. Seeing the kid like that made her heart ache. Chun Bok continued, Just give me one more chance. Forgive me. Don't leave me. Hyra looked up to the sky, trying to control her emotions. She said, Don't do that again. The kid thought, I can learn a lot from her, but she's scary during training. Now she's the scariest teacher. Back to the present, Mom Chun Bok exclaimed, Finally home. She ran inside. You must be hungry. Let's cook dinner so Mom can see how many cups we have. Hyra put her hand on the kid's shoulder and told Chun Bok to come closer. She took the kid's hand and held it. Chun Bok was surprised, exclaiming, This is your hand trembling over the chocolate bar? Hyra replied, Yes. Chun Bok looked at it with sparkling eyes, unaware that saliva had dripped from her mouth. Suddenly, the kid was startled, staring at the chocolate bar in Chun Bok's hand. She exclaimed, Hyra, we have to share it with the family. That's the rule. Hearing this, Chun Bok silently smiled. Hyra rubbed the kid's head. That's part of the training. This is very important. Listen to me. Sometimes having a backup plan is good, even when following the rules. This is proof of that. Remember, the kid was surprised, thinking, these days, she's become the scariest teacher. Hai happily entered the house, calling Chun Bok to come inside because it was very cold outside. The kid looked at her excitedly, thinking, she's amazing and really cares about me. One day, I'll be as strong as her. Chun Bok immediately ran after Hyra. Wait for me, sister. Hyra said. The kid hugged her tightly with laughter. Scene change. On the other side, a zombie spoke. 2 sugar cubes in the coffee are terrible. A small shy zombie apologized. The big zombie kept complaining. That coffee is awful. Meanwhile, inside the medicine room, stuff was scattered everywhere with large pools of blood on the floor. Thinking that these past few days she had become the scariest teacher, I walked into the house calling Chun Bok to come inside because it was freezing outside. The kid looked at her happily, thinking she was amazing and truly cared for me. One day, I'll become as strong as her. Chun Bok immediately ran after Hyra, shouting, "Wait for me." Hyra hugged her tightly with laughter. Scene change. On the other side, a zombie spoke up. "Coffee with 2 sugar cubes is terrible." 2 sugar cubes. A small, shy zombie spoke up. "Sorry." The big zombie kept complaining. "That coffee is awful." Meanwhile, inside the medicine room, stuff was scattered everywhere with big bloodstains on the floor. The pills in the blood-stained boxes fell all around. Gon Don wiped the sweat off his face, sighed, thinking this should be enough. I should hide the rest and come back for it tomorrow. Hiding this is the best move. Maybe I can trade some other stuff with these. He hoisted the heavy backpack onto his shoulders. Gon Don looked behind the backpack and exclaimed, "Time to get to work." He gripped the crowbar tightly and quickly left. Gon Don walked through the ruined buildings of the city and entered an abandoned house. He stared with a bright smile on his face. His buddy looked at Gon Don with suspicion and asked, "Are you looking for something?" He replied, I need a lot. Can I have 5 bottles of painkillers and disinfectant for each? I'll give you 3 canned peaches for that." Gon Don immediately agreed to the deal. The other guy asked, "And can I get a bag to carry stuff?" Hearing that, Gon Don hesitated a bit. The buddy handed over the box of peaches. "Come on, be generous." Suddenly, Gon Don grabbed his arm. The buddy yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" Gon Don continued, "Calm down, you shouldn't do stupid stuff like that during a trade." The guy angrily said, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Gon Don said, "Come on, I can see right through your heart." He shouted, "I know you're there. Come out now." "I know you're hiding." The guy shouted back, "What the hell are you talking about?" Gon Don ignored him. "This is the last chance for both of us." He started counting, and just as Gon Don reached 2, a gunshot rang out, followed by a pause. The girl hiding behind the pillar raised her hands. "I dropped the gun. So please let him go." He said, "I recognize that from the ring you're wearing, not to mention the clumsy signals you sent her. Anyway, you broke the rules." Gon Don twisted the guy's wrist, "So you better be generous in the deal." He shouted, "Wait, I get it. Let me go." After a moment, Gon wrote in his notebook, 5 canned peaches. What a great deal. Thanks to that rule breaker, I got them cheap. There's nothing I wouldn't do to make a living. Let's see. Gon Don stood up, leaving while thinking about his next destination. Later, he found a weirdo. The guy asked, "Can you give me something else?" Gon Don laughed and replied, "Of course, I can do that for my favorite customer." Upon arrival, the guy was thrilled. "You're my man. Thanks for the flashlight." He added, "Then I'll take 3 packs of wet wipes." Later, Gon Don handed the wipes to the little girl. She exclaimed, "You're the best. Thank you for the pad. That's why I trust you so much. Because it's you. I tried to keep that promise." Scene change. He saw a man collapse and cry loudly. "Thank you so much. You saved my mother from asthma." Gon Don replied, "No problem. You paid a fair price, so no need for that." But the man didn't care and called him a savior, making Gon Don tell him to stop. As dust fell inside an abandoned warehouse, a thug's voice echoed, "Gon Don, you're really a good guy. Your smile never fades when you trade. And you only sell quality stuff. You're trustworthy." That's why he pointed a gun at Gon Don. "We always appreciate you. You better have a backup plan ready, Gon Don." He spoke up, "Enough talking, arrogant thug. I think you still don't get it, you're about to die." The thug stuck out his tongue arrogantly, ending the conversation. The thug sneered, "I'll be generous and let you die painlessly. So goodbye now." As Gon finished speaking, the thug immediately pulled the trigger. His eyes narrowed, looking at the thug. Then he suddenly realized the gun had no bullets. The other henchmen also realized their guns were empty. The rope was shining, and Gon Don shattered it. He said, "You should have listened to me. You think I came here without a plan?" They immediately panicked at his huge figure. Gon Don swung his fist, shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, time to pay up." Before they could react, a huge hand slapped his face. After taking care of them, Gon Don said, "Thanks a lot for the help." So Dom replied, "I just did what you told me." He continued, "But you did great. By the way, can you really do this?" She answered, "It's okay, it's over anyway." Watching his back as he left, So Dung warned him, "Be careful." She silently watched Gon Don, not saying a word. Suddenly, So Dung called him back. "I'm sure you know this, but I was kidnapped and lived as a slave for 7 months. Because I was too weak, I couldn't even protect my only child." She held tight the gun he gave her. "I have a chance for revenge. This world has no hope anymore. But thank you. I can go without regrets." Thank you. And at that quiet sunset in the warehouse, gunshots continuously broke the silence. After a while, Gon Don also left the warehouse. He walked home with an indescribable mood. Gon Don reached the door and then the hallway. He silently lowered his head in front of the door. What a long day. Thinking about everything that happened today, Gon Don sighed, grabbed the doorknob, and turned it. Mother and child immediately rushed to hug Gon Don. Both share the happy stories that just happened. He listened and smiled brightly. Hell has no hope, even if this world is full of monsters and priests. I still have a little hope called family. I'm the husband of the beloved wife and also a father. Scene changed to the next day. While studying, Chun Bok wiped a nosebleed and thought, now I'm better. I've learned how to fight, how to use weapons, and how to shoot. I feel a metallic taste somewhere. I've been studying hard. I know I still have a long way to go, but I've grown a lot. After a while, footsteps of H echoed from the hallway. She stopped in front of the rooftop door. Hi, quickly opened it, looked at the girl, and said, okay, are you ready? Chun Bok, dressed in sturdy gear, said, I'm ready. The girl was confident she would pass today's test. Chun Bok was nervous because she was determined to get H's approval. She bit her lip, telling herself to try harder. H observed Chun Bok hesitated to speak. H quickly said, there's no test today. We're just having dinner together. She left and took the girl to the kitchen, just to put away some ingredients. Hi's footsteps inside the stairs faded away, leaving Chun Bok still confused, still not understanding what just happened. That night, H calmly said, your parents will be home late today, so let's go to sleep. The girl replied, maybe you can read me a book if I want. The girl answered, maybe. H quickly asked if yes or no. Chun Bok sighed. She frowned and said, just spill it, kid. Then called out to H Chun Bok, looking at her with a pissed-off glare. If you keep sleeping, I'll force you like how you're clutching that teddy bear. So, what's your next line? What are you even saying? Sounds weird. She lay still on the bed. That's never gonna happen, so just sleep. Chun Bok believed it was a lie. H sighed. Why don't you trust me? You think I'd force you to death? The kid replied. I guess. I could, she answered back. Come on. Who do you think I am? Chun Bok responded with determination, while H looked helpless. You mean a weapon? Stop talking nonsense, the kid repeated. Yeah, a weapon, she continued. You mad because I canceled your test today? I canceled it because I wasn't feeling well. It was to give you a proper test. I hope you understand. The kid felt reassured and got sleepy. That's it. H replied again. That's all. Chun Bok rubbed her eyes gently, thinking she was too sleepy. The kid apologized for doubting her. H replied, it's okay, now just sleep. Chun Bok hugged her tight. I'm gonna touch your chest. H smiled faintly. You're such a kid. The kid wished her good night and drifted off. Some time later, the door stayed silent without a sound. Suddenly, it slowly opened without a noise. H adjusted her clothes and spoke. You're a bit late. You should have come earlier. She turned to look at them, asking if everything was okay. Chun Bok's mom crossed her arms and asked if she couldn't use better words. It's all done. What about Chun Bok? H quickly glanced at the kid. As you see, she's sleeping like an angel. I fed her a lot. Gon Don still worriedly asked if she was sure. I think it's a bit harsh. H snapped, don't be naive. It's all for the kid's survival. That's enough chatting. Move before she wakes up. Meanwhile, Chun Bok's mom looked at her with a scowl. After a while, feeling cold, the kid slowly woke up. I'm so cold, sis. Hey H, can I have a blanket? Chun Bok slowly opened her eyes after sleeping. The kid was stunned by the scene before her. Chun Bok looked around at the ruined surroundings, amazed. The growls of zombies below echoed. Chun Bok called out, Mom, Dad, Sis H. Suddenly, she froze. Chun Bok looked down and noticed a small note on the floor. She quickly picked it up and read carefully. Reading this means the test has started. You only have one job here, survive and get out. You're in a store with lots of supplies and no obstacles to movement. There's a walkie-talkie on the first floor. Contact us and you'll pass the test when we come to pick you up, but only if you can survive among countless monsters. Try your best to live as you were taught. I believe in you. Reading that, the kid crumpled the paper, thinking it's a lie. Chun Bok recalled what H said before sleeping. She lied to me, just wanted to abandon me. This isn't a test. Chun Bok slammed the floor repeatedly. She's a stupid, evil witch. Tears fell onto the floor. I'm scared, Chun Bok sobbed. I miss my parents. I want to go home. Help me. Suddenly, H's earlier words echoed in her mind. You need to get used to your surroundings. Humans aren't made to adapt quickly to change. Like, how would you feel if you suddenly had to stay alone? Chun Bok answered. I'd be scared if that happened suddenly. She agreed. At first, you'll be scared or hesitant, but once you adapt, you can use that place as your home. That means you can be unbeatable. Meanwhile, You can find places to hide or weapons to fight back if you adapt faster. Chun Bok looked up ahead. H continued, the building you see might be your new safe home. And remember, anywhere can become your new home. Chun Bok rubbed her eyes. Hate her. Watch out, if you get out of here, I won't let this slide. The kid bit her lip while walking. I'll make her pay for this. Chun Bok explored around, amazed by how huge the place was, searching for empty spots nearby. She looked back and forth, wondering what she could use as a weapon. Suddenly, Chun Bok froze, seeing a big knife flying at her. It stabbed hard into a nearby pillar. Chun Bok was terrified, her pee slowly dripping onto the floor. She stared at the big knife in front of her, breathing heavily. Her heart pounded harder and harder. Hearing footsteps echoing down the empty hallway, she turned pale and trembled with fear. That zombie gripped the blade tightly, shouting to cut the scene. Heavy footsteps thudded on the floor, then appeared a huge, grotesque figure, holding a blood-stained cleaver, completely opposite to Chun Bok's small, weak frame. The kid looked at the figure trembling with fear, her pants soaked with liquid. Her scared squeak was as tiny as a kitten. She stammered like she was shocked, eyes wide open, just letting tears stream down her cheeks. Then her choked voice burst into a terrifying scream. She ran away fast while the figure just stood there, not moving. That guy stood watching her trip and fall while running. The kid's painful cries escaped her mouth. The child's screams kept ringing in the figure's ears, but he remained silent like a cold statue. Suddenly, a warning voice came from the walkie-talkie. Only he could hear it from somewhere far away. Chun Bok's mom and Gon Don watched anxiously this way. Chun Bok's mom spoke through the walkie-talkie, just scaring the kid. Don't actually frighten her. With a displeased tone, her sharp gaze threatened to ensure Chun Bok's safety. But that guy wasn't scared by the words, thinking Chun Bok's mom was overreacting. Still, she reminded to be gentle with the kid. The figure agreed. The crackling walkie-talkie sounds echoed in the cold night. His breath exhaled with the voice. Do you all hear me? Countless people in monster costumes holding walkie-talkies responded. Then the voice declared the test started. Do well and you'll get extra rewards. Hearing the word reward, the crowd immediately got noisy. Now it was clear that the freak was H. She was ordering the people to get ready, and they obeyed. After speaking, H thought of Chun Bok. Her eyes were stern, mixed with worry and trust. You'll do it, I believe in you. In the ruined, shattered building, full of debris, darkness covered, whether it was future or hope, the scene suddenly shifted from the ruined clothing store with fallen racks and smeared blood. A faint, soft cry sounded. Chun Bok was hiding in a corner, her small body swallowed by the surrounding stuff. She kept sobbing and whining. Chun Bok hugged herself as if trying to keep warm, muttering to herself about how to get the walkie-talkie from those monsters, tears welling up and her mouth twisted in frustration. Hi, G's words echoed in her mind. Anywhere can be your home. Don't just sit still. Use the situation to your advantage. Remembering that, she pressed her lips together with determination and held back her tears. I have to do something, she said firmly. Finally, she stood up. Her willpower returned, and she told herself crying wouldn't change anything. She had to find a weapon first. She went into a pile of clothes, searching for dry pants to replace the wet ones, carefully checking every step. After finding pants, she curiously looked at a fire extinguisher with its body torn open, wondering what kind of powder was inside. Her face scrunched up like she had a plan. Next, she found a rope among the clothes around her. Holding the small rope in her hand, Chun Bok stood silently, lost in thought. She looked at the rope, confused, her face blank. At her feet were scattered rubble stones. One stone rolled, making a strange noise that caught Chun Bok's attention. She frowned at the stone, seemingly having an idea, then blurted out, "This is it." The scene changed to a group of people disguised as monsters wandering through an old shopping mall. The growling sounds made the place even scarier. Suddenly, a heavy thud caught the attention of the group. Before one of them could react, a stone hit his face, making him scream in pain. Hai Ji, standing in a corner, was silently wondering too. She looked in that direction. A pebble flew through the air, scattering debris. At the same time, Chun Bok's joyful shout rang out. She was happy for a moment but then winced, realizing she had messed up. Chun Bok knew she was in trouble. Everyone there had spotted her. They all thought about the extra reward if they scared this kid. Shouts and ambitious cries filled the air. No one held back. The crowd charged toward Chun Bok. Chun Bok was panicked and scared but kept swinging her weapon to fight them off. She ran while throwing stones with her homemade slingshot. The stones flew like the wind toward the enemies. Instantly, one hit a vital spot. The monster in the costume gritted his teeth in pain and froze, unable to move forward. Haiji was watching from outside, curious about the weapon Chun Bok was using. In Hai's memory, she had never taught Chun Bok how to make that. In Chun Bok's hands was a crude homemade slingshot made from rope and pebbles, very different from the softness of a cat. The scene shifted to the rooftop of some building. The sound of stones hitting empty cans rang out repeatedly, followed by a joyful shout. Chun Bok was amazed, not believing her eyes. Someone nearby praised her quick learning. "This is like a big gun for you, kid." That person advised her to use it to protect herself and keep it as a secret weapon. But Chun Bok didn't understand why, so the person explained it was to catch the enemy off guard. Then they started training to strengthen her body. Chun Bok finished the flashback, silently thanking him, then suddenly blurted, "I'm out of pebbles." She frantically searched her pockets, panicked and scared. Suddenly, a disguised figure jumped out to scare Chun Bok, making her jump in shock. He thought he'd get a reward for it, but contrary to his expectations, Chun Bok reached into her pocket and said, "My secret weapon is this powder." Before he could react, she threw the powder straight into his face, making him scream and clutch his face. He collapsed, curling up and wailing nonstop. Taking advantage of the moment, Chun Bok ran away, silently praising herself for grabbing that powder. The whole shopping mall echoed with growls and screams nonstop. That helped Chun Bok figure out where they were. She watched them with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, Chun Bok stomped and took off running. She mapped out an escape route from the monsters trying to catch her. In her eyes, these guys ran slower than her mom. They were also weaker than Ra. Thinking that, Chun Bok threw powder at the one chasing her, making him curse. The walkie-talkie was right in front of her. She cheered herself on, believing she could complete the mission. Her face lit up as she reached out, almost grabbing the walkie-talkie. But then Hai appeared, lifting her up. And she didn't understand what was happening. Moments later, Ra threw Chun Bok far away from the walkie-talkie. Chun Bok screamed and fell hard to the ground. Then she slid, hitting her head on a pillar before stopping in a straight line. Her hair was a total mess. Footsteps approached. Ra silently hoped Chun Bok would think fast. Holding knives in both hands, Ra approached without hesitation, thinking about what to do if she encountered a super strong monster. Chun Bok had a huge bump on her head. She groaned, trying to stand up amid the crowd of disguised monsters surrounding her. Panicked, she thought about wanting to go home to see everyone, then slowly stood up, breathing heavily. Sweat soaked her. Ra was briefly surprised, stopping to watch Chun Bok. The walkie-talkie still lay alone on the ground, untouched. Chun Bok clenched her teeth. Though she couldn't stand straight, her will hadn't faded. She was determined to get it. Beneath her furrowed brows, Chun Bok's pupils glowed bright gold. Somewhere, a monster didn't understand what was happening, but its pupils also shone golden like Chun Bok's. Not just it, but countless other monsters too. All were confused. Suddenly, a pair of furry animal feet appeared, pure white and harmless. It was a small dog's paws. Behind it were other monsters. Elsewhere, bright eyes gleamed in the dark outside the shopping mall. Strange howls echoed continuously. Then a scream burst out. A mouth with bizarrely bared white teeth looked like it was going crazy. All the monsters with glowing yellow eyes charged forward. The mall's entrance became prey for all of them. The scene shifted to the walkie-talkie in her mind, along with the voice saying, "I need that walkie-talkie." But why weren't the monsters moving? They just stood frozen in front of Chun Bok. She frowned, remembering that moment. Gritting her teeth with tearful, determined eyes, she vowed to get the walkie-talkie. Deep in her golden pupils was fierce resolve. She thought if she couldn't control the monsters here, she'd call the ones outside. Ra, disguised as a monster, was stunned, frozen in place. At the same time, the mall's floor shook violently. Pebbles flew everywhere. Outside, the entrance was blocked by piles of stuff, filled with stacked shadows. The rumbling noise came from there. The noise grew louder and louder. Looking closer, you could clearly see the ones outside trying to break in. Each shadowy figure's eyes glowed a terrifying golden yellow, just like Chun Bok's. Suddenly, a crack of breaking glass echoed. From where the hands outside were smashing, cracks spread like a spiderweb before shattering completely. The monsters stormed inside, screaming wildly as if consumed by rage. Those inside hadn't even gathered their senses yet, confused about what was happening. Chun Bok's parents quickly shouted, asking what was going on, then realized the monsters were breaking in. Their voices caught Chun Bok's attention. She turned her head, even while facing He. At the same time, Chun Bok's mom told her to grab a weapon and go. The interruption made He pause, thinking back on the events and Chun Bok's eye color. He concluded that the girl had caused this mess. Chun Bok didn't care what He was saying. She only stared toward the door, shocked by the sheer number of monsters. A roar thundered right next to her ear. In that moment, a man in disguise cursed loudly, hurriedly aiming a gun at the monsters. Behind the bright red eyes of his mask, sharp teeth, bared like a beast, charging at him. At the same time, the monster's mouth opened wide like a bottomless pit. A scream tore through the chaos along with a gunshot. Chun Bok felt someone drag her away. She was strangely confused. "Let's go upstairs." He shouted as he grabbed Chun Bok and told the others to follow quickly. Took the elevator. She assigned some people with guns to cover the rear, blocking the monsters from climbing up. Those on the second floor fired down to provide support. HG urgently spoke into the radio, warning that something was blocking the door and the situation was getting worse. Among those climbing up was Chun Bok, struggling to escape. Gon Don received orders and could only promise to do his best to handle his part. His face was extremely tense. Suddenly, a monster standing still had its head sliced off. The slash was so sharp and fast that it didn't even understand what hit it. Not just that one, but countless other monsters suffered the same fate. Their heads dropped like ripe fruit, their faces blank with confusion. A sharp black claw, stained with blood, pierced through many monsters before any could react. It turned out to be Chun Bok's mother. She was clearing out the monsters and told HE to conserve energy to protect Chun Bok while she would come later. Chun Bok's mother thought anxiously because all the monsters' eyes were yellow, fearing one might still be alive. Her eyes glanced at them, thinking it impossible, and wondered who had summoned these monsters here. HE slashed at the monsters while thinking that Chun Bok herself had called them. Her strikes were fierce and decisive. She glanced at Chun Bok, unable to understand how the girl possessed such power even she didn't know about. While fighting the monsters with others, HG cursed herself for being careless and negligent. The monsters kept rushing forward like an endless tide. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed HG's side, forcing her to falter. She looked down at the wound in horror. The monsters had pinned HG down, closing in right in front of her. They let her fall despite Heeza's curses. HG could only despairingly tell Chun Bok to run downstairs. HG's eyes widened as if about to crack, staring at Chun Bok. But then she noticed something strange. Before her, all the monsters had restrained everyone, not letting anyone move. Some others were surrounded by those monsters. Yet, clearly, no one was dead. Her pupils shrank, confused by the situation. A monster's tongue wrapped around a radio and pushed it forward. Its small, delicate hands were in front. It and the other monsters surrounded Chun Bok. She took the radio amid the monsters' growls. They all stood still, alert. Chun Bok's face turned serious, her golden pupils dimming strangely. Chun Bok's memories flashed back to the last time she used her power, wanting to bring back that feeling. Ending the flashback, she spoke cheerfully about secretly practicing her power, but contradicted herself as blood dripped from her nose. She was thrilled to be going home, but her eyes were bloodshot and her nose kept bleeding. Holding the radio, she ignored the monsters beside her. She didn't understand why she couldn't control the monsters earlier. The restrained people had the same question. She suddenly thought of a monster's voice that sounded like HE's but shook her head to dismiss it. Immediately, she had to control all the monsters here. A strange bark caught Chun Bok's attention. She looked toward the sound. Chun Bok was surprised and shouted when she saw a small, harmless-looking dog. She crouched down to pet its head. It was the first time she'd ever seen such a creature. She was super happy, her eyes squinting with a smile, stroking it and asking if it wanted to stay with her. But suddenly her voice was cut off. Her face went blank and her eyes turned completely white. The dog stopped wagging its tail. The atmosphere seemed to sync with Chun Bok's strange scream. She froze. The harmless little dog's eyes turned a blazing, ominous red, staring right at Chun Bok. She was stunned. Fear slowly took over her mind. The sound of cracking bones echoed, a horrifying noise accompanied by a bloody, gruesome scene. The soft fur transformed into sharp claws. A black, veiny paw slammed onto the ground. A monstrous head appeared with ugly, filthy teeth. A deafening roar burst out along with a dog-like snout dripping saliva. Heavy breathing followed. Chun Bok was frozen, her face pale as death. The monster's blood-red eyes looked down at her arrogantly. Somehow, the other monsters had disappeared. The restrained people were freed. HG was still lying flat, cursing. Chun Bok trembled, staring at the massive shadow looming over her, unable to speak. A thunderous thud sounded as the paw hit the floor, cracking the ground. Now, in front of Chun Bok, there was no little puppy but a gigantic monster bearing its fangs and swinging its claws. Its body seemed to fill the entire space. The scene shifted. The monster was right before Chun Bok. Seeing its raised arm, she thought she had to use her power to control it immediately. But her thoughts couldn't keep up. Her head throbbed with pain, making it impossible to focus, so she just clutched her head in agony. She didn't know what to do in this situation anymore. The monster's claws were closing in. At the same time, the pursuer from before was rushing toward her. She thought she had no way out. The only thing on her mind between these two was the radio, but she didn't know how to use it. Heavy breathing echoed, bearing fangs and swinging claws. Its body seemed to fill the entire space. Scene change. The monster was right in front of Chun Bok. Seeing its raised arm, she thought she had to use her power to control the monster immediately. But her thoughts couldn't keep up. Her head throbbed with pain, making it impossible to focus, so she just held her head in agony. She didn't know what to do in this situation anymore. The monster's claws were closing in. At the same time, the one who chased her earlier was rushing here too. She thought she had no way out. The only thing she could think of between these two was the walkie-talkie, but she didn't know how to use it. Heavy breathing echoed. The girl grabbed the walkie-talkie but had no clue what to do next. Countless memories with her parents and Hera appeared one after another, all so warm to her. With every breath, Hera's face became clearer. The girl blurted out Hera's name right in this life-or-death moment. She stroked the monster that was about to catch her, tearing apart its disguise mask into shreds. The monster roared in pain from the palm wound, its bones cracking loudly as it wailed. Opening her eyes, she looked at the person holding her. Hera was embracing her and said, "I told you to call me and I'd come." The girl called her name in disbelief, her face drenched in sweat. Someone holding a walkie-talkie frowned because she called Hera instead of them. Chun Bok's mother held the walkie-talkie standing in front of the writhing monster, smiling confidently. "Leave everything to me." Chun Bok's voice called her straightforwardly, but her mother smiled brightly at the girl. She showed off her power while mocking Hera, making Hera furious. Gon Don had arrived too. He asked after Chun Bok and told them both to head to safety. Amid the monster's groans, Chun Bok's mother coldly glanced at it. Her strange, oppressive eyes stared down the monster to block the poison pain that had severed her hand. Blood gushed out like a stream. The monster growled angrily at Chun Bok's mother, but her back remained calm. 3 tentacles danced in the air. A deafening roar echoed. The monster opened its mouth wide like a blood basin. Seeing this, Chun Bok gasped in fear, furrowing her brows anxiously. At her mother's call, the monster opened its jaws to bite her mother's stomach. Its saliva splattered messily. Its bright red eyes suddenly looked down beneath its body. Chun Bok's mother angrily shouted with a terrifying expression and overwhelming aura, "Give up, you freak." Instantly, the monster trembled and hesitated. It closed its mouth, sweating. The deep, abyss-like eyes of Chun Bok's mother stared at it. The monster's pupils shrank to tiny slits, showing how scared it was. Deep in her eyes, there was no mercy or pity. It opened wide and glared threateningly as the cracking bone sounds faded. Chun Bok's mother returned to her normal self. She looked down with contempt at the monster, then at her family and Hera. The monster had shrunk back to a puppy form, curling its tail and running away in fear. Seeing this, Chun Bok's mother smiled smugly. "Done," she turned to everyone. "It's over now, let's go home. Everything's fine." But her smile faded quickly as she suddenly froze, worried, calling Chun Bok's name. Night had fallen with a bright full moon hanging high. In a dark bathroom, screams echoed. Chun Bok's parents stood at the door, anxious. "Sorry." The girl tried to explain they had reasons, but Chun Bok interrupted. No mom would do that, leaving them speechless. Both looked embarrassed. Chun Bok hid behind the wall, only her fingers showing as she angrily said, "They're all lying to themselves, especially Hera. I'll never trust them again." While her parents tried to comfort her, Hera stayed silent, staring at the girl, then suddenly mocked Chun Bok. "You're so childish and haven't learned anything from what I taught you, and you're blaming others?" Hearing this, Chun Bok's parents glared at Hera. "Then why did you want to be stronger at first? If you're like this, just hide behind mom." Chun Bok stayed silent. The girl stuck her head out, crying bitterly at Hera. Chun Bok stormed toward her, fists clenched. Hera didn't care and just asked, planning to cry louder. But her posture was different. She sat down, waiting for Chun Bok, watching her. Chun Bok hurried faster, so mad she couldn't speak clearly. Then she punched Hera's head with her tiny fist, crying fiercely. She punched, pouring out all her emotions. Gon Don tried to stop her, but Chun Bok's mother held him back. Chun Bok's tiny fists kept pounding, whining, "You said you'd never lie to me." Despite Chun Bok's accusations, Hera didn't respond and let her do whatever she wanted. Finally, Chun Bok's fists stopped on Hera's chest, and she stood still. She grabbed Hera's shirt, sobbing, "I really missed you so much." Hera tilted her head at the child, still calm as before, then smiled faintly, showing her mood. Hera gently placed her hand on Chun Bok. She called her name, then hugged her and sincerely apologized. Hera praised her, and Chun Bok softly replied, then grabbed Hera's shoulder and said she liked her. Hera said she felt the same. Hearing that, Chun Bok smiled contentedly, letting tears stream down her face. In the night, Hera praised, "Good job, Chun Bok." Then Chun Bok fell asleep beside her mother, snoring softly. Chun Bok's mother said, "That must be because she's really exhausted." She discussed Chun Bok's strength with Gon Don. Finally, they seriously decided to wait for Chun Bok to wake up to ask more and talk about the people they had hired before. An image appeared of a bloody hand and torn disguise clothes. They had all died because of the monsters. But hearing this, Chun Bok's mother felt lucky no one witnessed it, which surprised Gon Don a bit. Chun Bok's mother looked at Gon Don strangely and asked immediately, but Gon Don stammered to deny. She warmly hugged his arm. She sat in the car using a cloth to cover her wound while urging herself to leave quickly. He changed the subject to Hera's upcoming checkup, so only they would patrol. But Chun Bok's mother asked back, "They have a car, so they can stay together. Gon Don scratched his head awkwardly, saying the car had been borrowed by Chun Bok and Duran and not returned yet. At a parking lot, a distant siren sounded but didn't affect this deserted place. Gon Don's car was parked there. Inside, Duran was panting, blood from her head soaking the scarf around her neck. She sat in the car, using a cloth to cover her wound while urging herself to leave quickly. Somewhere else, the girl was dazzled and covered in blood, looking unwell. In front of her stood a strange figure with cold, fiery red eyes belonging to a monster. Scene change, dawn broke over a certain building. Someone was calling everyone outside on a road full of broken bricks. Chun Bok's family and Hera were walking and chatting. Chun Bok was still a bit mad about yesterday, so she insisted she would decide everything today except for Hera. Her parents looked tired, but Chun Bok insisted they play with her. She smiled smugly, thinking she had gotten back at them. Chun Bok looked especially at Hera, making her a bit worried seeing the girl's expression. Hera couldn't meet the child's gaze directly. She looked away and asked what the girl wanted, but the girl kept it a secret, only hinting at a playground appearing. The surrounding space was strangely fresh and peaceful. Below the tall, clean, and modern apartment buildings, a voice spoke up. "Why do you keep acting like that? Mom is trying to help you." Gon stood there listening without saying a word. Meanwhile, Chun Bok was talking nonstop in front of someone, demanding answers. The girl looked very angry. HG stood before Chun Bok with a reluctant and twisted face. Her usual hair was tied into two pigtails. She interrupted, replying, "Yes, Mom." Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. They were role-playing in the park, with Chun Bok playing the mom and the other as the daughter. Their family's joy was paid for by Hai's face, glaring at Chun Bok's mom with extreme anger. On the other hand, Chun Bok seemed indifferent and just kept playing. Ra was already furious, veins bulging on her face. She had pinned this incident on Chun Bok's mom, but Chun Bok's mom just looked at her, biting her lip as if holding back laughter. There were even tear streaks on her face from laughing too much. Then Chun Bok's mom let out a cat-like meow at HG because she was playing the role of a cat in Chun Bok's game. Seeing that, Ra flew into a rage and rushed to fight Chun Bok's mom, forcing Gon and Chun Bok to quickly step in and stop them. A stuffed bear sat silently nearby amid the shouting. It had its own role as a child witnessing the noisy family quarrel. After that, Chun Bok played airplane with Gon. They had fun together, then the girl went off to play again. Mom helped stretch and relax her body, unlike Chun Bok's parents. Ra carried the girl, sighing deeply in helplessness under the peaceful blue sky of a beautiful day. Chun Bok's joyful laughter echoed vividly through the apartment complex. The scene shifted to Chun Bok's mom's back as she sat down, exhausted from Chun Bok's hyperactivity, complaining to her husband. Gon was casually jotting something down and calmly said he knew about it. Seeing that, Chun Bok's mom asked what he was writing. Gon replied he was recording Chun Bok's power and continued discussing it with his wife. Far away, Chun Bok was playing with Ra, unaware of their conversation. According to Gon, Chun Bok told him she had been using that power for about 6 months. She had secretly trained to use this power. First, she could choose monsters to control. Second, even if they went far, she could still control them for a short time. Third, monsters she stopped controlling would stand still for about 10 seconds and lose memory of being controlled. Fourth, the scene showed tiny drops of blood dripping onto the ground. Chun Bok held her head in pain. Blood poured from her nose. According to her, if she kept using this power, she would suffer like this. But if she rested, she would be fine. That was all Gon was told by Chun Bok. He looked at Chun Bok's mom and said they needed to learn more about Chun Bok's power. After talking about Chun Bok, Gon praised his wife for improving her pronunciation. They continued chatting about how much he cared for Chun Bok's mom. Meanwhile, Chun Bok was still playing with H. The girl was extremely energetic. Chun Bok's mom looked at Gon teasingly and advised him to act on his ideas instead of just talking. Gon seemed to agree with her. His face looked very relaxed. Then suddenly he said to her, "You know you're really bad at pretending, right? You don't have to fake it with me." His words silenced Chun Bok's mom. Her face kept the same smile, seemingly not understanding how he knew. Then that smile faded. She shyly looked at him, then turned away, avoiding his gaze. She asked him hesitantly, and he agreed to her wishes. Chun Bok's back appeared, followed by Chun Bok's mom's regretful words, thinking she was the cause of her daughter's situation. She sat beside Gon, sighing with a mix of cowardice. She was scared to see her daughter hurt. Her face was deeply sad, only looking down. Just as she was about to continue, Gon cut in. He put a hand on her shoulder. "Look over here," Gon said, turning Chun Bok's mom's shoulder to face somewhere. There, Chun Bok was making a goofy, silly face. Instantly, both Hai and Chun Bok's mom burst out laughing. Chun Bok proudly showed HG her clown face skills. It was so funny that HG collapsed on the ground, trembling as she tried to hold back her laughter. Unlike Chun Bok's parents laughed comfortably. Gon didn't hesitate to brag that the girl was his daughter and looked a lot like his wife. The girl's proud, radiant smile was exactly as Gon described a smart kid who knew how to protect herself. He praised Chun Bok and comforted her mom, saying because Chun Bok was special, she would be fine. Hearing that, Chun Bok's mom seemed to feel a bit relieved and agreed with him. Watching the warm, playful scene between Hai and Chun Bok from afar, both cheered each other on to work hard to control Chun Bok's power. The playground scene in the sunlight was peaceful. Occasionally, family chatter and laughter echoed. As evening fell, someone happily said they finally got home after days away. In the sunset light, Chun Bok's family walked and talked together. Chun Bok ran ahead excitedly, causing her mom to remind her to be careful just as they reached the door. Suddenly, a loud rumble made Gon ask where the sound came from. An old, battered car appeared before them. The car window was about to break, and someone shouted it was the old man in Dudung. But still, Gon couldn't believe his eyes because the car looked so different. He immediately sensed something was wrong. Amid the roaring engine, the car stopped right in front of them, releasing a thin smoke from friction. Dudung angrily rolled down the window. "Where are you all going?" Her face showed anger and impatience. Seeing that, everyone moved toward the car. Gon asked what happened and why the car looked like that. Dudung loudly complained about having to find them and said she had no more time. The sunset, red as blood, dyed the surrounding buildings. Dudung urged hurriedly, "If we don't hurry, my dad will die." She spoke while tears streamed down like a broken dam. She looked at them with a desperate gaze, making them exclaim in confusion. The scene shifted to ruined buildings slowly sinking into darkness. A voice narrated the story happening around 6 p.m. yesterday as the sunset faded. After spending days scouting the area and monsters, she hurried home. She recalled the car, speeding and growling that day. The wheels screeched loudly against the road. Chunbi cursed out of fear. He argued with Dudung, saying she drove terribly. Seeing that, Dudung just laughed awkwardly, defending herself. The car kept rushing amid their quarrel. Chunbi couldn't believe it. Thought someone who just started driving 3 days ago like Dudung would be shaky, but she reassured him she could handle it. Chunbi casually started praying. Meanwhile, the guy was sweating bullets, gripping the seatbelt like it was a life raft. Dudung heard that and said, "We're already moving, so why worry? It'll be fine." Suddenly, the engine roared loudly. The car tilted sharply to one side, hit hard by something. Dudung's eyes widened in shock. She had no clue what just happened. The car shook violently. Chunbi anxiously looked at Dudung. The situation was super critical. The scenery suddenly changed. A faint voice calling her name echoed in Dudung's ears. She jolted awake from her daze. Bright red blood trickled from her forehead to the corner of her eye. Seeing Dudung awake, Chunbi hurriedly asked about his daughter. Both were tightly strapped in, barely able to move, only able to squirm and talk. They didn't understand what was going on. After making sure his daughter was okay, Chunbi laughed it off, ignoring the blood spurting from his head. Dudung looked at him worriedly, though reassured, she was still furious. Suddenly, a clicking sound rang out. Just a light injury, both stared in shock toward the sound. A voice spoke, and a bizarre foot appeared before their eyes, with tiny bones showing. Contrasting with the oversized cloak, 3 sharp toes like bird claws appeared, and the voice cheerfully said, "Glad to see you awake while I was away. Let's chat quickly." The huge cloak completely hid the face and body. Only heavy, terrifying footsteps were heard. Chunbi frowned, eyes sharp, staring at the figure behind them. The heavy door was closed. They were trapped in a discreet storage room, which looked pretty clean and tidy. Chunbi put on a serious face and asked what was going on. He tried to calm both himself and Dudung, though they were restrained. But when they saw the stranger, neither flinched and responded seriously. The stranger sounded annoyed and demanded they show their abilities, but they froze and stayed silent. She didn't like that one bit. Dudung snapped, "So what if we don't?" But the stranger ignored her and said she was the one asking the questions here, so answer up. Dudung hesitated. The stranger's weird feet caught her eye. At the same time, the stranger continued, "Based on your answer, we'll see if you keep your life." Her foot moved, revealing her strange bony foot with 4 toes. Her voice carefully chose words. "Tell me what you're good at," she monologued, footsteps thudding loudly. She interrogated them. "If you're useful, especially if you have kids, that's even better." Suddenly, Chunbi seemed to realize something. He looked at her seriously. The footsteps kept echoing. "But if you have nothing to say," she paused slightly, making Dudung panic and widen her eyes in fear. She said to Chunbi, "You know what's coming." Her eyes glowed red under the cloak. Because she was grabbed by the hair, Chunbi's wound bled profusely. He gritted his teeth to stifle his painful groans. She coldly used Chunbi as a hostage, then stared at Dudung with those terrifying eyes, grilling her. Despite the pain, Chunbi tried to glance at her. She kept questioning, but except for Dudung's panic, Chunbi only made an unclear sound, forcing her to ask again. Suddenly, he cursed with all his might, startling her to release him. In his outburst, she couldn't understand why he did that. Dudong was stunned too. Chun Bi seemed at his limit. He said he hated scouting missions and hated strong people forcing him around. While talking, he winked at Dudong, making her jump. She immediately caught his meaning. She played along, praising those people. She mentioned the Chun Bok family to the stranger, shifting her attention exactly as they wanted. The stranger's eyes glowed even redder when she heard about the child. Suddenly, Chun Bi cut in, "Listen up." He looked at her cautiously, a bit hesitant, but she agreed. He fully shifted her focus onto the Chun Bok family. He even offered to bring them here, then she paused, cursing. She said angrily, "You think you can fool me?" Veins popped on her hand, bones cracked, creating insane pressure. "Why should I trust you?" Chun Bi shouted. "I'll leave my daughter behind." One shout stunned both of them. He explained he'd leave his daughter as a hostage so she could trust him. Chun Bi's face was resolute when he said, "My daughter is my whole world," making Dudong's eyes widen in surprise. The woman's face under the cloak seemed affected. She agreed because she needed useful people anyway. Then she walked off, as if pondering. The footsteps echoed chillingly. She decided to change the terms. Chun Bi had something stirring behind her back, like excitement. He hesitated to ask, then heard her answer, reminiscing, before it ended. Dudong told the Chun Bok family she was taken instead of him and promised to return before 6 p.m. If not, Chun Bi would die in the old, wrecked car. Gon Don praised him, while Dudong hoped things would turn out differently for both. Chun Bok happily sat on Heise's lap playing around. Heise coldly asked about the kidnapper's appearance, still holding Chun Bok, who looked around curiously. The car sped forward. Dudong drove while saying she couldn't see clearly because of the cloak. She guessed the kidnapper was a female monster about her height. Weird four-toed feet and two-clawed tentacles on her head. Hearing this, Chun Bok's mom blurted a question, then said she knew. Chun Bok sat on Heise's lap, showing an innocent, smug face, unaware of the danger ahead. But when Dudong apologized to Chun Bok's mom and tried to say more, a loud noise made Heise alert. Her face hardened. Amid shattered car debris, Chun Bok was dragged away by a tentacle. Her face was blank, not understanding what was happening. Su, Heise's person, screamed sadly, calling her name. She reached out, trying to pull her back, but it was useless. Now Dudong noticed the situation. She quickly turned the car around. At the same time, the car screeched eerily. Chun Bok was dragged away, and someone's shout chased after them. The kidnapper jumped swiftly across an abandoned skyscraper. Chun Bok struggled, demanding to be released and asking who the kidnapper was. At the same time, the tentacle under the cloak appeared as the kidnapper told her to be quiet. "I don't want to hurt you." Hearing that voice, Chun Bok was startled, recognizing it. While jumping over a rooftop, the kidnapper muttered, noticing the girl's voice sounded familiar under the moonlight. Finally, Gon realized that the person she had kidnapped was Chun Bok. They reunited in a totally unexpected situation. Chun Bok's mind flashed back to memories of Gon. She had been pretty good to the kid, and now it only made her gape in shock even more. In midair, Gon was even more surprised than Chun Bok. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Why the hell is this kid here?" Her shout made Chun Bok yell back. Dudong kept pressing the gas pedal to run at full speed. But honestly, she was worried. "We can't chase her down with a car. Surely, she had gone this way." Gon also realized the situation when she saw the huge commotion around the car, which attracted the monsters on the road. Seeing how bad things were, Dudong cursed under her breath. "Damn it, that bitch did this on purpose." "Hey Ra, can you see anything?" Over here, Ra was coughing nonstop and trembling. She was even gasping for breath and coughing up a lot of blood, which shocked everyone. Ra seemed seriously unwell. "Wait a moment, let me get some medicine," she said, ignoring everyone's worried calls. At that moment, she was grinding her teeth in pain, blaming herself. "I should have been more careful. How could I let that kid get taken like that? This damn body of mine can't even protect her." Meanwhile, Chun Bok was the only hope left. Elsewhere, someone was flying swiftly through the wind. Chun Bok's mother was frantically searching for her little daughter. There were no stars here either. It was like she had vanished. She definitely knew this place well to hide so fast, so searching without any clues was totally useless. What if I can't find her? She was exhausted and starting to panic. A dark thought flashed through her mind. What if Chun Bok is gone forever? That can't happen. She gritted her teeth in a mix of anger and fear rising inside her. "Just a little longer, baby, hold on. Mom's coming for you." Meanwhile, Gon had brought Chun Bok to the dealer's place, feeling uneasy because she didn't know if Chun Bok was about to die, since she knew she had pissed off the fire ants. But for her own sake, she pushed those thoughts away. "No, I have to stay strong. There's no turning back now. Even if I give the kid back, she'll tear me apart. So it's best to hand over this kid and finish the deal." As soon as she stepped into the room, Gon called out, Hey, the goods are here. In the dead silence, the sound of a Rubik's Cube twisting was crystal clear, along with his usual polite voice. Welcome back. Gon, I've finally been waiting for you to see this. This batch looks pretty good, so now's the time to sit down and talk a bit. Talk. Gon's voice rose, clearly losing her cool. She shouted at him. Cut the crap. I brought you what you wanted. An old man and a kid. That's enough. What else do you want to discuss or negotiate with me? His tone stayed calm. Actually, there are still a few things not quite right. Gon froze, puzzled. What do you mean? I thought I solved this Rubik's Cube already. Just like this deal between you and me. I thought it was all settled. I clearly told you before the deal that you need to bring me useful stuff or younger kids. Then I hand over your family. But so far, you've only brought me one good piece of meat, that kid, and the rest are all imperfect, right? What I'm expecting is a proper deal, you understand? As he finished speaking, he crushed the Rubik's Cube and his face darkened like Xeon. Her anger flared up. A proper deal? Are you kidding me? I busted my ass to get you what you wanted, and you keep spouting this nonsense. Enough joking around, give me back those kids now. Chun Bok stood between them, fidgeting nervously. Whoa, these two are about to fight. Where's my grandpa? Then the scene before her shocked her speechless. At the same time, his deep voice echoed, Are you sure this is what you want? If you stay stubborn like this, the kids will be sold off directly. Gon's two younger siblings were buried in the wall, squeezed tight. Their cries of pain were heartbreaking, constantly calling her name. Please help, sister. Save us. We can't breathe. Please let us go. Gon, I want to go home. Every time the kids called her name, her heart twisted. Her whole body froze in helplessness. Gon's mind grew hazy, sinking into a foggy memory. Why did everything end up like this? She had run away before, scared her father would beat her to death, living like a wandering ghost. Loneliness was nothing because she had always been like that since she was human. But over time, she felt worn down by life, growing emptier and more miserable. She lived day by day, clinging to vague memories of better days long gone. She wandered everywhere and heard faint cries from under rubble when she lifted the debris. Gon was surprised by what she saw there. Two little kids huddled in a corner, looking pitiful. At that moment, she found the kids and remembered her initial selfish thoughts about them. The kid was tiny, and she thought she should fatten them up a bit before eating. She figured since they were so small, she'd wait until they grew a bit. Gon even wondered if she should raise one bigger than the others, but damn, she quickly regretted it. No matter how much she fed them, it was never enough. They constantly fought and bickered for no reason. Gon didn't get a single moment to rest. The kids kept causing trouble and making a mess. Gon would watch this, watch that, always following behind to clean up. But after a month of raising them, she started to grow fond of them. The kids really annoyed her, but they were like little angels who followed her everywhere. They filled the empty hole in Gon's heart that had been left open for so long. She couldn't imagine what it would be like without them by her side. That day at the hotel where they all stayed, she happily walked back to her room calling, Kids, dinner's ready. Before she could finish, she choked on her words. Gon saw one of the kids being swallowed by a monster. At that moment, she wished she had come home earlier. And it was the first time she met him. That damn bastard had taken the kids. She went crazy and attacked him fiercely. But it was a one-sided fight. He looked at her gasping and said, I always wondered how these kids got so fat and healthy. But I never expected that they would be cared for by someone like her. She must have raised them with all her heart, right? So why don't we make a deal? John's eyes were cloudy at that moment. I could only gasp for breath and try to look at his fake smiling face. And from the day the kids were kidnapped, my life felt like falling into endless hell. I kept having to slash and kill to catch the ones he liked. But he was never easy to please. I really felt helpless every time he criticized and rejected what I brought, saying they weren't perfect enough for him. Those negative feelings piled up, draining me of all my energy. So, there were times I asked myself why I got tangled up in this mess. Why? Why did I have to go this far for those kids? Or maybe I should just leave them behind. And that thought actually made me feel a little lighter. Even if the kids died, I had already tried my best. But now I understand. Gon gathered all his courage and spoke up to stop her objections, surprising him quite a bit. He had tortured the two kids to hit her hidden soft spot. Ma Gon still hadn't calmed down but tried to say, I'll do whatever you want. I'll bring back even fresher meat. I just need you to keep your word, and I'll make sure to bring you exactly what you want. His hand gripping Chun Bok's tightened unconsciously as her voice almost choked up. Chun Bok saw something shocking, tears falling. She was sobbing, her cries pleading and begging, please, please stop. The girl opened her innocent eyes wide, looking at her because she now felt that familiar warmth. That warmth from her was like a mother's. Seeing her sob like that, Chun Bok seemed to see her differently. She wasn't some evil monster, but the creepy laughter and the cold-blooded clapping from that bloodthirsty dealer startled the girl. He slowly stood up and said with a sneer, Oh, please, don't act like I'm the villain here. As long as you follow the deal exactly, they'll return safely. So next time, help me bring the kids exactly as requested. He said grandly in a ridiculous way, and she could only lower her head and quietly agree. Good. I won't accept any subpar goods, not even a little. I trust you. And though he put on that front, deep down he told himself there was no way he could trust her. But fools like these were easy to manipulate with a little charity and some desperation, so in the end, he'd get good meals and fresh bait. He fixed his gaze on Chun Bok. Inside, he was already thinking, today's my lucky day. Always like this. Blind fools only think about family, and they're easy to control. Snap! A strange sound echoed. His eyes suddenly rolled back, confused about what was happening. What? He wondered as Gazan's figure suddenly grew taller than him from a puppet. And the change wasn't just in him. Vines started crawling everywhere in the room. He helplessly muttered, "No way. Am I falling?" His whole body trembled, filled with extreme unease. "I can't control my body anymore." Then sharp pains stabbed into his head. Unconsciously, he started groaning. "My head feels like it's about to explode. What the hell?" Just thinking that, a powerful force made his ears ring and he couldn't think anymore. Chun Bok was gritting her teeth in anger, using her strength to torture him while he groaned from the pounding headache. Gon panicked, still unable to understand what was happening. She looked around, thinking, the room he created can't hold anymore. Why did he suddenly collapse like that? While she was lost in thought and standing up, a sharp call rang out. She suddenly bent down to look at Chun Bok with a puzzled face. The girl had to remind her, "Did you forget what you were supposed to do?" But her attention was caught by the girl's changing eye color. About to ask, Chun Bok cut her off. "Is that more important than me?" Then Chun Bok quickly took charge. "Hurry. Help the others escape. I'll hold him back, so go fast." Gon hadn't fully recovered from the shock because everything was happening too fast and totally unexpected. But seeing her two kids slowly freed from that disgusting wall, her feet moved on their own. After regaining her spirit, she suddenly dashed off at full speed with one thought. "I don't know what's going on, but I have to hurry because this is the only chance to save the kids." In a moment of joy, she hugged the two kids. But inside, her face showed no relief because the problem wasn't fully solved. "Damn it," she cursed silently. "My legs are burning, and he's attacking wildly. I can't dodge." Then came the harsh sounds of flesh being pierced and bones breaking nonstop, along with Gon's fierce determination. "I have to protect the kids. I can't lose them again. I have to protect them." Finally, all the pent-up frustration exploded as she screamed in agonizing pain. Chun Bok stood nearby, horrified, watching her get attacked. "Something's wrong." I tried to hold him back. She tried to use all of her strength and suddenly realized she couldn't. Why doesn't it work on him? He can already stand up straight. Angrily, she asked, "What did you do to me? Now I can't." "You know what a deal means, right? You?" Gon said, while commanding his disgusting tentacles to keep attacking the three of them. "Once a deal is made, you shouldn't lie." But he trembled, clutching his aching head, yelling, "You still dare to trick me? I've been too generous with you. Now face the consequences. No matter what you do now, you'll never get what you want because I'm done trading with someone like you. Now take your hands off my food." Gon was attacked but could only protect the kids until she was exhausted. Her body felt torn to pieces, her face lifeless, unable to react anymore, even as the kids kept trembling, calling her name, "Sister Gon, sister. We're gonna die. Run now, I'm begging you. Please run. Are you even listening to me? Right now, I'm just beating myself up, thinking I'm the worst for almost abandoning them 100 times. I could just run away and live free, but what I see in front of me are two poor kids crying so pitifully. Even though I'm not the one getting hit, I feel the pain because I know these kids are worried about me. They must have gone through so much pain. Maybe even more than me, but they're still waiting for me." I grit my teeth, holding back the pain in my heart and body, then calmly call out to the kids, urging them to stop crying and listen closely to what I say. "All the bad stuff you had to endure is over now. You're safe. No more pain, no more suffering. From now on, I'll always be by your side." I force a smile to reassure the kids and promise to protect them, no matter what it takes. The two kids are stunned for a moment seeing me like that, then both press their lips tight, determined to stop crying and answer yes, even though they don't know if my life is ticking away like a clock right now. That guy is still going crazy over his prize and getting more pissed off at this emotional crap. "Bring me the food now." But just as he throws another blow, a sharp gunshot rings out. The bullet hits him right in the head, knocking off his hat and glasses. Time seems to freeze for a moment, only the sound of the glasses hitting the floor remains. Chun Bok sees how dangerous it is and quickly pulls out her gun. That's when he finally notices the tiny presence left standing. In a low voice, he says, "Kid, I didn't know you had a gun. That thing's pretty dangerous for a kid to play with, you know. But I guess I can play with you." His body suddenly transforms into a huge, monstrous form. Chun Bok is speechless. and he continues with a calm voice that sends chills down her spine. You'll never get bored. I'll play with you until the very end. When she clearly sees his face, her heart skips a beat like it wants to scream out loud. His eyes are blue. Chun Bok remembers what her mom told her. Mom said so. Got it. She puts the gun back into her small bag. This isn't a toy, remember? So only use it in real emergencies. Chun Bok pouts and replies, I know, Mom, don't worry. Then she gently adds, Mom trusts her baby, and always remember to carry it with you and only use it when you really need to protect yourself, okay? Inside, she silently thinks, sorry, Mom, I have to take it out now, but this is an emergency. Her eyes locked on that monster. Chun Bok is determined. If I want to save you and the other three, I have to beat him. His blue eyes. I've never seen a monster with eyes like that. Maybe that's why I can't control him. What do I do now? Brain, work. Despite being scared, Chun Bok doesn't loosen her grip on the gun. As things get tense, on the other side of the room, where a door has been quietly closed, no one notices it slowly creak open. Chun Bok quickly scans and reassesses the situation. Gon is badly injured, so I can't expect any help from her. And the exit is completely blocked by him. Running away means leaving everything in this room, which seems to be part of his plan. While she's still thinking, he corners her against the wall. This situation is really bad. The only chance is to overpower him. So, what should I do now? The girl tries to swallow her fear and clears her throat. Hey, kid. He suddenly speaks, making Chun Bok suspicious. Then, a bit awkwardly, he says, At first, I thought I was mistaken, but I think I recognize those eyes. Kid, could you be the boss's daughter? His last words are hesitant, sweat clearly visible on his face. Chun Bok doesn't understand what he means. Boss? He's their leader? Then she realizes this is her chance. I can help everyone get out of this if I trick him a bit. She thinks that and immediately puts on her acting skills with a big laugh. You really can't see the forest for the trees. Chun Bok clears her throat and tries to sound confident. You're right. I am the boss's daughter, Gazon. The others watching this can't help but doubt if she's trying to fool him with this blatant lie. Yeah, he does look genuinely confused seeing her eye color, but what if he finds out the truth? Could he really believe that? He's still wide-eyed and panting hard. Chun Bok sees he's not reacting and gets bolder. Unbelievable. You're not going to report to your boss? Where's your manners? Or do I have to teach you a lesson? Chun Bok tries to look fierce, like a real rich kid, but he suddenly drops to his knees, terrified, begging for forgiveness. I was extremely rude, sir. I didn't know the lady was the leader's daughter. Please forgive my ignorance. The other three are shocked, speechless. Gon even thinks to herself, no way, he actually believes it. See? I knew my plan was perfect. Feeling that, Chun Bok gets even bolder. All right, now listen carefully. Yes, sir. I'm listening carefully. He nods repeatedly, then Chun Bok clearly says, I heard you're causing trouble in my territory, so I came here. Didn't expect you to dare make deals here. I sincerely apologize, but as the lady sees, I never heard about that. But before he can finish, she snaps back. Hey, are you trying to deny me? I'll give you a chance to mess up. Now bring those guys and the one you caught earlier to me. Then she lowers her voice to sound serious. If you don't obey, I guarantee this will reach the leader's ears. Inside, she's screaming. Damn, my acting is top-notch. Then she shouts to threaten him. Move your ass fast. He lowers his head and replies, Understood, miss. But instead of acting immediately, he hesitates. But may I ask you one more thing? She's surprised but says, yeah, go ahead. Why bother disguising yourself to come here and inspect? He asks. She stammers. Well, I wanted to see how you really act. What are you going to do with my leftover food? He asks again. Well, lately, I've been interested in trying different dishes. After she answers, from behind, dozens of his hands had already appeared on the wall, but he still tried to say more. So let me ask you one more question. His face turned extremely dark, staring straight into her eyes and said, Can you describe what the leader looks like for me? Gon clenched his teeth anxiously. Damn, what else was the girl planning to say to him? Chun Bok's face also darkened and fell silent, but suddenly her gaze became strangely sharp, calmly staring right at him and shot back coldly. No comment. Then she immediately dodged to the side to avoid the reaching hands trying to trap her. She quickly fired shot after shot at him. By now he was truly furious, laughing loudly as he shouted, You really are a puppet girl. Not only that, you're pretty strong and fast too. Let me tell you, I've been playing along with you to see what happens, but you really have nothing to do with my boss at all. But today's my lucky day, because I got some good meat and eyes just like my boss's. He mocked her while relentlessly attacking. Little Chun Bok struggled to dodge as much as she could. Damn, this place was too cramped to avoid his blows, but it seemed like he wasn't giving her any time to think of a plan against him anymore. Despite her best efforts, Chun Bok couldn't escape this completely reversed situation. The huge hands all pressed in on her, and his voice slowly rose, "Playtime's over, kid." Then bam! All those hands slammed Chun Bok down onto the ground. Her precious limbs were pinned. He even had the nerve to explain. "You kids are always as predictable as the palm of a hand. You're way too naive. You really thought you could escape while on my turf? Let's see. I never thought anyone would have my boss's eyes. This is a real surprise. I guess you're the reason my head hurts, huh? But judging by your attitude, this doesn't look like the usual outcome, right?" Then he forcefully pried Chun Bok's eyes open and added, "I think I know why. Want me to tell you? It's because you're still too green. Even though you have a God-given power, your strength only bursts out partially because it's affected by my ability. In the end, it's all over. Relax your eyes now." Chun Bok. At this moment, she wasn't thinking about her situation, but kept obsessing over this thought. Because of my power, his strength can't fully activate because he has the ability to resist it. Damn it. So what the hell do I do now to deal with a monster like him? Chun Bok still tried to use her power on him, making him grunt in pain and shout, "Cut the crap and stop using your power." And he kept tightening his grip on her limbs. Then they kept threatening, "If I count to 3 and you don't stop, I'll tear you apart." Chun Bok just kept thinking, "What do I do now? I don't believe he'll spare me. If I stop using my power, then what now?" It was already at 2. She panicked, not knowing what to do. No one noticed the door behind them had quietly opened wider. Suddenly, an unbelievable sight appeared before her, freezing her for a moment. The final count was the voice of the old man who had kidnapped people before, standing right behind him. Feeling the deadly intent, he immediately reacted and turned to catch him. But the old man was faster. He managed to land a clear stab into flesh. The space fell silent again, and Chun Bok's voice rose low. "Hey, you bastard, I'm taking these kids." Around where he was, blood splattered everywhere. The 3 Gon sisters listened in shock. Even Chun Bok didn't understand what was happening. His voice remained deep as he continued, "Let me see how I should finish you off now." "Ah, I got it. I'll pay with your life." "How's that?" Scene change. Chun Bok was kidnapped, covered in blood and breathing heavily, still stubbornly ordering, "Bring it here." Gon Don refused and sharply opposed with a serious tone. "You need to rest. Just give me the stretcher." She insisted and was immediately scolded. "What are you trying to do in that condition? You planning to die? I get it's hard for you not to do anything. But Chun Bok's mother is out looking for her. We have to trust her, stay alert, and wait is the best option. Besides, you need me to go too." HG's harsh words completely ignored everything Gon Don just said, leaving him suddenly speechless. Her breathing was still unstable, her mental state extremely shaky, but she thought, "We waited here too long. That means his wife hasn't found the girl. If I had grabbed her hand in time back then, this wouldn't have happened. It's all my fault, so I have to go." She shouted with all her strength, "So hurry up and bring me that stretcher." A weak punch landed on H.G. Dudung's cheek. Sitting silently beside her, listening to her nagging, he finally couldn't take it anymore. In surprise, H.G. Dudung slowly said, "I bet you didn't even notice. Normally, you'd recognize this punch from me right away." Hearing that, Hyang rolled her eyes, glaring at Dudung fiercely to argue, but her words choked off. Dudung looked at her and smiled bitterly, continuing, "I know you're worried sick, but trust Chun Bok's mom and try to wait. I'm sure they'll come back safe. Definitely." A hidden hand silently clenched tightly, as if she was saying those words to herself too. Suddenly, a sharp noise pierced the quiet, making all 3 jump. Gon Don was the first to snap out and asked, "Was that a gunshot? Everyone else heard it too, right?" Dudung immediately replied, "Yes, I heard it too." Could it be the gunshots came from somewhere else? Chun Bok's mother heard it too, freezing for a moment like the others. She immediately thought of the gun she had given Chun Bok for self-defense not long ago. Her breath quickened uncontrollably, as if confirming that might be where she could find the girl. Back in the room where Chun Bok was still negotiating, "So, what's your answer?" "I repeat, I'll take the kids and spare your life. How about it?" The dealer got stabbed and cursed. He looked at Chun Bok, silently cursing. "That tricky girl just lowered my defense." He took a deep breath and answered Chun Bok, "Don't get cocky. You think I can be killed with just that knife? This whole room is my territory, so remember that." Before he finished, he was cut off. "Come on. What nonsense are you talking? Is this a deal or just hot air?" From Chunbi's serious threats, you could tell he wasn't joking, making the faceless guy's expression flicker with a hint of fear, and finally, a quiet click echoed. The room returned to its original state, but things were far from over. He was being held at gunpoint, and with a spike pressed right to his face, yet he didn't understand why he was still captured. Chunbi smirked slyly, trying to calm him. "No need to be scared. We just want to ask you a few questions," he shot back. This wasn't part of the deal. I let the people go, so you gotta let me go too. Come on, you better cooperate while I'm still being nice. Gon joined in, mocking him. Now all he could do was throw out helpless insults. You guys are just bullies. And instantly, 3 pairs of contemptuous eyes gathered in a corner, sneering together. Who said that? This thick-skinned dude still tries to argue with kids? We're not that mean. Chun-Bi shot him a look that said, "You serious, right now?" Gon ignored it and seriously asked, "Tell me, what's this market you keep talking about? What's there?" He laughed and replied, "I said it's a market. What else could it be?" But she immediately got tough with his nonsense and snapped. "Spit it out," he sighed, thought for a moment, then said, "That market, kids like these are super valuable. Fresh goods like this are not just rare but precious. Sometimes they even get bought as pets. So you want to hear about that, huh?" His words made Ra Xian's blood boil. "You bastard. So you never planned to give those kids back?" Chun-Bi saw her reaction and blurted out, "Hey, calm down." But that just made her angrier. "You call me calm, you fake piece of trash." Chun-Bi didn't care and turned back to him, questioning, "Nai-Nai's eye color is pretty weird. Tell me about it." Hearing this, Chun-Bi suddenly tensed up, trying hard to focus on the conversation. "My eyes? What a boring question. Haven't you guys seen eyes like this before?" He mocked, but Chun-Bi quickly cut him off, annoyed. "Hey, shut up and answer properly." So he honestly replied, "These eyes are a special mark given to me by the boss." Chun-Bi was surprised and asked again, "A mark?" He didn't hesitate to confirm, "Yeah. It's like a badge of honor for those worthy enough. The higher the value of the person, the better they can absorb and use the power granted. Bad luck for me. I haven't used it much, so this mess happened. If I'd used it better, you guys wouldn't have been able to push me around like this." But then Chun-Bi's voice turned darker than ever. "Do you remember what you said earlier?" That made him freeze. The familiar sound of a gun cocking and a cold metal pressed against his head. The old man continued, "When I was behind the door, I heard you ask if that girl is the boss's kid. So your boss is that yellow-eyed tentacle monster, right?" Mentioning that name, the old man's face darkened with gloom. He took a deep breath, waiting for his answer. And that tone, that attitude made the guy shiver, swallowing hard under the pressure. While he hesitated, the tension was so thick the old man almost pulled the trigger, but he managed to say clearly, "Yes," then quickly added, "But I don't know what he looks like every time I meet him. It's different." Chun-Bi snapped angrily, "Who do you think you're fooling?" Which left him a bit confused by the reaction. The old man's emotions exploded like a volcano, shouting, "That bastard's dead. I saw him killed with my own eyes. So how the hell is he still wandering around here?" "That guy's an imposter," he calmly replied, cutting off Chun-Bi's rising fury. Then he explained, "From what I know, that imposter formed his own tribe, but he got caught and had to face the boss for his crimes. I also heard the boss is hunting down similar tribes." As soon as he finished, Chun-Bi's face twisted again. He clicked his tongue and cursed. So that's why those bastards didn't chase after him. Gon seemed to start piecing things together. The old man gritted his teeth, unable to hold back his growing anger. "I thought it was all over, that I could live the rest of my life without regrets, and that kid could live free without being torn apart by hatred." Back to the present, the other guy seemed to notice Chun-Bi zoning out and losing focus for a moment. He looked at him with a fierce glare. The teeth grinding hadn't stopped, his heart pounding in battle rhythm. His finger tightened on the trigger, ready to shoot any time. Suddenly, Chun-Bi's voice choked out, "Sir, sir," that made the other two snap their attention to the corner of the room. The guy stood up casually and said, "All right, you've heard enough. Now it's time to decide. Are you going to keep playing this game or stop and let me go?" In a careless moment, lost in his own thoughts, Chun-Bi didn't expect him to suddenly reach out and press a knife to his neck. The tables turned again, and now he was the one asking, "So what's your answer?" Chun-Bi faced him, sweat trickling down. After a moment, silence returned. Chun-Bi nervously said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Immediately, the old man kindly reassured, "It's okay, kid. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." Meanwhile, Jia Dung and Jia Gom were already sound asleep, soothed by Gon on a warm bed. They must have been exhausted, both physically and mentally, from the past few days. Outside, the old man and grandson were still chatting. "Hey, kid." "Yes, sir." "What's up with your eyes?" "I don't know either. It just happened one day." "Yeah, I get it. No worries. It's okay, sir." "Hey, kid." "Yes?" Chun-Bi suddenly lifted his pinky, wanting to pinky promise with Chun-Bi. Holding the girl close, he gently asked, "Can you promise me something?" She was curious. "A promise?" Then, like many unspoken things, he softly answered, "Yeah, just a promise between us." The next morning, when the sun started to rise, at the hotel where the intense showdown happened last night, the door to that fateful room gently opened. Chun-Bi's mother was there, being led inside by the old man. She was still very worried, so Chunbi reassured her. The girl's inside, she's sleeping soundly. She softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much for saving her. Overwhelmed, she went straight into the room, not noticing Chunbi still wanted to say something. When she called out to Chunbi and looked into the room, her eyes suddenly froze. Chunbi was lying there, deeply asleep, unaware of anything. Gon was sitting right on the kid's bed. The kid stared blankly at the person who just walked in. Chun Bok's mom immediately flared up with rage, her palm tightening so hard that every vein popped out. In a low voice, she said, "Oh, so it's you. I had a bad feeling when I heard people describing you. You've got some nerve showing up here." Chun Bok's mom transformed into a beast, glaring at Xion with deadly eyes and snapped coldly, "Then let me finish you off right here." It scared Gon so much he screamed, only able to shout out loud, "Wait, wait." Luckily, Chunbi showed up just in time to stop Chun Bok's mom's fury. "I get how you feel, but calm down first." Hearing that, Chun Bok's mom turned to question him. "Calm down. Are you kidding me?" Then they both started yelling at each other. "No, I'm serious. And I'm not in the mood to argue with you. Plus, I'm pretty sure you need to save your energy for something else." Only then did Chun Bok's mom pause and ask him properly, "What do you mean?" He gently patted her shoulder and said, "I'll explain everything to everyone later. But as you see, maybe we have to forget about these peaceful days for now." The scene then shifted to some time later, no longer in that hotel room but a much shabbier, messier place. The clinking of chopsticks and spoons and the sound of chewing echoed steadily in the room. The space suddenly felt very quiet, but at least they were eating a hot meal. While Gon Don kept shoveling rice into his mouth silently, Chunbi was the first to speak. "No kimchi left. Eating like this is so bland." So even though they had hot rice, they were eating it plain. By the way, he also scolded Du Dung to drop that gloomy face and eat, but she just frowned and said, "No, I can't eat." After hearing that, there was no appetite left. She still couldn't believe the monster she killed was just an imposter, plus some other stuff. As that blue-eyed guy said, "I thought our revenge battle was over." But knowing this truth, it really felt like everything they did was pointless, and the more she thought about it, something still felt off. It's been months since then, but why haven't they made a move? Why aren't they chasing us? While Du Dung kept pondering, Gon Don suddenly spoke up. "Maybe they don't need to find us?" Du Dung was pretty surprised by that answer and looked up. Curious, Gon Don calmly continued, "Maybe they already know where we are but are just waiting for the right moment." But what moment? Hearing Du Dung's question, Gon Don's eyes darkened. He softly replied, "Waiting for Chun Bok's power." Not wanting Du Dung to overthink, he explained, "Just recently, I found out she has a pretty special strength. She can resist the monster virus, which is more than enough reason for them to target her, but they still haven't acted." Du Dung didn't quite get what he meant. After hesitating a bit, he decided to say, "This is just my guess. Maybe their waiting has to do with Chun Bok's power possibly growing even stronger. Maybe they're waiting for her abilities to fully mature." Chunbi didn't deny that theory and said, "We don't have concrete proof yet, but we still have time and chances to find out. For now, we should focus on gathering more info about them." The other two agreed after hearing his orders. Suddenly, a loud noise came from a room, startling all three. Chunbi asked, "Hey, Jijo, what are you doing?" Then a very flustered voice replied, "Nothing, nothing. I just fell." "That wasn't a name," I answered like that. But the thudding sounds kept coming, making everyone outside suspicious. "Is it that hard to change clothes in there? By the way, can we trust her?" "Of course. There's a reason I brought her here. She said she'd provide some pretty important info for us." Meanwhile, the situation inside the room was far from good. A huge hole had just been stabbed through the wall. She was holding her head, screaming, "Damn it, I'm dead for sure. Why did I change clothes here?" The scene then shifted to Chun Bok, who was shouting loudly and fiercely, "Listen up. This info is super important. If you want to be like me, you gotta train hard." Jia Dung and Ji Gam stood seriously, their faces extremely serious. Together, they shouted loudly, "We'll do our best." Seeing their warrior spirit, Chun Bok looked pleased. "Good. Now try what I just taught you." "Yes, teacher." Chun Bok's face was full of happiness and pride. "All right, since I'm your teacher, I'll go easy on you. So come on, let's go up." Meanwhile, while the kids were noisy and lively, on the other side of the rooftop, Chun Bok's mom was enjoying a hot cup of tea in the cold winter with HG. She took the chance to ask, "So what did you want to say to me? I know you didn't just invite me up here for tea, right? So what's the reason?" H was still coughing weakly, stammering and breathing heavily, as she replied, "Actually, I have a few things I need to tell you." Chun Bok's mom wasn't very patient and pressed. "What is it? Say it quick. I don't have time for chit-chat." "I'm sorry." Those three words from H made Chun Bok's mom spit out the hot tea she just drank. She was shocked beyond belief and had to confirm immediately. "What did you just say?" HG still hung her head sadly and said, "It's my fault. I should have been more careful." Luckily, Chunbi was there to save her, but if she had been kidnapped alone, she might not be here with us now. With eyes that couldn't believe what they heard, Chun Bok's mom listened as HG calmly continued, I promise this won't happen again. I will protect her with my life." Hearing those sincere words, Chun Bok's mom stared at H, then decided to ask, "Can I ask you something? Because I've always been curious from the start. I know you're quite different. But what made you go so far for my daughter? What makes you crave her like that? Why?" Every word from Chun Bok's mom seemed to try to break into HG's already lonely world. She didn't answer right away but seemed lost in her own thoughts. After a while, she seemed to have made a decision, gently set down her tea, and spoke, "Because she saved my life. I used to be someone blinded by revenge, but she truly enlightened me." The image of Chun Bok happily playing with Jia Dung and Ji Gam really moved any mother's heart, and in H's eyes, it seemed like she had seen this before. A little girl with missing teeth waving happily, calling out "Mom." And suddenly, those hands full of calluses and scars also raised up, and she smiled. "Really?" Hyan waved back at her and said that to him, this kid was his hope and everything he had left, and he was just trying to protect that. Chun Bok was also screaming out loud, showing off her victory, shouting, "Mom, look, I'm fine." No way, seeing Hyun like that left Chun Bok's mom a bit speechless. Maybe she saw some regret in Hyun's eyes and actions. Seeing Hyun still coughing repeatedly, she casually handed the teacup back to him. Though her tone was a bit cold, she was genuinely concerned, saying, "Drink it while it's hot, it'll warm you up. Get well soon so I can nag you a little more." She couldn't help but blush, feeling shy. Hyun noticed the change and slowly asked, "So, you're actually worried about me now, huh?" That made Chun Bok's mom awkwardly deny it. "Don't get me wrong, I'm just saying that because I don't want to carry more burdens." But Hyun obviously understood, smiling lightly and replying, "Yeah. Well, thanks." Then Chun Bok's mom, not wanting to get too deep into emotional talks, quickly put on her indifferent face and said, "Enough already." She was acting weird, but just as she finished, Hyan suddenly collapsed, making her face darken in shock, unable to grasp what was happening. The teacup Hyun was holding fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, instantly grabbing the kid's attention. Everyone was still stunned, only able to stare at Hyan, who was now completely sprawled out on the floor. Scene shifts inside the movie theater, silent until suddenly a countdown voice starts from 10. The person speaking was heading straight for the big door up front. Now it's 7. He counted down 3 more numbers while casually walking down the hallway. Then the dealer quietly lifted his shirt collar to check the watch on his wrist, counting down 3, 2, 1 with each tick of the second hand. As soon as he finished 1, the door in front slowly opened, making a spine-chilling creak. The dealer tensed immediately and lowered his hand. "He's here." Heavy footsteps echoed continuously, mixed with the long creak of the big door approaching. He bowed respectfully, thanking and welcoming the Lord for coming. The moment the dealer called out Bigfoot was when the guy stomped in with heavy steps. Bigfoot was clearly impatient, his voice low and rough as he demanded, "Where's the meat?" He hurriedly pointed up at the ceiling. "It's all up there." But before the dealer could finish, dripping sounds caught the guy's attention above. Looking up, he saw a distorted face with a wide-open mouth groaning. The drips were saliva mixed with tears streaming down. Next to that man was a woman in the exact same condition. Not stopping there, behind them were dozens of people with bloated bodies like floating balloons all over the ceiling, accompanied by uncontrollable groans and screams. The dealer quickly stepped forward to explain that fattening them took just a few days, but keeping them was tough because they stuck together instinctively. As he spoke, he suddenly froze as something like a stick poked straight into a body swelling to the point of bursting, making the woman scream. The dealer was sucking the fluid from the creature through his index finger while fumbling inside his coat. Both the quality and quantity were top-notch, and the flavor was incredibly unique. "These goods are really valuable now." Finishing his words, he pulled out a bottle of pills. "Thanks, boss, for giving me such a great gift. This will solve our food problems." Hearing that, Bigfoot looked satisfied and turned away, saying, "No time, so just handle the rest." As he was about to leave, the dealer's voice made Bigfoot stop. "One last thing before you go, I saw a girl with yellow eyes." The guy almost spun around immediately after hearing that. He said he recently caught sight of that girl while collecting. In front of Bigfoot was the dealer holding Chun Bok tightly. "I know you're short on time, but can we talk for a bit?" Hearing that, the guy just stood silently, deep in thought. Meanwhile, in a big apartment complex, a sound like something being cut rang out. Then came a gut-wrenching scream from a man with a tear-streaked face. A second later, he collapsed onto the pizza table amid the woman's painful screams on the floor. The man leaned on the table mockingly. "He's weak." The guy next to him wanted to cut off the pinky finger too. At the same time, on the other side, The woman's painful pleas echoed as darts kept hitting her body. The man preparing to throw more got excited and told her to stand still. Looking down at the floor, a foot stomped hard on the head of the man collapsed in a pool of blood. "I think he's done for," another voice said. "He's too weak." Both decided to find new toys. Watching this, the guy sweated nervously and swallowed hard. He was silently thinking, "This is bad." Then a voice said, "My crew's a bit loud. We rarely party, so cut us some slack." Then the guy tried to steer the conversation toward business, but he was busy wondering why Myung-hun kept staring at him. The pressure was crushing, making him tense like a drawn bowstring. He repeated the name Crazy Dog Gang in his head, a group of ruthless criminals. His gaze landed on the man in front of him. Though risky, he heard they completed missions well, so he hesitated. He shifted his eyes to the severed fingers on the pizza table. Before he could think further, a loud voice interrupted, "Should I trust these guys or not?" That cut off his thoughts and made him jump. His whole body tense as the man in front laughed heartily. "I bet that's exactly what you're thinking." The guy caught off guard stammered an explanation, but it was useless. The man laughed harder. "I was right, huh? Look at your face, not bored yet." The man got serious again, grabbing a beer can. "What we do might seem shady, but that's not all. We're pros at completing missions." He flicked his index finger and popped the beer can open. "Even if we're crazy." Hearing that, the guy couldn't help but lower his head slightly to hide his obvious tension. What he saw was the man pushing the beer can toward him, growling that they wouldn't bite the hand that feeds them. The man still smirked, but his face showed a dark seriousness. "Don't worry, we'll handle your request." The more he heard, the more sweat poured down the guy's face. He swallowed nervously. Saliva heard the man ask for the location of the liquor storage. A few seconds after his body relaxed, the boy finally whispered, taking a breath. He said he would show the guy a video first, while hurriedly digging through his pocket but accidentally dropped a piece of paper. That paper coincidentally landed right at Myung-hun's feet. Seeing this, the boy immediately stammered, asking for the paper back, but Myung-hun silently ignored him, forcing the man to call out again. Despite the man shouting for his stuff, Myung-hun completely ignored him, focusing only on the drawing displayed on the paper. When the urging grew louder, he finally spoke. "Shut the hell up. Just go straight in, idiot." After that, everyone around almost turned their heads sharply to look at Myung-hun. Instantly, even the guys playing pizza or drinking beer froze, staring at him. And of course, the man who got cursed at directly was quietly grinding his teeth in anger. "What did you just say?" Almost immediately, the gang members took cautious steps forward. One muttered confusingly, "What's wrong with Myung-hun that he dares to act like that?" Another grabbed a baseball bat. "That's not something you should answer, Captain," someone said. And the guy immediately swung the bat hard, ready to teach him a lesson. A loud smack echoed, accompanied by blood splattering like water, making the instigators stare in confusion. Seeing the scene clearly, he broke out in cold sweat, stammering, unable to speak. Then came a horrifying scream because what he saw was his teammate's head lying on the pizza table, face completely mangled. He glanced at Myung-hun, who still held his fist up, intently staring at the drawing in his hand, cursing. What the hell happened to his face? This is unacceptable. At that moment, he clenched his bloody fist tightly, a cracking sound echoing. The boy stared at the scene in front of him, mouth agape in horror. That was the monster's hand. Naturally, everyone else in the room noticed that strange hand too. Suddenly, without warning, the hand pulled up the visor on the helmet. The lifted visor immediately revealed a bloodshot eye that didn't take its gaze off the drawing in the boy's hand for even a second. In the blink of an eye, the captain broke out in a cold sweat, grimacing and cursing. Right after, he angrily pointed at Myung-hun. "You guys catch him for me. If anyone kills him, I'll give half. No, all I have. So kill him fast." The captain was so worked up that the veins on his temple bulged. This generous reward worked instantly. The crowd didn't hesitate and rushed forward to attack him. Shouts of battle spirit rang out, mixed with countless weapons flying at Myung-hun, who remained completely focused on the drawing. He seemed completely unaware of the overwhelming hostility coming from all sides, quietly muttering, "Finally, I've found you, hey." As soon as Myung-hun finished, the armed crowd closed in within inches, surrounding him. 1 second later, deep red blood splattered everywhere. His voice rang out again, "Wait for me. I'll come soon." Blood poured out the second-floor window, staining the sign below the title Seoul Rehabilitation Hospital with dark red. The scene inside was chaotic, drenched in blood with bodies scattered everywhere, some missing limbs. A sobbing voice begged for mercy, saying he only came to deliver a mission to capture the people drawn on the scattered papers on the floor. While the lucky survivors quietly fled, Myung-hun replied that he had just saved this boy from being tricked and killed by the scammers here. "I was planning to retire after finishing them off, but your drawings changed my mind." He spoke slowly while peeling the boy's collar and lifting him up, causing the boy to moan his last few sounds. Myung-hun got to the point, asking the boy to hand over the mission to him. The boy didn't answer but sobbed. "Who the hell are you?" But Myung-hun's reply and his crazed eyes shocked him. "I'm the real damn mad dog." "Now it's my turn to ask, so answer wisely." He raised the blood-stained drawing in his hand. "Where's this woman now?" Meanwhile, in a bedroom, Hae was violently coughing up blood, throwing Chun-Bi and Du-Dung into panic. She couldn't hold it anymore and lifted her head, repeatedly hitting her stomach, causing more blood to pour from her throat. He immediately realized Hae was having a seizure again. The two quickly held her tightly to prevent self-harm. The cloth Du-Dung held was soaked with blood. Even the towel was nearly drenched. The room turned chaotic with Chun-Bi's panicked voice and Hae's screams. Hearing her name, Gon Don outside frantically searched for medicine, shouting for them to hold on a bit longer. Inside the room, Hae suddenly placed her bloody hand on Du-Dung's shoulder, startling her. She struggled to say each word. "Ask Du-Dung to do something for me." On the rooftop, where kids played happily, a mother and child silently hugged in a corner. Chun's mother held her trembling little daughter tightly. At the same time, inside the towering building under the gloomy sky, Hae asked Du-Dung to bring something for her. Later, Chun's mother frowned, asking in disbelief. Du-Dung helplessly buried her face in a pillow. "You heard it too. Hae won't recover after this." Her voice echoed through the blood-stained bathroom. Even Du-Dung found it strange she was still alive, her body pushed to the limit and beyond help. A drop of blood slowly dripped from the soaked cloth. She hesitated but decided to say, "It's time to prepare ourselves for the inevitable." Hearing this, Chun's mother grew impatient, thinking meeting Jinwoo tomorrow would help Hae, but Gon Don interrupted. "There's no time. You know he did his best to treat her in a terrible environment, so even if Hae survives, Jinwoo can't do anything more for her. We still have to fight those Gazon monsters." Hearing this, she quietly bowed her head, stroking the two kids, resting their heads on her lap. At this, Chun-Bi covered his face on the sofa, cursing. It seemed the time to decide had come. "We're just delaying the inevitable." Chun's mother bit her lip, glancing back unwillingly, while a worried voice asked, "Should we still hold on to a glimmer of hope?" At this moment, her eyes only saw the closed door of Hae's room, while those outside debated whether to let her go peacefully. Inside, Hae struggled to breathe, sweat dripping from her face. Finally, she managed to say, "Got a one-word answer from Chun Bok," but the right answer was asshole. The girl even excitedly bragged that she had read it in a book. Then Chun Bok happily promised to play outside again after she recovered, and this time the girl would let H play the mom in the family game. "That's right. Today I also taught Ji-Dung and Ji-Gam some fighting moves." She was completely drained but still managed to half open her eyes to look at Chun Bok. "The kids were really into learning, so next time you teach Trung with me, okay?" The girl was trying to list all the things she wanted to do with H when she got better but suddenly hesitated and clenched her fists tight. Just then, HG suddenly called her name, making her jump. Hearing the request to close her eyes, Chun Bok was a bit confused. But HG just urged her to hurry up. Chun Bok wanted to say something more but couldn't find the words. Finally, she swallowed the words she wanted to say, slowly closed her eyes in deep thought. Then Chun Bok chose to tightly shut her eyes as H said. In front of her, it was pitch black, only the sound of rustling could be heard. When Chun Bok asked if she could open her eyes yet, she coughed a few times. After a while, when told she could open them, the girl slowly peeled her eyelids open bit by bit. Chun Bok saw something wooden-colored. The wooden box hitting her eyes surprised her, making her gasp. H didn't let Chun Bok see what was inside and told her to open it herself. Chun Bok obediently placed her small hand on the box lid, gently lifted it. Her wide eyes unconsciously showed her amazement at what was inside. Chun Bok froze, lifting two perfectly sized crutches. "What are these?" Hearing this, H said it was a gift she gave to the girl. Of course, H was very happy that Chun Bok liked it. Behind the closed door, she explained that she had planned to give it when the girl was a bit older, but couldn't wait anymore. H wanted her to use them to protect herself. Chun Bok forced a hesitant smile, wanting to speak, but her throat felt stuck. She continued to remind the girl to practice what she had taught her. Use your strength the right way. Hearing this, Chun Bok's smile faded. She wanted to stop. H said again. She didn't forget to remind Chun Bok to eat properly and live a whole life. The girl bowed her head, trembling at H's words like a gentle warning. Don't waste your life just for revenge. Be a good girl. Even when I'm gone. Chun Bok couldn't hold it anymore and shouted sharply at her. H was clearly exhausted after trying to speak so long. She used her last strength to keep her eyes open, looking at the girl who was trying to deny the truth. Chun Bok screamed through tears, "I'll be a bad kid. If you leave, I'll hate you and become a terrible adult. You don't want me to end up like that, right? So please." H's face was soaked, not sure if it was sweat or tears from Chun Bok falling on it. The girl couldn't take it anymore, hugging her and sobbing, "Please don't leave me. I like you so much, so don't say things like that anymore." By then, Chun Bok's face was flushed red from crying. Feeling the girl's small hands stroking her hair with endless sobs, H quietly sighed inside. I made that decision in front of your mom, but in the end, I became a mess. It's okay. After all, I only caused trouble. They've had enough trouble because of me, so everything will be fine. Now I can go. H gently stroked the head buried in her lap, crying. Suddenly, the door creaked open. The sound startled Chun Bok, who lifted her tear-streaked face to look and saw her mom standing at the door. Chun Bok, can you come out for a bit? Mom has something private to talk to you about. H said it would be quick, baby. Hearing that, the girl didn't hesitate and quickly wiped her tears, obeying. The tears wouldn't stop, no matter how much Chun Bok wiped. Suddenly, something urged her to glance at her mom, and what she saw horrified her so much that the tears stopped. Chun Bok froze, staring at the shiny knife in her mom's hand. Her voice trembling, she asked, "What are you holding?" Chun Bok was forced outside, so she screamed, "Let me go." Chun Bok, calm down, I'm letting you go right now. Your mom won't hurt H, so just wait. But the girl didn't listen, crying loudly and saying it was all lies. Why did you hand her over? Our mom will explain later, so please. Before he finished, the girl shouted, Dad, stop. Stop lying. I know what that skin means. Chun Bok cried louder and louder, screaming, how could you do that to her? I hate you. You're so bad, cruel, and ridiculous. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Chun Bok and knocked her out in front of Gon Don, shocking her so much she couldn't react. Just seconds later, Chun Bok was unconscious and fell asleep. Gon Don was furious, turning to Durung and yelling, Are you crazy? Why did you do that to her? She calmly replied, Don't overreact. I just made her sleep a bit. Dudung continued, If she kept screaming like that, some monster would definitely hear and come looking for us. Why not just tell her the truth from the start? Gon Don stammered, because we can't be sure of anything. Hearing this, Dudung asked, So what's your plan? Dudung pressed on, What if it fails? It will only destroy Chun Bok. Gon Don was helpless, hearing the question. He could only say it was something very hard to explain. He meant after everything we've been through. Suddenly, Chun Bok from outside spoke in a deep voice. Everything's ready. Everyone get prepared. We should focus on going out first. Then he emphasized there's no turning back. So let her handle it, and we should prepare for the worst. Saying that, he took out a gun and loaded it decisively. Then Chun Bok said seriously, By the way, are you sure about that? Radeon got angry hearing Chun Bok ask, I told you about this 100 times. I'm GDO, and don't blame me if it fails. I only suggested possible plans, but whether it succeeds depends on HG. Meanwhile, Chun Bok's mom was very worried looking at HG lying down. HG looked very tired but still forced a smile. Her smile was faint. She slowly closed her eyes and said, If that's your decision, then hurry up. Chun Bok's mom frowned at H and said, Of course, it has to be quick. Then she raised the knife and said, It'll hurt a little. As the knife stabbed down, blood sprayed from H's mouth. H's face was covered in blood. She kept coughing and looked exhausted. What are you doing to me? Didn't you want to kill me? Chun Bok's mom grabbed H's hand and asked, What am I doing? Why did the knife just fall to the ground? Chun Bok's mom's voice boomed. I'm trying to save your life. So listen carefully now. I'd rather turn you into a monster like me than watch you die. Gazan told me the only way to create a conscious monster is that I have to. Infecting her wound with blood or saliva is like what those tentacle monsters do. But I haven't infected or eaten anyone since I became a monster. I'm trying to hold back my other cravings because of my family. So that's all I'll say. Chun Bok's mother swallowed her saliva, looking a bit worried toward H. Right now, Chun Bok's mother's mouth was filled with saliva squeezed out. Her body had fully transformed into a real monster state. Saying this will be a bit hard for me, but I'll do my best to endure it. So you have to endure it with me and let me save your life once again. H was very tired, trying to ask what would happen if it failed. What do you mean? Chun Bok's mother asked. Struggling to answer what would happen if I turned into a monster and attacked you back. Chun Bok's mother's face lit up excitedly. She clenched her hand and cheerfully said, It's fine. I'll teach you a lesson by beating you half to death. Or maybe turn you into my pet. Even though covered in blood, Hai still tried to speak softly. That would only cause more trouble for you. I would just be a huge burden to everyone again. We've always been like this, nothing strange to us anymore. Hai shouted angrily, Damn it, just give up on me. I've told you, I'll only be a useless monster. Why won't you understand? She coughed harshly while speaking. Everyone would be better off without me. So just let me die. Chun Bok's mother gently called out to H. Hearing the call, she became fierce like a wild beast. What now? Chun Bok's mother spoke slowly and clearly. You're pathetic. That calm statement made H stare at the woman in front of her. Hai could only blankly ask why. Chun Bok's mother said she was too selfish. Wasn't it a lie when she said if Chun Bok was in danger again, she'd risk her life to protect her? Chun Bok's mother angrily looked at H. Do you think we'd be better off without you? That's just ridiculous. It wasn't an easy decision for me, but I didn't think you were this terrible. H was awakened by Chun Bok's mother's words. The human inside her stirred. She was utterly shocked to hear those words from Chun Bok's mother. And maybe H's gaze showed a late realization. Chun Bok's mother continued, "That's all you want. How can you rest easy while Chun Bok will be crying like that?" Chun Bok's mother pressed close to Hai's face. "You won't regret this, right? Decide now, die here or keep living and keep your promise to Chun Bok." Those questions and accusations made Hai drift into thoughts about what might happen in the past. That's not living even though you're still alive. She had countless times of pain, countless times falling because she couldn't stand, countless times being nothing but a monster. And now H thought she had done her part and was standing on a cliff, facing a tough choice, waiting for her answer. H was scared, standing on the cliff. "I've done it." She could hear every beat of her heart as she stood on the cliff, connected to her heart returning to reality. Hai called Chun Bok's mother. Chun Bok's mother was furious and asked, "What is it, you bastard?" H slowly said, "If you really have to do this, then do it properly. I'm ready to go through the ultimate pain now." Chun Bok's mother was drooling. She grabbed Hai's hand and said, "You talk too much, you know that. Now endure the pain you talked about." Then Chun Bok's mother bit Hai's hand and tried to infect her with the virus. Chun Bok's mother bit harder and harder. The infection process was extremely painful. The pain made H's brain feel numb. She hurt so much she wanted to faint. Scene change, whispers around. Is he sleeping? Yeah. I guess he needs more rest. It's always like this when he brings someone here. Yes, I understand. But when will he wake up? Quiet, let him sleep. But it seems like he's waking up now. That's good then. Take him to Myung-hun. You're the one who tried to find Chun Bok for revenge but ended up in the hospital. He thought silently. Why am I lying in bed? He recalled the scene before losing consciousness. Oh, right. I failed against that mustached man and passed out. But why is it so noisy here? Everyone was staring at him. He slowly opened his eyes. Just waking up, he saw many eyes staring at him. Surprised, he screamed, making everyone in the hospital jump at the loud shout. After waking, he scared and curled up sitting in a corner of the bed, shouting, "Who are these people? And where is this place?" One of the people looking at him ran to call Myung-hun on the phone. "Myung-hun, he's awake." Meanwhile, he was still panicking, asking, "Are you trying to attack me?" Everyone tried to calm him. "We're just here to take care of you." The nurses hurried over to him. "Don't come near me, stay away." "Do you want candy?" "No, I don't eat." Myung-hun rushed to him urgently. He pulled back the curtain to look at him in a hurry. Myung-hun grabbed his shirt and pulled him, making him scared and ask, "Why am I here?" Without a word, Myung-hun dragged him away. "Wait, where are you taking me?" "To talk, where else? Please let go of me first." "Shut up if you don't want to die." While he was being dragged away, the portrait he drew of Chun Bok fell to the ground. The portrait lay flat on the floor. But then someone picked it up. Jun Diu held the picture, thinking this kid seems to be back. Myung-hun's conversation. "First, I want to thank you. I knew she was strong enough to survive, so I searched for her all these years. Just because I believed she was still alive, but I never imagined someone would suddenly find her one day. You can't imagine how much my life has changed, right?" He stammered. "Yeah." Myung-hun continued. "So how is she?" He got asked and became nervous, sweating. Myung-hun kept asking, "Tell me everything. What do you know about her? Her personality, her face or voice? How does she act? Does she attract attention or have any influence? Tell me. Tell me everything you know. Hurry up." The rapid questions made his fear grow, sweat pouring more. "I used to think a lot about dangerous situations like this before, but this guy, no, this monster. I stayed close to him all the time." Seeing him silent, Myung-hun urged again, "Hey, say something." He got so scared it felt like an electric shock ran down his spine. Finally, he opened his mouth but still stammered. "I have one request. Arrest everyone in that picture. That's all I ask." He started to continue. "You see, long ago, Hai's group hired us to pose as monsters. But after, one of the girls in her group used some weird powers to bring real monsters back, and in the end, I lost my entire family because of them. I want revenge. Please, catch them for me." After hearing this, Myung-hun seemed to understand the situation somewhat. "So that's why you're so desperate for revenge, huh?" He gently rubbed the kid's head and said, "I get it. But don't you still not get one thing?" Myung-hun scratched his head and continued, "Who cares what you say? If you help me, I'll tell you where the liquor stash is." Myung-hun asked, and the kid stammered. "Well, I also know where the food storage is, but that's still not enough for Myung-hun." This time, the kid had nothing left to trade, but Myung-hun didn't care about that stuff. "I don't need any of the things you mentioned. What I want to hear is something else. You know what it is, right? The boy's heart felt like it was about to jump out. His face was drenched in sweat, and he kept mumbling but still couldn't say what Myung-hun wanted to hear. He leaned in close, grabbing the kid's face with an eager look. The kid hesitated and mumbled about Hi-Ra. I'm sorry, but I don't know where she is. If you find those people... Before he could finish, Myung-hun flew into a rage and smashed the table to pieces. Fine, that's what I suspected. But don't think I'm some idiot who'll just do what you want. The kid you mentioned, I'll handle your request, but I want a reward worth my while. Every word he spoke terrified the kid. Myung-hun gripped his big hands tight and said, I just want to find Hi-Ra. I don't need anything else but her. How do you feel facing a giant like that? The kid was tiny and scared, answering, But why? What do you want? He whispered, But can I ask you something? Is that really enough for you? What's your real goal? The sudden question froze Myung-hun for 5 seconds. He looked at the kid mischievously and answered quickly, I'm just curious. You really want to know, kid? Yeah, I want to know. Then I'll tell you. Saying that, he pulled a chair close, sat down in front of the kid, and began to tell. You see, H is a woman I'm really weak for, so I want to kill her. Myung-hun gave a creepy smile. That's why she's very, very important to me, he went on, talking about the days he spent with HG with a tone of excitement. She's strong. Sometimes she's strict, but other times she's really sweet. As he spoke, her image appeared in Myung-hun's mind. She's the strongest woman I've ever known. To me, she's unbeatable. In his eyes, Hi-Ra was like a monster. He chuckled softly, the chains rattling as he said, That's why I will. Myung-hun looked at the kid and continued, Tame her like my own dog. A dog that can't live without me. I can't wait to see her. I wonder where she is now. After hearing Myung-hun's story, the kid thought, Is this dude crazy? He's strong but violent and obsessed with that woman. Is he really the right guy for what I'm asking? But where could they be? The tense atmosphere between Myung-hun and the kid was broken by the sound of a door opening and a sigh, bow. So you're here, Myung-hun. If you're done here, can I talk to him for a bit? Myung-hun's vacant eyes looked at Jinwoo. Jinwoo continued, It'll only take a few minutes, please. I'm begging you. The person who just asked to talk to Myung-hun was none other than Jinwoo. Jinwoo's story started to unfold. We went through a lot in the village, surviving by watching teammates sacrifice themselves and sometimes by cursing or shunning each other, all because of suspicion among our own while living like we were cursed in hell. But I still had hope, a fierce wish. I just wished to live a normal life. Maybe that strong hope led me. We finally found a house after a long, persistent search. When we found the new place, we discussed and set common rules to avoid repeating past mistakes, and we kept the peace and safety we wanted. Many rules were made, but almost all had one unspoken law. Never mention Chun Bok's group. That law was top priority for everyone's in the village's benefit, so no one dared speak up and just live like that. Then other rules formed, things started to have order and justice. Although there were hardships and conflicts at first, the village gradually took shape and improved. We all grew closer and closer to the normal life I always dreamed of. Back then, Jinwoo was really happy. He thought, yeah, a normal life can last long. But that didn't last. A crisis life Jinwoo had seen before appeared again. Slow footsteps entered their village with a weak voice. We need food and a doctor. Everyone was stunned by the newcomer because they couldn't believe their eyes. Was that Hi-Ra? Jinwoo kept thinking. One day, a group from outside appeared. No, it was a monster that showed up before us. Ending the flashback, the scene returned to the conversation between Myung-hun and Jinwoo. Myung-hun, rough and bored, said, Don't you see I'm busy? Come back next time. Hearing that, Jinwoo said, Jinwoo needs you, but I'm busy. Fear was clear on Jinwoo's face. He seemed too scared to even talk to Myung-hun. So he turned away. I'll wait, so please hurry up. Myung-hun agreed. All right, wait outside. The loud door slam signaled Jinwoo had fully left the room. Now only Myung-hun and the kid were inside. He kept staring at him and said, Did you hear what he said? Decide everything quickly. The kid, drenched in sweat, looked up at Myung-hun fearfully and said, But I've told you everything I know. Are you sure about what you said? What do you mean? Myung-hun crushed the kid's face with his rough hand, confusing him deeply. Then he stared and said, You have to know. Is there something you still don't get? You dare ask me when you don't even know where they are. Think hard, you definitely know where they are. Think carefully. His rough hand tore a scratch across the kid's cheek. The kid screamed in pain, You're hurting me. Despite the cries, he kept ordering the kid to think hard. I believe you know. Hurry up, think really hard for me. The kid was terrified. Myung-hun shouted, Let me go. But the more he struggled, the more aggressive and beast-like Myung-hun became. Rack your brain and remember. A hand grabbed Myung-hun's shoulder tightly, telling him to stop already. Seeing Myung-hun still not stopping, Jinwoo shouted, Stop, you're going to kill him. Jinu only meant to warn him to stop, but unexpectedly, he got caught in the crossfire. He got punched so hard he almost lost his breath and was thrown far away. Myung-hun looked terrifying, staring at Jinu and said, "Didn't you hear what I told you before? I said I'm busy right now." The kid got scared and started crying. "Please stop. I swear I don't know anything else." The more he spoke, the more Myung-hun's anger flared up. "Hey, you're the only key to finding her." He yelled in a scary tone. "Hurry up. Speak." Right now, seeing the kid still silent, Myung-hun angrily grabbed him by the collar. Someone outside stepped in and shouted, "Stop it." Jinu felt like she just saw her savior. Junu came in from outside, pointed at Myung-hun, and asked, "What are you doing?" I found it weird that Jinu didn't come back. Jinu sat in a corner, exhausted, saying, "You shouldn't be here. Are you okay?" Jinu was far from okay. Seeing Junu appear, Myung-hun sighed, then turned to look at the people behind her and said, "Could you two please step outside for me? This kid knows something very important. He's the only clue I have." "Hey," I emphasize again, "this kid is the key to me. I'll hand him over to you once I'm done." He put on a scary face. "Please, just give us some privacy." Both Jinu and Junu stood helplessly staring at him for a long moment. Then she gave up and sighed deeply. At that moment, Junu had to pull out the rules and said, "Rule number 5 here states that anyone entering the village from outside must get permission from the leader, which is me. You know that rule, right? But now, you're ignoring me, the leader of this village, and arrogantly taking someone from outside with you. Not only that, you're threatening and beating up the kid. Unbelievable." But Myung-hun's face didn't change as he asked, "So what?" Junu looked worried and said, "I need you to follow the rules like always." The room fell silent. The atmosphere among the three grew heavier. After those quiet moments, Myung-hun turned back to the other two with a murderous glare and said, "Get lost." Jinu continued to warn, "Stop what you're doing." Myung-hun just brushed it off like annoying buzzing flies. "Don't make me say it again." Junu wouldn't back down either and warned, "This is your last chance." Hearing this, Myung-hun stiffened a bit, but his pupils didn't change as he stared coldly at her. Junu opened her eyes wide, staring back like they were having a blink-off battle. But while they stared, suddenly, a chair flew straight at Junu. Myung-hun threw the chair. Luckily, Jinu reacted fast, grabbing Junu and blocking the chair thrown at her. The force was so strong that Jinu's strong young arm got all bruised and battered from the impact. Myung-hun turned into a monster and left, thinking the two either had a chance or would die here. Then he ignored their presence and went straight back to the kid, saying, "All right, let's continue our conversation." The kid backed away in fear. "I really don't know anything. Please listen." Myung-hun got a bit angry and was about to attack him again, but suddenly something made him hesitate. A familiar voice rang out. Junu kept talking about everything Myung-hun had done since he came to the village. "Myung-hun, I know you've worked hard for our village. I know we live peacefully and safely, without any threats from monsters out there. It's all thanks to a big guy like you protecting and creating this. But didn't you tell me you'd use that power only when necessary?" It turned out Myung-hun hesitated because Junu decisively stabbed him with a knife. "Don't you really understand what the biggest problem is right now?" Jinu, standing nearby, was sweating buckets thinking, "Is she crazy? He's a monster, yet she's trying to negotiate with him." Even after stabbing Myung-hun decisively, Junu's hand trembled from fear. She continued, "Even a monster can recognize who saved them. So let me make this clear. If you dare lay a hand on my family again." Her face and hand didn't shake but turned scary as she said, "I will never forgive you." Hearing this, Myung-hun turned his head, looking shaken. His eyes changed, no longer as terrifying as before. He remembered HG once said the same to him, "Don't touch my family or I'll kill you." The more he thought, the more his pupils shrank, staring at the small girl Junu in front of him. Then he pulled back, scratched his head, and spoke more calmly. "Got it. Sorry, Junu. I crossed the line." Then he turned to Jinu and said, "Jinu, I'm sorry." He was a bit surprised by Myung-hun's apology and awkwardly replied, "Ah, it's okay." Myung-hun held his back wound and looked at Junu. "I can't believe you really did that to me." Junu was a bit flustered and said, "Won't you heal quickly? Consider this a warning." Hearing that, Myung-hun said, "You're pretty ruthless." Junu laughed. "If you don't want me to get that ruthless, just don't do it again." She said that out loud but felt really guilty inside. "Please forgive me. I know what you're looking for, but I really can't let you meet her. When H is truly healthy, I'll tell you everything about her." While they were chatting, Myung-hun's rough hand reached out, poking the trembling drawing of Chun Bok that she had picked up outside the kid's sick room. "What's this? Why do you have a picture of this kid?" Junu felt a bad premonition and got nervous, trying to calm herself, trembling as she smiled innocently. "It was on the floor, so I picked it up, that's all." She kept trying to calm herself inside. "It's almost mealtime, so I should head to the eatery." I'm starving. She turned to the scared kid lying on the ground and pretended to be casual. Hey kid, let's talk after we eat. Can you stand up? The kid quickly replied, yes. But Myung-hun seemed to notice her forced act and said, Junwoo, be honest with me. He became fierce like a monster, getting close to Junwoo and asked, do you know the kid in the picture? His question made her heart want to jump out of her chest. Meanwhile, somewhere else, in a ruined house, someone singing echoed, baby, don't say a word, just be quiet. Baby, don't say a word, mommy will buy you a little bird. The song echoed through the empty rooms, and if the little birds didn't sing, Mom said she'd buy one for me. Suddenly, the singing stopped. Chun Bok was sitting in the lap of a monster-shaped figure, asking, why did you stop singing? H's whole body looked like it was in pain, chained tightly by glowing shackles. H was mumbling something, but nothing clear. Chun Bok happily replied, looks like you're still awake. The kid turned to H to comfort her. It's okay. I won't leave you alone. Try to relax, all right? The one witnessing all this was none other than Gon Don. Looking at the two in front of him, one kid, one adult, he wondered if he could just ignore all this. Should we just finish this off by dealing with that monster? What should we do with her now? Yoon-do was bandaging Gon Do's wounds, worriedly asking, did you find anything? We should keep searching, but how? If she comes back like that, two things could happen. One, we might talk to Jinwoo today. Maybe he has a way to help her get better or at least assist Chun Bok's mom a bit. What about the second case? Young-do asked Gon Do, then answered himself, that depends on when her consciousness returns. That means it's hard to control her now, but when she calms down, Chun Bok will be there to encourage her. That might be the way to keep her calm. Yoon-do's eyes grew complicated when she heard Gon Do. She looked at the wound on his back and asked, you're keeping her calm? Her hand gently touched his injury, full of worry in that moment. Gon Do was a bit surprised when Young-do cursed, so he asked, what did you just say? Then Young-do's voice turned angry. I can't believe you can still say stuff like that. Look at you. You've got some serious wounds. What if you didn't take care of yourself first? Gon Do was surprised by Young-do's fierce reaction and asked, why are you suddenly so mad? Isn't it because of me? I should end all this death and chaos. If I keep doing stuff like this, I should keep myself calm too. Then she yelled, that's why I hate this plan. I knew this would happen. We should just let her die for real. Before she could finish, Gon Do cut her off. Enough. If that's a wrong decision, I'll face the consequences. Overthinking only makes things worse. Young-do angrily looked at Gon Do. That's not your decision, it's hers. Gon Do lowered his voice and said, yeah, that's why I plan to leave her. But we're family, you get that, right? Hearing that question from Gon Do choked her up. She couldn't say a word. So she decided, forget it, do whatever you want. Just please don't get hurt anymore, okay? Seeing his little sister worried like that, Gon Do could only reply, definitely. She stayed silent, standing still. While far away, Chun-bi was playing with the two little grandkids of the old man. The kids were having a blast playing freeze tag with Chun-bi. After getting her wound treated, Gon Do put on his jacket and didn't forget to thank Young-do. Thanks for bandaging me. She coldly replied, no big deal. She clenched her bleeding hand tightly, thinking, family, huh? Young-do recalled moments with Gon Do, how he loved and spoiled her. Her eyes suddenly grew sad. She thought, if I were his family, I wouldn't let him get hurt or suffer. She punched the nearby wall hard in anger. What's his wife doing while her husband's injured like this? Everything's such a mess. On a quiet stairway, heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway. The steps grew louder. The hallway and stairs were deserted, no one in sight. Those were Gon Do's heavy footsteps as he thought. She must have had a really tough time because things didn't go as planned. Then he opened the door and thought, I'm her husband. The door slowly closed with a sound. He silently thought, I have to support her more. He approached Chun Bok's mom and said, can we talk about? Before he finished, his face turned serious as he looked at her. Chun Bok's mom, in monster form, was gnawing on food scraps on the floor. Sorry, but what's my baby doing? She kept chewing nonstop. After swallowing, Chun Bok's mom said, I was hungry, so I ate. Did you eat anything else? Gon Do squatted down and took a deep breath, making Chun Bok's mom confused. He just sat silently for a minute, making her very uneasy. She explained, listen, I really wanted to share with everyone, but I was too hungry. Are you mad at me? The reply was just 3 words, I know. That made Chun Bok's mom both angry and embarrassed, blushing as she shouted, fine, whatever. I'm human too. Then Gon Do laughed out loud. He couldn't help but hug his beloved wife and said, I'll have to support you to survive, right? Hey, stop it. How do you feel eating alone? Stop it right now. After some teasing, they finally got serious. He thought she'd feel terrible about what happened. Not good. Do you think I'm weak? No, but are you ready? Chun Bok's mom put her hands on her hips confidently. Of course. All my wounds have healed, so I'm totally ready. He felt relieved and said, the car's ready too. Now let's go see Jinu, all right? Definitely. Suddenly, she stopped, looked at him carefully, and said, before I go, Gon Don, I know things are really messy now, right? But I'll sort everything out, so don't worry too much. The reassurance surprised Gon Don. Looking at her, feeling the love from his wife, he reached out and pulled her close. Baby, huh? What's up? Then Gon Don suddenly lifted her up and hugged her tight. Chun Bok's mom was surprised and stammered. What's going on? Nothing, just because my baby's too cute. Gon Don hugged her tightly and warned, be careful out there and don't put yourself in danger. She understood the anxiety he carried, so she hugged him back. He gently said, I know, I'll be back soon. After saying goodbye, she decisively left, leaving him alone on the rooftop. Seeing Chun Bok's mom leave, Gon Don thought it'd be better to clean up here. As he spoke, he noticed something. He realized the pile of chips on the ground was barely touched, just torn open. Meanwhile, she slowly walked down the blood-stained stairs. Each step brought back fragments of memories from that day. Chun Bok's mom also felt a bit disgusted with herself for trying to infect H. She recalled hugging her husband earlier and thought, it's really bad, isn't it? The craving inside her surged again, drool dripping down. So much fluid was flowing out that even using both hands to catch it wouldn't be enough. She just hoped that if it kept coming like this, she would. Before she could finish her sentence, her silhouette gradually appeared on the stairs. She was about to collapse. In front of Chun Bok's mom, something seemed to appear that made her stop for a long moment. Those long strands of hair on the floor looked like snakes writhing around. A bad feeling made Chun Bok's mom stand behind her. It was like there was a fierce monster, looking hungry as drool kept dripping from its mouth when it saw her. That was the furry monster that always clung to Chun Bok's mom. Now it appeared again, making her ears flush red with heat. Gentle clouds drifted across the deep blue sky. The abandoned skyscrapers still stood tall and proud in that quiet space. Suddenly, the sound of an old car broke the silence. Chun Bok's mom sat in the car, lost in her own thoughts. I knew everything would turn out like this, but I can't go against my own principles. Since I prepared everything, I have to face all the consequences no matter what happens. This thought of mine is really strange. In her mind, the memory of biting Hyra to try infecting her popped up. The thrill of biting someone made her crave it again. She thought she felt better after biting Hyra. Not only that, but her senses also became sharper. The only problem is whether I can handle my own craving. I have to try to endure it. It's okay. She told herself to endure. But when she remembered Hyra's bloody hand in front of her, Chun Bok's mom couldn't hold back and drooled everywhere. I have to. While she was lost in thought, the person beside her couldn't take it anymore and yelled out. The sudden shout startled Chun Bok's mom. The shabby car had to brake hard. The screech of tires against the road was ear-piercing. Seeing Chun-Bi suddenly slam the brakes, Chun Bok's mom worriedly asked what was wrong. Chun-Bi said, there's something that's been bothering me and I can't focus anymore. She asked, confused, what do you mean? Chun-Bi sighed, come on, there's something between us that we're hiding, right? Not understanding, she asked again, hiding what? Chun-Bi took a deep breath and shouted, tell me right now if you're planning to do something stupid, got it? Chun Bok's mom still didn't get it. What exactly does he want to say? What? She blushed shyly and explained, no, it's not like that. Things aren't what you think. Then why has my stomach been growling all this time? Oh, it's just because my stomach isn't feeling well. Hearing that, he relaxed and laughed loudly. I get it. If you feel better later, just let me know. Just take it easy and let things happen naturally. Chun-Bi's encouragement deeply moved Chun Bok's mom. Looking at him now, she pouted and teased. Chun-Bi, are you trying to make me mad? Why would I do that? Chun Bok's mom was too tired to argue, so she answered, forget it. It's not related, so let's just leave it here. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She sulked, leaning against the car, thinking, whatever, at least now he knows I don't have bad intentions. Chun-Bi wanted to break the awkward mood, so he burst out laughing. All right then, why don't we kill some time by chatting a bit? Hearing that, she asked, about what? Just tell me some quick stuff. While she was about to face her first big fight, I'm not sure if it'll help you, but I've thought about it a lot. Hearing this, Chun Bok's mom was indifferent, resting her chin on her hand and sighing. So, what did she say to you? Chun-Bei's eyes narrowed, looking more thoughtful than usual. He began to recount. She said that while curiously searching for the monster's weakness, she saw something. Saw what? Gon's eyes were wide with shock when she discovered something that scared her. Her eyes were so wide it looked like they might pop out. Inside that room were screams of agony and the fresh stench of blood, a trembling hand with razor-sharp claws. Many Gazons peered nervously outside the window, sweating bullets. Inside were big feet and a man whose face couldn't be seen talking to someone. I couldn't believe what I heard from her. Apparently, she saw that guy and his friend, a stranger wearing a mask, experimenting on something. There, she clearly witnessed a monster turning into a human after being injected with a drug. At this point, Chun Bok's mom was no longer indifferent but became excited and asked, did she really see that? Could she be lying? Chun Bi calmly steered the wheel and said, I didn't believe it at first either, but I don't think she's lying. He added, when I fought that diplomat guy, I recognized him. He's definitely different from before, so it can't just be some empty lie. Hearing this, Chun Bok's mom quickly said, if that's true. Before she could finish, Chun Bi continued, we might be able to find a cure for Hai and free her from them. Chun Bok's mom thought silently, if what he heard is really accurate, we can solve this problem. But why are they experimenting with stuff like that? No matter what happens, we should gather more info about them. While she was thinking, Chun Bi shouted, good, they're over there. Chun Bi's car stopped a good distance away. He gently reminded her, focus on checking your health first. As promised, he slowly drove the car forward. Jinwoo was standing in front of the ambulance waiting for them. His expression was a bit off compared to usual. Chun Bi stuck his head out the window and waved at the doctor. Long time no see. How have you been lately? You look drained. But no one responded, making Chun Bi feel like he was talking to himself. The car finally came to a complete stop. They both got out. There are a few things I want to talk to you about regarding Jinwoo. What time is it now? After a while, they told Jinwoo everything. He was shocked. Hai-Raz turned into a monster. And based on Chun Bok's experience, those are definitely strange symptoms. Chun Bok's mom continued. I know there are a lot of confusing things, but now we need the same drug you injected me with. Chun Bi sighed. We left her place because she couldn't control herself and kept wandering around. Chun Bok's mom added, I know that's against the rules, but can you come with us to check? If you have time, we will. Before she finished, she saw Jinwoo's expression turn very strange. His face was filled with a fearful look. No matter how much they called, he didn't respond. Jinwoo worriedly thought, Min can negotiate with Chun Bok's mom, but now Hai-Ra has become a monster. Things just got way more complicated. The problem now is if Myung-hun finds out about this, it's going to be twice as complicated. I need to tell those two right away. Thought about it, then I said it. I'll go with you too. I know you'll agree. The doctor thanked Jin gruffly. He replied cheerfully. No big deal. It's just stuff we owe back from when we were saved by everyone. Besides, I'm worried about Hai and Chun Bok too. This is an emergency, so get in the car first. Suddenly, both of them realized something and froze. Jinwoo's voice was weak and trembling as he said, why not go? Go back to your car and show me the way. That's when they noticed Jinwoo's strange behavior. Chun Bok's mom thought he was squinting one eye and kept touching his neck with his hand. Even Chun Bi realized it was a sign of danger. Knowing that, Chun Bok's mom got alert and thought, is someone following him, or is someone watching him from behind? Chun Bi looked back at the car behind and thought, looks like he's trying to stress how serious this is and wants us to leave. Let's just ignore it and go first. But before they could get in, the door of the ambulance behind Jinwoo suddenly opened. A man stepped out and immediately caught the attention of Chun Bok's mom and Mr. Chunmi. He greeted, hello everyone. When they saw who he was, they were shocked. Sorry for the late greeting. I fell asleep and didn't notice someone had arrived. Jinwoo was terrified when Myung-hun called out. You know, Jinwoo told me a lot about you all. You're the heroes who saved their village, right? He slowly stepped forward. Nice to meet you too. Myung-hun smiled creepily and introduced himself. I'm Myung-hun Kim. Chun Bok's mom immediately got angry, thinking he was trouble. Mr. Chunbi felt for the first time that this guy was dangerous. His watery eyes and shady smile made them feel threatened. Myung-hun got closer and closer. Suddenly, he said, so Jinwoo's words to me were true. There's a monster close to them and humans. He stepped in front of Chun Bok's mom and held out his hand to shake hers. We're all monsters. Why not be closer to each other, right? Chun Bok's mom looked pissed. Her hands cracked as she said, hey, hey. Pull your hand away and get out of my sight. Back at the ruined building where the Gon Don group was hiding, the shouts of Gon Don echoed through the building. Hold her tight, Du Dung, got it. I'm trying. The one they wanted to hold back was none other than Hai. She kept mumbling something. Gon Don and Du Dung gritted their teeth trying to hold her, but it seemed a bit too much for them. Ha! Calm down, kids. They'll come back soon. Come on, come on. But after turning into a monster, Hai seemed to only listen to the kids. Now there's no way to hold her. What are you doing? Is your big body just for show? I'm trying. While they struggled, the door suddenly opened. Everyone froze, all three staring at the door. Confused, the Chun Bok rescue squad arrived. The girl with Jia Dung and Ji Gam rushed to HG Chun Bok. She pursed her lips and stretched out her hand threateningly. Seconds later, the three kids clung tightly to H-Ra. The dangerous look turned into a spoiled face. She said to Hai, wow, why are you so cute? I'm back, HG. Jia Dung and Ji Gam chimed in. I'm staying here. Me too. Chun Bok rubbed her face against H-Ray's. Now can you sit down? The girl happily waited for H-Ra's answer, but she didn't respond for a while. After some time, she finally nodded. That made Chun Bok super happy. The three kids sat snugly in H-Ra's lap. Chun Bok needed a book. She loudly said, I have a really interesting book for you. The adults watching sighed in relief. H-Ra had agreed to cooperate and stop causing trouble, but when Chun Bok still called her so, the girl didn't care what she was called and happily replied, You'll love it. Watch, I'll start reading now. Gon Don sighed. Without the kids, we probably couldn't handle her. Gon helplessly added, Don't know what else we can do. I mean, the kids need to sleep for a bit. Meanwhile, the two were chatting away, unaware Du Dung was sitting in a corner. We can't do anything until the doctor arrives. Or should we tie her up somewhere? But how? You know how strong she is. They kept talking. Du Dung was upset about something, clenching her fists as she listened. Don't know. Or let her leave. Don't be stupid. She's family. After saying that, Gon Don noticed Du Dung acting strange. Seeing him notice, she was about to leave but turned back and forced a smile to explain, I think I should go outside for some fresh air. Du Dung opened the door and stepped out. Only Gon Don stood there silently watching her. Gazan rubbed her eyes. Hey, I'm so sleepy. Do you mind if I take a nap? Her question got no answer, so she looked confused and said, Hey, do you? Sorry. Is anyone listening to me? Turns out she had been talking to an empty room all along. The door of the ruined building opened again at the quiet stairwell. Around were piles of bricks and glass ruins left untouched for a long time. Du Dung's messy hair swayed gently in the breeze. She sat with her face buried in her hands, like she was crying. Behind her, footsteps approached. She seemed to know who it was, so without looking up, she asked, Why are you out here? Gon Don replied, Because I'm worried about you. Her soul probably felt like the shattered glass on the ground. She answered, I just went out for some fresh air. It's cold outside. Come back in, Du Dung. I'll come in after you. Gon Don stepped closer, but she recoiled and refused. Don't come near me. Seeing this, he just tossed her his jacket. At least wear this, then I'll go inside. But she rejected Gon Don's care. You should go home, but wear the jacket first. Still stubborn, she said, I told you I'm fine. Du Dung, seriously, stop being so stubborn. She slowly stood up. I said I'm fine. Why won't you leave me alone? Gon Don was surprised by her harsh reaction. What's wrong with you? After a while, she finally opened up. Let me be straight with you. I really hate this filthy, miserable situation. Hearing those heavy words, Gon Don got serious and asked, What do you mean? I'm so fed up with this. We've fought so many monsters and now our home is almost destroyed. Hy-Ra turned into a monster and became a burden. On top of that, we have to take care of the kids. This mess is all because of your wife. Hy-Ra is wrecking everything Chun Bok and the others worked for. The strength is super weird. My dad's getting older by the day. I'm trying my best to protect everyone, and now we've got a new monster and some kids thrown into the mix. Everything's a total mess, no end in sight for our problems. I heard all the words that made Du Dung shut Gon Don up, and she just smiled like she was out of it. But then, that smile turned into tears, and Du Dung started sniffling. Then she spoke again, her voice choked up. I'm sick of being useless. She felt awful watching her brother carry all the weight for her, powerless seeing her teammates, the people she loved, fall down. It hurt, but she couldn't cry out loud. All those feelings seemed buried deep inside her for a long time. Today, she finally let it all out because I'm scared of losing my family again. I know you're just trying to protect us, but can you please care about yourself a little? To me, you're my rock. Before she could finish, Gon Don stepped forward because he's one of the few family members left. He ran up and hugged her tight. She thought he was just overwhelmed and holding her, but when she looked up, she saw blood dripping down from his head. A monstrous hand slashed across Gon Don's face, leaving a deep cut. He used his jacket to block the attack, but it was too thin to stop it, and it actually made it easier for the enemy to slip away. The attacker didn't hide his face. After landing, he slowly revealed himself. I thought you'd be slower with that big body, but you're still faster than I expected. You'll make a tasty meal. Are you okay? Du Dung asked Gon Don anxiously, blood covering one side of his face. Angry, she demanded, Who the hell are you? The guy calmly pulled back his finger that hit Gon Don and said, Me? I'm just a merchant trading goods. He walked toward Gon Don and Du Dung, each step shaking the ground slightly. He stepped into the light, cool as ever, and said, A trader. You can call me that. Gon Don stood in front of Du Dung to protect her. In his mind, he wondered, could this guy be a monster in disguise? Du Dung thought he was the monster her dad had been watching. Seeing him approach, Gon Don warned, What are you planning to do? Before he could finish, the man cut him off. Let me ask you first. What will happen to the girl if something happens to her? The girl? Gon Don assumed the girl the traitor meant was Dudong, so he stepped forward to shield her, but both were shocked when the target wasn't Dudong. I can sense the girl is here. Suddenly, the man's quick hand snatched up a girl, Chun Bok. Don't you know what she looks like? Meanwhile, the Gon family was still drunk in their room, with High G chained up like usual, sitting in a corner. But the monster's outer coat suddenly peeled away, revealing terrifying eyes. Seeing Chun Bok in his hand, Dudong knew things were about to get real messy. Why now? This is the worst timing. Seeing this, she asked, we don't have weapons here, so what do we do now? She felt so guilty. It was all her fault. Even though blood was pouring from Gon Don, he took a deep breath and stayed calm. Then he shouted, sweetheart. At that moment, the traitor thought Chun Bok's mom had returned and turned around to check, but when he looked back, no one was there. What a joke. But just as he let his guard down, Gon Don kept firing bullets at him. Dudong screamed in terror, are you still? Gon Don charged at the traitor, yelling at Dudong, hurry, go wake Gazan and bring weapons here. I'll hold him off. Gon Don thought, I'm the only one who can fight right now. I'll treat this as a challenge and try to buy time. Dudong ran while looking back anxiously. Hurry, you can only hold on until I get back. Gon Don aimed his gun at the traitor and kept shooting. Time to work, we'll be fine. The traitor was hit all over, fresh blood oozing from his body. We fought to survive this long, so I won't change for you. I'll never give up my precious daughter. A bullet shattered the traitor's glasses, but Gon Don's determined gaze didn't waver. The traitor looked coldly at Gon Don. You're stupid for not listening to me. Didn't I tell you from the start? Dudong had run a bit, but stopped suddenly, eyes wide in shock as she looked back at Gon Don. While Gon Don was busy fighting the traitor, a huge man jumped from behind and attacked. His kick was so powerful it left Gon Don dizzy for a while. The strike shook the whole small area. Dudong panicked, calling out worriedly, Gon Don. The traitor sadly said to the guy who kicked Gon Don, those are my favorite glasses. Enough of this, don't mess around anymore. Sir, don't waste our time. Dudong was stunned watching the traitor's subordinate's quick attack. While she was frozen staring at Gon Don lying on the ground, someone else ambushed her from behind. She realized she was being attacked, but it was probably too late. The attacker was a woman with a snake-like long arm. She spoke to her own arm. Don't you need to eat? You can eat it, you know. The woman's arm got excited, turning into a hungry little dog. Seeing this, the woman said, looks like you're about to have a tasty snack. Even though he was in danger, Gon Don struggled to call out to Dudong. The traitor squatted down, touching Gon Don's open wound and said, seeing your blood flow, you must be in pain, but what can you do? I have a question for you. You know the girl is over there, but where's her mom? Hearing that, Gon Don's heart skipped a beat. The man grinned and warned, answer wisely. My actions depend on your answer. The traitor's laugh threw Gon Don's mind into chaos. He was in a super urgent situation. One wrong answer could cost miles, not to mention the lives of his wife and daughter. He thought about the shabby shelter they called home. Gon Don knew better than anyone no one was there. His wife, Mr. Chun B, and H seemed gone too. So the person Gon Don needed to save, and the only one nearby, was Dudong. He had to protect her, or Dudong would think of this place and see her face. He couldn't help but feel bitter. His will told him not to fall. His hand struggled to move to stand up. I have to do something. Come on, body, please move. Move despite the pain. Even though he screamed to trick his own pain, his body still wouldn't move. Why can't my body move? The dealer holding Chun Bok sat down and looked at Gon Don. After a while, he said, why do you have to try so hard? But you can't do anything. Nothing at all. Do you really think that's how you escape this situation? Come on. You know there's no way out here. You're not strong enough to chase us away, and there's no deal between us. Look, I know how much everyone likes you. You can have beautiful friendships, amazing love, or great colleague bonds. Do you know? What will happen to those who like you? The more Gon Don heard, the more his heart ached with pain. That statement crushed his spirit. They all died because they were involved with you, and more than that, your family. Your family will die along with them. Then he violently snapped Chun Bok's neck. Now, think carefully. This is your last chance. You better start talking before I digest this tasty little girl. Gon Don's worry and panic seemed to flood his brain as he looked at his daughter on the brink of danger. The dealer's henchman seemed ready, waiting for orders. I'll give you 3 seconds. He started counting down. 3, 2, 1. As the count ended, the dealer prepared to act, but suddenly all 3 of them had to stop their actions. A powerful footstep, unknown whose, was approaching. It turned out they still didn't know what was coming. They just felt a pressure. What's coming here? The dealer's henchman standing on Gon Don's body asked. Do you feel it? The dealer and the other 2 also felt that pressure. What on earth is it? A sense of fear hit, making his pupils dilate. Sweat began to bead on his face. It made him think this feeling was like being swallowed by a giant monster many times bigger. A foot slowly stepped out into the light. It was Hra. Despite the glare, she could still walk. Hra still didn't have human consciousness. She was still in the form of a monster, groaning, so it was unclear if she was crying, but only her sobbing could be heard. She looked toward the woman named Bora who was swallowing dudung. The three of them stared at each other. Hra didn't understand what was happening and kept sobbing. Then she turned left to continue observing the situation there. She saw the dealer and his henchmen standing on Gon Don, but she didn't care much. It seemed something else caught her attention. What made her focus was Chun Bok in the dealer's hand, the girl being strangled nearly to death. She seemed to go crazy and broke all the chains holding her, struggling to get up. Seeing Ra's struggle, the dealer got a bit scared and ordered everyone to leave immediately. But before he finished speaking, Ra lunged forward like a hungry wolf, flying toward him. Leaving the junkyard area, let's return to the tall buildings, back to where Chun Bok's mother and Chun-Bi were talking with Myung-hun. He approached them and asked, "Is what Jinwoo told me true? Are you a monster living among humans? We're the same kind, so why not get closer? What do you think?" Chun Bok's mother not only refused to shake hands with Myung-hun but also looked annoyed, saying, "You better pull your hand back if you don't want to die here." Hearing that, Myung-hun wisely withdrew his hand. Chun-Bi still remained cautious. He noticed something on Jinwoo's face. Jinwoo's face was pale, not daring to take his eyes off Myung-hun. Chun Bok's mother started feeling annoyed. "I only have one thing to say." Her face was furious as she grabbed her head and said, "Get lost. I don't know why you're here, but my uncle is very busy now. So leave while I still give you a chance. Do you hear me?" Myung-hun didn't answer but stepped closer to her, making Chun Bok's mother very confused. He wasn't angry as usual, but happily accepted her challenge. "It's rare for me to be like this, but today I'm in a good mood. So I'll give you 2 chances, one good and one bad." Chun Bok's mother glanced at him and sighed in frustration. Meanwhile, Myung-hun raised 2 fingers, saying the good chance was if she came quietly, no one would have to suffer pain. In other words, it would be a peaceful ending for everyone. Chun-Bi pondered Myung-hun's offer, while Chun Bok's mother grew impatient. Her hand was ready to strike at any moment. Myung-hun continued, "The bad chance is..." Every word he said made Chun-Bi nervous. Before he finished, both Chun Bok's mother and Chun-Bi launched a preemptive attack. She lunged forward with claws, and he was ready to grab at any moment. Gunshots rang out in the quiet area. No one was scared except Jinwoo. He was so scared he sat down, staring at the two with murderous intent. Myung-hun laughed. "So that's your decision." Then, like lightning, Myung-hun grabbed her clawed hand and crushed Chun-Bi's gun at the same time. "Are all your choices worse?" One hand held her hand, while the other circled to squeeze something big and round on her. She was startled and couldn't react in time. Myung-hun's hand didn't loosen but squeezed tighter. Maybe tears fell. Her body instinctively stepped back and got ready to counterattack. Chun-Bi hurriedly ran away. He took advantage of Myung-hun's momentary disadvantage to shoot several times at his back, but the bullets seemed useless against Myung-hun. On the contrary, he caught the bullets barehanded. This surprised Chun-Bi, or rather shocked him at Myung-hun's action. Chun-Bi's attack failed, so the one attacked would definitely be him. So he raised his hand to block Myung-hun's strike with his injured hand. Chun-Bi thought to himself that he suspected this guy wasn't an ordinary man, but he didn't expect him to catch bullets reflexively. Looking at the man before him, Chun-Bi couldn't help but marvel. This guy was truly a monster. His face turned pale as he watched Myung-hun. It was unclear whose blood was dripping onto the ground. It turned out to be Myung-hun's blood. His hand was severed, blood continuously spurting out, but his face was emotionless. Chun Bok's mother was the culprit behind the hand lying on the ground. She shouted angrily, "You're a pervert." She clutched her chest, furious, cursing. "I've never met such an arrogant bastard like you. You can be such a shameless pervert." She gritted her teeth, eyes blazing. "I won't let you die. I'll teach you what manners are." Meanwhile, Myung-hun, with one hand, told her to hurry up so fast that he didn't even feel it. Her hands full of claws and even crushed Chun-Bi's gun in the process. Were the chosen ones even worse? One hand held her wrist while the other circled around to squeeze something big and round. She was startled and couldn't react fast enough to that hand. Myung-hun's hand not only didn't let go but squeezed tighter. Maybe tears fell. Her body instinctively recoiled and got ready to fight back. Chun-Bi hurriedly ran away fast. Taking advantage of Myung-hun being off balance, he fired several shots into his back, but the bullets seemed to have no effect on Myung-hun. On the contrary, he caught the bullets barehanded. This surprised Chun-Bi, or rather shocked him by Myung-hun's action. Chun-Bi's attack failed, so the one getting attacked was definitely him. So he raised his hand to block Myung-hun's strike with his injured hand. Chun-Bi thought to himself that he suspected this guy wasn't an ordinary man, but he didn't expect him to catch bullets reflexively. Looking at the man before him, Chun-Bi couldn't help but admire that he was truly a monster. Chun-Bi's face turned pale as he observed Myung-hun, not sure whose blood was dripping onto the floor. It turned out to be Myung-hun's blood, using reflexes to catch bullets. Looking at the man before him, Chun-Bi couldn't help but marvel that he was truly a monster. Chun-Bi's face turned pale as he observed Myung-hun, unsure whose blood was dripping onto the ground. It turned out to be Myung's blood. His hand had been severed, blood spurting continuously while his face remained expressionless. Chun Bok's mom was the culprit behind that hand on the ground. She yelled angrily, "You're such a pervert." She clutched her chest, furious, cursing, "I've never met such a stubborn jerk like you. Are you really that shameless and perverted?" Gritting her teeth, eyes blazing, she said, "If I don't make you die, I'll teach you what manners are." Meanwhile, Myung-hun, with one hand, told her to hurry up, but she didn't feel. "How could I possibly encounter such a brazen person like you? You could be such a shameless pervert." She gritted her teeth, her eyes narrowed, and she didn't say, "If you don't kill me, I'll teach you some manners." Meanwhile, Myung-hun, with one hand, told her, "You're so fast I didn't even feel it. It looked painful." Chun Bok's mom immediately replied, "That's why you shouldn't play with fire. Next, you're gonna get punished." Myung-hun laughed and said, "Sis, you're really brave." But then he raised the hand that was cut off earlier, and another hand had grown right where it was missing. Myung-hun flipped his middle finger and sneered, saying, "I don't care." Then he put his hand in his mouth and fiddled with something. Chun Bok's mom watched his move, totally confused. Chun-Bi took advantage of their fight to quietly sneak back to the car trunk and rummage for something. He seemed to realize something. The clouds weren't as clear and blue as usual. Instead, they turned gray and gloomy. The no parking zone had an orange sign. This time, Myung-hun didn't stand face to face but hid behind buildings and shouted out, "I really want to keep playing with you guys, but I'm afraid I'm too kind." Then he slipped behind a wall, slowly watching Myung-hun's feet, stepped out slowly, and in a flash, he jumped away. Chun-Bi was on alert but only caught a shadow darting past. Chun Bok's mom noticed something off too, so she stopped joking around and got serious. While they were on high alert, a group of people in black clothes flew up, wielding knives to attack them. "Haven't you played enough with us yet?" These guys all wore helmets, so their faces were hidden. They quickly closed in on Chun-Bi. He swiftly pulled out his gun and fired. 2 shots blew holes in skulls, but one gun wasn't enough, so Chun-Bi drew a dagger and fought them. Even though he was old, Chun-Bi moved with surprising agility. He swept past, and several guys dropped dead at his hands. Is there really a way to become human again? That sounds unbelievable and ridiculous. Myung-hun stood in front of the gun, calmly, and asked him to put the gun down if he wanted more info, right? Chun-Bi still didn't lower his gun and said, "Show me something credible or I'll send you to visit your ancestors. Will you really believe what I say?" Chun-Bi was ready to pull the trigger anytime and said, "Think of it as the wish of a dying old man." Myung-hun smiled mysteriously and continued, "The market." Chun-Bi was a bit confused and asked, "What?" Myung-hun explained, "It's the place where you can find what we just talked about, but it's a pretty dangerous place. But exactly where is this market you're talking about?" Even though they could attack and she could block them easily, what kind of freak is that guy? He looks human, but the power he uses is that of a monster. I've never met anyone like him before. While thinking about Myung-hun, the image of H popped into her mind. Could it be that he knows how to cure H? Chun Bok's mom was deep in thought when 2 helmeted guys grabbed her hands tightly. She glared at them with a deadly look and yelled, "What the hell are you trying to do? Get lost." While she was cursing, the roar of a motorcycle distracted her. A helmeted guy was riding straight at her. He was right above her, almost landing on her. Chun Bok's mom turned just in time to see the bike close. A loud crash echoed through the area. Luckily, she was quick and dodged the bike. Angry, she shouted, "Why the hell are you doing this to us? Did we ever ask you to capture us?" Myung-hun casually leaned against the ambulance and said, "Yeah, I was ordered to take your group. Nothing would have happened if you just stayed quiet and came with us from the start. Of course, I have a very good plan. Listen up. Like I said, our job is to deliver your group to the client, but the reward for this isn't really important to me. But it turns out the woman in your group," he said this, and both Chun-Bi and Chun Bok's mom were shocked. "How does he know about H?" They stayed silent while Myung-hun continued. "Because of the emergency, we had to split up. She will always be family to us. She's very important to us, someone I can't live without. And more than that, she's my fiancée." He proudly patted his chest and blushed when talking about H. Both of them were left with huge question marks from surprise. Another guy from that gang stepped closer to them and spoke briefly. Then he adjusted his sunglasses, struck a cool pose, and said, "If you two reveal where Hai is and let her come back to us, you'll be safe. Plus, I'll throw in a generous reward. But if you stubbornly refuse," then he slammed his helmet hard on the ground. A girl among them looked innocent but said they'd keep attacking until one of us dies. After the underling finished, Myung-hun added, "To let you know, the reward is me." Then he pointed at Chun Bok's mom and smiled smugly, saying the way for her to become human again. "So, deal?" Hearing Myung-hun's offer shocked Chun Bok's mom. She turned to look at Myung-hun, which surprised the attacker who was about to strike her, making him stop. Just then, as Chun Bok's mom focused, the clueless girl swung her sword. She was one of Myung-hun's managed members named June. Fighting June, Chun Bok's mom thought, "Is there really a way to become human again?" "Stay calm, there's no solid proof for what he said. But looking at the people in front of me, they don't seem like liars." A bold thought crossed her mind. If what he says is true, she and I should go back to the junkyard hideout of Gon Don. At this moment, Du-dung was beaten so badly, blood was pouring on the ground. Gon Don wasn't much better, unconscious too. Turns out the blood on the ground wasn't Du-dung's but Bora's. An arm that had grabbed Du-dung earlier was cut off. The one who did it was none other than Hai. Far away, Chun Bok's mom was thinking they might be able to become human again. Back to the brawl between Chun Bok's mom and Myung-hun, a voice boomed, "Is what you say true, young man?" The young man Chun-bi referred to was young honorable. Chun-bi was still cautious, aiming his gun at Young-hun's group and asked, "There was really a way to become human again?" That sounded unbelievable and totally ridiculous. He stood in front of the gun barrel but calmly demanded he put the gun down if he wanted more info, right? Chun-bi still hadn't lowered his gun and replied, "Give me something trustworthy or I'll visit your grandparents." He was ready to pull the trigger anytime and said, "Think of it as the wish of a dying old man." Jong-hun smiled mysteriously then continued, "It's a market." Chun-bi was a bit confused and asked, "What?" Jong-hun explained, "It's a place where you can find what we just talked about, but it's pretty dangerous. But exactly where is this market you mentioned?" This time, Dong-han didn't answer but just clapped. Smack smack, he grinned slyly and said, "That's enough questions. Don't you see you're starting to get greedy, old man?" Chun-bi ignored him and looked away. Dong-han looked at the henchman Chun-bi had killed, lying on the ground, and continued, "That was a pretty clean wipeout for an old guy. Honestly, I can't underestimate what you'd do if I got serious." Huh. Then, he poured the bottle in his hand into Chun-bi's mouth, who was totally shocked and asked, "What the hell? You're eating that?" Dong-han replied, "Yeah, hair and fingernails." As he said it, he chewed noisily. "You're about to see some really interesting stuff." Dong-han didn't just chew, he blew bubbles like he was chewing gum. After finishing chewing, Dong-hun spat it out near Chun-bi. As soon as he spat, something started growing. Whatever he spat out kept growing taller and taller. It looked like some kind of flesh-colored trees. Chun-bi had never seen anything so weird before, so he was very cautious. After a while, the thing took shape and finished forming. The two things Dong-han spat out turned into two human figures. He pointed at them and looked at Chun-bi, saying, "Now, let's continue with what we were doing." "What now?" Chun-bi understood immediately and got into a defensive stance. The sounds of fighting continued nonstop. Over at Chun-bi's mom's side, things weren't settled yet. Ah-run got distracted when she noticed something was off with Chun-bi. So Ah-run took the chance to attack. Luckily, Mon-chun reacted just in time and recognized her strike. She angrily shut Ah-run down with a hit to the face, but because of that, she lost balance and fell freely. Mon-chun fell flat on her back, while Ah-run landed safely. She painfully sat up. Damn it. Mon-chun gritted her teeth in anger, but something made her cautious. Her eyes widened in surprise. Everything around her turned completely white, and all the objects and events happening clearly vanished. She just sat there, wondering how long this would last. Mon-chun slowly stood up in the void. She thought maybe this was because of the scent that girl was giving off. Everything around was white, but her ears became super sensitive and sharp, probably because she couldn't see anything. She also couldn't move freely because of the things around her. She felt like this was a really bad situation. She felt like guns and daggers were always pressed against her neck. Even though she couldn't see, she decided to counterattack, relying on her instincts. Luckily, all her moves succeeded. She thought she could use the noise to her advantage. Plus, she vaguely remembered the surroundings. She started to understand how this worked. She'd take care of each one before getting hit again. Not yet. After that, she'd beat that pervert to a pulp before listening to him talk about that method. If it's real, we can help Chun-bi even more. I can finally break this curse. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. You really think so? Mon-chun was excited but froze at the voice. The voice continued, What's your next plan? You can only survive if you have this power. It felt like it wanted to swallow her whole. It asked, Have you thought it through? Mon-chun's body was motionless. She thought she couldn't move now. The furry monster laughed loudly and said, Don't worry, I'm just here to say hi. Don't just stand there, you better move. Mon-chun snapped back to reality but still seemed shaken. The fighting noises hadn't stopped. This made Myung-hun sick to death, so she kept yawning. After 2 cigarettes burned out, Myung-hun got bored. I guess that's it. Jinu ran over to Chunbi and Mom Chun lying flat and said, I don't get how they could pass up such a great deal. Now, all I can say is they're loyal to their family. Myung-hun went to his henchman and asked Dong-han if he was ready. He pointed at the Chunbi look-alike and said, Of course. I even made a body double to take the old man's place, so let's get ready and go. Myung-hun switched to another target and asked, What about you, our run? Yes, ma'am. You're a good girl. Finally, the time has come. We've overcome countless hardships, and now is the crucial moment. Today, we'll finally meet her, the supreme founder and our family. Myung-hun walked slowly and ordered, Let's go, meet my bride. We'll see each other again soon. Hi Ra, the trader, was reporting everything that happened to Bigfoot. I have excellent sensory awareness, so wherever my body parts are, I can use them to sense things. That's why I could easily track that kid. He thought, of course, those parts will rot after a few days. Then he continued reporting to Bigfoot, I'm the only one who can find her for you. So please give me one more chance. Bigfoot shook his wine glass and asked, A chance? He tried to flatter, poured wine and said, I promise to bring her before you, but can I borrow 2 of your men? Ideally, strong-bodied ones to protect me. Bigfoot, still wearing his thick mask, asked, What reward do you want? The big trader said, I don't want anything big. I just want to become a close member of your family. Then he thought he was really lucky. I'll get a good position through this. While thinking, Bigfoot said, Anything else? Yes, sir. What do you want? Bigfoot whispered, Bring the mother too. If you succeed, I'll speak well of you to my father. Bigfoot left right after saying that. Seeing this, the trader said, But I have no info on the mother. My family will provide the info for you. Then he threw something to the trader. He quickly caught it and asked, What is this? Maybe you'll need it. But if you have trouble capturing them, feed them this. You suggested this, but you didn't do anything. However, now that you agreed, I won't accept any failure, got it? So you better deliver. The trader just bowed slightly after hearing that. He raised his wine glass and sipped slowly. After finishing the whole cup, he told himself, Next time we meet, we'll raise this glass together to celebrate. Sir, that's my plan. That ended the conversation between the trader and Bigfoot. Meanwhile, at the hidden building of the education gang, someone said, But now it's damn it. Bora just slammed the brains of the beast she saw as a beast together. How did it end like this? The trader's henchman just sighed and replied, That's right. That was totally unexpected. Bora kept talking. Nobody told me there was such a scary monster here. I was just messing with the pet and asking, Is that how you take care of her? He calmly replied, We won't be like this if it happens again. It's a shame. We almost finished the plan. It's ironic that a kid stopped her and saved us. Bora thought to himself, Damn it, I can't come back empty-handed. I can't capture her alive. I have to find another way. So, the subordinate of the dealer seemed thoughtful. He had realized something. There was a noise. Bora asked, surprised, What did you say? I hear motorcycles. A lot of people are coming. Indeed, the dealer's subordinate had ears sharp as a dog's. The people he mentioned were Myung-hun's crew driving over. Inside, Myung-hun was telling himself, Long ago, way back from that day, I've been searching for her everywhere. I wanted to give up and just die. But I couldn't because I believe one day I'll see her again. You know, I can't live without her. Hai's silhouette appeared in his mind. Myung-hun imagined her turning back to look at him affectionately. Finally, we can meet again. Let's just follow the plan, then we'll have our reunion. I'll invite her back. It'd be great if she agrees, but I know her too well. She'll probably refuse. If she really refuses, I'll suggest playing by the old rules. Whoever wins the fight, the other must obey. Now I'm strong enough to beat her. Oh man, just imagining it gets me hyped. The loser has to be the dog of the winner. That's the rule of the hunting gang. And then, she'll be family again. The next step, and the most important, I'll treat her well so our relationship can be restored. Then I'll spend time with her, and she'll definitely feel my sincerity. After that, he started imagining all kinds of wild scenarios. Me and her falling in love, dedicating everything to each other and becoming a real family. We'll have 2, no 3 kids together, 1 boy and 2 girls. The more he thought, the faster Myung-hun drove. Myung-hun kept imagining a poetic scene between him and her. I feel so happy thinking about it. A happy family with a dream wife, forever happy. The roar of the motorcycles led by Myung-hun grew louder. He was excited to see her again. Hai came out. Myung-hun quickly took off his helmet, revealing a flushed face from eagerness. It seemed he saw the girl he was looking for, but the eager smile on his face slowly faded. Finally, that smile disappeared completely. Myung-hun's face was full of confusion under the winter sky starting to snow, but the howling wind became deafening. The images of Hisa and Chun Bok caught his eye, but he couldn't believe what he saw. The Hai he knew had turned into a monster with platinum hair, and she had a kid beside her. Maybe Myung-hun thought it was her child. Chun Bok looked at the noisy crowd ahead, fearfully asked, "Who are you guys?" Unlike Chun Bok, Hai didn't ask or say anything, but she kept watching every move of Myung-hun. Myung-hun got off the bike and asked, "Are you really Hai?" Chun Bok started to panic, grabbed Hai's leg and asked, "Myung-hun, do you know her? Are you from the village? Did you come here to cure Hai?" The girl's face lost its fear thinking Myung-hun was from the village. She asked, "So where are your mom and dad? By the way, she's in serious danger now," but before the girl could finish, her expression darkened. "Damn it." Myung-hun exploded, asking, "What the hell is going on here?" Damn. Sensing danger approaching, Chun Bok's people tensed up, but seconds later the girl didn't hesitate to pull out a gun and point it at Myung-hun. Chun Bok warned cautiously, "Who are you?" Myung-hun didn't answer, instead asked, "Tell me what's happening to her." "I didn't hear she got bitten, so why does she look like that?" Chun Bok, still cautious, replied, "My mom said she's sick, so she did that to her. They told me she would be cured, so that's why everyone's waiting here." "I see, so it's my mom's fault, right? She's with us now, so I'll take care of her after this." Chun Bok panicked, hearing this, not understanding what was going on. She looked at Myung-hun angrily and asked, "What are you going to do with my mom? And my grandpa? Give him back to me. You're a bad guy." But Myung-hun ignored what Chun Bok said and kept moving forward, making her very worried. Suddenly, Myung-hun's eyes widened, and in a flash, Hai cut his head in half. You could see his eyes were both shocked and sad. Myung-hun quickly stumbled back a bit. He gripped his neck in horror, seemingly too shocked by what just happened. After confirming his neck was still intact, Myung-hun breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm still breathing. At that moment, I thought I was done for. It was just an illusion, right?" Honestly, just thinking about that scene made him shudder. Maybe for Myung-hun, Hai really intended to kill him. That was the ultimate fear mixed with a deadly threat. If that really happened, Myung-hun wouldn't dare think any further. Just then, Chun Bok pointed the gun at him. The girl snorted coldly and threatened, "If you're scared of guns, you better stay away from here." Myung-hun wanted to say something but stammered for a while, clenching his fists, barely able to speak. In the end, Myung-hun gathered all his courage and softened his voice. "Are you really her?" He really couldn't believe the truth in front of him, only managing to say with difficulty, "It's been a long time, huh?" "Hi." After a moment, the apartment outside fell silent. Jong-hoon and Do-young were both shocked by the figure opposite them. He was stunned and seriously said, Is that really Hai?" Chun Bok saw her limping away somewhere and was surprised. The girl softly called Hai. Myung-hun, standing far away, finally spoke, "Everyone, stay there." Dong-hun panicked, "Hey Myung-hun, if that's really Hai, then we should." Before he could finish, Myung-hun loudly called his name. Jong-hun instinctively got scared and swallowed his words. Myung-hun glanced back with a terrifying look. "I don't want to repeat. Stay here. I know you're confused, but this is the moment I've been waiting for, so just watch from here." His words shocked them, and Myung-hun was very troubled now. His eyes fixed on one direction. Myung-hun looked at Hai, as if he wanted to say something. Those heavy footsteps moved steadily, while Myung-hun's gentle voice echoed, "Hey, it's never been easy, right? Do you remember? Every time we fought, you won. Even though I was the challenger, I still wanted to start the fight, because I wanted to win." She spoke as he took another step forward. Snow began to fall here, and the sky grew darker, but Myung-hun still wanted to say a few last words to her. "Do you know, I hope to see you again on a beautiful day. I want to show you my family, and I'll ask you to come back to us once more." From the bottom of his heart, he wanted everyone to be like before, and maybe others felt the same. Chun Bok listened from start to finish, dumbfounded. Myung-hun didn't stop. His steps drew closer to her. "If you refuse, I'll beat you up, then take you home. And of course, if you come with me, nothing will happen the way I'm thinking." By now, Myu's words and tone overwhelmed Hai-ji. He stood face to face with her, eyes full of pressure, voice utterly demanding. "But no matter what, I still like you." Myung-hun gently reached out his hand, his voice clear with intent. "Hey, come back to us. I promise I'll heal you." Facing his words, she didn't react at all. Myung-hun froze on the rooftop, his blazing red eyes fixed on Hai-ji without blinking. Outside the apartment, loud noises kept erupting. Inside one of the rooms, the kids were trying to wake up Don and Do-don. Gon, seeing the current situation, could only curse quietly, "Damn, I'm just hiding in a corner, and I'm pissed off. Where the hell is that girl's mom? And who are those people? I just know I messed up coming here." The loud noises kept echoing, making Gon anxious. Yong-hun sensed the danger and loudly warned everyone beside him, "Stay where you are. Chun Bok is standing right in the center of the danger." Hai's punch was incredibly powerful, making him struggle. The strength of her attacks kept rising and forcing him to retreat. Myung-hun had deliberately exposed his body to take Hai's blow. Now, he felt like he was dying from that fierce punch. He seemed only able to stand there and take the hits. Where did this giant come from? Not only that, it was fast and insanely strong. Anyone else taking this would be done for. At this moment, Myung-hun's mind was in total chaos. He asked himself, what the hell am I doing? How can I take Haiji home? Suddenly, Myung-hun spotted a savior for this tough question. His eyes locked onto the little girl Chun Bok over there. Myung-hun recalled the earlier scene he saw. The girl was holding Haiji tightly, treating her with care. Chun Bok was ecstatic. Immediately, Myung-hun broke free from Hai's grip and dashed toward the girl, convinced in his heart that was the one. The kid Hai was desperately protecting. If I can catch her, maybe Chun Bok will realize Myung-hun's strange behavior. Suddenly, a shout came from the side, panicked. Myung-hun's behind you. Look out. As soon as he finished, Hai grabbed his shirt. She quickly threw Myung-hun into the air. Being ambushed caught him completely off guard. Inside, Myung-hun was terrified, unable to believe it. He didn't expect her to be that fast, and above all, it was him. Watching every move Hai made, her body gradually transformed. This wasn't something Eung-hun had anticipated. From above, he looked down in shock. She could morph her body into different shapes to use as weapons. After transforming, Hai didn't hesitate and attacked Myung-hun. Her terrifying punch caused a huge commotion. People below looked up in awe. Even Chun Bok was stunned, mouth agape. Myung-hun was hit so hard he looked burnt black. From above, he stared at the wreckage below, heartbroken. This wasn't fair. Why isn't anything going the way I thought? The frustration inside Myung-hun grew stronger. His whole body went limp and fell rapidly downward. As he hovered in the air, many questions flooded his mind. All I want is happiness. I want to meet and talk with her, then get back together and build a family. So why did it end up like this? Why? Myung-hun sank deeper into those questions, sinking into the darkness he created. He tried to reach out to grab Hai, but she kept drifting farther away, impossible to catch. Awakening from the darkness, Myung-hun grew more desperate. In his heart, he was sure now. It's because of her. She's the reason we ended up like this. But if she hadn't abandoned us, we wouldn't be suffering. If she had returned my feelings, I wouldn't have caused this mess. All the blame ultimately falls on Hai-ji. To Myung-hun, she was the cause of their relationship's downfall. What happened now caught Hai-ji's attention. Staring at where Myung-hun fell, that place had turned into a pile of rubble. Yet he stood up calmly, his hoarse voice rising. Thanks to you, I've come to my senses. Myung-hun slowly smiled, removing his outer clothes to reveal a badly injured back. I wanted to bring you back without hurting you. But now, my intentions have changed. His shirt inside was torn apart, revealing his muscular, hardened body. Myung-hun gently brushed his hair back with his hands. Standing on the rooftop, he loudly declared, I'll do everything I can to take you home, Hai-ji. Even if you become disabled, I'll still care for, protect, and love you. So take this seriously. Come on, I won't hesitate anymore. Myung-hun stood frozen on the rooftop, his blazing red eyes staring at Hai-ra without blinking. Outside the apartment building, loud noises kept echoing. Inside one of the apartment rooms, the kids were trying to wake up Gon Don and Du-dung. Gon saw the current situation and could only curse under his breath. Damn, I just dared to hide in a small corner and I'm already pissed off. Where the hell is that girl's mom, and who are those people? I only know I messed up coming here. The loud noises kept ringing, making Gon anxious. Yong-hun sensed the unstable situation and loudly warned everyone nearby, stay put. Chun Bok was now standing right in the center of danger. Objects kept flying toward the girl. Chun Bok struggled to speak. Hai-ji, please stop. But after she finished, the blood kept pouring out. A fierce attack splattered blood all over Miu's head. Hun showed another big wound, but it seemed no better on the opposite side. Her arm was severed, but that didn't stop them. He and H kept fighting, their eyes locked like they wanted to rip each other's souls out. Two powerful punches collided, causing a massive shockwave. Myung-hun was blasted backward. One of his arms was gone. The rage kept rising. Was he going to target the same arm again? That was just ridiculous. If that's what she wanted, then hand me that knife. H wasn't much different from Myung-hun. She lost an arm too, but her injured arm quickly healed. Seeing that, Myung-hun couldn't help but be stunned. He furrowed his brow. She wasn't just strong, she had insane regeneration. Looks like H was just like him, Myung-hun thought. His arm healed in an instant. The weapon in H's hand slowly transformed again. Myung-hun took in the scene, etching it deep into his memory. We really are a perfect match. I'll take you away, no matter what happens. From now on, you'll never be alone again. Just as he broke off his thought, He charged at H in a frenzy, eyes blazing with excitement. Myung-hun's eyes widened more and more. Unconsciously, his thoughts showed a wild possessiveness. Hi Ra, to me you're just a familiar toy lined up between dinosaurs and titans, and right in the middle is a robot. A few excited babbling sounds echoed. Myung-hun slipped into memories, whispering, "When I was a kid, I loved pretending to be a giant when I had nothing to do. I felt so happy playing those imaginary games. No one could resist the role of the giant because it was huge and insanely powerful. I used my size to bully the tiny imaginary people. For me, becoming that was super special, something only I understood. While playing as usual, I suddenly turned around. What awaited me was violence. And like I thought, only by becoming a giant could I escape that pain." A loud noise rang out, then a hoarse voice said, "Is this the best you can do? Do you think I enjoy doing this to you? It's all for your own good. Remember that." Myung-hun trembled, curling up in a corner as the man questioned him. After beating him, the man casually put on his coat, and before leaving, he reminded, "Get a perfect score when I come back. If not, you'll get nothing." Despite saying all that, the man was still unsatisfied. He muttered with disgust, "You're utterly useless. Even worse than your mother." The woman nearby just looked at her silently, resigned. She stood frozen, head bowed. Myung-hun left his corner and approached, softly calling her Mom. But she seemed unwilling to respond. Myung-hun stood beside her, feeling uneasy inside. Her eyes showed no warmth toward him. She blamed all the faults on Myung-hun, a kid just abused by family violence, while he stood there silently. But to Myung-hun, her indifference was easier to bear than the man's violence because she never hurt him physically. Myung-hun had always been brutally beaten. Looking back, it was clear the man hit the most sensitive spots, causing pain so intense he wanted to pass out. That man became the nightmare called the giant in Myung-hun's mind. He thought he'd never escape. Every day, Myung-hun felt hopeless. He always endured silently. But then, one day, a miracle happened unexpectedly. The man who abused him daily was in danger. He was drunk as usual and caused chaos. Myung-hun just pushed him away out of fear. That's how the man ended up like that. Even then, Myung-hun still couldn't look him in the eye. Seeing his own fear lying on the ground like that, he felt the man look small and pathetic. Meanwhile, Myung-hun became the giant he always dreamed of. After that, he looked at his mother, trembling in a corner, staring at him like a monster. From that moment, Myung-hun realized through her terrified gaze stuck on him that he could become a giant. To him, this scene was amazing. A lot changed since that day. Myung-hun was sent to an orphanage. Hopefully, that woman left him there, and Myung-hun became lonely. He once thought she'd come back for him one day, but in the orphanage, Myung-hun was always bullied by other kids. The kid in the middle laughed loudly, "You still got snacks. Hand them over or you're gonna get beat. We're family now, so you better obey." Look at him, scared speechless. "Just give us food when we ask." But Myung-hun didn't react. To him, those three bullies were just tiny kids, and he was a giant watching them cause chaos. Soon after, painful groans echoed inside the orphanage. Soft cries followed. For the first time since birth, Myung-hun felt grateful to that man. He ate chocolate happily. The violence and fear that once terrified Myung-hun had become useful weapons, and he could protect himself. Instead of sitting still, Myung-hun stood up and fought back against those kids. Then he sat down, enjoying his spoils. Myung-hun had become the giant he always wanted. Sometime later, a fight broke out in the apartment complex. A scrawny student approached Myung-hun nervously, stammering, "Thanks, I owe you this money to pay my mom's hospital bills. Thank you so much." The kid cried nonstop, unable to hold back tears. Then Myung-hun spoke, making the kid stop immediately. "It's fine. I did it because I wanted to." Still, the kid wanted to thank him. "I'll never forget this favor." But a moment later, Myung-hun held out his hand with a serious face. "Give me everything you've got." His words shocked the kid. He couldn't form a complete sentence. Not letting him think it over, Myung-hun pressured, "You got 3 seconds." As he grew up, nothing seemed to impress Myung-hun anymore, no matter how big. No matter how big or strong they were, to him, they were just tiny ants. And Myung-hun was the giant stomping on those ants. After countless battles and defeats, he even learned how to take a person's life. Effective. Myung-hun was truly an unbeatable giant. Nothing was scary to him anymore, and he felt completely free. But at the same time, at that moment, he realized everything was getting way too boring. Myung-hun was bored with everything, even with the giant role he had conquered. Once Myung-hun got used to that emptiness, he would totally lose all motivation to do anything. He always wandered around with a bored mood. He constantly complained with lifeless words. But that day, everything changed. Loud noises kept echoing, mixed with screams. They kept screaming desperately. "Everyone run, help us. that made Myung-hun curious enough to glance over. Just a second later, he was shocked by what he saw. But you know, life's always weird. A strange voice kept ringing out, and Myung-hun was too terrified to react. A huge hand reached out trying to grab him. Myung-hun was now facing a real monster. He wondered who would have thought he'd have to face a real giant. It felt like he got hit in the head. He was so shocked by this sudden appearance that he was speechless. Myung-hun just stood there frozen, but at the same time, he felt like a new life was starting. And Myung-hun was excited to live in this situation. A big clash happened to Myung-hun. As monsters started appearing in this world, things got interesting. Cities slowly turned into rubble. He crazily hunted monsters to kill. Not only fighting with fists, Myung-hun also found weapons to battle. He spared no tricks to destroy the monsters, even if it meant using just his bare hands. Myung-hun was still very strong. He was getting crazier by the day. If Myung-hun didn't like someone, he'd kill them. Or if he liked something, he could easily take it. Myung-hun lived exactly how he wanted. He truly loved this new world. It was insanely exciting, always with new things welcoming him, but it was all just nonsense. At some point, Myung-hun became cold towards this world again, just like before. He stood in front of a man who was terrified, begging Myung-hun, "Wait, I give up, so please spare me this time. If you want me to bark, I'll bark." But before he finished, Myung-hun split him in half. His eyes rolled back like he couldn't believe reality anymore. After the man died, Myung-hun coldly muttered two words, "Stupid." The initial fun didn't last long. Even if he played with ants, or more accurately, the lives of hundreds, and even if Myung-hun's underlings cheered or praised him, this game wasn't fun anymore. Myung-hun wanted to be a strong, unbound giant, but it was meaningless. Those thoughts dragged him deeper into darkness. One day, a girl suddenly appeared before Myung-hun and said, "Are you the Crazy Dogs gang? I heard if I beat the leader here, I'll become king. Can I try that?" Ray slowly walked over with her luggage, smiling. The members behind her laughed out loud. "You really think you can fight? Seriously? Today, 12 people like you already went straight to hell." Facing their mockery, Hyra happily accepted. "Looks like I came to the right place. Then let's get started." She dropped her backpack to the ground, ready for the fight. Just when Myung-hun was bored with life, a stranger suddenly challenged him, leaving him stunned. After getting ready, Hyra became a completely different person. She smiled weirdly, wielding a crutch as a weapon. This fight would end soon. Myung-hun still clearly remembered that moment. His obsession deepened again, facing Hai, a strange girl who looked terrifying. Myung-hun knew she was the first real giant after that old man. She looked at him so easily, even with a weapon in hand, but the oppressive feeling didn't fade. Facing his terrifying obsession, Myung-hun gasped nervously. The gang members behind watched the fight. After a while, they were wide-eyed in shock at the current situation. In the quiet midnight, a whistle broke the silence. Myung-hun was beaten badly. Suddenly, Hai's crutch was pressed against his neck. Myung-hun seemed stunned by this situation. With total dominance, Hai smiled with satisfaction. "I've won." The members behind couldn't believe their eyes. "Hey, our leader lost? Did you see how fast she was? And now she's the new leader? That's bullshit. I demand another fight. This fight means nothing." Hyra ignored the insults and smiled happily at them. The gang members refused to accept her as the new leader. They resisted. "Our leader lost because he's tired from too many fights. This isn't fair. Let's fight again." Now the Crazy Dogs gang was united, wanting another fight, but their leader, Myung-hun, said nothing. After losing, he just lay still, ignoring their protests. "I lost. It happened in just 1 second. She can't be compared to anyone I've ever met. Maybe most monsters don't stand a chance against her." Myung-hun lay there thinking for a long time, then his heartbeat quickened. Suddenly, he smiled brightly. "Oh man, this is so damn interesting. It feels exciting like when monsters appeared. It's been a while since I got beaten, but this is exactly what I need." He was in a great mood. Myung-hun suddenly had a thought. What if I keep her as the leader? Then Hai-Ra cut in. "I forgot to tell you something. I don't plan to be the leader here for long. I hope you don't misunderstand." Her words made Myung-hun fall into deep thought. Others spoke up. "What does she mean? Not staying long? Does that mean she'll leave soon?" "I guess so." "That's good, right? You're the only leader we have." They cheered happily for a moment before Myung-hun snapped back to reality. He quickly got up. What did she just say? Later, in the big apartment hallway, where it was dead silent. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps, like the person was in a huge rush. Dong-hun tensely stepped closer, while Dae-ho whispered in his ear, "He's really pissed off. Don't get in his way." Dae-ho looked at that shadow with curiosity. "Is it because of what that girl said?" He blocked and replied, "But isn't that a good thing for us? Why is his mood dropping like that? He really is a weird dude." Right then, Ming Hun was so angry that his face twisted uglier and uglier from rage he couldn't control himself, so he started banging on the door aggressively. But after a while, with no one opening, Ming Hun lost patience and flung the door wide open, pointing and yelling, "Hey, you bastard. You better take back what you said." At that moment, Haiji was changing clothes, being barged in on and shouted at like that left her frozen. But Ming Han was also a guy who knew shame. He quickly squinted his eyes. Then both his eyes narrowed to slits. Then Ming Han continued speaking. "Are you really a woman?" Haiji calmly accepted it, and he replied, "I get it now." Just a split second later, Haiji punched Ming Han. She was so mad her face flushed red as she shouted, "Then get the hell out." After Hai finished changing, the two sat down again and talked. He was the one to start. "Take back what you said about leaving here tomorrow." She was pretty curious about Ming Han's words. "Tell me why you want to leave." Hai Ra leaned back lightly and said, "All I want is a place to rest for one night. Besides, wouldn't it be better for you if I left?" After hearing her explanation, Ming Han wanted to ask more. "Why do you have to rest so long in such a dangerous place?" "What?" Hai Ji cheerfully answered, "I just don't want to risk my life. So don't worry about me." Before she could say more, Ming Han cut her off. "I will protect you. I can take care of anyone, and if you want to do something, I'll help with all I've got. I'll show everyone who the real leader is." When he said this, he looked super serious. That made Haiji laugh, and she burst out laughing loud and free. You want to protect me? I don't need your protection, so just leave me alone. See, I need to rest now." As she said this, Hai-Ra tried to push Ming Han out, but no matter how much she pushed, he didn't budge, just staring right at her. Then Ming Han spoke up, "Good." That random phrase made Hai-Ji curious. She stopped laughing. Seeing Hai-Ra didn't get it, Ming Han continued, "That's a nice suitcase you got there." As he said it, he looked at her blue suitcase. His words made Hai-Ji's smile freeze for a moment. She stared at him with a deadly glare. Seeing that expression made Ming Han laugh. Right after he laughed, a loud noise rang out. Hai attacked Ming Han, but he easily blocked it and taunted, "Why do you even need that? Planning to go somewhere? Huh?" Hai-Ra couldn't understand his meaning, so she asked clearly, "What do you want from me?" Ming Han didn't beat around the bush and answered straight, "I have two conditions. 1. You don't quit being leader. 2. We fight whenever I ask you something. If you accept these, I'll keep my promise." This is an amazing offer, don't you think? The more Ming Han talked, the more hyped he got, while Hai-Ra looked totally crushed. She widened her eyes, staring at him. "I don't get why you want me to stay. What do you gain from me being here? Huh?" Hai-Ra was dominating Ming Han now. Though scared stiff, he still sneered. "There's a lot I can get, like having you. A mighty giant." Ming Han confidently faced Hai-Ra and excitedly said each word, but she still looked terrifying, and right now he was being squeezed by her grip. Finally, Hai-Ra smirked slightly. "You're the craziest man I've ever met. Fine, I don't have anywhere else to go anyway." Then she let Ming Han go. He still didn't believe it and asked again, "So you're really staying?" Hai-Ra slowly agreed. The next second, Ming Han was as happy as a spoiled kid. Suddenly, she cut in, "But I have one condition too." He didn't hesitate and told Hai-Ra to say it. "Fine," he accepted. She softly said, "The kid can come out now." Then the suitcase was opened. Inside was a little kid. Hai quickly introduced, "This cute girl is my treasure and my whole world." Looking at the kid, Ming Han saw her cradling the girl warmly in her arms, giving a loving look to the kid. "Promise me you'll protect her no matter what happens. That's what I want. What do you say?" Ming Han quickly dropped to one knee, his voice deepening a bit. "I have no reason to hesitate. I'll be the most loyal dog in the world. Please command me as you wish, my master." Ming Han looked insanely happy now. Hai-Ra frowned at his weird behavior and grumbled, "Don't compare me to an animal in front of my daughter." Ming Han quickly agreed. A while later, outside that apartment building, Ming Han stood up and announced, "I'll get straight to the point so you all know. Hai is officially the new leader of the Crazy Dogs gang. Don't forget it." When he said this, both Hai and Ming Han smiled brightly, but the other gang members weren't like that. They quickly stood up and rejected the idea. "What the hell?" She said she'd slowly join tomorrow, and Ming Han is the only leader here, not her. But no matter what they said, Ming Han didn't care. "Hey, don't look at us like that." The members still ignored him. "Think again. Leader, I'm not risking my life for some woman and her kid. Get lost before we kill you." So heard this and stepped forward. As the others got more pissed, a slow clap sounded. Hai-Ra clapped lightly, curling her lips. "Let's all be quiet for a sec. I get how you feel. Who wouldn't be pissed when some outsider suddenly becomes your leader? I can sympathize with you all." The tone of her voice got deeper as she spoke. Then Hai-Ji's next words stunned the whole gang. "But by gang rules, the strongest becomes leader. So if anyone has a problem with me, fight me. If you want me out, come get me. Each word came with Hai's confident, thrilled smile. She clenched her fists tight. The others fell silent after hearing this. Donghun was even shocked, speechless. Then Haiji added, "Then let's all show our brightest faces now." As soon as she finished, they quickly put on their best smiles. Only Daeho still looked really troubled. Seeing that, Haiji cheered, "Awesome. Keep that face and stop the fighting, okay?" The members reluctantly accepted their fate. Up to that point, Ming Hun always believed it was good that Haira became their leader. At first, no one liked her, but they had no choice but to follow Haira. Over time, they started to warm up to her. Some guy exclaimed, "Hey man, this supply run is pretty epic, huh?" The other quickly agreed, "It's all thanks to H-Ra. She's the best leader ever." A little later, after H-Ra ran into Joe, the bloodthirsty girl greeted him by slapping him hard. "Hey, my guy, how's everything going?" Jae-ho winced, trying to reply, "I'm fine, thanks to you." Hearing that, H-Ra laughed heartily. "Feel free to chat with me anytime." After that came their happy days. This place was always filled with laughter. The whole gang drank together, then watched So A sing and dance. Before they knew it, H had become a member of their big family. A lot changed since that day, except for one person. On a sunny day, the sound of fighting echoed everywhere. Myung-hun was beaten to hell by Haiji but still smiled brightly. He lay on the ground clutching his stomach, laughing out loud. "Damn it, you're unbeatable. Are you even human?" Haiji, confused, stepped closer. Seeing Myung-hun laughing like that, clutching his belly and then looking bored because she didn't get what he was saying, he wanted to explain but suddenly paused. H-Ra approached, bent down, and held out her hand. She asked worriedly, "Are you okay? You look terrible. You're bleeding again. Come with me so I can treat your wounds." But no matter what, H-Ra said, Myung-hun just lay there staring at her. His smile had vanished. Instead, he clicked his tongue in irritation, then quickly sat up. "No need, I can handle it myself." Still, Haiji wasn't having it. "Let me see." He got more annoyed. "I said no, stop making a fuss." Saying that, Myung-hun stood up and turned away. She couldn't understand him. "Why are you so upset?" "I'm just taking care of my family." Myung-hun coldly brushed her off, saying he had work to do. Just a few steps away, he thought absent-mindedly, "I like everything about her except this side. I just want to have fun with her. Best not to have this so-called family thing." Myung-hun walked off like that. Even though H-Ra wanted to keep him around, she gave up. Sometime later, everyone was busy working together. H-Ra was the busy bee when someone came running, voice trembling, "Leader." She looked over just in time to see H-Ra horrified by the scene. "Dong-hun," he was frantic, "you need to hear me out. Myung-hun is badly beaten right now." His face bruised, breathing uneven, barely able to speak. After hearing this, H-Ra was shocked. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the sounds of non-stop fighting rang out. Myung-hun seemed to go mad, his hands covered in the other man's blood. "You still won't surrender?" Suddenly, a young voice choked out, "Dad." The woman kneeling desperately begged Myung-hun, "I'll give you everything we have, but please spare my husband." Hearing that, he stopped the punch he was about to throw. "You should have done that from the start. Why make things more complicated? Plus, you're making me the bad guy." Saying that, Myung-hun loosened his grip on the man. He was calmer now but still spoke coldly. "But it's okay, I forgive you." Suddenly, the man stammered, refusing despite being beaten nearly to death. "That's our family's supply. You can't have it." Before he finished, Myung-hun cut him off. "I get it." After that, Myung-hun punched the man repeatedly until blood splattered everywhere. The man groaned in pain while his wife sobbed. "Husband." Myung-hun seemed unable to control his anger, glaring at him. "Why didn't you take the chance I gave you?" The wife and child cried in fear. Myung-hun had beaten the man so long his hands were covered in blood. Then he looked at the man with deadly eyes. "Here it comes." The final punch landed with a smack. Hai arrived just in time to stop the violence. Her punch sent Myung-hun flying 10 meters away. She quickly stood in front of the family. "They're just homeless people who need help." Then she told them to leave. The woman was deeply grateful. Ji was in a bad mood. She was furious, seeing Myung-hun do those things while laughing and cursing. "Damn it, what the hell is wrong with you? I thought I got shot in the head. What did you do?" "H-Ra taught me better than this." Myung-hun laughed, holding his wounds. Instead of yelling, H chose to ask gently, "Why did you do those things?" Her question stunned him. "What?" Ji patiently asked again. "I want to know why you treated that family like that. We have enough supplies." "Why?" Myung-hun slowly stood and calmly answered. "Because they're necessary. I want everything." H-Ra, this world leaves us no choice but to be greedy. You know, everyone just wants the best life for themselves now. That's why we have to do whatever it takes to survive. He said this seriously. Then Myung-hun pulled out a candy, its wrapper stained with blood, and added, even something as small as this. After saying that, Myung-hun popped it into his mouth. His eyes glanced at Hra like he was provoking her. She didn't react. She just stood there watching him and said, "You're right, but if you abuse that, you'll only make more enemies." Hearing that, he burst out laughing. "Oh please, enemies? They're no match for me. Do you know what they did to this tiny candy? It's hilarious." Saying that, Myung-hun happily ate it. Then he excitedly told Hra the whole story. "I thought the three of them were sharing this chocolate bar. But you know what? The kids' parents were just pretending to eat to keep up appearances because their family only had one piece. They looked so dumb. So I snatched the candy, and the kids started crying loudly." Myung-hun told the story while finishing the chocolate, smiling brightly. Hra just silently listened the whole time because it was too good. "So I shut it down. And then the dad stepped in front of me to stop it. And then everything turned out like you saw. Bloody dad, crying mom, scared kid. All of it looked so stupid." Saying that, Myung-hun pointed at the last piece of chocolate in his mouth, meaning it all started from that candy. Only then did Haiji call his name. Suddenly, hearing her call him caught Myung-hun off guard. He froze, his smile fading into confusion. Then he fell silent. She just frowned, staring at him. Her face was dead serious, her eyes full of complicated feelings. After a few moments of hesitation, his lips finally started to move. It seemed like the words he was about to say were too heavy for her to speak, yet Myung-hun still kept that smiling expression. Gradually, he lowered his hand, his expression hardening. Just seconds later, his smile was completely wiped out by Hai's words. Every word she said etched deep into his heart. Was he jealous of their family? That sentence dragged Myung-hun into the darkness of hell. Hai's words made Myung-hun freeze for a beat. Then a broken knife was picked up, her backpack dropped, blood splattered everywhere. After a while, he became battered, his face bruised and beaten. Myung-hun was so helpless he cursed under his breath, then he fell into thought. Damn it, she really is a monster. Hai held two axes in her hands. She looked at Myung-hun with murderous eyes. Suddenly, Hai spoke up. "I don't care what you're thinking. Actually, I'll respect you, no matter what you do." But as she said this, Hai remembered the image of that shattered soul and grew even angrier. She raised the axe high and warned Myung-hun, "Don't touch my people, or I'll kill you first. By the way, why haven't you been wearing this lately? Put it on now." As she spoke, she whipped a dog collar down onto his chest. Then Hai reminded him again, "And remember, I don't need a dog biting my family, got it?" Hearing that, Myung-hun tried to lift his head. He couldn't understand what she was talking about anymore. Mi's vision darkened more and more. It seemed like he couldn't withstand all those wounds. His mind kept spinning. What family? Thinking of this, Myung-hun recalled his own dark past, which was unbearable and incomprehensible. Could it be that he was jealous of that terrifying thing called family? At this point, Myung-hun lost consciousness. After a long while, in Hai's room, Myung-hun finally woke up. He groaned in pain. "Damn it, my head. Where am I? Wait, I think I remember this place." Then, So-ah appeared and asked, "Looks like my patient is awake. Are you having a headache?" It seemed true. Myung-hun acknowledged it. So-ah said, "I understand." Right after, she fed Myung-hun, giving him a slap on the cheek. This stunned him. Myung-hun quickly turned to look at So-ah with confusion. "Why did you do that? Explain now." The girl slowly explained, "It's a painkiller I came up with." He was dumbfounded, seeing Myung-hun still confused. So-ah happily added, "I reduce your pain by replacing it with another pain. Isn't that amazing? I invented it myself." He was utterly helpless now. "You better not go into medicine." "But why are you here?" The girl sat down and answered, "Everyone brought you here." Myung-hun responded calmly as if he understood. So-ah quickly gave him medicine. After sitting up properly and taking the medicine, he asked her, "So what kind of medicine did I take?" So-ah looked at the box and replied it was suppository medicine. The medicine she gave was meant to be inserted into the anus. Hearing that, Myung-hun sprayed out both water and medicine from his mouth. He glanced at So-ah, who was startled. Seeing this, she got angry. "Why did you spit out the medicine? Drink it back now." Myung-hun was extremely annoyed. "Can't you tell the difference between oral medicine and suppository?" The girl quickly argued back, "They both go in holes." After that, he didn't know how to respond, so he just gave up. "I don't want you to take care of me anymore." Myung-hun was tired and fed up. That's why he hated kids. Then he looked at his body and wondered, "What are these bandages on my chest for? Don't you remember getting hit here?" So Ah leaned forward and answered, "You were injured, so I treated it." But strangely, Myung-hun didn't feel any pain. The girl briefly looked away from him. He muttered slowly, not too fast or slow, "I'm injured, but the wound is in my heart." So Ah's words made Myung-hun silent for a moment. He just quietly stared at her. After a while, Myung-hun reacted. That's nonsense. Where's your mom? Only then did the girl remember the mission Hai had assigned her. I'll take you to her. Come on, Mom. So Ah's voice broke as she called Hai. The sky was turning red now, dusk settling in. The girl smiled brightly and ran toward the couple. We're here. Hai warmly replied, Thank you, sweetie. Myung-hun followed behind, not daring to look her in the eye. Then Hai finally spoke, forcing him to look over. Hey, aren't you going to greet me? Never mind, just come here and sit down. Hey, you filthy bastard. Hai seemed to have no walls left after the noon incident. She was still cheerful. The sunset looked incredibly beautiful. Hai started asking about Myung-hun's health, and he replied indifferently, Still okay. I guess so. She continued, You should thank me. If I hadn't gone easy on you, you'd be dead already. Or maybe I should take a look. As she spoke, Hai smiled brightly and pointed at Myung-hun's chest. He startled and dodged. Seeing this, she laughed heartily. Oh my god, why are you so scared? Feeling mocked, Myung-hun quickly retorted, Who's scared? It was just a sudden heart spasm. Still, Hai laughed like it was the best day ever. She cheerfully looked at Myung-hun. Anyway, it's pretty funny. But I'm not apologizing to you. He gripped the bottle of alcohol tightly, frowning slightly. I know, but I didn't do anything wrong there, did I? It was a matter of survival. Besides, I didn't break any rules. That's just how this world works. Otherwise, there wouldn't be delicious food and drinks like this. Saying that, Myung-hun shook the bottle lightly. Hai slowly took a sip. She continued, So don't try to change me. I always help you in my own way, and the results are huge. Even though I don't like your methods, I still follow them and bear all the trouble from your family alone. And Hai, you're everything I need. I can ignore all the burdens before. I don't need a family or anything like that. All I want is entertainment and satisfaction, even if I'm left alone. After hearing those heartfelt words, Hai bonked Myung-hun on the head. Enough. I've heard enough about giant people and your nonsense. Myung-hun's eyes widened, his mood shifting fast. Then let's fight. You're annoying me. I'm trying to talk to you. And you should stop making that face. His eyes opened wide, then he fell silent right after speaking. Hai calmly advised, I know you hate following orders, but I see you're really lonely. Myung-hun, don't do everything alone anymore. No matter what happens, he still needs someone by his side deep down. Hai really hopes Myung-hun can experience the joy of laughing and chatting with someone. Then Hai pats his shoulder. If in the end he's truly alone, I promise I'll be by your side until the very end. She gave a sincere smile from the bottom of her heart. Not stopping there, she added something that made Myung-hun choke up. Try opening up and making an effort to get along with others. I believe you'll do great. But he didn't show any clear reaction, just held the bottle of liquor, drinking while walking away. Thanks. I think I've heard enough of your nonsense. No need to ask so many questions. When Myung-hun was about to leave, he said he wanted to sleep and just walked off. Myung-hun's mood also sank. It seemed those words had enough impact on him. After that, he clenched his teeth tight. His mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. Still, Myung-hun kept his stance, telling himself being alone was fine. Why bother trying to get along with those thugs? Then Myung-hun quietly walked away, not letting Hai hear his thoughts. Remembering her promise, he felt Hai was truly different. Her words made Myung-hun deeply thoughtful, swirling in his mind about not trying to be alone anymore. He looked up at the twilight sky, wondering if he had lost his mind. Though he couldn't agree with what Hai said, those words he never thought of moved him. He recalled that moment when, in a daze, holding a box of medicine, Myung-hun left. He turned away and reminded that guy. The scars on his face or the times he helped others alone carrying heavy boxes, even rushing to save them. In dangerous situations with countless wounds on his body, he told Run it wasn't worth her panicking like that. Then the times he was offered drinks, Myung-hun flat out refused, saying he didn't like it. He found it all noisy and annoying, thinking they kept approaching him unnecessarily. But they still tried to get along with Myung-hun. Looking back at those moments, he thought he wasn't lonely anymore, and maybe that was when Myung-hun started having feelings for Hai. He reminisced about that time. Thunder rumbled loudly, making the noisy market scene even gloomier. Cries for help, hurry up, someone lend a hand. Bring all the medicine we have here fast. The others hurriedly reassured, all right, wait for me a moment. Though her hand tried to cover the wound's mouth, she kept bleeding. Myung-hun anxiously urged, Jane will die if this keeps up. Someone come help fast, she painfully said. I don't want to die. He immediately shouted back, you'll be fine. Shut up and calm down. We're about to treat you. Hang in there. However, Myung-hun quickly couldn't say another word. The person lying there had empty eyes, lifeless. Darkness quickly engulfed his whole body. A mixed emotion made his mind panic. We failed. The blade slid, fresh blood dripping off it. Myung-hun and his team were violently suppressed. That was his biggest regret. Everything was too real, so we let our guard down. That was the chance for those bastards. He stared at his bloodied hands. Damn bastards, I'll take them out one by one. Suddenly, someone stopped him. You shouldn't do that. You'll only put yourself in danger. Dong-hun agreed. We're already too busy here. How can we go rescue others? Hai suddenly spoke. They have L. They'll take them hostage instead of killing. We can save them if we act fast. Seeing they were still worried, she added, Don't worry, it won't take much of our time. Myung-hun chased after. Let me go with Hai. Dae-ho immediately wanted to argue with him. I understand how you feel, but right now, I need you to stay. Someone has to lead everyone here to guard against intruders. A gentle hand placed on Myung-hun's shoulder, as if to soothe him. Hai softly said, Please. She gently grabbed his shoulder as if wanting him to understand her heart. Finally, Myung-hun gave in. I get it. So grabbed an iron bar and stepped forward. Mom, I want help too. Can you make me do anything or just teach me a few things? Hai sat down to explain to the girl. So A was brave. Mom really appreciates your request, but this is my job alone, so you stay here. You know, I don't want to see you get hurt. So A, though sad, obediently agreed. Hai firmly said, You can trust me, sweetheart. I'll finish quickly. I'll be back soon. Don't worry, I'm fine. The rain outside grew heavier. Seeing the door ahead, someone ordered, Hurry up, get inside. Jong-hun pushed the door hard. He continued to guide, Duong, bring all the stuff here. This is Myung-hun's order. We have to protect this room. Ji-ho, come help. But fear made people freeze. I don't want to die, someone quickly said to me. It's just a dream, come on. Du-young was very worried. What the hell is going on? Jong-hun angrily shouted, Shut up and help me. Hey, I'm not sure what the hell is happening. But I have to protect this place. Like drops of blood dripping on the floor. Dae-ho stared at his arm mutating. So it felt something was wrong and asked, Uncle, are you okay? He was extremely tense. I can't be found out. I'm fine. The child's hand touched his arm. Everything will be okay soon. My mom is coming back and will save us all. Don't worry. The expression on Dae-ho's tough face still tried to respond. That's right. A demonic sound came from downstairs. Those hungry monsters were howling and charging. Myung-hun coldly finished off one of them. The crude stretcher in his hand suddenly became a deadly weapon. How could I not know? Actually, I was just fooling myself. It's obvious the marks on the weapon are from the monster's blood. We know but still choose to refuse to believe it. If I hadn't built relationships with them, if I hadn't met Hai, until everything was over, if I hadn't become someone who cares about others, if I hadn't known this happiness, Myung-hun would have killed monsters in a frenzy. He suddenly begged in pain, Please forgive me. Heavy breathing echoed in the dark room. A pile of corpses lay scattered on the ground. Blood and death filled everywhere from the monsters. Myung-hun alone swept through all the monsters. He muttered, It's over. Everything's finally done. All I have to do is clean up before Hai comes back. I'll clean everything up. Burying the fallen and I should check on the others first. Suddenly, a piercing scream calls out his name, Myung-hun. We gotta run fast. Then there's the sound of soft crying. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But so I is. Oh God, what should I do? The sounds around start to fade away. Myung-hun only sees, so dying in his arms in a kiss. His eyes widen in shock. The nightmare he never expected still hasn't ended. Memories thought buried deep suddenly come rushing back. She once called his name like that too, Myung-hun. Please. Please. Right now, both of them have been shot. Myung-hun's eyes are hollow, his clothes soaked in his comrade's blood. A tall, eerie figure emerges from the darkness. Thin threads are slipping out from the holes in his hands. Cut to outside, the sky keeps pouring rain. Below, voices urge, Hurry up, we gotta make the most of the time. If what they say is true, the wounds should be stitched up. I gotta be more careful. Please, please stay safe, everyone. Both Myung-hun and So-ah burst out in panic as they open the door. Where is everyone? Sweat keeps pouring down her surprised face as she stepped on. Myung-hun's heart floods with regret. If only I had stopped Ha-ra from leaving. So-ah is badly wounded, and as soon as he sees her, he calls out, Mom. Myung-hun struggles to say her name. Ha-ra desperately questions himself. Would things have been different? Everything has gone beyond imagination. Ha-ra screams madly, calling out in broken cries, slowly waking him up. Myung-hun, Myung-hun, huh? He asks, surprised. What the hell? Was I knocked out? What's Ha-ra? Bringing him back to reality. So-ah and everyone don't understand why they keep hearing Ha-ra calling. So-ah. Chun Bok keeps comforting her. You're okay. Just run. They're gonna catch your sister. Run fast. No matter what the girl says, Hai-ji is going crazy. Touching. the wound on his forehead and calling. So again, Hai tears off his outer shirt, ready to jump into a brutal fight. When he announces the second round, Ha-Ra's muscular arm punches her right in the face. But at the same time, Ha-Ra retaliates with the exact same move. Myung-Hun's whole body flips backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His monster eyes blaze red with rage. He keeps punching her body like a counterattack. The pain is so heavy. It makes her nose and lips bleed. Suddenly, Hai grabs Myung-Hun's hair. Her arm quickly mutates and lifts a huge rock. Because his head is held tight, Myung-Hun can only watch the rock. He instinctively raises his hand, hoping to block the blow. Suddenly, a strange change happens in his mind. This feeling is back again. While he's distracted, Hai-Ji strikes a powerful blow. The crash is so loud, even those outside have to brace themselves. Suddenly, Myung-Hun moves faster. I get it now. He speeds up and attacks her with the rock. Then Myung-Hun shifts attention. Is that you? You're the one causing trouble, huh? Who told you not to meddle in adult stuff? He flicks a stone directly, knocking Chun Bok down. Hai-Ra is too exhausted to intervene. Where the rock hit, a big wound appears. Her eyes show a mix of worry and anger. Myung-Hun smiles, running his hand through his hair, feeling relieved. Unexpectedly, Hai-Ra gets up and punches him, but Myung-Hun blocks it just in time. Just as I thought, her attack power is weakening. Ha-Ra must be exhausted. He sticks out his tongue, looking excited. She's hit her limit. Time's on my side. That means my dream is about to come true. I'm gonna get it. We'll become a family. Myung-Hun thinks about the house and their own kids. She won't be lonely anymore because I'll always be by her side. I'll heal all her wounds and make her happy again. Suddenly, the monster's voice brings him back to reality. And everyone don't understand why they keep hearing Ha-Ra call Chun Bok keeps comforting her. You're okay, just run. They'll catch your sister. Run fast. No matter what the girl says, Hai-Ji still goes crazy, touching the wound on his forehead and calling again. Meanwhile, Chun Bok sees someone approaching them. A bullet is precisely shot at him. Chun Bok keeps firing to scare them off. Don't come near us, get lost. The girl grits her teeth, wanting to pull the trigger again but is out of bullets. Don't come here. Myung-Hun's eyes turn red from hearing Ah's desperate voice. Mom, I'm sorry. Ha keeps mumbling. I'm truly sorry. She uses all her strength to hold Chun Bok tight. A thread of association suddenly appears in Myung-Hun's mind. Hai gently looks at Ah while stroking her head. Memories between him and her suddenly get torn apart. I get it now. I was never part of that picture from the start. Then a strong force suddenly hits the back of her neck. Chun Bok panics, trying to wake the person in front. Ha-Ra, get up. Meanwhile, the girl reflexively turns around because someone calls, Hey kid, I got a question. Is this woman yours? No, what is this monster to you? Why do you care about her so much? Chun Bok suddenly trembles with fear, but she still answers firmly. Her family is the most precious family I have. That answer makes Myung-Hun pause for a moment. His thoughts start to clear up. I get it now. You see her as family, not a monster. Chun Bok is suddenly grabbed tightly by his arm and lifted up. Myung-Hun looks at her weirdly. Thanks, kid. Ha-Ra is still alive, all thanks to everyone. Chun Bok struggles to reply. I'm glad too. Tears stream down her face. I'm really happy. Myung-Hun changes his tone. Then he lifts both Chun Bok and Ha-Ra at once. Let's go home. Oh, don't forget to bring those hiding behind. After finishing the fight, Myung-Hun takes them back to the village. The villagers start gossiping. Hey, did you see? That's the monster's mom and her group. That's the monster's mom. They look fine. She's really pretty, but that doesn't matter. But now they're here. I know they saved the village. But honestly, they're troublemakers. I just hope nothing bad happens next. If they're here, there's no reason for us to leave the village anymore. Everyone in the village replies in unison. Yeah, I wish they'd leave before something happens. At the gate, two people wearing helmets and someone shouts, Clear the way. Yong-Hai steps close to the two helmet guys and yells. Their presence is already a big problem. She delivers a strong blow and the two helmet guys back off. Let me through. Let me in. Young-Do steps forward and says, Yong-Hai. Come on. She hugs Yong-Hai tightly and shouts, Stop it. Yong-Hai struggles in Young-Do's arms and says, This is ridiculous. Mom knows this, right? Young-Do awkwardly explains. Mom has her reasons. So chill out first. She angrily asked how Mom could do that to them. She turned to Young-Do and yelled, Did Mom forget they saved our village? Mom said they were family. In the empty hallway, a question echoed. What about the others? Along that empty hallway was a room that looked like a prison cell. What about the kid? At this moment, the prison was completely silent, not a sound. But after a while, heavy breathing could be heard. The sound came from the crack of the door, or more precisely, behind the iron bars. Small, clumsy feet lay motionless on the ground. The one lying still was little Chun Bok. The person standing in front of the kid was filled with hatred. He stood there staring at Chun Bok with eyes full of resentment and called out, "Get up, you monster." In another room, kind words were heard. "How are you feeling? Has your wound healed completely? I'm sorry I can't give you food, but I'll find something and bring it when I come back. So please stay still and wait for me until then." Hyra, though cared for and treated kindly by Mi-young-hun, still seemed uneasy. So HG kept hiding in a corner, terrified. Seeing this, he said, "Come on, don't look at me like that. You're making me sad." HG was still uncomfortable interacting with Mi-young-hun, so she kept growling. Mi-young-hun tried to make her laugh but got only refusals. Seeing the girl he loved so scared of him made Mi-young-hun helpless. He sighed softly and said, "You know, I had a dream last night." Mi-young-hun began telling the story he dreamed. "It was a terrible dream. The day we lost everyone. Joe turned into a monster and messed everything up. Remember? That was also the day. So the one I loved dearly." Mi-young-hun's words trailed off. He continued, "You wanted to learn some fighting skills from me. You even held my face and said, 'From now on, I'll do anything you want. Just call my name.' Hyra held my face crying and begged, 'Please don't leave me, okay?' She clung to me and said she couldn't bear to be without me. Honestly, I even found her pain kind of adorable." Then Mi-young-hun helped Hyra stand up, even when others had given up. "I knew you'd get through it. That's why I took care of you like a child back then." But then she said nonsense about leaving. Mi-young-hun shouted, "That's a lie." He knelt and begged, "Hyra, hit me hard. I won't run away." Though Mi-young-hun yelled, "Damn it, you think I took care of you just to get this? What you're doing is just trying to kill yourself. I swear I'll curse you forever if you leave." But all he got was an apology. "Sorry, Mi-young-hun. You can blame me if you want, but my heart's made up." She looked back at him once more and said, "I'll take revenge because that's all I can do now. Thanks for taking care of me these past days." Then she left in one go, leaving Mi-young-hun heartbroken. Mi-young-hun thought, "I was too weak to stop her back then, so I let her carry that burden alone. All I could do was watch her leave, but now I won't let her leave me that easily anymore. I can't forget my one and only master. So I killed every monster I met and endured a lot of pain losing my companions." Mi-young-hun kept trying to survive day by day, but I never stopped hoping to see her again. His whole group searched everywhere for her. Any shadow that looked like her could fool him. Mi-young-hun thought even if he had to go to hell and be burned, he'd accept it. Then in that dream, he saw himself bleeding profusely. Back in reality, with a dazed smile looking at her, he tenderly told HG, "You can keep living in the past, Hi-G. No need to endure anything anymore, because I'll be here to protect you always and forever." Mi-young-hun, like a monster, happily said, "Now I become a terrifying giant. I won't let anyone hurt you again, so sit back and get ready for a happy life for the rest of your days." Mi-young-hun continued clowning around in front of her. "Happy birthday, H. From now on, every day will be your birthday. Do you like that? Is there any gift you want when you come back?" Personally, I think he just babbled, but Hyra remained calm as always, watching him closely. He was like a kid showing off the candy he got. Suddenly, Mi-young-hun froze, stopped the antics, and really became a kid when Hyra patted his head. He smiled like a monster and asked, "What are you doing? Do I look like so again? Come on, look closely." "I'm not Mi-young-hun." Before finishing, he caught sight of Hai-Ji's beautiful but sorrowful face. That stunned him into silence. Mi-young-hun bowed his head and sighed. "Damn it, that face isn't fair at all." Suddenly, Hyra burst into tears, making Mi-young-hun confused too. "Wait for me, Hyra." He clung to her like a child and said, "I promise I'll cure you, even if I have to go back to cruel hell." Earlier, the scene switched to an abandoned building, where a female voice said, "That's right." Then a male voice answered, "All right, just a little more." They continued talking. "Go a bit deeper." "Sure. Like this?" The woman was Dudong. Blushing, she said, "Just a little more." Suddenly, she shouted, "That's my butt. Oops, sorry. Okay, do well." It turned out Gon Don was helping her undress. They were both blinded by the light, and Chun-Bi and Gazin were no exception. They were blinded along with Gomdu. Chun-Bi, now older, gasped, "Damn it, this position must be the work of those dwarves. Looks like we can't leave here right now. How's your wife?" Gon Don, all eyes turned to Chun Bok's mother lying in a corner. Gon Don helplessly said, "I don't know what to do with her anymore." But she showed no reaction. Dudong blushed fiercely and said, "Something's weird." "What do you mean, Gon Don?" Dudong started explaining, "We were badly injured, but why are we all fine now?" Gon Don replied, "Now's not the time to worry about that. I don't feel pain anywhere. I'm fine." That was enough when they were talking, and the gate opened, letting a ray of light in. Everyone held their breath to see who entered. It was a familiar face. Dong Han, he clapped and said, "Everyone's awake? Let's go visit a few places together." Jong Hun looked at Chun Bok's mother surprised. Oh, mom's still asleep. Chun Bok's mother was still unconscious. No matter what he said, she didn't hear it. Though her eyes were closed, her expression looked far from well. Chun Bok's mother once again, we're facing that hairy monster. It sticks out its tongue and says we're like oil and water. No matter how hard we try, we'll never become one. You think so too, right? Why are you looking at me like that? I don't like talking to you as much as you do. So, as usual, let's make a deal. I'll tell you who I am, and even give you all my power. In return, you have to find the bastard who turned this world into hell. Heavy breathing came from cell number 2, mixed with coughing that rattled the lungs. Does it hurt? Sadly, that's just the beginning. Chun Bok lay trembling on the ground, staring at the kid. I've waited a long time for this day, the day I can finally avenge my family. Chun Bok weakly asked, Why? Why do you have to hurt me? The kid frowned at Chun Bok's question. He took a deep breath, then kicked Chun Bok hard with all his strength. Chun Bok was in terrible pain, struggling to ask, Why? The kid shouted angrily, You still dare to ask me? I lost everything because of you. Everyone in my life disappeared. As he spoke, he kept kicking Chun Bok fiercely. Though brutal, tears streamed down his face. He yelled, That day at the mall, we pretended to be monsters to help your stupid training. But then what? You let the monster inside you train and destroy everything. You turned my family into food for those monsters. Chun Bok screamed back, That's a lie. My mom and dad said everyone was safe. They would never lie to me. Then she broke down crying in pain. Hearing that, he asked, Really? Chun Bok looked up with confused eyes. He stepped closer and said, How can you believe that? Chun Bok felt like collapsing under his questioning. He continued, Don't you smell the blood or the heavy breathing? Don't you notice the difference? Actually, I realize the truth is. Before Chun Bok could finish, he cut her off and said, You clearly know but choose to ignore it. Back then, Chun Bok was carried on her mom's back, her eyes hazy. She slowly closed them and everything just passed by. He thought you just refused to accept the truth, so you ran away. Chun Bok was terrified hearing this. He whispered in her ear, See? I was right, you're a monster. Chun Bok refused and shouted, I'm not a monster. Without a word, he lunged to strangle her. He pulled out a knife and said, Now, no one can save you. Despite fear, Chun Bok yelled, My mom and dad would never lie to me. Actually, one thing I learned is the pain of losing loved ones. You're lying. Even your breathing annoys me. But a monster like you will never understand. She screamed, Don't blame me like that. He pressed the blade to her neck and said, You put yourself in this situation. Under the death blade, Chun Bok thought, I knew everything all along but hoped it wasn't true. I ran from that harsh truth. It's all my fault. I tried to push away what I did, all because of me, because of me. Those thoughts made Chun Bok panic. She started going crazy, screaming loud. Then she used all her strength to throw the kid far away. Though just a kid, her power was terrifying. When she hit him, he was thrown onto a nearby bed. Shocked by Chun Bok's resistance, he hurriedly asked, What was that? As he gathered himself and looked up, he saw his eyes wide with uncontrollable anger. This was the gate of cell number 2, now wide open instead of shut tight like before. He shouted angrily and ran out of cell number 2. While running, he yelled, Come back here, you freak. Chun Bok successfully escaped and stood by some iron bars. Her hands trembled, her voice shaking too. I'm not Chun Bok. Staring at her hands, tears streamed down her face, mumbling, I'm not a monster. Night was falling. The kid who lost Chun Bok started to worry. Sitting on a swing, he muttered to himself, Why did this suddenly happen? Or did Myung-hun know this but still hand her over to me? He bit his nails, calculating. I have to kill that little monster like it killed my family. I have to. Before he finished, a voice interrupted. No, that's not good at all. The sudden voice surprised him, but he quickly responded, Who are you? The other didn't answer directly but said, Oh, you scared me. So I can't let you do that. The kid was confused, not knowing who was talking. Suddenly, a head appeared above him asking, Do you want to talk a bit? The one talking was the dealer Jinwoo, explaining the medicine's ingredients to everyone. Simply put, what I made is a regeneration drug. As you can see, I researched from stuff I found in Chun Bok's nails. The result is I successfully developed a temporary drug that lets monsters regenerate, healing easily and fast. That's what I used on everyone. Du-dong held a coffee cup and asked, So why did you decide to share the medicine with us? Jinwoo sipped coffee and slowly replied, I saved it for situations like this because the ingredients are rare. Chun Bok quickly responded, Thanks for healing us. But can I ask a few things? Sure, go ahead. Do you think you can cure H? Unfortunately, that's beyond my ability. I'll try everything but haven't done much yet. I understand. Jinwoo looked at Chun Bok for a while then said, Actually, there's still a way. Then his eyes filled with worry and said, There's someone who can help. The dark choco cake was brought near his mouth, then he took a big bite, chewing noisily. Jinwoo continued, he's the only one who knows how to cure it. Meanwhile, Myung-hun was happily enjoying his choco cake. The three of them, Jinwoo, Chun Bok, and Do Dong, fell silent thinking about meeting Myung-hun. Myung-hun chewed the cake and asked, Idiot, what are you looking at? Where's my daughter? Myung-hun kept calmly eating. Turns out the one sent to find Myung-hun was Gon Don. With a fierce face, he said to Myung-hun, I know why you brought us here, but where did you leave my daughter? Myung-hun kept eating and didn't answer. After a while, he said, I'll give her back when my client finishes the job. So chill out a bit. Don't you want to wipe out that kid's power or what? Hearing this, Gon Don looked kinda stunned, staring at Myung-hun. He didn't get what the hell he was talking about, so he asked, What are you saying? Myung-hun knew Gon Don was lost. Just get up and walk away. All right, let's stop here. He started explaining, We brought you here to work together because our goals seem to line up. Gon Don was surprised. Work together? Yeah, basically that. Then he grabbed his coffee, chugged it down, and said, We just need to steal a few things. The older guy, Chun-Bi, caught on right away. So he glanced at Jong-Hoon and asked, Maybe now's the time to talk about that market you mentioned earlier. Jong-Hoon laughed. Looks like you're losing it. Myung-hun thought it over and said, Yeah, I want to go to the market with you. Jong-Hun was shocked by Myung-hun's answer. Hey, what are you saying? You're seriously gonna go there? Myung-hun stayed quiet, quietly sipping his coffee. Myung-hun's heavy silence made Jong-Hun's brain run at full speed. He slammed his hand on the table, pissed off at Myung-hun. That's not what we agreed on. The original plan didn't include these guys coming along. So why are you doing this now? At least talk to me first. Facing Jong-Hun's anger, Myung-hun said, Sorry to tell you this, but if the mother's still okay, I'll stick to the original plan. But now, it's not cool at all. Plus, it's way too risky, relying only on my power. And I don't want to leave High Rad just because of that. This is the best plan right now. Jong-hun grabbed his head. No way. There's got to be another way. Myung-hun tried to calm him. Everything will be fine. I'm out. Jong-hun was stunned by how serious he was, quietly staring at Myung-hun. Gon Don's footsteps were heavy and firm. He stepped up to Myung-hun and asked, Is this how you're going to save her? I'm coming with you. Gon's eyes went wide, staring hard at him. Myung-hun didn't back down, staring right back. Gon's eyes got even bigger. The two just stared at each other for a long time. Suddenly, Myung-hun said, I like your eyes. They totally fit that big-ass face of yours. Then he turned to Jong-hun. Come on, be friendly and explain the plan in detail. It's too late to keep them in the dark now. Jong-hun scratched his head. Chun-Bi gave a slight frown. The image of the Dao people and Jong-hun's wicked face flashed in his mind. But putting that aside, he looked at Jong-hun and said, Start telling us about this market you guys keep talking about. What's it like? Finally, Jong-hun sighed and answered Chun-Bei's question. It's a monster market, a huge place like a town made by a group of monsters calling themselves a family. They trade and exchange everything there. Gon jumped in. Everything. Yeah. Their goal is to find some stuff among all that, like a potion that turns monsters into humans. We can use that potion from the market, but there's no guarantee it's actually there. Chun-Bi suddenly got anxious. So, do they have? He started rambling. Yu Dong stopped him. Dad, don't ask about what Gazen told us. You already know. Hearing Jong-hun's answer, Gon thought, if that potion really exists, we could cure the disease. If I get that potion, Chun Bok will definitely trust Un-hun. Seeing Gon Don deep in thought, Yu quickly made up his mind and got ready to leave. Gon calmed down fast and asked, Wait, before we go, do you have any info on that T family organization? Myung-hun replied, No clue, you gotta figure it out yourself. Who am I? Your secretary or what? Asking me that. All right, fine. Actually, I know one thing. Myung-hun stuck up his middle finger like a boss and said, Those guys are assholes, always pulling crap like this. I wonder what you'll do when you meet them. Gon Don's crew went with Myung-hun to the market, inviting everyone to their booth. The sales pitch was loud and lively. Fresh fruit, super cheap today, dear customers. The buying and selling kept going. Give me a fish, Dad, and 2 pieces of meat. Fresh seafood here. Come get it. We got fresh, natural, rare meat for sale. People heard that and came over to check out the stall. They started buying the human meat displayed in front of them. I want the breast. I'll take the left hand. I want 2 legs. Here's everything, folks. The bags were packed full. Nearby, people chained by the neck saw the human meat being sold and screamed for help. Anyone? Please save us. I won't run anymore. I don't want to die. Not just adults. Monsters even locked kids in cages waiting to be butchered. A human head left out too long had bugs crawling on it, but that was just one of many heads sold that day. Soft footsteps quietly entered the market, seemed like they belonged to the family organization. Heavy, dragging steps pushed through the crowd. The gang leader turned and looked at his crew. He slowly asked, "Is the family gathered yet?" A guy with huge feet answered, "It's always uncomfortable here." Outside the market, the air was dead silent, totally different from the wild chaos earlier. The shop signs were dark and quiet, the streets empty, with only a tall figure cloaked in shadow walking through the stillness. A bright green eye with a narrow pupil stared intently at a black cat watching every step of the strange man, standing there until the man's figure faded away. Elsewhere, a plate of fresh meat was arranged in a fancy style. The person sitting there calmly said, "He's on his way. I know everyone's hungry, but please wait a little longer." Then different voices responded, some praising the food's look, others complaining about the eldest son being so slow. "This is a family meeting that hasn't happened in a long time." Another defended, "He's busy, cut him some slack." "I get that, but making us wait this long is pretty rude, especially with Dad here." When the man finally opened the door and walked in, the chatter didn't stop until everyone focused on him. Someone even shouted, "Make him kneel and apologize for being late." But he didn't seem to care, slowly taking off his shoes and walking in, casually announcing, "No problems with the rats today." Then the lively banter started again, one after another. "Really? That's good. Hey dude, you ignoring me on purpose? Kneeling almost enough. But whatever." He was like that. "Let's start dinner." Otherwise, they'd complain about the eldest son being so slow and wonder if he was okay. "This is a family gathering, and it's been a long time since we had one." Another person defended, "The older brother is busy, so cut him some slack." "I get that, but making us wait this long is pretty rude, especially with Dad here." When the man silently opened the door and walked in, the chatter stopped as everyone focused on him. Someone even shouted, "Make him kneel and apologize for being late." But he seemed indifferent, slowly taking off his shoes and walking in, casually announcing, "No problems with the rats today." Then a lively back and forth started, with people taking turns saying, "Really? That's good. Hey, you were ignoring me on purpose, huh? Kneel down, almost there. But with him like that, let's start dinner." The man with the polite gloves slowly lifted a glass of water, then turned toward the dining table and spoke in a deep voice. "Looks like everyone's here now. The kid's mom is here, the big guy and the knight are here too. Plus, there's also Battery. So let's get this dinner started." Right after, the annoying sound of constant chewing filled the air. Battery sat there, watching that eating style, her face so pissed veins popped out. She finally couldn't take it and shouted, "Knight, can't you be quietly? What kind of disgusting eating habit is that?" The gentle mother quickly intervened, "Don't be mean to my son. So, how's the food?" Her son didn't even bother looking up, just munching away and replied, "It's delicious." Battery was boiling mad and snapped loudly, "He's so rude because you spoil him too much, Mom." Suddenly, the knight stopped what he was doing and called her name, making her freeze for a second. He calmly said, "You're speaking too loud, eat quietly." That just made her blood boil again. "You're even louder than me." And that was exactly the vibe of a typical family, with siblings constantly bickering and the other one just sighing. Then that deep voice spoke up again. Finally, the moment had come. His words made everyone fall silent instantly, stopping whatever they were doing to focus on him. The man called Dad smiled slowly and declared, "I need to meet the mother and that kid." Hearing that, the woman, acting as the mother, softly said, "Oh, is it time already? Don't you think it's a bit early?" He replied, "I almost feel the timing is right, but that kid seems to have abilities quite like mine." From the big guy's story, I found out something else. Maybe that kid's power is even stronger than mine. I saw her absorb my clone firsthand, which is interesting because she should have been just a regular meal, but ended up with such high-level abilities, and she even knows how to use them. The mother kept a bright smile and said, "If that's true, then we should meet her." "Definitely, and at the same time, we won't have to wait around anymore. That kid is the key to the evolution we've always dreamed of." The big guy then asked, "So Dad, are you planning to bring the kid's mother along for that reason too?" He calmly answered, "No. At first, I did think so, but now I feel it's better to take her hostage to control the kid. Then when she's no longer useful, I'll either absorb her or kill her." Suddenly, Battery cut in excitedly, "Dad, give me that mission. I'll definitely catch them, of course, if you allow." Before she could finish, the knight shouted in her face, "Shut up," making her eyes darken to the extreme. He slowly warned her word by word, "Dad hasn't finished talking, so sit tight. I get how you feel, but you shouldn't be so impatient." Hearing that, she immediately mocked, "I knew it. You're uncomfortable because your little sister is trying to impress Dad, right?" He kept that same tone but answered stiffly, "It's not like that." "Then what is it, brother?" She smiled, but the bag she carried kept distorting. Seeing that, the knight's hand immediately grabbed the hammer behind his back, but before he could act, both of them suddenly felt a chill down their spines, their pupils shrinking completely as they looked in the same direction. A completely unfamiliar voice echoed, "Enough?" The gentle mother just now turned into a demon, glaring at both of them and scolded, "You two dare to be disrespectful in front of your father?" The two kids got scared stiff, no longer daring to fight. She continued, "Being chosen as dad's children means you should know how to behave properly. You were given power so you'd stop biting each other like this." She wasn't just strict with a fierce face, but cursed smoothly. "Always remember and be grateful for what dad has done for you, and get closer to each other." The father, with an unreadable expression, continued his unfinished talk about that power. "It does make us special, a power that elevates us above all other species." Battery quickly agreed. "That's obvious, Dad." But he wasn't very happy as he went on. "But that's all it is." His words confused everyone, as he seemed lost in his own thoughts while continuing to eat the meat on his plate. "We once ruled the world. Why was that possible? Because we always lived in symbiosis, sharing knowledge and experience, always seeking opportunities, no matter how slim, and fully capable of achieving our goals. But ironically, that very power led to our extinction. We were killed by our own differences. A power we couldn't control was nothing but a curse." He stabbed the knife hard into the last piece of meat, his voice firm. "I never wanted to be anything unique. What I want is only one thing, not uniqueness but perfection. And that's exactly what we need." He looked at each family member and ordered in a low voice, "We must capture them no matter the cost. The golden key to perfection lies with that kid. For the eternal stability of this world and our family, we will become perfect humans, without a single flaw or weakness. Bring that child here to me." He smiled wide, self-assured. "That's a good name, just like the meaning it carries." Outside, the temperature kept dropping and snow began to fall. In the cold wind, small footprints were imprinted on the thick snow inside an old room. I melted, and there were even some bodies lying scattered outside the door. Chun Bok and her mother were curled up there, freezing. Chun Bok's mother was completely unconscious, and the girl was just as worn out. Looking at her mother, the girl seemed to still hear her mother's voice in her ears. "You are a blessing, Chun Bok." And in that dark, silent space, a mysterious voice asked, "Why did you do that?" By dawn the next day, the sky cleared and the sunlight made everything feel much warmer. The yard was still covered in snow from the night before, but the kids were playing excitedly, because finally, the snow had stopped falling. One of them suddenly cried loudly after getting hit in the face with a snowball. The angry kid yelled and chased after his friend. The other kid ran fast and threw teasing words back. The laughter and noise filled the whole area, chasing each other, then going back to carefree snowball fights. In contrast to the lively, energetic scene outside, the hallway inside looked like a hospital and was extremely quiet. At the corner of the hallway near room 206, the door was tightly shut with no sound coming from inside, even though someone was there. A sick man and his daughter were sitting quietly by his side. The person lying in the hospital bed was none other than Chun Bo's mother. She was still in a deep coma. Chun Bo sat silently next to his mother, not paying any attention to the noise at the door, until someone gently opened the door. Chun Bo suddenly lifted his head to listen, but his eyes never left his mother. The voice spoke. "Follow me, I have something to tell you." As they both stepped out of the room, someone spotted them and even spoke up. "Are you seriously letting that kid lead Chun Bo away like that?" Jo John Hai was anxiously questioning his sister. "Is that guy going to hurt her again? And you're okay with that? I heard Mi Eung Hun and her family went to that market. What are you thinking?" But in response to that panic, Jun Do's calm voice replied, "Bring the kids from the rooftop down here. I'll talk to the other families." Then she unconsciously watched the two figures from earlier and instructed, "Don't worry too much, little sister. Trust me." Her eyebrows trembled. Do was lost in thought about what Chun Bo had said. She claimed she'd be fine, but why did she look like that? Outside, the building was a majestic mountain scene, snow-covered, but still stunning under a clear blue sky. The silence was broken only by the gentle sound of a small river flowing somewhere nearby and the heavy footsteps echoing from afar. Each step sank deep into the snow. With every step lifted, a large patch of pure white snow fell away. In this all-white landscape, two figures, one big and one small, slowly walked forward. Chun Bo finally spoke first. "Looks like we've gone pretty far from the village." But the other guy seemed to think it wasn't far enough. He kept walking, ignoring Chun Bo's warnings. He trudged forward silently. She followed behind, tiny and trailing. Her face was dark and unreadable. Suddenly, she let out a long breath, cold and sharp. Then she spoke again. "Honestly, I've always known. I knew about this but was too cowardly to accept it as truth, so I hid behind my family." She stopped, neither speaking nor moving further. "I'm truly sorry," those words made him freeze. "I'm sorry for causing you to lose your family and ruining your revenge plan." The small, lonely girl spoke with a maturity far beyond her years. "I sincerely apologize." He heard her but said nothing, hesitating before turning dark and cold, questioning her. "Yeah? So? His voice was icy, probing. You think I'll just forget everything because you said sorry? You're just saying that to ease your own guilt. Cut the pity act. No matter how much you apologize, your curse won't disappear. Stop pretending. Then he snapped, calling Chun Bok with blame. Monster. She didn't answer immediately, but after a moment calmly replied, I'm human. Maybe not normal. But I believe I was once just a normal person. Even if called a monster's child, I don't care. And even with this strange power, I believe I was once human. But I was wrong. Her face darkened, her words sharp as steel, firmly stating, You're right, I'm a monster, a disgusting monster who stole the lives others cherished. So now I'll take responsibility for that. He stood with his back to her, confused by her meaning. Then she slowly pulled something from her clothes to assure, no one else will suffer anymore. I'll remember all the wrongs I've done for the rest of my life. I'm sorry, but wait until I settle my family matters. When everything's done, I'll come to you. As she finished, Chun Bok suddenly struck from behind him. Her eyes flashed with deadly intent locked on him. Startled and focused on her words, he didn't dodge and got his head split open, blood splattering bright red against the white snow. He clutched his shoulder in pain, groaning. What the hell did you just do? Are you crazy, girl? Her voice was steady. I meant to say that to him, not you. The bastard was scared by her attitude and the attack, but moments later, his true nature showed. His voice grew deeper and darker. He laughed loudly, mocking her. Unbelievable. Since when did you know? I never thought you'd figure it out. You're sharper than I thought. I'm confident in my disguise, but you caught me. He sneered. So that's your real face. I plan to take you even further, but this place is far enough. I prepared well, so don't try any tricks. Now come here quietly. But she cut him off. Where is he? He didn't get her meaning, so she asked again, Where is he? Only then did he glance down at the only remaining hat of that boy and say, Oh, you mean that thing? For a moment, he seemed to pause, searching for words to describe his experience, then spoke vaguely. That kid was useful. Thanks to him, I learned more about this place. He even told me about your relationship with him. So as a courtesy, I made sure he didn't suffer too much. The wind howled, accidentally knocking off one glove from the snowman on the rooftop, and the other looked like a human hand. The monster laughed out loud. Man, just thinking about it cracks me up. You know what he said before he died? In his memory, the boy was stabbed many times but still defiantly cursed him. Damn you all. Go to hell, you and everyone here. It's all because of that girl. Why? Why do I have to suffer? I'll never forgive them. The boy's face was twisted in pain and tears in the memory, and he said, I want you all to die. Then the monster burst into crazy laughter like a madman. I almost choked laughing while he was whining. Even though he had no power, he dared to hold such a grudge. Just like Hai. He kept laughing wildly, seeing him as nothing more than a piece of meat. What's the point of eating dogs? That's just ridiculous. Chun Bok stood frozen, silent, but the sound of her teeth grinding was loud and clear. That guy started whining again, so shut up. Now you better shut up and follow me. If you don't obey, my disciples will tear this village apart right in front of you. So let's go. Before he finished, Chun Bok had already leapt up right in front of him. He could only roll his eyes in shock. Deep inside, Chun Bok was drowning in pain and regret. I'm sorry, if I hadn't done that back then. If I had stopped you, none of this would have happened. I'm sorry, that's all I can do. Chun Bok's eyes changed, looking fierce as hell. Her strike was like it could tear that pervert into 100 pieces. All she could think of now was one thing. This is my atonement. Please forgive me. In the crowd, a calm voice shouted, Don't push each other. The assault team, get ready on the first floor. Runar burst open the door, shouting, Wait here and evacuate through the exit. After receiving that signal, Jingu ran over. We've prepared and arranged everything. She continued. Good. What's the situation outside? He's tense. Zhang Han and Juan are outside holding them off. The traitor's minions keep attacking everyone around. Zhang Han couldn't help but look at it with worried eyes. Suddenly, a huge tentacle lunged at the trembling girl. She tried to pry its jaws open to avoid being eaten. Meanwhile, Round spoke up but didn't sound too good. Evacuate the civilians here first, then we can get the rest out. Luckily, we knew and prepared in advance. But how could Chun Bok know that? Jundu stayed silent. She recalled the day before. Jundu asked, Do you realize what you just said? Did you say the monsters would attack us while the group was at the market? Why did you rush to say, Tell the others, I'll track the monster when it arrives? Because of you, Jundu said. I'll talk to everyone and find another way. The girl replied, If we do that, they'll notice and everyone will get hurt. I'll hold the monster you're following, so you just handle the monsters attacking here. Chun Bok's cold gaze left Jundu speechless. She wondered what had happened to the girl. Earlier, the traitor put down his cup, listening to the masked man say, Bring the mother here to me. If you succeed, I'll speak well of you to my father. The masked man continued, But I have no information about the mother. he said. My family will provide the info for you. The masked man threw a vial to the trader. He wondered, what is this? The masked man quickly said, you might not need it, but if you have trouble catching them, make them eat this. The trader stared at the vial while the masked man explained. Those blue pills temporarily boost strength and let you stay in sunlight. But the best part is the feeling of overwhelming power. The trader shouted, I feel amazing. I never thought it could be this awesome. It's way better than I described. He sneered. I told you, I was prepared for this. Chun Bok trembled, looking at the trader with terrified eyes. He continued, anyway, you came to me. But in reality, the trader's face was stomped into the snow. That was the plan, but why? He looked at Chun Bok with confusion deep inside. What the hell just happened? The trader still couldn't believe it, thinking, this girl is nothing compared to my power. How could she get this strong in such a short time? The trader sighed, unlucky. He asked, can I ask you something? How did you know my plan? Chun Bok raised her axe and answered. I heard it from the start. I could hear what the original ears heard back then. She swung the axe down hard. That's it. Hearing Chun Bok's answer, the trader's eyes slowly narrowed, thinking, you really are a monster. The girl stood in the freezing snow the wind dying down. But Chun Bok still stood there, dazed and silent. Feeling someone approaching, she turned and saw Chun Bi with a kiss. Chun Bok exclaimed, is that you, sir? He was shocked by the scene before him, looking at her bloody body and emotionless eyes, and the shattered trader's corpse at her feet. Chun Bi quickly asked, did you do this? The girl didn't hesitate to say, your grandson immediately asked again. Did I say something wrong? Seeing Chun Bok's injured arm made Chun Bi worried, but she quickly said, it'll heal. I'm fine. He looked at Chun Bok with suspicious eyes. Chun Bi quickly asked, did you use that power? The girl only responded with silence. Chun Bi shouted, damn it, what the hell are you thinking? Did you forget our promise? I told you that power is too dangerous. If you keep abusing it like that, you'll pay the price. Think about your family. Chun Bok replied, I'll pay that price myself. Chun Bi was stunned, then said firmly, are you serious? The girl tightened her grip on the axe. Chun Bok glanced at the wool hat lying on the ground. She answered, everyone is dying because I keep avoiding paying the price myself. I know my parents are facing the consequences. I don't want anyone to suffer because of me anymore. Knowing all that, I can't avoid it anymore. Then I'd rather be a monster. Chun Bi was motionless, hearing his granddaughter's words. Chun Bok turned to Myung Han and said, I want to go to the market. He stormed forward. Are you crazy? No, we've spoiled you too much. I won't go there to buy groceries. Don't overstep your limits. You think having that power makes you a monster? This is your last warning. Shut your mouth and stay put. Suddenly, the girl thanked Chun Bi, making him stop. She trembled slightly as she picked up the wool hat. I know you only say that for me, but now I can't back down anymore. He said, having that power doesn't make you a monster, right? But you're already a monster, so it's fine. Chun Bok walked on, trembling a bit. I don't want to hide or be protected anymore, because that only hurts more. Chun Bi quietly asked Chun Bok's mother, what should we do with your daughter? Your daughter is carrying a terrible burden on her shoulders. Meanwhile, back at the shelter, the trader's minions were staring at the bodies on the ground, then suddenly turned around. Bora felt a strong pressure and turned too. Gon Don clenched his fists and stepped forward, furious. No one stood tall behind the trader's minion. The Gon Don dealer narrowed his eyes, provoking, come at me, you damn bastard. The sound of arguing echoed everywhere. Run fast, be careful, come back right now. You bastard, Du Dung angrily scolded him. Are you stupid, Gon Don? How could you let them take the food I worked so hard to get? I can fight to get the food back. Gon Don explained that he did it because she was more important than the supplies. Besides, if anything went wrong, she could get seriously hurt. Hearing that, Du Dung blushed and turned into a good little kid. She doubted. But do you really care about me? You look so calm. Gon Don carried her on his shoulder and said, that's why I can save you, and I have very few reasons to get angry. Even when I'm mad, I pretend to be calm. When you're as big as me, you'll understand. Du Dung kept asking, what if you can't hold it in anymore? Gon Don answered bluntly, I don't think that day will ever come. Night fell, and the dilapidated buildings slowly drifted to sleep. In a corner of the city, a bloody event was unfolding. Two people tried to hold their breaths as quietly as possible. Gon Don gritted his teeth, trying not to make any sound of pain. Du Dung sincerely advised, one day your emotions will suddenly explode, so never try to hold it all in. That's a promise. If you don't release your feelings, it could even kill the person you always want to protect. The wind howled like a swarm of lice from the dealer's subordinate building. Standing next to a pile of corpses, Bora was ready to fight and turned around in surprise. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared. The figure gradually revealed behind Gon Don's subordinate. Burning with fiery challenge, he shouted, "Come at me, you bastards." Bora recognized him as the tall guy from before. Oh, he adjusted his tie, probably tricking us into thinking they left, making it hard to continue the plan. But whatever, no big deal. The dealer's subordinate calmly said some deadly words. "We just need to kill all the outsiders and bring that woman inside. Simple." Gon Don kept his cold attitude and didn't reply. Both of them froze for a few seconds because someone interrupted. The damn Dudong suddenly charged and threw something from her hand. "Take this." The object flew higher and higher, the light shining on it, making it hard to see. He instinctively followed the spinning trajectory. When it fell, he realized it was just a rock. However, a grenade suddenly flew right in front of Bora. This time, the two of them couldn't react fast enough to Dudong's unpredictable move. The ambush weapon quickly caused a huge explosion. He was blasted back several meters by the grenade's force. The smoke from the earlier chaos gradually cleared. A trembling voice said, "Va, please don't do this. I know you did it for me, but this isn't the way. I'm really scared. I've never seen you like this. If you lose control completely, I'll think about stopping you at any cost. Even if I get hurt, it's okay. But it hurts me to see you like this. I beg you, please don't put yourself in this situation again." Gon Don wrapped his bloody hands around Chun Bok's hand. She whispered to him, "Please." His hand clenched the steel fist. Gon Don decisively punched a monster away. It spat out several teeth in pain. His eyes were full of hatred and killing intent. He knelt low to keep his body from flying away. A fear flashed in his mind. Unimaginable power. Then he dashed off like the wind, but the subordinate lunged to scratch back in retaliation. That was all. "I'm really impressed. Who'd think a slow chunk of meat like you would fight back? As I expected, you're still better off as my snack." Fresh blood sprayed like a fountain. After those words, his last thoughts were about her. "Forgive me, baby. I did what you told me not to do. I tried to hold back, but the constant fights wore me out." Dudong was right. Holding back was pointless. But I hope you know the marks of 2 deep punches on his body. Gon Don, like a bloodthirsty monster, was ready to strike again. Thinking of Chun Bok, he swung a powerful punch at the guy's face. "I'm doing this for you." Then he unleashed a series of punches non-stop. The subordinate's arm trembled from the hits, but Gon Don didn't care. He mercilessly kept punishing the enemy. Zhang Han stared dumbfounded at his absolute power. The sound of punches echoed everywhere, confusing the people outside. Bora's blue pupils suddenly contracted in panic. A pale white hole suddenly appeared. The dealer's subordinate was covered in blood, but the hole appeared on Gon Don's side. A sudden pain immediately invaded his nerves. His whole body was blasted meters away. He said in a deep voice to him, "I have to admit, if you were a monster like us, I'd be dead. Too bad you're just a chunk of meat with some strength." His long tongue licked the blood around his mouth. The subordinate transformed 2 demon bone arms. "Time for me to enjoy the meal I've been waiting for." Suddenly, his eyes went hollow, and his confidence vanished. Gon Don smugly held the bomb pin in his hand. He was confused, not sure of his intention. When he saw a bomb stuffed inside himself, he realized, oh, that's terrifying. In a blink, the bomb exploded right before him. Gon Don exhaled after a long fight. Gon Don's awareness opened to Chun Bok's early moments. Their family smiles, the hugs he gave her, the times they spent together. Memories of Chun Bok's mother kept flooding back. "Baby." Suddenly, a sweet voice and a warm hug woke him up. "I love you here." He was surprised to feel the presence he had longed for. "Sorry for being late." Big Leg had finished delivering the medicine and informed the mother. "As you instructed, I gave the medicine to the buyer. If things get tougher, he'll use it." She was very pleased. "Well done, my son." Suddenly, Big Leg was curious and wanted to ask something. Clutching the medicine bottle, he said, "When will the medicine you mentioned earlier be ready?" She saw it wasn't a big deal and casually asked back, "Is there a problem?" Actually, the unfinished medicine wasn't bad, but there was one issue. Those who took the medicine got noticeably fatter. The meat quality improved but had way too much fat compared to meat, so the edible part decreased. Customers at the market were very frustrated about this. Hearing that, the mother calmly sipped her tea. "So now that you're down here asking, what the hell are we supposed to do?" No matter how pissed off she was, she still flashed a friendly smile. "What a bunch of ungrateful bastards. They should just eat whatever I throw at them and shut their mouths." Suddenly, Mom's attitude shifted. "Oh, listen up. Don't tell Dad, okay? The problem you brought up is almost handled, so don't worry." Still, it seems Bigfoot's hesitating. Not sure if I should follow her advice. Noticing this, Mom snapped. "Got it? Now go handle your own shit. The fun part's just getting started." She munched on her pastry, grinning like it was a party. "This stuff's actually pretty cool, gotta admit." Mom narrowed her sly eyes like she was plotting something. "These stimulant pills are damn handy with my extraction skills. I can see everything through the monster's eyes. Thinking back on Chun Bok's fierce moves, she never expected the girl to be so tough. It's embarrassing how those drug dealers couldn't pull off shit. Memories rolled back like an old tape. Back then, Chun Bok was weak as hell, almost dead in the monster's hands. Ending her so easily made the thrill of the hunt totally boring. After that, Mom couldn't remember clearly. But later, Chun Bok's mom showed up just in time and saved the gang. Her arrival, a worthy opponent, made the fight way more interesting. The wild monster stomped hard enough to shake the earth. Along with growls and cracking joints like it was flexing its power, it charged forward, hyped up, daring to see how far this fight would go. No matter how the monster acted, it just made Chun Bok's mom even more pissed off. A dark sound echoed. I was born for two reasons. One, to be your father's right hand. The other, because of your existence. It tried to speak while its saliva dripped slimily. I was born from the combo of those two. Suddenly, it stopped and asked, "Are you listening?" But Chun Bok's mom snapped back, "Shut up. You're disgusting." The furry monster spoke up, "I want a deal. Tell me what you hate." Chun Bok's mom shot back, "I hate everything." Seeing that, it advised, "Resistance is useless. Just accept it." Chun Bok's mom wasn't buying it and fired back, "Why the hell should I trust or cooperate with you? You're the one messing up my space with your nasty hair and screams. I've got enough problems already. Let me out of here, now." Suddenly, it said something random. "Are you sure?" That question confused her. The furry monster kept going, "Are you sure you won't eat your own family?" Last time, Chun Bok's mom lost control after tasting blood and couldn't stop herself from eating the old man next to her. The monster taunted, "I know you're close to your limit. What can you do in that state? In the end, you only have one choice." Unable to accept the truth, Chun Bok's mom screamed, "Damn it, shut up." She vented, "I've held on for so long, been through hell for my family. So don't bother me anymore and get lost." Seeing her so determined, suddenly it didn't know what to say. Floods of happy memories with her family rushed back. Chun Bok's mom couldn't even imagine destroying the happiness she worked so hard to build. Tears she'd been holding back started dripping. In pain and anger, she growled, "I will protect my family." Maybe sensing the depth of her love, the monster rarely fell silent. It just sighed and admitted, "I only wanted to take over your body. I thought showing you illusions or false memories would weaken you, but fighting a mother's love like yours." The furry monster had to admit defeat. It couldn't shake her. Suddenly, it changed the subject. "I told you he's still alive. You need to find him." The monster's reason? To achieve its own goal. The monster said its goal was to be independent. More precisely, it wanted to leave your body and be free. It knew the only one who could do that was your father, who threw the world into chaos. If they found him, they wouldn't have to fight over this body anymore. Hearing this, Chun Bok's mom reacted, "Wait, you know who messed up the world like this?" But the monster stayed silent. "Enough. I've told you everything you need to know. I can help with your hunger a bit, but I won't give you my power. From beating giant monsters like Bigfoot to saving your loved ones, the power I give you is enough to protect your family from any threat." After saying this, the furry monster opened its mouth wide. Strands of hair crawling out slowly loosened, releasing Chun Bok's mom's trapped hand. The monster said this was the best it could do for both of them, then suddenly transformed from a scruffy beast into a graceful girl. "Come on, team up with me." Chun Bok's mom was shocked by the change. No matter how much she hated working with the monster, she had no choice but to accept. Whether she gained extra power was up to her decision. At that moment, if she kept fighting the furry monster head-on, it would be a disaster. Better to take this chance to boost her strength and protect her family. Her whole body covered in hair confused the monster. Seizing the moment, Chun Bok's mom charged in first. Meanwhile, the monster's voice echoed in her mind, "I kept my promise and lent you my power. You better use it well for my freedom." Despite being annoyed, Chun Bok's mom replied, "Fine, but don't stab me in the back." Finally, they reached an agreement. "As long as you do your part, I won't interfere." Hearing that, she felt somewhat reassured. She got fired up to fight. "All right, let's see what you got." The hair strands transformed Chun Bok's mom into a monster with huge clawed hands. Gon Don was stunned by his wife's terrifying look, but her voice stayed sweet as ever. "Wait for me a sec, babe." With the furry monster's support, Chun Bok's mom charged forward full of fighting spirit. She confidently said, "This battle will end fast." A cry for help rang out. Things were getting worse. "Come here as fast as you can. Do dumb and I can't hold on anymore. We can't use our powers in this weather against these monsters." They suddenly. For some reason, Myung-hun evolved, but he didn't get what the evolution was about. The radio crackled urgently. "Hurry up, the kid's mom is facing them right now." Chun Bok heard that and reflexively turned to check on his mom. Why did a huge explosion suddenly come from the other corner? Yong-hun immediately lunged forward, pulling someone into his arms. Du Dung panicked as he checked on teammate Gondol. "Are you okay?" We need to get out of here fast, or the rocks and dirt will bury us. Mixed with dust, flying all over the place. When the fine dust settled a bit, it revealed a cracked and broken path. The trader's aggressive henchman kept attacking the monster with the mutated mouth, sticking out its long, twisted tongue. Chun Bok's mom had to stretch both arms out at once to block the movement of two of them. They couldn't move and made a ringing noise from their throats. Watching her fight multiple enemies alone, he felt mad respect she wasn't messing around. Her left arm turned into a giant net, tightly grabbing the monster's sharp-toothed mouth. Bora groaned in annoyance. What a pain. But things didn't go as planned, and the trader's henchman disappeared somewhere. I'm feeling really irritated right now. Stop me fast. Or I might just eat that bitch. Chun Bok's mom glared at her challengingly with glowing yellow eyes, pointing a finger at her. Let me ask you something. She immediately turned her head toward the voice. The voice mocked. What's that huge meat lump over there to you? She froze for a few seconds, looking at Gondol's back. Chun Bok's mom honestly replied, He's my one and only husband. Why do you ask? The other side sneered again. Husband? Sounds pathetic. If he were family, I'd turn him into a monster like me. That way, he could escape the pain. I'm not saying that's the right choice, but at least he wouldn't suffer anymore. If he could mutate like us through you, things would be different. Right now, he's just weak and dumb. One of Chun Bok's mom's eyes shifted again. Suddenly, she saw that figure of H, long black hair fluttering in the wind. Bora was surprised at how the situation was changing before her eyes. Chun Bok's mom's hand was crushing the fanged monster's head. Who do you think you are? The trader's henchman didn't get the meaning behind that question. Suddenly, an explosion went off, and he immediately ducked behind his shield. But the force cracked it wide open. The ground beneath him was also slowly breaking apart. Chun Bok's mom scratched hard once, and the shield shattered into pieces. He could only stare helplessly as his weapon was destroyed. Damn it. Then she stepped forward, ripped his hand off, and warned, You better watch your mouth. Her earlier confidence was completely gone. My shield's broken. She's way stronger than me, but I still need to buy some time. Bora warned her, Stay put, or watch them die. Chun Bok's mom didn't expect her loved ones were already in the enemy's hands. Gondol painfully lifted his head toward the new cutting sound. Chun Bok's mom's limbs were severed, bleeding nonstop. He smirked proudly. We've been watching you and your daughter. If you'd stayed put, none of this would have happened. Another slash came right after. The trader's henchman slammed his hand on the ground. Now, relax and sleep tight. Gondol was so heartbroken he stammered, Baby. His voice was full of pain, and even while being tortured, she could hear it. His drill-like arm was covered in blood, but he didn't stop. Now for the final blow. A huge thud echoed to the sky. The monster's bloody claws finished off the mom. Done. Now only the daughters left. But before we leave, he glanced toward the hospital. Let's have a grand feast, Bora. You might get a taste. But where he looked, she was nowhere to be seen. A foot appeared in the pool of blood. The trader's henchman wondered, Where did you go? MCH's instincts told him to check behind. Bora was lying motionless on the ground, tightly bound by glowing wires. Everything was beyond his imagination. His pupils flickered continuously, analyzing something. Is this hair? A voice suddenly rang out. I can't take it anymore. Becoming prey, getting beaten, hunted every morning when I wake up. This sucks. The heartbeat grew louder. Am I hallucinating? What's going on? I need to calm down. The voice continued, Oh, poor thing. You're scared your heart will explode from pounding so fast. Caught off guard, he got nervous. The pounding grew louder as he saw her tear open his chest with her hair. He realized this was how she killed Bora. She coldly declared, This is just the beginning. I don't care if you have dozens, hundreds, even thousands of M-types. I'll devour every last one of you. Mom shifted back to a human face and smiled happily. Oh, this is fun. Strange sounds suddenly echoed everywhere. Gondol and Dudu were stunned by the weird noise. Jang Hon and Ju Young also curiously searched for its source. The last hand of the henchman was tangled in the hair. Suddenly, someone appeared in this eerie atmosphere. Chun Bok's eyes showed extreme fear. He had finally become someone else's tasty meal. His childish voice softly called, Mom. I used to think Chun Bok's mom was scary and hard to approach. Laughter echoed through the village. At least Mom would catch the little butt. But then one day, what I saw was June Du staring blankly toward the laughter. She had a different look, just a normal mom playing with her kid. Seeing that, my prejudice softened. She looked just like me, a mom like any other. But chaos broke out at that moment. An adult shouted orders. Put on protective gear and clean up. Remember to scrub the blood with bleach or chemicals. Seeing Junu suddenly pull me back, Yeonhai asked, What's wrong? Her mom pointed at the hair on the ground. Be careful, you almost stepped on it. Yeonhai muttered, It's just hair. Probably Chun Bok's mom's. Another feeling stirred inside me, trembling. I was too reckless. I thought everything would be fine because she was just a mom like me. But still, she's a monster. Her expression grew serious. Night came quickly to the village, the clock's hands ticking loudly. Chun Bok and her mom sat together on a bench. She tilted her head slightly. Little Chun Bok was engrossed in looking at the teddy bear in her hands. Chun Bok's mom started the conversation. Nice hat. Where did you get that from? Faced with such a simple question, Chun Bok chose not to answer. She gloomily continued. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to, but there are a few things I want to tell you. I heard from your grandfather about what you did while I was asleep and your plan to go to the market. You see how dangerous things are now, right? Everything is super risky, even for adults, so you should stay inside. Suddenly, Chun Bok cut her off. Mom, have you ever lied to me? She froze when she heard the mention of a department store. Mom said nothing happened, but I know that was a lie. I know a lot of people died. Her face turned cold. It's not just like that, right, Mom? Chun Bok asked stubbornly. Why? I'm sorry for lying, but it was an unpredictable situation. I had no other choice. Telling you the truth wouldn't be good. I did it to protect you. But anyway, you should stay here. The stuffed bear was thrown and hit her head. Chun Bok still shouted angrily. Protect me? That day, it was because of you that many people in our family and even you died. It was all because of that pointless test. That's definitely a good idea. That's the safest place in the market. Myung-hun pondered. I shouldn't have gone, but there was no other way. Meanwhile, keep the village safe and do some maintenance work. Damn it. I won't do that either. Promise me, since you can control your power, you'll fight for this family. The truth is, adults alone aren't enough, so I'll go to the market with everyone. You? She was shocked so much she almost stretched out. The unlucky table became her punching bag. The girl only heard a tiny voice, stop. Then Chun Bok's mom shouted with a beastly roar. Stop right now, shut up, you idiot. Something inside Chun Bok suddenly shattered. She stepped closer to the girl. Do you think the world is easy just because you have power? Are you sure? Do you think everything will be fine because of you? Oh, your father isn't well and is struggling a lot. What will I do if something happens to you? She stomped her foot hard as a warning. Chun Bok's mom growled. I don't care who dies, I just want our family safe. Your parents are special to you. He's the one who plays with you and Doo-Doo, the one who cares about you. The people you need are here, but to me, you and your father are the whole world, a precious treasure, everything. Trust me and wait here. I'll find a way to get the medicine. Once I get it, I can cure Hira and make myself normal again. I promise I'll take care of everything no matter what I have to sacrifice. You're a monster. A terrible monster who can hurt others. Chun Bok's mom said that and threw the girl away. However, her hand quickly stopped midair. She had just calmed down. Chun Bok. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Are you okay? Let me see. But her eyes were full of fear. On Chun Bok's face was a clear, hostile expression. At that moment, she realized she had lost control because of her emotions. Chun Bok angrily left. You don't have the right to talk about family. Chun Bok's mom's fingers involuntarily curled. The atmosphere quickly turned gloomy. She bowed her head in pain and started crying. Elsewhere, voices rose. I'll rely on him again. Jong-hun agreed. That's definitely a good idea. It's the safest place in the market. Myung-hun pondered. I shouldn't have gone, but I had no choice. Meanwhile, keep the village safe and do some maintenance. Damn it. I really don't want to go at all. At another place, a plastic mask appeared. He boredly thought something, then cursed the kid. Damn it. In the gloomy city, suddenly, a monster's voice sounded. You've heard the rumors about a mother and her daughter, right? I heard they were spotted nearby, so I worked hard to find them. And the result is I found their hiding place. The other party thoughtfully looked at the photo in his hand, wondering, why did you give me this important info? She replied, it was an accident, but my ears are sharp. I overheard it in the air. You look desperate to succeed, right? I'm looking for someone like you. If you don't want this, forget it. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand tightly. I'm not joining, but I crave something more than success. Go check them out and then find a quiet place. She smiled secretly and agreed. Follow me. They quickly arrived at a nearby shop. Footsteps echoed up the stairs, one after another, heading down a hallway. Click, a door unlocked. She led him through the next room. That was their place. He stepped over the threshold without caution. Chun-Bi smiled and greeted. Welcome, bastard. Come and sit down. Seeing that, he turned suspiciously. Too late, someone appeared. What the hell is this? Are these people a team too? Hey, you didn't tell me this. Suddenly, a long lock of hair flew over and wrapped tightly around his mouth. A female voice said, this time we got the right one. Chun-Bi, he, and Gon were restraining him together. Chun Bok's mom stepped out from a fake body. Now we have plenty of time. Let's take it slow and enjoy it together. The hose kept spraying water to drown out the conversation. I think it's time to stop using this method. Yeah, or we might get caught. Gazan agreed. Good idea. It's already the third day. I'm feeling uneasy. Is that medicine really here? Anyway, when this is over, we'll go our separate ways. Chun Bi happily rubbed her head, seeing Gon suddenly react. He replied, let me rub more. You remind me of my daughter. That makes me feel at ease. While they were still arguing, Chun Bok's mom was deep in thought. Clean water, even fire and gas here. Outside are electrical devices, even tons of food. This place has it. This is the first time I've seen such rich resources since the world changed. The group running this place must be big. This place is very dangerous, but I have a hunch. I'm sure there's medicine here. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to ask where Chun Bok was. Chun Bi honestly answered, she's still next to the locker row. Chun Bok's mom immediately went to look around. Sure enough, she saw Chun Bok sulking alone. Seeing the girl was still nearby, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Her hand gently placed food on the girl's head. Here's the chocolate you like. Mom got it on the way back, but the girl still didn't react. Chun Bok's mom gradually lost patience. If you're still mad at me, then just stay like that. Even though you coming here pissed me off. Remember this? Never do anything alone. You gotta listen to me and your grandpa. Just that alone helps us a lot. Are you even listening? Chun Bok replied coldly. I get it, Mom. I'm leaving. That rebellious attitude made her insanely angry. Suddenly, Myung-hun's words popped into her head. I'll take full responsibility for that kid's safety. Isn't that enough? Chun Bok's mom snapped back, clearly not satisfied. Of course not. You kidding me? He immediately mocked her. Oh, overprotective much. While you were sleeping, that kid acted and helped minimize the damage. I say that because I know she's damn strong. I like kids like that. Stop looking around and focus on the kid. To me, she's like a fully grown hunting dog. Still, Chun Bok's mom wasn't buying it. That bastard, what the hell does he expect from a kid? I gotta be more cautious. After checking on Chun Bok, she stepped out and asked if that crazy guy had shown up yet. Seeing Chun Bi shake his head, Gon suspiciously asked, didn't you say to trust him and wait? Where the hell is he now? Chun Bok's mom said, anyway, I just need to deal with this guy before he arrives. But then, where do we go after that? Creepy laughter echoed everywhere. The kid monsters were playing happily together. Suddenly, someone spoke up. How did you find me? The other explained, it took quite a while. Have you been out these past few days? All right, I won't bore you anymore. I'm crashing at your place for a bit. The duckhead immediately refused. What? No way. Get lost. Seeing he was still stubborn, the duckhead scolded. Because you're a pain in the ass. So what if you have skills? We're the ones cleaning up your mess. I'm making you work because it's a hassle, but after seeing that, why the hell should I take you back? We don't need anything from you anymore. Scram. Suddenly, Myung-hun changed the subject. Did you find it? The drug that turns monsters back into humans. If you had, you wouldn't be sitting here like this. How awesome would it be if I could control the monsters? That'd make everything easier. Or if I had a super strong yellow-eyed monster. The duckhead perked up immediately at that. Myung-hun kept rambling. Wouldn't that be amazing? You agree with me, right? Seeing the other freeze, he asked with concern, what's wrong? Need to pee. Why the hell do you want to poop now? The baton in his hand was instantly crushed out of shape. The duckhead's voice dropped. I'll check first, but if you meddle in our business again, you better be ready, he said firmly. Don't worry, I never lie. I put it somewhere safe. Follow me. The monster's eyes looked scared in one direction. Every step the knight took shook the ground. A green light glowed from inside his helmet. So where is that thing now? In a dark, sealed room, someone's voice spoke up. From what I heard, 3 clan leaders are smuggling the drug into the market, and the one patrolling now is Swan, right? Chun Bi asked. In front of him was a blinded guy, and Gon stood nearby, snapping. It's the knight, not Chun Bi. She reluctantly agreed, but still snapped. At that moment, the blinded man offered to cooperate with Chun Bi to help cover his tracks. His bloodied, dark face showed extreme seriousness. Form a team with me, I'll cooperate. No sooner had he said that than a roll of black hair covered his mouth, muffling him into meaningless sounds. Cut the crap, Chun Bok's mom said, sitting on a chair, clearly displeased. Be smart and keep your life. Answer me. Her eyes locked onto the man. In the darkness, a weird golden glow shone. She pointed at him. If the drug that turns monsters into humans doesn't matter to you, then why develop it? The man carefully looked at Chun Bok's mom. His eyes never relaxed. The black hair slowly pulled away, freeing his mouth. Blood kept dripping from his head, making his right eye squint. He spoke with contempt. We only make it when necessary. That drug turns our kind into your kind. Hearing that, both Chun Bi and John looked disgusted, speechless. The image of wandering shadows choosing victims and bloody hands collapsing on the ground came to mind. According to him, Meat is scarce, and fear lowers meat quality. So this drug solves that problem. What's sold on the market is just an unfinished version for humans. Everyone's mind pictured people stuffed like fattened geese, smiling with white, jagged teeth mixed with bloody stains, making his words even more terrifying. I heard the drug's been perfected now. Satisfied? Chun-Bi coldly stared at him like he didn't understand a word. They're even trying to eat each other. That phrase echoed in Chun Bok's ears. She curled up behind a cabinet, desperate. Everyone's still discussing that drug. After confirming, Chun-Bi roughly grabbed the blinded man's head, forcing him to look up. The pain made him groan softly. Chun-Bi's face darkened, half of him swallowed by shadows like he was about to be consumed. He asked, "What do you use the pleasure for?" In front of him, the blinded man grinned grotesquely, making his whole face look weird. He was laughing at Chun-Bi's question. His wide grin was even clearer, contrasting with the blood on his body. "You're lucky. I mean, you're damn lucky to find this empty house." Anger showed clearly on Chun-Bi's face at the man's nonsense. He clenched his teeth. Unlike him, Chun Bok's mom was just stunned, while Gon whispered, wondering how he knew. The image of the house appeared, strangely empty and clean. His voice was laced with anger when mentioning the fate of the house's previous owner. Outside that building, countless shadows suddenly appeared, all targeting the house in front. In a flash, both Chun Bok and her mom sensed something rushing toward them. Her mom's face went on high alert. Meanwhile, the man declared the previous owner's tragic end, crushed beyond recognition. Chun Bok silently listened to him finish, but she slowly shifted position. Chun Bok's mom worriedly went to check on her, fearing the man's words might provoke her. Suddenly, a crunching sound came from his head being torn open, revealing a disgusting walkie-talkie inside. His question was actually directed at whoever was on the walkie-talkie, not anyone else. Outside, a loud noise erupted. On the floor appeared a shadowy figure, a huge silhouette with an unclear head. Light reflected off the door. In one hand, the figure held the walkie-talkie. The other held something with exposed flesh, clearly a monster. The man just grunted a brief compliment. The scene shifted amid the booming sounds. The scene blurred like an earthquake just hit. Countless monsters were panting and running because they had just received orders to find Chun Bok and her kid. They kept whispering among themselves. Watching that made Mi-Eung-hun sigh. Next to him was a short dude wearing a bucket hat, and the surroundings around them were dizzying. Mi-Eung-hun couldn't help but click his tongue and curse irritably. Night had fallen, but growls never stopped echoing. Outside were old buildings bathed in dim red light. Chun Bok, with a hurried face, was pushing Rayon to move faster, while Gon was grumbling irritably atop the rooftops. The monsters were chasing after Chun Bok and her kid. The annoyance was clear on Chun Bok's mother's face. While running, Chun Bok's mom kept blaming herself for letting her guard down and ending up being chased like this. She gritted her teeth, her eyes full of worry. In this situation, she thought about getting separated and told herself she needed to hide Chun Bok somewhere safe before finding help. But now, the two of them were surrounded by monsters. They targeted Chun Bok's mom from all directions. She licked her lips, silently thinking she had to deal with these pests first before moving on with her plan. She got her hands into an attack stance. But before she could strike, the monsters tore her apart one by one. Confused because she didn't see what was behind her, Chun Bok's eyes suddenly turned a bright yellow. Chun Bok silently told her mom to run and leave this to her. The kid looked serious, but Chun Bok's mom snapped because she didn't want her to use her power while they were arguing and running away. The monsters kept dropping like rain, none of them getting close to Chun Bok and her mom. Just as Chun Bok's mom was about to say something, a stranger's cloak fluttered in the air. Behind them, a strange man was rushing forward. He reached out to grab them. Only when his hand got close did Chun Bok's mom glance back and recognize him. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from above. Something was blasted down to the ground. The monsters happily saw their chance and rushed over. But the more excited they were, the more pain they felt as they charged. Their bodies were sliced to pieces. The one who struck was Chun Bok's mom. Along with long screams, Chun Bok was using her power. The kid gritted her teeth. Whether from pain or exhaustion, it was unclear. She controlled the other monsters to attack the one who had just assaulted them. He walked over calmly. No one saw him strike. In a flash, all the monsters were chopped into fragments. Chun Bok panicked and hurried because she realized her power didn't work on him. Now his face was revealed, a middle-aged man with cold green eyes. The thin dagger in his hand was surprisingly powerful. A slash came out of nowhere, forcing Chun Bok's mom to quickly block it with her black hair. At her feet, black strands spread like seaweed. An unknown figure swung a heavy hammer and smashed away Chun Bok's mom's black hair. The shockwave sent debris flying everywhere with a deafening roar. The impact scattered the other monsters rushing in, making them scream in fear. The flying debris showed just how powerful the strike was. Chun Bok's mom raised her hand to block the storm caused by the collision. She couldn't believe her eyes. Worried, she thought the new enemy made her situation even more difficult. She couldn't drag Chun Bok into this fight. She turned and told her kid, "Stay right here." But the kid didn't bother to look back, just told her to focus on the enemy. Chun Bok's mom kept begging her to stay safe and leave everything to her. In front of them stood the knight, and beside him was the guy who had just knocked them down. They stood tall, so Chun Bok's mom didn't want her kid involved. "What's gonna change if I wait?" Chun Bok said, making her mom frown in confusion. Behind her, the kid expressed her thoughts. "I'm not a burden, and I can help." Her words made her mom freeze for a moment. A call of "Mom" echoed, making Chun Bok's mom shocked at her daughter. Her eyes widened unusually at the kid's next words. Now the kid turned to her with a serious face. She wanted her mom to trust that she could fight. Chun Bok's mom was still stunned with overwhelming surprise. Looking into Chun Bok's eyes, thoughts about her kid's power flashed through her mind. Maybe it could help her get the medicine. But if she agreed, she wasn't sure if it was the right choice. It seemed like the cheerful, innocent Chun Bok she remembered was still there, but then she closed her eyes to erase that image. When she opened them, the Chun Bok in her sight was serious and mature. In her mind, as Chun Bok's mom, how could she let her kid walk into danger? She pushed away the bulky clothes outside and completely rejected Chun Bok's offer. But Chun Bok's gaze and voice showed she didn't want to back down. Chun Bok's hand still gripped her weapon tightly. The two leaned back to back, each with their own thoughts. But now Chun Bok's mom's body had fully transformed into a terrifying monster form. "I'll protect you," Chun Bok said, as many walkie-talkies lay scattered on the table. Voices from the radios kept updating the attack status on Chun Bok and her mom. Amid the commands from some monster, the small legs of someone descending the stairs announced, "The big rat just contacted me. He's spotted them. Should we follow the plan or abort?" The small figure spoke to someone bent over in front of him. He reached the door, holding a drink box. In the dark, the face and figure of the one he spoke to were unclear. Only the gleaming glasses were visible. He looked at him and said, "Follow the plan. Tell him to bring them back as fast as possible." Then the image of Chun Bok's mom facing herself appeared, as if the human part was being tempted by the power, along with the thought that her own power could turn against her anytime. The image of Chun Bok's mom in monster form, and the biggest problem with this power was that once it tasted flesh, it was hard to control and could endanger Chun Bok. The image showed Chun Bok's mom losing her humanity, eating like a wild beast in the battle scene inside the building. Chun Bok's mom silently thought she had to carefully control this power. The scene changed. The knight focused all his strength to swing his hammer. His eyes were sharp like daggers. At the same time, the guy who attacked earlier was swinging his knife toward them. His eyes were icy, cold, and his hands struck mercilessly. Chun Bok's mom, in monster form, took a very cautious attack stance. She still thought about protecting Chun Bok. Then a shockwave echoed, creating a tremor, making the surrounding buildings shake. A few strange guys, no one knew where they came from, suddenly dropped with a thud onto the street, hitting the ground and puffing out white smoke. The battle was happening right in the middle of the road. Chun Bok and her mom stood at the center, trapped with enemies blocking both ends. Blood and corpses were everywhere. Chun Bok's mom's black hair wrapped around both of them like a shield. Then suddenly, white smoke covered everything, making the monsters howl in confusion. The knight stopped because he couldn't see a thing anymore. Even the guy with the knife stood still in silence. Chaos erupted instantly. All the other monsters started coughing and tearing up. They whispered among themselves, shocked by the sudden turn of events. Suddenly, a hand shot out from somewhere with a shout, "Got you now." Chun Bok's mom snapped her head toward that direction, alert. But amid the monsters' searching cries, she looked at the newcomer with a mix of surprise and caution. It was Myung-hun standing there. He had just taken a hit for her and told her to get out of there quickly with him. He seemed pissed off about having to clean up her mess. The old, tall buildings were buried in smoke and bones, with only faint sounds of pursuit echoing. The monsters lost their target and spoke with regret in their voices. But the knight only stared at the guy with the knife, unclear about his intentions. The image of Chun Bok's terrified face appeared between the buildings, lit by the blood-red night sky. Someone's voice said, "What a lucky kid." In a tunnel nearby, voices said this place must be safe. Chun Bok's mom and Myung-hun were down there. Myung-hun was talking with a guy wearing a yellow bucket hat. They were discussing Chun Bok and her mom. Meanwhile, Chun Bok's mom anxiously watched Chun Bok, noticing the kid didn't look well. The guy in the yellow bucket hat silently thought, Chun Bok and her mom really seem useful. Suddenly, they stopped because Chun Bok wanted to know where the others were. But Myung-hun's group acted like they didn't know those people. Chun Bok said they got separated during the attack and begged Myung-hun for help. Hearing that, Myung-hun agreed, turned his back, and said to wait 5 minutes. The guy in the yellow bucket hat just urged him on. Chun Bok's mom watched both of them warily. She didn't believe he could find those people that fast. Suddenly, a fist slammed into her face, twisting it, and she was thrown backward. Mi-young-hun was the one who threw the punch, Chun Bok shouted, calling out to her mom. She fell to the ground like a sack, crying out in pain. Chun Bok angrily questioned Mi-young-hun, "Why the hell did you hit my mom?" Mi-young-hun's face was furious. He yelled at her to shut up and called Chun Bok an idiot. Chun Bok froze, stunned. Hearing those words from Mi-young-hun, Chun Bok's mom roared angrily and started cursing at Mi-young-hun. Mi-young-hun shouted back, and their yelling echoed through the empty street. Mi-young-hun clapped his hands while cursing Chun Bok's mom for ruining things with her pride. Chun Bok's mom just growled at him. Mi-young-hun kept criticizing her. He even stuck his tongue out to mock her, while Chun Bok's mom avoided his gaze and looked down. She gritted her teeth, holding back her rage. Mi-young-hun's words were brutally cruel. He glared at her angrily. "Look at yourself before teaching your kid. Can you even call yourself a real mom?" Chun Bok's mom lowered her head, lost in thought. She didn't argue back. At that moment, Chun Bok stepped in to stop Mi-young-hun. The kid claimed she was the one who interfered and protected her mom. Mi-young-hun was shocked and turned to look at Chun Bok. His face froze, then he suddenly bonked Chun Bok on the head. He scolded her, saying she was no different from her mom. He hit her so hard that she cried out in pain. Chun Bok's mom immediately rushed over, scolding him. "How dare you hit my daughter?" Meanwhile, Mi-young-hun grabbed Chun Bok despite her screams. He said she was just pretending and faking it. At that moment, his whole body was cloaked in a terrifying shadow, only his cold, ruthless eyes visible. For brats like this, a beating was necessary. Even though Mi-young-hun held her tight, Chun Bok stubbornly argued back, tears still streaming down. "I'm not a brat. I just want to help with my power." But Mi-young-hun's question made Chun Bok freeze and stop fighting. Why was she scared then? Mi-young-hun was furious that Chun Bok used her power without realizing how dangerous it was. It could even kill her. The image of the kid's tense face and trembling hands holding an axe appeared. Mi-young-hun's scolding voice still echoed. "Charging in without thinking will only get you killed." Mi-young-hun looked at Chun Bok sadly. He mentioned the person who taught him this. "If you want to help adults, listen and don't do unnecessary things." Chun Bok's mom silently watched Mi-young-hun lecture Chun Bok. Chun Bok felt like her heart was pierced when Mi-young-hun said she was still just a kid who thought she was grown up. Her eyes went blank when Mi-young-hun told her to stop pulling stunts like that. "You won't help at all. Got it." Mi-young-hun's face was stern as he said that. Then he threw Chun Bok toward her mom. Chun Bok's mom hurried to catch her and scolded her again. Then he told them to find the other two later and said, "Now follow me." Seeing this, the guy in the yellow bucket hat was surprised and asked Mi-young-hun again. Mi-young-hun walked off without looking back and told him to shut up and follow. As he trudged forward, you could still hear him curse. "That damn kid reminds me of her." The image of a weak little girl, covered in blood, looking up at him appeared. With a steady sound of footsteps, the guy in the yellow bucket hat stood before an old creaky door and announced they had arrived. The door opened with a long creaking sound. Someone's voice told them to come in. Chun Bok and her mom followed Mi-young-hun's shadow into the room. Chun Bok's eyes